Chapter 001. The stone drum is hollow, and the water drops stone and clang. It is a huge underground cave, and the roof of the cave seems to have thousands of blue swords hanging overhead, as if they will fall at any time, which is daunting. A large hole was opened at the top of the cave, as if it was formed by a huge force, and the ground was full of spars, but there was a dense rubble in the corner, which vainly destroyed the beauty of this strange cave. In the rubble, a boy of about 15 or 16 years old was paralyzed, dressed in a strange uniform with a large hole in his chest, dying. Ross struggled to open his eyes, and the pain that seemed to be torn all over his body made his consciousness exceptionally clear, as if returning to the light, and he even clearly remembered everything that happened before the crossing. To put it simply, after spending most of the month at home, it was difficult for him to go out to buy something once, but he was very unlucky to suffer a car accident, and the next second his consciousness was attached to this teenager who was about to die. The big hole in his chest let Ross know that his life was not long in coming, and he had always loved the second dimension, and he had long envied crossing, and the boring life in modern society made him feel bored. Having inherited several properties after the death of his parents, he had to collect rent and stay at home every day. The two-dimensional scenes that appeared in countless dreams made him particularly fascinated, and now he suddenly crossed over, making him understand the cruelty of reality. He was dying. The faint glow emitted by the spar in the cave made him unable to see, and the blue-skinned corpse beside him let him know that this was a very dangerous world. Suddenly, a large wave of strange memories flooded in. It turns out that I have traveled to the world of Dragon Ball, which is really a world that can hang up at any time. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body is also called Ross, a lower-level Scion warrior. This time followed Bardock to the planet Kamanga to carry out a mission. Carelessly, he was attacked by a Kamanga star man with a combat power of only more than 700, and a punch pierced through the chest and crashed into the depths of the ground. The original Ross was also a ruthless character, and he dragged the Kamanga star into the cave in pain and killed him. I just came to this world, and before I can see the magnificent universe, it will be cool. I really don't want to die. Ross's gradually blurred consciousness let out an unwilling roar, and the unyielding from the depths of his soul made him unwilling to die. Drib. System loading. The host was found to be dying, and it was automatically screened. Drib. The strongest subhuman system was successfully loaded, and the bloodline was synchronized. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining subhuman blood. The constant sound in his head made the confused Ross feel happy in his heart, but he was worried that his dying self was hallucinating. The pain in his body made Ross completely slowly numb, and his consciousness gradually blurred until he almost disappeared. It's all an illusion. Is this what death feels like? Everything returned to calm, and only two silent corpses remained in the silent cave. Ross is dead. But more than 10 seconds later, a large black, smoke-like strange substance emerged from Ross's body. And the large hole in his chest magically healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whew! Ross opened his eyes sharply and gulped for fresh air. The suffocating sensation of death made him cherish every breath of air. Is this what death feels like? That lonely, suffocating, and frightening feeling, although only a dozen seconds, made Ross feel like he had spent countless years. It's like a world away. I didn't expect to really get the subhuman system. Ross, who had been reborn, stood up, clenched his fists tightly, felt the majestic power in his body, and couldn't help muttering, I have also died once. According to the characteristics of scions who are dying and getting stronger, my strength should have increased a lot, right? Thinking about it this way, Ross's fear of death is slightly reduced. I don't know how much my strength has improved. Ross, who knew the world of Dragon Ball very well, couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. In the next second, a void transparent interface appeared in front of Ross's eyes. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 1265. IBM LV.1. Looking at the interface in front of him, Ross involuntarily asked in his heart, "System, what the hell is the true Scion bloodline?" Since the host is on the verge of death, the system automatically updates into the strongest subhuman system, giving the host immortal characteristics, which perfectly fits with the original Scion bloodline, Gu Wei true Scion Asian blood. The mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and Ross couldn't help but complain about the system's ability to name it, which was so casual. IBM? Feel like you can release it at will? The comic Asian, as a two-dimensional mansion, Ross is no stranger. The characteristic that can be resurrected no matter how he dies has also shocked him, but he didn't expect that he could be compatible with this feature while obtaining the Scion body, which is really touching. The characteristics of Scions that can become strong when they are dying, coupled with the particularity of subhumans, this is simply a perfect match. As soon as his mind moved, a large black substance surged out of Ross's body, combining into a human figure wrapped in black cloth bands. Change. Strong. It must get stronger. The trill, which was like mechanical movement, came from the mouth of IBM, who was 3 meters tall, although Ross did not know whether this thing had a mouth, and it was better to use its mouth. But this thing seems to have simple self-awareness. Must get stronger? Could it be that the strong desire in my heart made it think this way? Ross didn't know why, he knew very little about Asians and black matter. Suddenly, IBM moved without Ross's order, heading straight for the cyan-skinned corpse of the Kamanga not far away. There was a sound of chewing, and IBM was swallowing the corpse. There was a pang of discomfort in his stomach, as if he had turned over the river, and this bloody and cruel scene made him feel particularly uncomfortable as an earthling. However, Ross, who had the memories of the Scions, quickly calmed down, and the bloodier images of the slaughter of the planet were preserved in his memory, so that the scene in front of him seemed to be nothing. Since you have come to the Dragon Ball world, you naturally have to work hard to adapt to the rules here. The strong live, the weak die. And the survival of the fittest is the eternal truth in the universe. Fortunately, Ross's ability to adapt has always been strong. Soon, IBM devoured the entire corpse, at which point Ross was surprised to find that the personal information on the interface had changed. Combat Effectiveness, 1589. The combat effectiveness has increased by 324, which is roughly equivalent to half the combat power of this Kamanga. Ross vaguely remembered that this guy who sneaked up on him had more than 600 combat power. Well, IBM devouring the corpse can get half of the opponent's combat power, although it can't get all, but people can't be too greedy, it's very good to have this effect. Ross's eyes bloomed with an unprecedented light, it was a light of hope. With IBM's anti-heavenly function, as a low-level warrior, he had the hope to become a strong man in this cruel Dragon Ball universe. Chapter 002. The strength of the Kamanga Starman is generally not high. The guy who sneaked up on Ross is already considered the top group of strength. If it were not for the original body carelessly underestimating the enemy, it would definitely not be possible to be severely damaged and killed. The father of the original owner of this body was the captain of Bardock's squad, and after being killed in a mission, Bardock missed the old feelings and pulled the teenage Ross into the squad to cultivate, hoping that the old captain's son would become stronger. Unfortunately, things backfired, and the second participation in the collective mission was fatally threatened, and if there was no soul of the earthling Ross, this body would eventually turn into white bones in the cave. Flying out from the ground, the eyes are full of dense jungle, and towering trees stand around, like giants, showing great vitality. This is a very young planet, the ecological environment is excellent, no wonder Bardock and others will be sent. It is estimated that the Frisia army is hoping that the strong team can destroy the natives of this planet with crushing force, and preserve its ecological appearance as much as possible. As a well-known planet predator in the universe, the Frisia Legion has been committed to plundering the materially rich planet, occupying it and selling it for huge profits. Ross flew high in the air, looked around but did not find Bardock and the others, and it is estimated that they have left the planet. After thinking for a moment, Ross came to the beginning of the spacecraft's stay with his memory. It was a globe capsule, the standard for scions to navigate the universe. Following the simple operation of his memory, Ross found that the spacecraft was seriously damaged and could not sail at all, and could only lament his bad luck. The Kamanga starmen are still in a relatively primitive stage, civilization has just started, the spaceship does not need to think about anything, all Ross can do now is wait for the Frisia Legion to send someone to take over the planet. Every time the scions capture a planet, they will contact someone to explore, assess, modify, etc., and then ask for a spaceship. Nothing happened. Ross began to look for the corpses of the Kamanga starmen. These are combat power, they cannot be wasted. Having damaged the detector in previous battles, Ross had to search aimlessly. I don't know if it's because the scions are too destructive, and I haven't found a complete body after searching for a long time. IBM was completely uninterested in the mutilated corpses, not even looking at them, even if Ross forcibly ordered them, as if devouring these mutilated limbs was a great insult to it. IBM has a lot of personality, and Ross can't help it, so he has to let it go. 5 days later, Ross stood by the lake with a dejected look and looked at his personal interface. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 2050. IBM LV.1. After 5 days of hard work, Ross only found 10 complete corpses, 5 of which were found on the first day. The corpses were not decomposed. IBM selected 3 of them to devour with high combat effectiveness, and Ross also obtained nearly 300 combat power. As for the corpse found later, the Tsundere IBM didn't even bother to look at it. Those corpses had already begun to decompose, and it was expected that IBM would not eat them. And Ross did not force it, although it was useless to force it. In the following days, he discovered that IBM was not only interested in corpses with slightly stronger combat effectiveness before his death, but also more interested in living animals with strong combat effectiveness. Some animals with a combat power of about 200 or 300 are in its recipe. However, there are too few creatures with this kind of strength in Kamanga Star, and Ross searched for a long time to find 2, bringing him nearly 200 combat power. In 5 days, the combat effectiveness increased by nearly 500 points, and Ross was very satisfied in his heart. Finally, after a long absence, a large spacecraft entered the atmosphere of Kamanga Star. Although Frisia has always disliked the Scion clan, at this time, the Scion clan is still the most combat-ready group under his command, and their status in the Frisia Legion is not low. For these cosmic people who came to survey the Kamanga Star, Ross did not have much good impression, naturally did not give him any good face, calmly asked for an oval-shaped spaceship, and went straight to the planet Vegeta. 6 days later, a planet mostly covered in red appeared in front of Ross, the base camp of the Scions, planet Vegeta. Formerly known as Plant Star, planet Vegeta is inhabited by a group of peace-loving Zuvlas, who are small and extremely intelligent, and a highly civilized race. After the entire migrated Scions came to Plant and wiped out the Zuvras, I don't know how long it took, King Vegeta named the planet Planet Vegeta. The huge tarmac appeared in front of Ross's eyes, and he randomly chose a ship to dock, and Ross opened the spacecraft hatch and jumped out. Lord Ross, welcome back. A strange-looking Dottle Starman looked flattering, bent over and respectfully. The Dottle Star is short, blue-skinned, they have a pair of pointed ears, and when they laugh, their whole face is like a shriveled orange, which is really appetizing. As the lowest level race of the Frisia Legion, the Dottle Starmen with low combat effectiveness really have no sense of existence at all. Ross snorted coldly, completely ignoring the person in front of him, and flew directly towards the city. The Scion tribe is withered, and the whole ethnic group is not more than 10,000 people, so the place of residence is not large, divided into outer city and inner city. The outer city is inhabited by lower-level warriors and mid-level warriors, and only high-level warriors and royal families can live in the inner city. Following his memory, Ross came to Bardak's doorstep. The Scion houses look roughly the same, and although the shape is complaining, they are full of metal, and they are built with extremely high-grade metal materials. Knocking on the door, a face exactly like the Monkey King in the comics appeared in front of Ross. "Ross? You're alive?" Bardak's face showed a look of surprise, and there was also a deep joy in it. "Yes, Brother Bardak, I'm still alive." After a brief moment of consternation, Ross regained his composure. To be honest, suddenly seeing the main characters in the comics, Ross was still quite excited in his heart. In the Scion family, Bardak is an extremely special outlier, although he is also more belligerent, but compared to other rough Scion, he also has calm judgment and a little bit of humanity. Because his behavior of saving companions and taking care of companions is extremely rare among Scions, so he is very respected among some lower-level warriors. At least in Ross's view, Bardak is a heroic character. Bardak had been cared for by Ross's father before, so he took great care of Ross after his father died in battle. After Ross was attacked, he also searched everywhere, but in the end he found nothing, left sadly, and secretly annoyed for a long time after returning home. Now that Rose is still alive, Bardak is naturally extremely happy in his heart. It's good to be alive. It was Scion nature to twig, and Bardak didn't bother to ask Ross what had happened on the planet Kamanda, as long as people were alive more than anything else. He smiled and said, "You also came just in time, Haimuki is preparing lunch, let's eat together." Ross smiled heartily. Only solid food and nutrient solution can be eaten on the spacecraft, and the bird has long faded out of his mouth, and now he will naturally not refuse to have good things to eat. Chapter 003. Haimuka has a gentle personality and is not suitable for being a warrior. She once fought side by side with Bardak in a 4-man squad, and was saved by Bardak many times, so the two developed a special relationship. In fact, Scions usually do not have the idea of falling in love and getting married, and they marry simply to reproduce, so Bardak and Haimuka belong to a very rare type of people. They also have humanity and feelings. Gnei is petite, with short hair, clean and capable, although the combat effectiveness is not high, but the cooking skills are excellent, and soon a table of hearty barbecue meat is served. Scions eat a huge amount of food, and the entire table is full, and many large pieces of roasted meat are more than a meter high. At this time, a gust of fragrant wind came, and I saw a young girl wearing a simple combat uniform rushing into the house. The girl is about 15 or 6 years old, with a melon face and an extremely beautiful appearance. Her hair is not long, just up to her shoulder blades, and she looks heroic. This daughter is none other than Heimchi's sister, Alice. Ross has not seen this character in the comics in his previous life, but I think it is, after all, the protagonist of Dragon Ball is Sun Wukong, and there are not many Scions who appear, and many Scions have not appeared at all. In the memory of the original body, Alice is a small devil-like existence, obviously born in a low-level warrior family, but has a middle-level warrior bloodline. Combat talent and strength have improved rapidly. Only 16 years old, already has a combat power of 1600, is an extremely rare genius in the Scion family, and there are even rumors that King Vegeta intends to make Alice Vegeta's wife in the future. Compared with before, the combat effectiveness of the predecessors more than 700 is only a fraction of that of others, and it is often ravaged by the other party. Those unbearable memories appeared in his mind, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of Ross's mouth. His strength is now completely above the other party. If Alice still treats him like in the past, he doesn't mind teasing the other party well. "Rose, you're not dead yet." Alice has a pair of white long legs, straight and slender. Obviously the two are the same age, but she is a whole head taller than Ross, and her height is about 1.7 meters. Scion has extremely slow physical development in infancy, which also causes Ross, who has reached the age of 16, to be only 1.5 meters tall. Ross looked at the girl in front of him with a playful expression, and said lightly, "You want me to die outside so much?" The flat tone made Alice feel that the Ross in front of her was slightly different from before, and seemed more confident. This made her, who has always been arrogant, very unhappy and couldn't help pouting. "Hundreds of combat effectiveness will follow my brother-in-law out of the mission, and I don't call my own Jin too. This time if you don't die, your life is big, and next time you won't have such good luck." Hundreds of combat power. Perhaps influenced by the memory of his predecessor, Ross was very dissatisfied with Alice's attitude, and he couldn't help but speak, "Please take a closer look, what is my current combat strength?" "Cut, go out on a mission, you can still turn the sky over." Alice is very disdainful, in her opinion. The little ghost in front of her is a burden of holding her brother-in-law's thigh, and the low combat effectiveness will drag down her brother-in-law sooner or later. Alice is completely opposite to Haimuki regardless of her figure and personality, not to mention her temper, and perfectly inherits the warlike personality of the scion, and is extremely disdainful of people whose strength is far inferior to herself. But thinking that Ross is the younger brother of her brother-in-law after all, the face of her brother-in-law cannot be refused, she did not directly move to pump people, and silently turned on the detector. 800. 1000. 1300. How is that possible? Looking at the constantly beating and rising numbers on the detector, a look of surprise appeared on Alice's face. But gradually, her face became more and more solemn, and finally became unbelievable, because now Ross's combat power has reached the same level as her, and it is still rising. 1600. 2000. How is this possible? In the end, the number stayed at 2050, and such a blow made Alice exclaim. Bardock also looked at Ross incredulously, such a drastic improvement he had never seen in any other scion. "It can't be a detector failure, right?" Bardock was puzzled and quickly turned on his detector. When he saw the final value, he was surprised to find that his junior brother's current strength had completely exceeded the limit of lower-level fighters. Generally speaking, the birth of scions largely determines the intensity that can be achieved in the future. Even if the lower fighters are well trained, the combat effectiveness after growth is generally below 2000, while the intermediate warriors are between 2000 and 5000, and only the superior fighters can reach or exceed 5000 combat effectiveness. Therefore, the status of superior warriors among the scions is extremely noble, and they are the strongest combat power among the scions. Bardock has gone through countless battles, countless near-deaths, and countless near-deaths, before he has a combat strength of nearly 5000, which is already equivalent to the limit of intermediate fighters. For him, who was born as a low-level warrior, it is not easy to get to this point. Therefore, he knows very well what Ross's current combat effectiveness means. At the age of 16, his combat power exceeded 2000, which means that Ross has a good hope of surpassing himself in the future and stepping into the realm that only higher-level fighters can step into. After a moment of silence, Bardock laughed and patted Ross on the shoulder, happily saying, "Okay, Ross. You have become a qualified fighter." Seeing that Bardock did not ask the reason for his sudden strengthening, Ross felt relieved in his heart and laughed. Only Alice seemed unwilling to accept reality, and kept whispering things like "Why did he become so strong?" Ross ignored the proud girl, picked up the barbecue on the table and ate it happily. "I have to say that Jeanne's sister-in-law's craftsmanship is really good," and he ate this meal quite happily. Perhaps because of the blow, Alice didn't eat much food, and after seeing Ross finish eating, she suddenly stood up and said, "Ross, go out and fight me." Chapter 004. To be honest, in the face of Alice's challenge, Ross refused in his heart. Although he has the memories of his predecessor and knows some combat skills, Ross is still very unfamiliar with fighting. After all, in his previous life, as a good law-abiding youth, he rarely had the opportunity to fight. However, he knows very well that he cannot escape now and must adapt to everything in this world as soon as possible. In order to be able to calmly face powerful beings such as Frisia, Cyborg, Shrew, and Majin Buu in the future, he must make himself stronger than anyone else. Battle will always be the main theme of the Dragon Ball world. Planet Vegeta is dominated by Red Earth, and on a red plain, Ross and Alice are suspended in mid-air, standing opposite each other, and their faces are slightly dignified. Ross tried to remember the various ways of fighting in his memory, although he wanted to adapt to the world quickly, but he didn't want to lose this competition. After all, it was really humiliating to lose to Alice, whose combat effectiveness was lower than himself. Finally, Alice seemed to be unable to stand this oppressive atmosphere and took the lead. Invisible waves of chi swelled from her, blowing her hair, and the furious energy continued to rise around her. A ball of energy light appeared in her palm and was thrown towards Ross. The energy ball was extremely fast, and Ross looked frozen, instinctively feeling that this was a false move. An energy burst out from the palm of his hand, and while hitting the ball of energy, Ross quickly changed his position, and the extremely fast speed caused an afterimage to appear where he was standing before. At the same time, Alice's slender beautiful legs arrived in vain, violently kicking the afterimage without mercy. Really? Scions are a bunch of warlike madmen. A cold sweat broke out on Ross's forehead. Alice's fighting style was too fierce, and Rao would never feel good to be hit with his current physical strength. Having to attack, blindly dodging will only become more and more detrimental to yourself. In mid-air, the two of them came and went, and the collision of fists and feet set off a wave of chi. As the fight progressed, Rose felt that his body was getting smoother and smoother, except for the few punches he had received at the beginning, and now he had begun to adapt to Alice's attacks. He was punched in the face, and at the same time, Rose also kicked the opponent in the chest. The two flew out upside down almost at the same time and landed one after another. Boom, boom. Two roars sounded, two smoke and dust rose, and the red earth cracked like a spider's web, a mess. Suddenly, two figures burst up from the earth, entangled in mid-air, bursts of explosions resounded continuously, and the battle was extremely fierce. Not far away, Bardock and Jaime stood on top of the mountain. Ross's combat skills are still lacking, and the combat power is a full 400 more than Alice, and the two are actually equal. Haimuka spoke. Combat effectiveness does not mean everything, and for people with combat effectiveness of more than 1,000, the gap of several hundred is not too big. Bardock replied lightly, in his opinion, both of their combat skills were too immature. So which of the two of them do you say will win? Haimuki asked with a smile. Rose. This kid is adapting quickly and getting a huge boost at once. And he is not yet familiar with such high-intensity combat. Bardock said with a smile, but this kid has a lot of fighting talent, and after this battle, he will probably be completely adapted. I don't know what he encountered in Commanda. The combat effectiveness actually soared to this point. Whatever you do, as long as you get stronger, it doesn't matter what else. Bardock said nonchalantly that he had always disliked prying into other people's secrets. Looking at the battle not far away, Bardock secretly decided that he must strengthen the training intensity of these two imps in the future. Alice, stop here, now you are not my opponent. Gradually adapted, Ross knocked Alice to the ground with a punch, and a ball of energy slammed straight into the ground. What are you kidding? Childish imp! Alice shot up into the sky, slapped the energy ball, and then a column of energy swelled out. Ross is not afraid, and also in color. Two pillars of energy light met in mid-air, and huge waves of chi spread out in all directions. There is no skill to speak of, now it is energy to fight. After a few moments, Alice gradually lost its strength, and Ross's attack suddenly came. The pillar of energy light belonging to Alice disappeared, and when Ross saw this, his right hand shook, and he hurriedly changed the direction of his attack. The pillar of energy passed by, and Alice was able to avoid it. Why stop? Look down on this girl? Although he knew that Rose meant well, he still made Alice, who had always been conceited, very unhappy, and said with a hard mouth. Ross landed. He now roughly understood the other party's personality. For this somewhat wayward little girl, he shrugged helplessly and said, "It's just a fight, there is no need to fight for life and death." Alice looked at Rose angrily, shocked, and she didn't know what to say at this time. Ross didn't care. He knew very well that the other party actually had no malice, and in the past, he just thought that his combat effectiveness was low and he was afraid of dragging down the Bardock team. However, this arrogant chick is really unpleasant to speak. I hope it can be relented after this competition. The fight has also been fought, let's go back. Ross moved his somewhat sore hands and feet and grinned. After greeting the Bardocks, Ross went straight home. After the death of the former Bardock team leader, Ross, as a son, directly inherited the house, sitting on the sofa in the living room, remembering that several punches had hit Alice's chest earlier, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but draw a smile. When you fight, you move too fast, you don't know how it feels. But this chick is as hot as her temper. Thinking of Alice's protruding and upturned figure, Ross couldn't help but feel a little hot in her heart. Damn! How can we have this thought? Just that chick's tsundere appearance, how to look at it is not the type we like. Could it be influenced by the predecessor? I didn't expect that the predecessor was still a masochist. The guy in my memory was beaten by Alice. Ross, who didn't understand how to think about it, walked directly upstairs. There was a gravity room on the second floor, time was urgent, and he had to hurry up to cultivate. At lunch, Ross knocked on the side, knowing that there was still about a year before the destruction of planet Vegeta, and he had to use this year to make himself stronger. Ross had already made up his mind that as long as Frisia issued the order for all Scions to return, he would flee far away and would definitely not die with the Scions. He knew very well in his heart, not to mention that he was simply unable to save the Scion clan with a low-level warrior, and even if he had that ability, he didn't want to save this group of fighting idiots with muscles in their heads. If conditions permit, within his own ability, he doesn't mind saving the Bardock family, and as for the others, he cares about Ross. Shaking his head, letting go of these unrealistic thoughts, and activating the gravity chamber switch, Ross began to cultivate seriously. Chapter 005. Chapter 5 Alone. 2 times gravity. A trace of cold sweat flowed down his forehead. For Ross, whose combat effectiveness was just over 2000, 2 times gravity was slightly reluctant. After all, the gravity of Vegeta star was already extremely large. This is also the reason why many children who have been in the nursery for 3 years are sent to other planets, and with the strength of these children, they will not be able to survive on Vegeta. Fortunately, the Scion himself has a strong physique. Coupled with the assistance of the Asian bloodline, Ross survived the pressure. The gravity chamber is not large, only 40 or 50 square meters, perhaps because of Frisia's instruction. The Dottle Starman only prepared twice the gravity chamber for the Scions, that is, they improved their strength, but they couldn't improve too fast. Rose gradually adapted, and his ability to adapt has always been strong. After a long time, after his body was fully adjusted, he began to do squats and push-ups. Scions train in an extremely simple way, exercising and polishing the body to bring out the full potential of the body. As for the fist and foot kung fu, it is even more simple and rude, similar to the military body fist on the earth, pursuing efficiency and extremely lethal power. He practiced until late at night, soaked with sweat, and Ross dragged his tired body out of the gravity room. After a comfortable shower, he fell asleep after a long day of fatigue. For 7 days in a row, Ross stayed at home to cultivate and did not go anywhere. The Scions have no entertainment, and for this fighting people, perhaps fighting is the only pleasure. On this day, Bardock's arrival interrupted Ross's cultivation. He had come to call Ross on a mission. Ross refused, though. Because he found that when he fully adapted to 2 times the gravity, it was too slow to upgrade using this cultivation method, and he worked for a full 7 days to increase his combat effectiveness by 200 or 300 points, which was outrageously slow. Thinking that IBM's casual swallowing of corpses was a bonus of hundreds of points, which made him have some strange thoughts in his heart. Following Bardock and others on their missions, he was never able to use IBM as he wanted. IBM's ability is too weird, especially the fact that it is too against the sky to improve combat effectiveness by devouring. Before it is strong, Ross does not dare to expose it at will. Once people find out, it is difficult to guarantee that it will not be caught for research. Especially Frisia, who wants eternal life, this guy will definitely covet his ability. Therefore, acting alone is the only option at present. Ross rejected Bardock on the grounds that he wanted to continue his practice at home. During this time, Alice also came to find Ross, and after the last defeat, she was unwilling and always wanted to find the field, but she was strongly rejected by Ross. Finally, when it is learned that Bardock and Alice are on a mission, Ross embarks on a solo journey. Planet ILS. This is a remote planet located in the west of the North Galaxy, without a technological civilization, but with many indigenous and exotic beasts with a combat power of about 1,000. Ross took on the task on his own behalf. At that time, the Dawdle Starman who issued the task very tactfully hoped that Ross could organize a team to take the task again. But Ross's tough attitude made him have to issue the task. After all, the Frisia Legion has never imposed the conditions for receiving the mission. As long as they think they have that strength, it doesn't matter who receives the task. For Frisia, the Scions are just a group of high-level thugs who can be abandoned at any time, because no matter how many Scions die in the mission, he will not be distressed, but will only be sincerely happy. When Ross's spacecraft landed on ILS, it was late afternoon, and he decided to hunt a prey to fill his stomach, and nearly half a month of interstellar voyage made him urgently need meat supplements. The next day, Ross turned on the detector and began looking for the natives of ILS. The number of ILS is not large, probably tens of thousands. Most of the people have only a few dozen combat strength, a small number of people have hundreds of combat effectiveness, and there are about 10 top masters with combat effectiveness of more than 1,000. These 10 people are Ross's primary target. There is a master 50 kilometers to the southeast, with a combat effectiveness of 1012, which is not bad. Ross smiled and headed straight to the southeast. %UN number at %. The ILS Starman grew quickly into an upright walking lizard, with blue-gray scales wrapped around his body, and viper-like purple eyes staring straight at Ross in midair. Unable to understand the other party's language at all, Ross didn't talk nonsense, and directly moved his hands and fell straight into the air. The ILS Starman was shocked, and under his anger, a green pillar of light spat out from his mouth, through the dense woods, and directly towards Ross. Everywhere they passed, tall trees corroded as if they had encountered strong sulfuric acid. Oh? Are attacks inherently corrosive? The attack of the ILS Starman made Ross slightly surprised and did not dare to take it lightly. However, the difference in strength between the two is too large, and after easily killing each other, Ross unhurriedly releases IBM and lets it devour it. Last time in Commandant Star Ross, he experimented, whether it was devouring corpses or living creatures, he could obtain half of the opponent's combat power. But for intelligent life, let IBM devour living things, he always has some diaphragm in his heart. So the best way is to kill the other party and then swallow it, although he is suspected of being a Biao-sun and setting up a Torii, but at least he is more comfortable in his heart. 500 combat power in hand, in order to become stronger, continue. Ross turned his heart and prepared to continue his search for prey. Suddenly, a tone sounded in my head. Congratulations to the host, get the skill Scorching Corrosion, level LV.1. Can IBM still acquire each other's skills? Ross was overjoyed that he really lacked effective attack skills now. Go on. With a fiery heart, Ross is full of energy. Of course, Ross turned off the probe when IBM devoured the ILS, but he knew very well that as long as the probe was on, perhaps his every move was monitored by the Frisia Legion. Although I don't know if the Frisia Legion can monitor itself after it is closed, it is still necessary to use the detector to find prey, and it is not possible to destroy the detector at will. It seems that it is necessary to go to the earth, at least to get the cultivation method of chi. Distractions aside, Ross rushed towards another target at great speed. 3 days later, all 10 ILS starmen with a combat power of more than 1,000 were killed by Ross. 5237. This time it was a big gain. Ross was overjoyed and called up the personal interface directly. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 7600. IBM LV.1. Skill, Glow Corrosion, LV.3. Nodded with satisfaction, the results of previous hard cultivation were only a fraction of the results obtained from this devouring, which made Ross more determined to use IBM's anti-heavenly function. And there is a certain chance to obtain the other party's skills, which makes his heart more eager. The glazing corrosion of level LV.3 is much more powerful than the skills of the ILS star, and the two are not the same level at all. There are still some guys with hundreds of combat power. Continue. Feeling the majestic power in his body, Ross became more motivated. A day later, Ross floated in the air with a speechless face. He never imagined that he seemed to feed IBM's mouth, and after this guy devoured a few ILS starmen with hundreds of combat power, he actually stopped eating TMD. How does this make Loud so happily upgrade? In desperation, Ross can only exterminate the ILS starmen and complete the task as soon as possible. Now is not the time to turn heads with the Frisia Legion, the task that should be completed still has to be completed. After contacting the receiver, Ross left the planet ILS directly in the spaceship, and after setting the coordinates to go to Earth, he went directly into hibernation. Chapter 006. Warning. Warn. There is a lot of abnormal energy ahead, it is recommended to change the navigation immediately. An emotionless electronic sound woke Ross from his sleep, and he quickly contacted the spacecraft's central computer with a stunned face. What happened? At a distance of 30,000 kilometers, 2 fleets are exchanging fire, confirming that one of them is our army. The sound of the computer's machinery shook Ross, and the last thing he wanted to meet now was the people of the Frisia Legion. The commander of our fleet asked to call. Ross knew very well that he could not refuse the other party, and could only confirm that he would receive the call request. A palm-sized virtual projection shot out from the dashboard, and a universe with deep purple skin appeared in front of Ross's eyes. This person looks strange, with 2 tentacles at the corners of his mouth, and a tubular piece of flesh similar to a vent on the left and right sides of his head. Kai. A general under Frisia has always been unhappy with Vegeta in the original work, and he looks down on Vegeta who returned from the defeat on Earth, but in the end he was easily killed by Vegeta, belonging to the kind of dragon set with a name. But Ross knew that this guy must be better than he is now. I remember that in the original book, when Chu Yi was killed by Vegeta, the combat power was 18,000, although there are still almost 20 years before then, but Ross estimates that this guy now has a combat power of 10,000. Hey? It turned out to be a scion, out on a mission? Put aside the task at hand first. Lord Ben is now hunting the Adraiths, they are fleeing in your direction, stop them for me immediately. In the virtual projection, Chu Yi was high-spirited, and his commanding tone made Ross very unhappy. Sorry, I'm on a mission right now, no time. Ross said angrily, since the other party is so faceless, he will not blindly bend to the whole. Now his combat strength has reached 8,000, even if he faces Chu Yi, he is not without the power of a battle. Oh? Stupid scion monkey, didn't you hear Lord Ben's order? These Adraith starmen were personally ordered by King Frisia to be captured, and once they are released, this responsibility cannot be borne by a small scion of yours. Frisia didn't give me an order to do my bird business. Ross replied angrily and turned off the projection directly. Inside a huge circular spaceship, Chu Yi's dark purple face seemed to become more purple, and he cursed angrily, "Damn Scion monkey, you dare not obey Lord Ben's order. Damn, the Scion nation should not exist." A short cosmic man beside him asked, "Lord Kai, should this matter be reported to King Frisia? The Scion race is completely unable to discipline." After a long time, Chu Yi, who calmed down, waved his hand lightly and said, "No need, now King Frisia still needs such a group of thugs. I will deal with this matter, there is no need to be suspected of indiscriminate small reports." "Yes, Lord Kai." "Humph, abominable Scion monkey, I want to see what confidence you have, and actually dare to disobey Lord Ben's order." Chu Yi waved his big hand, full speed ahead. "Catch up with the Adrath Starman and that Scion monkey." The star of Adrata is a mysterious planet located on the edge of the northern galaxy, the exact location of which is unknown, and it is inhabited by a strange race called the Adrathians, who have red shriveled skin, pointed ears, and extraordinary intelligence. This race has a mild temperament, is partial to a corner but has never expanded externally, and has invented many magical secret techniques that countless people dream of, so the planet is called the occult star. The Adrath Starman is hidden from the world and has little reputation in the northern galaxy, and most people have only heard of their name and disappeared. But the Adrath Starman are a powerful race with combat effectiveness comparable to the Nami Nemesis, and they can use a variety of secret techniques with strong mental power, which is extremely tricky, and in the original book, it is necessary to dispatch the Kainu special combat team to eliminate it, but in the end, Sun Wukong came to the planet by mistake, and spent a year learning to teleportation. Thinking of the special skill of teleportation, Ross's heart couldn't help but get hot. This is a magical secret technique that can move from one place to another without any path and without spending a little time, as long as he feels the chi of the person in the target location. As long as you acquire this skill yourself, you don't have to spend a lot of time on boring interstellar navigation, you only need other people's chi as coordinates, and you can teleport. Just ready to go to Earth to learn how to use chi, first go to see if you can get teleportation. Once the two are matched together, it will be much easier to act. Ross secretly decided to move on. Half an hour later. Warning! Warn! Massive attack performance ahead lies ahead. Has the fleet of the Adrats been caught up by Kai? Ross turns on the spacecraft probe, and 3 triangular spaceships appear in the virtual projection being attacked by a circular spaceship. Judging from the size ratio of the spacecraft, the spaceship of the Adrat Starman looks a little petite, and the 3 spaceships combined are not as large as the Frisia Legion. Judging from the situation on the scene, the Adrats were completely beaten. At this moment, the Adrat spaceship changed direction and approached a grey planet. This is a lifeless planet, and the grey earth reveals a dense dead air. Ross estimates that the Adrats also chose to land on this planet when there was no way. Controlling the speed of the spacecraft, Ross slowly hangs behind the spaceship of the Adrath Starman and Kai-Hui. Chu Yi is estimated to have discovered Ross long ago, but there is no other action for the time being. By the time Ross landed, the 3 triangular ships had become a pile of wreckage, and Chu Yi was standing not far from the wreckage with a group of cosmic people, with the corpses of several Adrats in front of them. Ross stepped out of the spacecraft and had detected before landing, and oxygen existed on the planet. Quietly approaching where Chu Yi and the others were, his eyes stared at the corpses of the Adrath Starman. Abominable! Damn the Adrat, they would rather die than say the location of the Adrat star. Chu Yi stared at the corpses not far away and said viciously. Lord Kai-Hui, what now? A cosmic man asked. Cut. What else can be done? Keep looking, I still don't believe that all the Adrats who go out are so willing to die. Chu Yi shook his head and spoke, but before that, I have to teach that Scion monkey who doesn't know the height of the sky and the earth a good lesson. He moved his gaze and looked at the place where Ross was hiding. Damn Scion monkey, ignoring Lord Ben's order not to say, actually daring to sneak over, it's simply looking for death. With a sneer, Chu Yi suddenly raised his palm, and several energy masses shot out in a row. It was his stunt Qigong wave. Chapter 007. At the moment when Chu Yi's gaze looked at him, a huge sense of crisis hit Ross's heart, and he instantly made the right judgment. When Ross's figure appeared in midair, several Qigong waves hit the small mountain where he had just hidden. The roar sounded, and the dust flew up, instantly shrouding Ross in dust. On the ground, a wave of chi rushed away the smoke, and a pillar of energy light with a diameter of 1 meter shot straight towards Chu Yi at a super-fast speed. 8023. Feeling the energy contained in this pillar of light, and seeing the values that appeared on the detector, Chu Yi showed an incredible expression on his face. How is that possible? How could this Scion imp have such strong combat power? Chu Yi hurriedly moved his figure, and his heart was shocked. Before, through the virtual projection, he knew very well that the Scion in front of him was just a teenage ghost. With this fighting power as a teenager, this little ghost's potential is simply more terrifying than Vegeta. How come we've never heard of this figure? Chu Yi thought wildly, not noticing that his subordinates were shattered and turned into dust under the attack of that energy light pillar. Chu Yi appeared in shape, standing in the void, although he was surprised by the combat power that Ross displayed, but he was not worried, everything was still under control. Damn Scion monkeys, it's really a group of restless races, a genius like you should be King Vegeta's hidden hole card, right? With such combat effectiveness but concealing it, it seems that your Scion clan has a lot of intentions? Could it be that you want to betray King Frisia? Chu Yi asked lightly, while transmitting Ross's information back to the headquarters through the detector. Ross didn't make a sound, just silently turned on his detector. 12,000. Sure enough, Chu Yi's combat strength was more than 10,000. At the thought of being able to fight such a master, Ross's eyes flashed with excitement, perhaps due to the influence of Scion warlike genes. His blood began to boil, and he couldn't wait to release the energy in his body. Anyway, he won't die, so use Chu Yi as a whetstone. But before that, his detector must be destroyed. Ross didn't want his abilities to be exposed to the Frisia Legion. Turning off his detector, Ross began to mobilize the energy in his body to the maximum. He and Chu Yi's combat effectiveness is a full 4,000, such a huge gap is not so easy to erase. Now he can only fight with all his strength. This will be the toughest battle since Ross came to the Dragon Ball world. Ugh! A huge wave of chi rose up into the sky, and the energy visible to the naked eye condensed on the surface of Ross's body, and under the impact of violent energy, the muscles of his whole body began to bulge a little, appearing distinct. With a sudden force in his right foot, the earth broke apart like a spider's web, and Ross rushed towards the hills in the sky. Chu Yi let out a disdainful snort, and a few Qigong waves were stimulated. Ross was not afraid, several energy balls were thrown, and regardless of the explosion caused by several energy impacts, his figure was directly submerged into the gas wave formed by the explosion. With the strong physique of the Scion, Ross rushed out directly, and a green light shot towards Chu Yi's head at the tip of his right finger. This ray of light was extremely fast. And Chu Yi didn't even have time to think, and his head subconsciously tilted to the side. The green light grazed Chu Yi's temple quickly, and the detector that was wiped by the scorching light made a whoosh sound, and white smoke instantly appeared. At the same time, the scorching corrosion also pierced a flesh pipe on Chu Yi's head, and he screamed in pain. The severe pain made Chu Yi's face distort, and he was angry after suffering a big loss, and a hot gas sprayed out from his only remaining flesh tube, which showed how angry he was now. Abominable! Damn Scion monkeys! Chu Yi gritted his teeth and vowed in his heart that he would ravage the little ghost in front of him and then bombard it into slag. As soon as the words fell, the figure of Chu Yi under the fury was like a gust of wind, and the bang suddenly accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, it came to the top of Ross's head, and slammed down with a punch. Feeling the pressure coming from above his head, cold sweat broke out on Ross's forehead. Chu Yi's attack speed was too fast, he had no way to avoid it, he could only raise his hand to block. Snap! A crisp sound sounded, and Ross's right arm was broken. Hurrah! One after another Qigong waves fell from the sky, and the strong sense of crisis made Ross's pores stand up all over his body, and now he could only desperately resist Chu Yi's attack. IBM, give me out! Under the crisis, Ross raised his head to the sky and roared, directly rushing towards several Qigong waves. At the same time, a large black substance emerged from him, and IBM instantly took shape, heading straight for Yi. What the hell? Chu Yi's attention had been on Ross, and when he saw a black human figure rushing towards him, he couldn't help but be a little stunned. He had never seen such a strange attack before. Holding his breath, he punched IBM in the chest. However, as if feeling hit on a cloud of air, Chu Yi's fist directly broke through IBM and pierced through his chest. Instinctively felt that something was wrong, although I didn't know what this thing was, but the attack issued under the Scion crisis could not be so simple. As a backbone elite of the Frisia Legion with a combat power of more than 10,000, Chu Yi's combat experience was still extremely rich. But the unknown is always fatal. Chu Yi's right hand was inserted on IBM's chest, and IBM was unaware and directly slapped a paw towards Chu Yi. A huge force came, and Chu Yi was surprised to find that the strength of this strange humanoid creature in front of him was no less than that Scion imp. Boom! A burst of booms sounded, and all the Qigong waves sent by Chu Yi hit Ross, and IBM began to dissipate automatically. Chu Yi got up from the ground, and 3 scars on his face ran from his forehead to the corners of his mouth, making his deep purple face look particularly hideous. The 3 wounds were extremely deep, and the severe pain made his entire face twist. Damn little ghost, Uncle Ben is going to blast you into slag. Looking at Ross, whose breath of life had completely disappeared, Chu Yi spat viciously and said viciously. Suddenly, black dust came out of Ross. What? Chu Yi took a step back, and he had just been injured by IBM, and he was a little afraid of this unknown thing. Suddenly, Chu Yi's eyes widened, as if he saw something incredible. What did he see? Under Chu Yi's incredulous gaze, the scars on Ross, who had no breath of life and were scorched black, were actually healing automatically, and after a moment, all the scars disappeared. How is that possible? Chu Yi obviously felt that the corpse lying on the ground was regaining its breath of life. Haha, hello, let you wait for a long time. Ross opened his eyes, bounced straight to the ground, laughed, and a furious energy gushed out from his body. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 13,600. IBM LV.1. Skill, Glow Corrosion, LV.3. Seeing the information on the personal interface, Ross nodded with satisfaction. This resurrection from the dead increased his combat power by more than 5,000, so that his combat power finally exceeded 10,000, and he was above Chu Yi. This death is very worthwhile. Ross's whole body is boiling now, and he can't wait to fight 300 rounds right away. Chapter 008. Impossible. Are you obviously dead? Chu Yi looked at Ross with a look of horror in the eyes of the monster. Without knowledge, who said that if you die, you cannot be resurrected? The universe is so big, there are more ways to resurrect people. Ross pouted, his mouth full, just added in his heart, at least Dragon Ball can revive people. Chu Yi stared at Ross deadly, analyzing the truth of this sentence in his heart, but he knew very well in his heart that Ross must have mastered some kind of secret technique that could come back from the dead, which was simply the ability that King Frisia had always dreamed of. Thinking of this, Chu Yi's face couldn't help but show a smile. As long as he could capture the Scion imp in front of him alive and hand it over to King Frisia, his future status would definitely surpass the 2 guys of Shangbo and Doria, and become a big red man beside King Frisia. Can't help it, Chu Yi's heart is hot, and his gaze towards Ross becomes like looking at a treasure. This fiery, naked gaze at Ross was chilled and disgusted. As if seeing through Chu Yi's thoughts, Ross scoffed, "How? Want to hand me over to that Frisia guy? Of course. This magical ability is only qualified by King Frisia, and you deserve a scion monkey? Uncle Ben advises you, obediently follow me to see King Frisia, and hand over this Myritrial secret technique, maybe King Frisia's mercy can spare you a dog's life." Chu Yi talked eloquently. In his eyes, Ross was already a defeated general under him, and there was nothing to worry about. "Hey! Don't know who gave you the confidence? The previous battle?" A smile appeared at the corner of Ross's mouth, and the furious energy continued to rise, as if there was no limit. At this time, Chu Yi finally felt that something was wrong, although he lost the detector, but as a warrior's instinct, he vaguely felt that the current Ross was much stronger than before. With a hint of solemnity in his eyes, Chu Yi decided to strike preemptively and not give Ross a little time to charge his strength. Chu Yi moved, and came quickly. "Humph!" Ross snorted coldly. The energy of up to 13,600 combat power in his body was running wildly, and he saw that the grey sky suddenly dimmed, and the powerful energy drove the charged substances in the air, causing strange ionic phenomena around him, crackling sounds endlessly, several dull loud noises. The grey gravel on the ground began to shake irregularly, and the smaller stones floated directly. The right foot slammed into force, and a deep pit appeared in vain, and Ross's figure had disappeared in place. A fancy punch that hit Chu Yi's face directly. This punch was extremely fast, and Chu Yi could not avoid it, and he didn't even have time to react. With a punch in the face, a dark purple figure flew out directly upside down. "IBM, give me out!" Previously, Ross was pleasantly surprised to find that IBM's strength was no less than his own, and at this time, in order to avenge the previous killing, he decided to ravage Chu Yi. IBM seemed to be very interested in Chu Yi's powerful combat power, and before Ross could give orders, he rushed over. Ross also ignored it and continued to storm Chu Yi. Chu Yi, who was beaten fiercely, only reacted at this time. Ross's strength at this time is definitely not under him, plus that weird black monster, he is not their opponent at all. No, this important news must be reported to King Frisia. The Scions have a strange resurrection secret. With such thoughts in his heart, Chu Yi had no more intention to fighting and retreating, ready to leave the damn grey planet immediately on a spaceship. Although the subordinates brought over are dead, the crew who operated the spaceship is still there. As long as they enter their spaceship, the Scion imps in front of him can only dry stare, and he still does not believe that the other party dares to drive the small spaceship to chase into space and fight against himself. Ross released IBM ready to entertain the other party. How could Chu Yi easily escape? Countless green rays emitted from his hands, and countless scorching corrosion instantly fell on the huge circular spaceship. Nope. Chu Yi's eyes were red and blinded, and Ross ruined his last hope of escape. A. Chu Yi let out an angry roar, and at this time, he could only desperately fight the other party. After destroying the opponent's spaceship, Ross no longer left his hand, fought back and forth with IBM, and rushed towards Chu Yi. Countless waves of chi tumbled, the entire battlefield was filled with dust, energy rays could be seen everywhere, and the roar was endless. I have to say that Chu Yi's strength is still very impressive. Even under the attack of Ross and IBM, it has supported for more than 10 minutes. Unfortunately, facing two opponents whose strength exceeds their own at the same time, there is only one way to die waiting for Chu Yi. Of course, this is also the result of Ross's deliberate convergence. He doesn't want to use too much force to smash the hilly with considerable combat effectiveness. When Chu Yi ran out of breath, IBM jumped over with great excitement, like a child seeing a new toy. Devour, absorb, digest. Feeling that newborn power, Ross did not look at the personal interface, but looked into the distance, where there were still some corpses of the Adraths. Fortunately, the battle with Chu Yi just now was far away from that area, and if the war was fought there with all its might, the Adrits would have turned into a pile of slag by now. Without further hesitation, Ross rushed in that direction with IBM. Fortunately, the bodies of those few Adrits remained intact. However, what makes Ross feel troubled is that these people, who may just be out to do errands, are not estimated to be high, and IBM does not seem to have much interest in them. Trying to communicate with IBM, Ross did everything he could, as if coaxing children, and it took a long time for IBM to devour these Adrits. Although he wondered why these Adraith Starmen did not use teleportation to escape, Ross didn't bother to think about it so much, and he finally got the coveted teleportation. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 20,000. Mental power, 520. IBM LV.1. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.3, Teleportation, LV.1. Seeing the personal interface that had just been refreshed, Ross found that the item of spiritual power had been added, thinking that this was the spiritual power obtained by IBM after devouring the Adrits. After a moment of silence, Ross asked in his heart, "System, why didn't the column show spiritual power before?" System, the host's previous spiritual power did not exceed 100, and there was no need to show it. Hehe, you mean that Lao Tzu's past spiritual power is not worth mentioning, right? Ross complained in his heart. And suddenly remembered a refreshing feeling that had just been generated in his brain, thinking that it was because of the improvement of mental power. Summoning IBM again, Ross finds himself more connected to its spirit. Forward. Ross tried to command. How? Want to put me? Leave it to Frisia, said IBM, motionless, tilting his head to look at Ross. What? Ross was stunned. Hey! I wonder who gave you confidence? IBM spoke up again. Nima, Ross reacted to this, isn't this what he said to Chu Yi before? This sand sculpture IBM actually completely copied the past. Shaking his head, Ross was completely hopeless about ordering this guy. Now he also wants to open, as long as this guy can still improve his strength for himself, as for the rest, he can only hee. Chapter 009. North Galaxy, Headquarters of the Frisia Legion. This is a high-tech modified planet, which has a very special meaning for the entire Frisia Legion, and Frisia himself has lived here all year round. Usually, there are very few personnel here in the headquarters, and only high-level codders or special talents are qualified to enter this planet. At this time, Frisia was sitting on his special disc, yawning boredly. At this moment, a strange-looking cosmic person ran in a panic, and his voice trembled slightly, Buddha. King Frisia, just after the news came from Lord Kai, he met a very young scion with extremely high combat effectiveness. Oh, Frisia narrowed his eyes and asked with interest, extremely high combat effectiveness. How high can it be? According to the news, it has reached 8,000. Oh, it's only 8,000, isn't it very high? Is it worth it for you to break in so rashly? A hint of displeasure appeared on Frisia's face, and if the subordinate in front of him did not give him a satisfactory answer, he would not mind erasing it. But Buddha. King Frisia, according to Lord Kai, that scion is very young, it seems that he is only a teenager. The man trembled and fell to his knees, trembling. Oh? Combat effectiveness reached 8,000 in the teens? Mr. Shambo, what did such a genius appear in the Scion family? Frisia asked the people next to him with some surprise. It was a handsome man, with long dark green hair and a small braid at the end, with a dignified appearance, and his behavior was also extremely gentlemanly, but his cold eyes looked cruel and ruthless. This person is none other than Shang Bo, one of Frisia's two entourage, who is deeply trusted by Frisia. Facing Frisia's inquiry, Shang Bo calmly said, according to the information we have, none of the younger scions have a combat power of more than 5,000, and the combat effectiveness of the teenage reaches 8,000. Chu Yi is afraid that he didn't recognize the wrong person, right? Frisia nodded and turned to the cosmic man who was kneeling on the ground. Contact Chu Yi immediately and let him come back to explain this matter clearly, although I also agree with Mr. Shang Bo's words, but the problem of scions should be paid a little more attention. This group of guys has always been an unstable factor. The cosmic man hurriedly replied, King Frisia, Lord Kai lost contact with us after sending a message to the headquarters, but we have inquired about the information in that area, and a scion spaceship did appear not long ago. Oh! Frisia was surprised. Chu Yi lost contact? It seems that the so-called young scion is a little tricky. Can you find out the details of that scion ship? King Frisia, when we originally equipped the scions with spaceships, we did not install monitoring on the spaceships for fear of causing a backlash from the scions, so... Oh? So can't get information about that scion? After a moment of silence, Frisia spoke again, in this way, immediately send a team to the place where Chu Yi last sent the message to check. I need to know the ins and outs of the whole thing. Frisia has always attached great importance to the problem of scion, and the legendary super scion is like a fishbone in his throat, which makes him very uncomfortable. Grey Planet, Ross sat in his spaceship, facing the spacecraft computer. Locate the Earth. Automatic navigation starts. Positioned, expected to arrive at the destination in 3 months. It's another 3 months, boring interstellar voyage. As Ross complained, the spacecraft rushed to the sky and went straight to Earth. 3 months later, Ross woke up from his sleep and a familiar planet appeared in his sight. Earth, his former hometown. Although it has not been a long time since he came to the world of Dragon Ball, it is a world away for Ross. He shook his head thoughtfully, knowing very well that this was not the Earth of his hometown. Arriving at the destination, the voyage took 3 months and was ready to land. The computer prompted that Ross was waiting for the moment to land. A snort sounded, and the moment he opened the hatch, Ross jumped out, breathing in the fresh air, only feeling refreshed for a while, and squinting his eyes comfortably. Turn on the detector. A series of 1, 3, 5, 4, 1 values come into your eyes, constantly flashing, coming and going are so many numbers. This reminds Ross of that classic line from Raditz. A group of scum with only 5 combat effectiveness. Suddenly, a very abrupt value came into Ross's eyes. 360. 300. Tenjin. Ross felt that the only people who could have this combat power on the earth now were the 2 in the Heavenly God Temple. Let's go and meet this Heavenly God for a while, and ask for advice on the cultivation method of Qi. Now that the decision was made, Ross took direct action. Heavenly God Temple, Celestial God stood on the edge of the platform, looking down nervously, his body trembling slightly. Tenjin-sama, what's wrong? Bobo floated, and seeing the God of Heaven so nervous, he was puzzled. A very powerful Qi has arrived on the earth, and it is coming towards the Heavenly God Temple at this time. The tone of the Heavenly God was full of horror and helplessness. Such a powerful aura he had never encountered. He could not even sense the upper limit of the opponent's strength. If the other party comes with malicious intentions, presumably a single thought can erase everything on the earth. So do you think the comer is good or evil? Bobo couldn't help but get nervous, and hurriedly asked. Good and evil. The Heavenly God sighed. He couldn't estimate the other party's heart at all. As a celestial god on earth, he can roughly judge the hearts of people on earth, but Ross gives him mixed feelings of good and evil, and he can't figure it out. Resign yourself to fate. The gods are helpless, equivalent to the vast universe, and the earth is too small. This is the pathos of the week. How terrifying the 20,000 combat power is. Look at Ross's current speed, the surrounding scenery and phantom cannot be seen. It seems that he came to the martial arts holy land Kylan in an instant. Legend has it that this is the birthplace of earth martial arts, and the Kailan Pagoda where the cat immortals live is located in the great forest of Kailan Holy Land. At the same time, the Kailan Tower is also a bridge connecting the earth and the heavenly realm. According to legend, only by climbing the Kailan Tower with your bare hands can you get the guidance of the immortals. For hundreds of years, countless martial artists have come with a pious heart, but few have climbed the Kailan Pagoda, and it is rumored that the last one who successfully climbed the tower was a turtle immortal known as the god of martial arts. Ross has no demand for immortal beings for the time being, and the little combat power of the cat immortal is not yet in his eyes, and what he is most urgent about now is to obtain the cultivation method of chi. Ignoring the terrified cat face standing on the tower, Ross soared into the sky and went straight to the celestial temple. A moment later, a semicircular building floating in the air appeared in front of Ross's eyes. Chapter 010. This is the Temple of the Celestial God, a magical building. Even if Ross has seen the Dragon Ball for so many years in his previous life, he has not figured out how this building was built. With a slight smile, Ross landed on the Celestial Temple. "I wonder what happened to Your Excellency?" The god hurriedly greeted him. The hand holding the crutch trembled involuntarily, and asked cautiously. Under close contact, he really felt the power of Ross. "Heavenly God, don't be nervous, I just heard that this is the place where the Earth's martial arts originated, and I came specially to ask for teaching." Ross said the purpose of the trip straight to the point. The heavenly god's expression was obviously relieved after hearing this, as long as the other party did not harbor malice towards the Earth. After a moment of silence, he wondered, "Your Excellency's strength is so strong, I'm afraid our meager martial arts here won't be able to enter Your Excellency's eyes, right?" Ross smiled slightly. "One of the chi on Earth is vast and profound, and I hope to better control my own energy." After a moment of contemplation, Tenjin nodded slightly. "Well, Mr. Bobo will teach you the Dao of Chi without reservation. I only hope that you will not break the peace of the earth." "That's natural, I'm just here to study." Ross smiled casually. He was familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball. He was reluctant to make a move on the good old man of Tenjin, although it was faster to use IBM to directly devour Tenjin, but he preferred to learn slowly. "By the way, I hope to study in the Spirit Time House." "As you wish." For Ross's request, the god tried to meet it, only begging the other party not to make trouble on Earth. Following Bobo towards the depths of the temple, after passing through several winding corridors, the two stopped in front of a golden gate. "This is the entrance to the Spirit Time House," Bobo explained. Ross nodded, did not speak, and followed Bobo directly into the door. It is a pavilion-like building with a clock inlaid with a golden roof and two chairs under the pavilion for leisure time. The pavilion is lined with two huge hourglasses, in which green sand is slowly falling. The surrounding area is white, extremely vast, and you can't see the edge at a glance. As soon as Ross entered it, he felt a gravity different from Earth, and the air was extremely thin. This is the Spirit Time House, which is equivalent to one day outside the world for a year. Bobo explains, "It's sometimes extremely hot, with temperatures ranging from 50 degrees Celsius to -40 degrees Celsius, and gravity is 10 times the gravity of the Earth. However, you can rest assured that there is water, food, and rooms, and the only thing worth noting is that you are prone to hallucinations if you are weak in your will and lack of concentration." Ross nodded. He still had a certain understanding of the Spirit Time House. Spending a whole year in a vast, empty world is indeed a test for the mind and consciousness. Ross is very confident in his spiritual power, and the spiritual power of 520 is not a decoration. "Then let's get started," Ross said indifferently. Bobo walked into a room, took out a set of orange-yellow clothes and walked out. "This is the gravity suit used by ancient martial artists in their cultivation, about 15 times the gravity. And I don't know if it is appropriate for you to use it." Bobo spoke. He knew Ross was strong, but he couldn't judge the upper limit of his strength. Ross took the gravity suit and put it on, feeling a force of gravity pressing on him, but this gravity could not affect his actions. After trying to jump a few times, he felt this gravity add to his body, obviously suppressing the energy in his body. The body seems to be wrapped in a strange layer of gravity. Ross obviously feels the difference between the gravity suit and the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber can only be used to polish the body and stimulate potential, while the gravity suit directly acts on the body, suppressing the energy in the body, and he must spend part of his energy to offset the gravity attached to each cell. No more gravitational clothes? Ross asked. He was not very satisfied with the effect of the dress. The gravity was too light to completely suppress the energy in the body. Bobo was obviously shocked by Ross's ease, and he shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is already the strongest gravity martial arts suit. Well, it seems that it can only be done. Mr. Bobo, about the cultivation method of chi? Ross didn't want to waste time. After all, a person can only spend 2 days in a mental time house in his life. Bobo replied, I don't know how much you know about chi. Let's start with the basics. Everyone has chi in their bodies since birth. Our cultivation method is to find a way to mobilize the chi in the body to use. Now you mobilize the energy in the body. Let me see how strong your chi is. Ross Ziaran immediately mobilized the energy in his body. The violent energy surged out, and the thin air actually rubbed a trace of electric light under the impact of this energy, and the amazing momentum soared into the sky, and a huge wave of chi directly blew the wave out. Bobo, who fell in the distance, looked at Ross, who emitted powerful energy fluctuations with a shocked face. He knew that Ross was powerful before, but he didn't expect the other party to be so strong, and the energy that seemed to destroy the world made him feel terrified. Okay, Mr. Ross, it's time to stop. Bobo quickly shouted. When Ross heard this, he hurriedly stopped the operation of energy in his body. Your chi is very powerful, but you can't control every part of your chi, which also causes a lot of energy to be wasted. Now you have to try to control each of your chi until you reach the point of subtlety. Bobo began to seriously explain the cultivation method of chi. Is energy both chi? The energy in my body seems to be in every cell. How can I perfectly control every breath? Ross was a little confused. Bobo thought for a moment and replied, you must calm your mind to the point where your mind is like water, and then you can clearly perceive every chi in your body. Under Bobo's guidance, Ross began a year-long cultivation. No, you have to adjust your breathing. The rhythm can't be chaotic. The air in the celestial realm is thin, which is very suitable for this training. You have to let go of your mind, calm yourself down, and breathe regularly. Yes, this is so. Tranquility, peace of mind, peace of mind. Quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. The heart is like water, and the breathing is steady. When attacking, the movement should be swift, the breathing should not be chaotic, and once the rhythm is wrong, it is easy to have flaws. When fighting, any slightest flaw can be a mortal threat. With the continuous explanation, Bobo was shocked by Ross's martial arts talent, and the other party was like a sponge, endlessly absorbing martial arts knowledge. Time passed in a hurry, and Ross gradually mastered the cultivation technique of chi. This is entirely thanks to his powerful spiritual power. Under the control of this spiritual power, every chi in his body is under his control. Now that you have completely mastered one of the chi dao, I have nothing more to teach you. Bobo had to lament Ross's martial arts talent again. He had not seen someone with such strong learning ability for many years. Ross calculated the time. There were not a few days left before the 1-year deadline, so he directly followed Bobo out of the mental time house. Chapter 011. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 22,300. Mental power, 550. IBM LV.1. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.3, Teleportation, LV.1. While walking and checking the personal interface, the combat effectiveness increased by the cultivation in the spiritual time room this year is not much, but the benefits are really great. and the improved strength is definitely not those more than 2000 combat power. Having mastered one of the Chi Dao, his overall strength has improved too much compared to before, which is a qualitative leap and a realm improvement. At this time, the energy of Ross's whole body was completely converged, and he looked like an ordinary person. As long as he did not take the initiative to burst out his own chi, no one would have thought that his combat power had exceeded 20,000. On the platform of the Celestial Temple, the Celestial God has been waiting for Ross to come out of the Spirit Time House, and he has many questions for Ross. If yesterday the Heavenly God only felt that Ross was powerful, then now the first time he saw the other party again, he felt that the other party was unfathomable, and an extremely restrained aura made him feel terrified. It seems that you have gained a lot. Tenjin sighed. Indeed, this time the cultivation has benefited me a lot. Ross smiled and said, I also have to thank the gods and Bobo for their dedication. You're welcome, we welcome everyone who comes to the Heavenly God Temple to study. After a moment of silence, the Heavenly God sighed and said, it's just that the warriors who can reach the Kylan Tower are extremely rare now, and no one has come to the Heavenly God Temple for a long time. If this continues, sooner or later the Earth Martial Dao will decline. Ross Warner smiled and shook his head. Heavenly God, this is not necessarily maybe one day the Earth martial arts will shine in the universe. The god was slightly stunned, only taking Ross's words as a comfort. After seeing the strength of the other party, he deeply felt the strength of the cosmic people, which was completely powerless to resist by the weak Earth. Ross shrugged. No one believed the truth he said, but he would not tell the gods about the future plot, and the drama was shameful. After a long time, the god asked, Mr. Ross, please tell me the truth, how many masters like you are in the universe? Ross was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, to be honest, my current strength can only be regarded as lower to medium in the universe, and there are many terrifying existences whose strength exceeds mine. There is actually an existence whose strength far exceeds yours? It's hard to imagine how terrifying that existence is. When the Heavenly God heard this, his eyes were full of shock, and he couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the universe again. This time, the endless universe left a shadow in his heart that could never be erased. Ross didn't care what the gods were thinking, and he continued, as far as I know, your hometown Nami Nemesis has some beings whose strength exceeds mine, and that is a magical people. Tenjin was slightly stunned, and hurriedly asked, Nami Nemesis? You say Nami Nemesis is my hometown? Yes? You don't know? Ross suddenly remembered that the current gods really didn't seem to know their origins. Immediately, he explained, your hometown is a magical planet. Known as the magic star in the universe, and the method of crafting Dragon Balls is also a secret skill unique to your Nami Nemesis. So that's the case, I didn't expect that I was actually from an alien planet. Tenjin sighed. With your looks, who gave you the confidence to feel like an earthling? Ross couldn't help but complain in his heart. As if seeing the worries of the gods, Ross comforted, but you don't have to worry, the Earth is just a low planet, and there are generally no aliens coming, at least not for now. The god smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the Earth's status in the universe was so low, and the title of lower planet became the Earth's biggest umbrella. What a great irony! The somewhat frustrated Tenjin didn't say anything more, and he still needed some time to digest the information. Ross ignored him and began experimenting with a new skill, teleportation. In Ross's impression, he is more familiar with the chi of the Bardock family, especially Alice, who once fought well with the other party, and is very familiar with her chi. So he decided to use Alice's chi to test the effect of teleportation first. Holding her breath, Ross began to look for Alice's chi. In fact, the use of teleportation does not necessarily have to put your finger on your forehead, and the reason why Sun Wukong did this in the original book was just to better concentrate his mental power. After a while, Ross felt a faint breath. Why are you so weak? Is it because it's too far away? Ross wondered. The first time he used teleportation, he didn't know if it was normal, but the only thing he knew for sure was that this chi did belong to Alice. Don't care, let's go over and take a look first. Ross smiled, and in the shocked looks of Tenjin and Bobo, he disappeared directly in place. Some primordial planet. This is a beautiful planet located on the southwestern edge of the northern galaxy, with excellent ecology and hidden location, located in a meteorite belt, which has not yet appeared on the galactic star map, and naturally has no name. The planet is extremely primitive, and has not even produced intelligent life. The mountains are extremely high, the sea and land are mixed, and the towering giant trees show vitality. On an extremely vast plain, Alice knelt on the ground. Her combat clothes were tattered, most of her white skin had become scorched black. It was obvious that she had been hit by energy bombs many times, and she looked sluggish with blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Not far away, a short and plump pink figure stood there quietly, and he seemed to be in no hurry to kill Alice with a powerful aura all over his body. This scene is more like a cat playing a mouse. Dodolia's pink face is full of teasing, and her cold eyes reveal cruelty and ruthlessness. This person was none other than Doria, one of the two entourage of Friza's side. Dodolia has flesh thorns on his body, especially the flesh thorns on his head. He is a cosmic person with a very distinctive appearance. Alice, an intermediate warrior, a genius of the Scion clan, is really unexpectedly weak. Dodoria leisurely looked at the seriously injured girl in front of him, and his favorite thing to do with strong combat power was to bully the existence that was weaker than himself. Doria? Why attacked me for no reason? Also under King Frisia, aren't you afraid that King Frisia's blame? Alice endured the pain in her body and asked with difficulty. Hey, blame? Poor Scion, don't you know that killing some of the geniuses of the Scion clan is the latest order given by King Frisia? Dodoria shook her head. He felt that the ignorant girl in front of him had not yet figured out the situation. Alice was shocked and looked incredulous. How is it possible? Why does King Frisia want to get rid of us? We Scions have been doing our best to do things for him all these years. Why do this? Gee, Dodolia teased, you're going to die anyway. It's nothing to tell you. There is a Scion imp who killed Kaiyi. King Frisia is very angry. Naturally he wants to get rid of some of the geniuses of the Scion clan. You're out of luck and right on the list. Kaiyi. The guy with more than 10,000 combat power? Who among us Scions can take him down? It's just nonsense. Even King Vegeta is not necessarily his opponent under normal circumstances. Could it be that someone has become a giant ape? Alice's heart was full of incomprehension, as if she understood that she was in trouble this time. Her whole person seemed to be hollowed out, paralyzed to the ground, and the long flight made her have no strength to resist. Chapter 012. A look of sadness appeared on the weak Alice's face. She never expected that she who had been doing her best to do things for Frisia would end up in such a situation. Perhaps this is the retribution that a Scion who exterminated the race everywhere. At the last moment of her life, Alice, who was a Scion, actually regretted what she had done. Hey? Is it any wonder that your breath is so weak, and it turns out to hurt so badly? Alice, who was about to close her eyes and wait to die, suddenly heard a familiar voice. How could it be him? Except for Dodoria, who chased all the way, no one knew that he had escaped to this strange planet. How could he come here? I didn't expect that the last person I thought of before I died was actually him. A sad smile appeared on Alice's face. She somewhat regretted what she had done to the weak Rose, so that the relationship between the two had not been very good later. Did you pass out? It does look like it hurts badly. Ross muttered as she looked at Alice, who was lying motionless on the ground. Alice was shocked and opened her eyes in disbelief. Why are you here? Still awake? Ross muttered angrily, why are you doing with your eyes closed? I thought you were dead? You're dead. Hearing this familiar voice, Alice subconsciously stunned back. After speaking, she regretted it a little, and she hurriedly said, what are you doing here? Hurry up, you are not an opponent of Doria. Doria looked at Ross, who suddenly appeared in surprise. He actually did not see how the other party appeared. When I opened the detector, I saw that there was only a combat power of 120, and then shook my head and said, such a low combat power actually dares to appear in front of me. I really don't know whether to live or die. Judging by your appearance, you should also be a scion, actually wearing strange clothes. That's it. By the way, I'll destroy you together. Tilting his head and glancing at Dodoria, although he did not open the detector, he clearly felt the other party's chi, obviously not as strong as himself. Knowing this, Ross ignored Doria, helped Alice up and asked, can it still hold up? You can't die for the time being, you better run away quickly, although your strength is stronger than mine, but the gap between our strength and Dodolia is too big. His combat power is enough to 18,000, even if the two of us join forces, it is not his opponent. Unless you can become a giant ape, shaking her head mockingly, Alice said with difficulty, now there is no full moon here, only superior warriors can make a moon, and you can't be a giant ape. Great ape? No need. It's just 18,000 combat effectiveness. A hint of disdain appeared on Ross's face. Believe it or not, now I can hang him up and beat him. Don't joke, anyway, I can't escape now, I'll drag him down later, you can run away yourself, it's better to die alone than two people planted here. Ross was obviously a little surprised by Alice's heroic decision to sacrifice her life, which made him no longer so disgusted with the girl in front of him. Don't worry. Neither of us have to die today. Ross is very confident, and now he can really beat Doria. Although I don't know why the teenager in front of me is so confident, Alice's heart has obviously settled down a lot after hearing this, and she feels that there is a magic in Ross now, which can make people naturally believe in him. I'll take you away later, you stay here for a while. Patting Alice's shoulder, Ross walked towards Doria. Oh! Dodolia looked at the young man in front of him with some confusion. He didn't understand what confidence the other party had, and actually dared to face himself. Trash with low combat effectiveness, since you are in a hurry to send to death, Uncle Ben will complete you. Shaking his head with fleshy thorns, Doria smiled wickedly. Idiots who only know how to rely on detectors, don't you know that sometimes what you see is not necessarily true? Ross had completely forgotten that he had relied on the detector a day earlier. Suddenly, a powerful momentum rose from him, and the majestic energy gradually rose. Compared with the previous fury, the chi in Ross's body is now more stable, and even gives people a calm feeling. 10,000. 20,000. 22300. How is that possible? Doria looked at Ross with a look of horror, and he suddenly remembered what King Frisia had said before, that there are some magical races in the universe that can control their own energy at will and hide their combat power. Obviously, the teenager in front of him has that magical method. But more than 20,000 combat power. How could a scion be so strong? Doria can't believe it. You know, the scion race's recognized strongest King Vegeta's combat power is only more than 10,000 points. Suddenly, Dodolia seemed to remember something, and he shouted, "It's you! You killed Kaiji!" "Oh, do you mean that Nori head?" Ross said lightly, "I really killed him." "Sure enough, it's you. It turns out that you are the scion genius." Doria's eyes kept rolling, thinking about the direction of escape. The gentleman does not stand under the wall. Dodolia is this virtue, bullying the soft and afraid of the hard. As long as he finds that the other party's strength is stronger than himself, the first thing to consider is how to escape. Ross seemed to see through the other party's thoughts, and the next moment, his figure appeared in front of Dodoria, and directly punched him. The gravity suit on his body can no longer have any effect on Ross, and he can accurately mobilize every energy in his body. This punch is extremely fast, huge energy gathers on the fist, and even makes a sonic boom. Dodolia only felt a huge momentum coming from the front, a fist slowly grew larger in the line of sight, the opponent's attack was clearly visible, but he could not make an effective dodge. This is a kind of imposing suppression, an extremely special martial arts technique on Earth. This is a gap in the realm. Ross's fist slammed into Dodoria's face, and he could even clearly see the opponent's left face slowly deforming. With a bang, Doria's fat body flew out directly upside down, and Ross followed. The two figures collided violently in the air. Bang bang bang! There was a sonic boom in the air, and Alice stared at the air with a dull expression. With her current strength, she couldn't see the movements of the two people in the sky at all. Strong! It's so strong! How could Ross be so strong? Alice muttered in disbelief. She didn't understand why she had become so powerful in just a few months without seeing Rose. She could faintly feel that Ross was completely pressing Doria at this time. Chapter 013. In fact, it is also true, Ross, who has been cultivating in the Spirit Time House for a year, only feels that the battle is very smooth, and the energy in his body is obedient like a tamed Tyrannosaurus, and a feeling of invincibility in the world is born. Of course, this was just an illusion, and he didn't really think how powerful he was now. Dodoria is only a small character playing soy sauce in the early stage of Dragon Ball. Although wearing a weight-bearing suit, the difference in combat effectiveness between the two is only 4,000, but with the perfect control of Chi, Ross has the advantage. Doria could only fight and retreat. At this time, he had no idea of defeating Ross at all, and he could only find a way to escape into his spaceship as soon as possible and leave this damn primordial planet as soon as possible. The energy was released wildly without reservation, and Dodoria could only hope that these energy bombs could stop the chasing Ross. At this time, Dodoria couldn't help but feel annoyed that she had chased Alice with a playful mentality before, and she could easily erase the other party with her own strength, but she chased so far with the mentality of a cat and mouse, so that now she can only desperately escape. The pink fat face was flushed, and Doria secretly decided that as long as he let himself escape, he would definitely sue the Scion clan in front of King Frisia, and it was best to cause King Frisia's murderous intent on the Scion clan. You can't run away, Mr. Dodoria. Ross followed unhurriedly, appearing particularly relaxed, and at the same time, a large black dust came out of his body. IBM. Doria instinctively felt that something was wrong, and when he looked back, he was scared and saw a black humanoid monster walking side by side with Ross, chasing him at the same time. What the hell? Doria himself was not very daring, not to mention that he instinctively felt a mortal threat from the black monster, and his body trembled, and he fled faster. Damn, how did this fat pink man run so fast? It seems that you have to be serious, but you can't let go of this mobile combat power. Ross muttered softly, accelerating abruptly, followed by IBM. In a short time, Ross, who was raised at speed, had already surpassed Doria and was in a back-to-back attack with IBM. Dodoglai looked shocked, and in grief and indignation, he found that he had no way to escape. In fact, in terms of combat experience alone, Ross feels that this guy is not as good as Chu Yi, at least Chu Yi still has the courage to fight to the death. Doria, who has always bullied the soft and feared the hard, and fought in the name of Frisia as a blessing, simply cannot fully exert his combat effectiveness. Since this waste of yours can't properly use its combat power, I reluctantly accept it. Ross smiled and went towards Dodoria with IBM. A few minutes later, a scorching corrosion passed through Dodolia's chest and directly through the heart. But abominable science! Not! King Frisia won't let you go, yours! Before he died, there was still an expression of horror and despair on Doria's face, which he had seen in countless people. Tian Li's cycle retribution is not happy, and now it is finally his turn. Ross did not talk nonsense. IBM directly began to devour Doria. Looking at the detector that had fallen from Doria, Ross knew that information about himself might have reached Frisia. But fortunately, Only those who face IBM's killing intent can see it, and Ross is not afraid that the detector can detect it. In fact, he had already experimented with this. After solving Doria, Ross smashed the probe by the way, directly found the opponent's spacecraft, and sent it to the western sky along with the crew inside. For these people of the Frisia Legion, he did not show mercy in killing. After taking care of everything, Ross flew towards Alice. Alice sat quietly on the ground, and she couldn't stand there for long because she was seriously injured. Although his face was calm, his sometimes furrowed brows expressed his inner anxiety. Feeling the huge energy fluctuations that constantly erupted in the distance, she really didn't understand how Ross's strength had become so strong. That kind of power made her feel suffocated, and at the same time so peaceful. Although she inherits the unique personality of a scion, it is impossible for any girl who is not pregnant with spring and faces peers who are far stronger than herself. "What are you thinking?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in my ears. "You're back. What about Dodoria?" Alice's voice softened a little. Ross looked at her strangely. In his impression, the female Tyrannosaurus in front of him had never spoken so quietly. "Is it because of the injury?" Looking at Alice, who was mostly scorched black, Rose understood in his heart. To be honest, the current Alice really lacks beauty to speak of. "Let's go, I'll take you somewhere to heal." Ross spoke. "Did Doria escape?" "My ship crashed when it landed, and now Doria has escaped, and without the ship we would be stranded on this planet." Alice sighed, looking helpless. "Who said that Doria escaped? How could I let him escape by myself? That guy has already been killed by me." Ross rolled his eyes and said lightly, "As for his spaceship, it was destroyed by me." "What? How did you destroy the spaceship too? So how do we leave?" Alice was slightly stunned when she heard this, and hurriedly asked. "How did I know your ship was destroyed too?" Ross shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "And what about your spaceship? A squeeze should still be able to fit 2 people." Alice just remembered that since Ross came here, there was naturally a spaceship. "I have a fart spaceship, Loudza teleported it." Rolling his eyes, Ross suddenly thought of a funny idea. His face changed, and he said helplessly, "I'm sorry, my spaceship also crashed." "What?" Alice's face changed drastically. "Then how do we leave? Do you want to stay on this planet for the rest of your life?" Ross nodded expressionlessly. "It seems that this can only be the case, but fortunately there are 2 of us. I believe it will not be long before this planet can become lively." Alice was slightly stunned, a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" Ross said with a smile, "Of course, it is to create people, and when there are more people, it will naturally become lively." Create people? How do you make it?" Alice looked confused, and suddenly, she seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Could it be? Are you going to have a baby with me?" "Yes." "How can it be lively here without having children?" "How? You don't want to?" Ross looked at Alice with interest and asked with a playful look. This kind of thing? I never thought about it." Alice, who had always been very assertive, suddenly panicked. And her body was slightly stiff and she stammered and replied. Chapter 014. Ross looked at Alice with a look of surprise. He had never seen the other party look like a 6-god masterless, and the development of things suddenly became fun. "This chick doesn't really want to have a baby with me, does she?" Rose felt that Alice didn't seem that resistant to the question. Thinking of the other party's slender beautiful legs that can be completed and his body with a convex front and back, Ross's heart couldn't help but get hot. Looking down, the black piece of coke instantly made his heart half cold, and now Alice, who was completely black, really couldn't enter. Shaking his head, Ross suddenly laughed. "Okay, no kidding, I'll take you away." Alice, who came back to her senses, gave Ross a blank look, and said angrily, "The spaceships are gone, how do we leave?" Leave this alone, destroy your detector, hold my hand. Ross reached out and took Alice's small hand. As for Ross's detector, it was pinched by him as early as when he arrived at the Celestial Temple. In the next second, the two disappeared in place. Kailan Tower. The Kailan Immortal stood by the tower, looking into the distance, and the powerful aura that appeared here a day ago made him not come back to his senses now, worrying about the safety of the Heavenly God Temple while anxiously waiting for the instructions of the Heavenly God. Without the instructions of the Heavenly God, he did not dare to go to the Heavenly God Temple rashly. Unfortunately, the God of Heaven was in deep thought at this time and had long forgotten about this cat. Suddenly, two figures appeared behind Kailan Immortal. What people? The Kailan Immortal turned sharply like a frightened kitten, and the crutch in his hand pointed at the other party. Fortunately, I remembered your breath when I passed by yesterday, otherwise I would have been able to teleport to the Heavenly God Temple. Ross muttered, then looked at the Kailan Immortal and said with a smile, "Why, does the Cat Immortal plan to make a move on me?" After seeing the person coming, Kailan Immortal shook, fell his crutches to the ground, and swallowed, "No. Can't. Why are you here?" "Okay, don't be nervous about the Cat Immortals, I'm just here to order fairy beans." Ross waved his hand and spoke. "How do you know about Sendu?" Kailan Immortal looked surprised. "I know more things, hurry, don't talk nonsense." Kailan Immortal hurriedly grabbed a handful of fairy beans and handed them to Ross. After Ross took it, she shoved one directly into Alice's mouth. Until she swallowed the fairy beans, Alice was confused, and the spatial transfer made her still in shock. Suddenly, Alice was surprised to find that the scars on her body began to disappear rapidly, and her energy returned to its peak, and even increased significantly. "Rose, what exactly are you giving me to eat? It actually has such a miraculous recovery effect, which is much easier to use than the treatment cabin." Alice asked with a look of amazement, her face full of 100,000 whys. "That's of course, this is a fairy bean, the only magic weapon for treatment. As long as there is still a breath, no matter how many injuries you have suffered, you can recover instantly. Where can those treatment cabins compare? So what is this place? How did we get here in the blink of an eye?" Alice had too many questions in her heart, and she only felt that the teenager in front of her was now wrapped in this fog, which made people unable to see it. Teleportation is just a secret technique that can transfer space. As for the Earth located in the remote area south of the North Milky Way, it is a very interesting planet. Ross explained. Alice couldn't figure out when Ross had learned the magical secret of teleportation, and so much had happened today, and she hadn't slowed down until now. But think about it, the universe is vast, there are countless kinds of strange techniques, and it is not uncommon for there to be a secret technique of space transfer. Thinking of this, she did not continue to ask. Seeing that Alice had fully recovered from her injuries, Ross didn't care about her, turned her head and looked at Kailan Immortal with a smile, and looked at the other party with a hairy heart. Trembling and taking a step back, Kailan Immortal trembled, "You? What do you want?" Ross smiled and said, "Cat Immortal, you still have a lot of fairy beans, right?" Kailan Immortal was stunned, and after hesitating for a while, he asked in a low voice, "How much do you want?" "Of course it's all, it's useless for you to keep it anyway." Ross said, "Of course. You're a complete robbery." The excited Kailan Immortal seemed to forget his fear at this moment, and jumped up with a scream. "Oh? Are you going to give it or not?" Ross raised his voice slightly, he now looked like a villain. Kailan Immortal was stunned, thinking of the other party's strong strength. After a long time, he sighed helplessly, "Okay, I can give you fairy beans, but you must leave me some seeds." "Of course." Ross smiled, of course he will leave seeds for the other party, otherwise how can he continue to harvest fairy beans happily in the future? Although Ross himself could not use fairy beans, after seeing the powerful healing power of fairy beans, he still decided to take this kind of thing into his own hands, which was better than being ruined by the dead fat man of Archelobe. In the early stage of Dragon Ball, the value of fairy beans was not much reflected, and it could only be used as hunger food, and later it was eaten as a snack by Archelobe. It wasn't until Dragon Ball Z that the value of Sendo was fully reflected. It's just that at that time, there were not many fairy beans left, and in the end, the Dragon Ball warriors could only break one fairy bean in half to eat, which was sad to watch. Anyway, there are not a few fairy beans that end up in the hands of the Dragon Ball warriors, so it is better to put them here, maybe they can come in handy one day. Kylan Immortal is also extremely helpless, his strength is not as good as people, he has to succumb to Ross's coercion, who calls himself low strength. Taking out 3 jars and taking out 300 fairy beans from them, Kylan Immortal reluctantly handed 3 jars to Ross. Ross thought for a while, and after a while, he took out 200 fairy beans from the jar and returned them to Kylan Immortal, and waved his hand lightly, "Give you another 200 seeds, plant them well, and hope to have a good harvest next year." Looking at the fairy beans in front of him, Kylan Immortal suddenly had a feeling of tears in his eyes. Good people, for fear that he did not have enough seeds, he gave 200 more. Bah! These fairy beans are originally mine. Looking at the hundreds of immortal beans in front of him, Kylan Immortal suddenly had the urge to cry. He had worked hard for hundreds of years, and finally saved more than 10,000 beans, and now once he returned to before liberation, everything had to start all over again. This feeling, sad. Kylan Immortal wanted to cry without tears. Chapter 015. Sadness pervaded the Kylan Tower, and Ross completely ignored the sad and indignant cat fairy. When he came to the Dragon Ball world, he may have been influenced by his bloodline, completely let go of himself, and did whatever he wanted. As for Alice, she strongly agrees with Ross's approach. The law of the jungle is the way of survival of science, and only the strong are qualified to have treasures. After experiencing the super healing power of Xiando, she instantly understood the importance of this material, which was extremely useful for scions who had been fighting for many years. Okay, don't be like this, the immortal beans, fairy beans can continue to be planted anyway, just work harder. Ross comforted casually. Speak lightly. Kylan Immortal pouted, looking helpless. Suddenly, the black substance appeared very suddenly, quickly formed into a human form. Alice, who had been paying attention to Rose, once again showed a surprised expression, and the slender jade hand pointed at Ross with some trembling and shouted, "What is this thing?" At the same time, the Kylan Immortal also jumped back 2 steps and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Ross looked at IBM, who suddenly appeared with some surprise, and was also surprised that Alice and the cat fairy could actually see it, feeling the sense of urgency and excitement that had never appeared before from IBM, and he instantly understood the reason. IBM's intense mood swings allowed the duo to see it for the real thing. Waving his hand to signal that the two were okay, Ross looked curiously at his own mentally disabled IBM. This guy rarely took the initiative to appear. "Oh, who gave you the confidence?" IBM's hoarse voice sounded, tilting its head as if it was thinking about something, and suddenly, it stared at the kettle in the middle of the Kylan Tower and jumped straight over. "Of course it's making people." IBM's voice suddenly soared, as harsh as metal rubbing, and it grabbed the kettle on the stage and turned it on without hesitation. Alice looked at IBM dumbfounded, and then she reacted and looked at Ross with a puzzled expression. IBM's words made her feel very familiar. Old Ross's face turned red, and Rao, who had always been cheeky, couldn't help but feel a little hot on his face, very embarrassed. MDZZ cursed secretly, but Ross was more curious about what this IBM guy wanted to do at this time. This guy wouldn't want to drink the super god water, would he? Ross thought to himself, but he knew that this thing had great side effects, and many Dragon Ball fans in his previous life also speculated that the reason why Sun Wukong had a heart attack in the original book was because he drank Super God water and used the Realm King Fist many times. So even knowing that this thing could stimulate potential, he never wanted to drink it. IBM completely ignored the three people on the Kalen Tower, directly picked up the kettle, and drank it down. Nope. The cat fairy who reacted exclaimed with a sad and indignant look and hurried to IBM, wanting to stop the other party. But IBM, whose strength is comparable to Ross, cannot be stopped by a small cat immortal. Even if it stands still, the Kalen immortal cannot break its defense. After a while, a pot full of super divine water was drunk by it. Kalen immortal picked up the kettle that did not have a few drops of super divine water left, and wanted to cry again without tears. Alice looked at IBM curiously and asked, "Rose, what is this?" Ross thought for a while, and casually made it up, "You can think of it as my doppelganger, which is similar to my strength, but it is a little disobedient." "The same strength as you?" Alice was shocked, which means that whoever fights Ross may have to face the attack of two people of equal strength, which is simply open. In other words, what it said just now was taught by you. Remembering the familiar words just now, Alice's face was a little hot. "Of course not, this guy learned it himself, and I can't understand what this retard is thinking," Ross explained. "You don't know your own doppelganger?" Alice was clearly unconvinced. Ross had a headache, and he really couldn't explain it clearly. Feeling Alice's strange eyes, Rose felt a pang of embarrassment. That's a kind of wait-and-see perverted look. Looking at IBM standing in the middle of the Kalen Tower, Ross was a little speechless. IBM's body shape suddenly changed, a large black substance rose from its body, and a strong wind suddenly blew on the Kalen Tower, and a large amount of black matter swirled around IBM. For a long time, when the black matter completely dissipated, IBM appeared. IBM's appearance has not changed much, but its size has nearly doubled, and its height in the past is only 3 meters, but now it has skyrocketed to more than 5 meters, and its head is almost up to the ceiling of the Kalen Tower. Compared to before, its claws are significantly larger and sharper. In fact, just when IBM changed, Ross obviously felt his own changes, and the energy in his body increased uncontrollably rapidly, which felt like eating a hormone plant, growing wildly. When IBM stopped changing, Ross hurriedly opened his personal interface. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 62,600. Mental power, 1,100. IBM LV.2. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.5, Teleportation, LV.2, Savings Space, LV.1. Looking at it, Ross was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength had doubled, not to mention, and unexpectedly added the ability to save space. Silently perceiving in his heart, he found that this space was about 10 cubic meters in size and could store a lot of things. After swallowing Dordoria before, Ross's combat power exceeded 30,000, and now it doubled again, which made him very happy. After IBM's upgrade, it dissipated satisfactorily, disappeared in an instant, and Ross didn't care about it. His IBM is very different from the original, and does not need to spend time exhausting the black matter released, and his IBM seems to be free to appear and dissipate. Ross feels that his relationship with IBM is closer than that of the Asians in the original book, and he obviously feels that after IBM drinks the super god water, the black substance in his body is thicker, and the super god water not only stimulates IBM's potential, but also has a great effect on him. Smiling slightly, compared to the Monkey King who drank the super god water in the original work, Ross felt that he was very lucky. At least he didn't have to experience the feeling that life was better than death after drinking the super god water. Looking at the happy Ross, the Kalen immortal was shocked, and he muttered, "The super divine water is gone, how do I grow fairy beans?" Ross touched the head of the Kalen immortal and comforted casually, "It's okay, isn't there still a few drops left? It's still not a problem to let a few fairy beans sprout." Kalen immortal was speechless for a while, and 2 lines of tears crossed the cat's face. He was too difficult. Chapter 016. Today's fourth change, 9,000 words, ask for a wave of collection flowers rewards. If he hadn't known that he couldn't beat Ross, the Kalen immortal would definitely hit the other party's head hard with the crutch in his hand. A few drops of super god water for a hair, 500 seeds, how many years and months can all take root and germinate? Fortunately, Chao Shen water is a renewable resource, and it can always be collected if it is placed on the Shentai for 1 or 2 decades. Ignoring the Kalen immortal, Ross said to Alice, "Your current strength should have improved a lot, follow me to the Heavenly God Temple to cultivate for a while. I've been cultivating there before, and your strength is still a little low now." Remembering the powerlessness in the face of Doria, Alice nodded silently. She was also curious about what place the Celestial Temple was, which could actually make Ross so strong. It was clear that she had misunderstood Ross's way of upgrading. Ross didn't bother to explain, he just hoped that Alice could learn how to use Qi and not rely too much on the detector in the future. The two arrived at the Celestial Temple, and Ross asked the Celestial God to allow Alice to enter the Spirit Time House to cultivate, and the Celestial God readily agreed. A day later, Alice walked out of the Spirit Time House with a look of excitement. "Ross, this place is really amazing. There is actually such an unreasonable place as the Time House. After cultivating in it for a year, I feel that my strength has become a lot stronger." Alice ran to Ross excitedly and said happily. Seeing Alice, whose breath had completely converged, Ross smiled and said, "In fact, your strength has improved a lot after using fairy beans to heal injuries, and the cultivation in the Time House only allows you to completely control the Qi in your body, and the subtlety of earth martial arts is here. In the past, you could only exert most of your strength, but now you can fully exert 100%, naturally it is not the same." Alice nodded and said, "That's true, now that I think about it, every battle in the past was a random use of energy, which was simply a waste. It's amazing here. By the way, Ross, how did you find this planet?" Ross smiled dumbly and did not answer positively. There are countless magical planets in the universe, and although the Earthlings are not very effective in combat, it is precisely because of this that they can use their combat skills to the extreme and create countless martial arts. As a battle maniac, Alice nodded excitedly and said, "I really want to enter the Time House to cultivate for another year. Mr. Bobo still has many exquisite moves that he has not learned. Everyone in the Time House can only enter twice in their lifetime. Your current strength has grown to the limit, it is impossible to have a large improvement in a short period of time, or don't waste the last precious opportunity. It's a pity, if only I could practice in it all the time." "Hey! Think beautifully." Ross rolled his eyes, and after a moment of silence, said, "You have about 5,000 combat power now, let's exercise more in the future to exercise the perception of Qi. Even if there are detectors in the future, it is best not to use them. The detectors issued by Frisia to our scions are equipped with monitoring, and as far as I know, Frisia will attack us scions before long. Isn't Frisia already doing something to us? I believe that the news of Frisia's action against us will soon reach the clan, and King Vegeta will definitely find a way to solve it." Alice is optimistic that she is still very confident in the strength of the Scion clan. "Oh," Ross shook his head and said squarely, "I'm not talking about your attack. In fact, Frisia has long wanted to destroy the Scion clan, but he just needs us to help him conquer the planet for the time being. Now that Frisia's power has expanded to the entire northern galaxy, the value of our scions is dispensable. This time, I killed 2 of his right-hand men, and it is estimated that the time for him to do it is not far away." "How so?" Alice couldn't believe it, she trembled. "Why did he do this? Although our scion is not weak, we will never threaten him, so there is no reason why he has to slaughter our clan?" Alice did not doubt Ross's words, and she thought that Ross must have obtained important information from Kaihui or Doria. "Hey! Frisia is worried that there are super scions in our scion family, and it is only a matter of time before he starts," Ross said resolutely. "The legendary Golden Warrior?" Super Scion? Isn't that a legend? No one has ever seen it. Alice pouted and said huffingly. Legend? Not necessarily, at least Frisia was very convinced. Abominable. Just for the sake of such an ethereal legend, he can't tolerate us Scion people. So Ross, what do we do now? Tell King Vegeta the news now, and then gather the strength of the whole clan to rebel against Frisia? Alice asked anxiously. Ross shook his head and sighed, it's useless, let's not say whether King Vegeta and the others will believe it, even if they do, our Scion clan will have no power to resist in front of Frisia. How so? Although Alice knew that Frisia was very strong, she did not expect that the other party was so strong that the Scions could not compete with the power of the entire clan. Let me tell you this, King Vegeta's combat power is more than 10,000 points, and the maximum number of Scions with combat power exceeds 10,000, while Frisia has 530,000 combat power under normal conditions, not to mention that he can also transform. Ross didn't tell her that Frisia's final combat power was 120 million, and he was afraid to frighten the little girl. So what to do? No, I have to rush back right away, at least to get my sister and brother-in-law out. Alice's face was full of worry. Don't worry, have you forgotten my teleportation? At that time, I will go directly to bring out brother Bardock and sister-in-law Gnei. Ross smiled slightly and said confidently. Alice nodded obediently, she knew that now was not the time to be willful. After being silent for a while, she suddenly remembered something and asked, tell me honestly, how strong are you now? Ross smiled and said, if you talk about combat strength alone, it is about more than 60,000. What? How did you improve so much? Obviously you only had 2,000 a few months ago. Alice was so surprised that she was almost speechless. Ross shook his head and said with some frustration, yes, it's really a shame to say, it's really a shame to increase the combat effectiveness of 60,000 in a few months. An increase of 60,000 is too little. Alice almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. And she suddenly felt that the man in front of her was a little unflat. I think she works hard to cultivate every day, and she has just experienced a life and death crisis, and her combat strength is close to 5,000. At this moment, Alice wanted to die, it was too shocking. Chapter 017. In the headquarters of the Frisia Legion, in a huge palace with a sense of technology, Frisia listened to the report of his subordinates expressionlessly. So, Doria is dead. Frisia sat in an egg-shaped disc-shaped flying machine, a long tail hanging down, swaying from side to side in midair, and a pair of scarlet eyes staring out the window. Yes, Lord Frisia, not long ago, Mr. Darius' energy reaction completely disappeared. A cosmic man knelt on the ground, wiping cold sweat with one hand, and his voice was a little trembling. Tell me clearly, what's going on? Shambo, who was standing next to Frisia, scolded. King Frisia, Mr. Doria is leading some of his warriors to carry out the plan to kill the Scion genius, but just 2 hours ago, the headquarters liaison found a high-energy reaction on an unnamed planet, and then Mr. Darius' energy reaction completely disappeared, and he completely lost contact with the headquarters. It is estimated that Mr. Dodoria has been sacrificed. How is that possible? The combat power of that Dorian guy has reached 18,000, who can easily kill him? Shangbo said with some surprise. The two who often accompany Frisia are very familiar, and Shangbo knows very well that although Doria's strength is not as good as his own, his ability to escape is not weak, and the enemy actually let him not even escape, which shows that the strength must be far above Dodoria. In fact, before the probe lost contact, it was detected that Mr. Dodoglia had used all his strength. Oh! Licking his lips, Frisia's eyes were particularly cold, and after a slight surprise, he quickly returned to normal, and an evil smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Interesting, it's really too interesting, actually able to kill Mr. Dodolia, Mr. Shambo, the strength of the enemy is probably not worse than the Kainuit fighters. The cosmic man knelt on the ground and looked at Frisia cautiously, afraid that the moody cosmic emperor would tear himself to pieces in anger. Yes, Frisia is angry now. Under the calm expression, the anger in Frisia's heart was like a repressed volcano that could erupt at any time. Of course, he did not feel the slightest sorrow for the death of Doraria, and the cruel and ruthless Frozen clan had no feelings at all. He was only angry because his face was provoked, and for him, killing Dodoglaya was the greatest provocation. Think that he Frisia traversed the universe, when did he suffer such a loss, and when did his subordinates become killed by others if they wanted to? Not long ago, Chu Yi was killed, and today another one died, which made Frisia faceless. After calming down, Frisia's icy voice sounded, before Mr. Darius' energy signal disappeared, "What news did it come back?" The cosmic man replied, "Since Mr. Doria was on a completely strange planet at that time, there seemed to be a strange energy field, and the reception of signals was intermittent, we could only receive some scattered information, and after several sorting, it was preliminarily judged that the other party was the scion who killed Lord Kaiyi, and the other party seemed to have mastered the method of controlling his own combat power. The fighting was supposed to be fierce, and Mr. Dodoglaya didn't send back much information, not even time to take pictures or videos. With fragmentary information, we analyze that the combat effectiveness of the enemy should exceed 20,000? How is that possible? Could it be that the scion transformed?" Shangbo was surprised. "According to our analysis, the other party has completely maintained his sanity, and the speed is extremely fast, so he should not have transformed." "Oh, scion again? Does the combat effectiveness exceed 20,000 without transformation? When did such a master come out of the science?" Frisia smiled coldly, the corners of his mouth hooked an arc, and said, "It seems that the Scion clan has been making a lot of noise recently, and they dare to provoke King Ben repeatedly, they should be reasonably punished." What Frisia and the others didn't know was that Dodoria actually took a picture of Ross at that time, but he didn't want to share that credit, and thought of escaping back and then reporting it to Frisia. Who knew that Ross was too strong, and that nameless planet became his burial place? It was also Ross's luck that the special geographical location of the nameless planet and the reservation of Doria kept his name from being exposed to Frisia's eyes so early. "Mr. Shambo, order the scions who went out on a mission to return to planet Vegeta." Frisia licked his lips and sneered, "As for the reason? Let's just say that discovering a planet with extremely high combat effectiveness requires a large number of manpower. King Frisia, we have just carried out the mission to assassinate the geniuses of the Scion clan, and I am afraid that the current scions will not be so obedient." Shangbo said worriedly. "It's okay, most of the Scion detectors are under our surveillance, most of those distress signals have been intercepted by us, and only a few have been transmitted." Frisia laughed evilly, "It's just a small number of people, and they can't turn over many storms at all. Go, Mr. Shamba, and follow the plan." "Obey." Shangbo nodded, and after taking the order, he walked directly out of the hall. "Frisia, what are you going to do?" Bailey Bulu, who had not spoken on the side, asked with some surprise. As Frisia's nanny, she has an extremely special position in the other party's heart, and she is the only one who dares to question Frisia. With his tail wagging slightly, Frisia smiled evilly, "What do I want to do? Naturally, I want to punish the scions well. This group of guys has always been forced by the strength of me and my father to pretend to obey, maybe they can bite me back at any time, so it's better to destroy them all as soon as possible. The scions have always been the strongest combat force under your command, and without them, it will have a great impact on the overall strength of our Frisia Legion. As one of the brains of the Frisia Legion, Bailibulu's consideration is always the rise and fall of the Legion." Fry Shaman said with disdain without care, "It's just a scion nation, if it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. As for the manpower problem, the most important thing in the universe is manpower, just recruit more when the time comes." Well, since that's the case, then find out the address book of planet Vegeta. Since you want to do it, you have to cut the grass and remove the roots. If there are still scions in exile by then, it is better to surround and suppress them one by one according to the address book. Seeing that Frisia's mind had been decided, Balibuloi didn't say anything more. As the elder of Frisia's legion, this old woman was also a ruthless character. Well, that's exactly how it should be, Balibulu, I'll leave this matter to you. Frisia waved his hand and continued to look out the porthole. Ross, who is far away on Earth, does not know that because of the appearance of his butterfly, the entire Dragon Ball plot has changed greatly, and the destruction of planet Vegeta has been advanced. At this time, he and Alice were flying towards Zidu, ready to buy some universal capsules. Although Ross already has room to save, the convenient and practical thing of universal capsules still needs to be stocked. As for the question of money, is that also a problem for the two people with superior strength? Chapter 018. On a certain planet, the Bardock team has completed the mission of slaughtering the intelligent race of the planet. Suddenly, the prompt to receive the message sounded. Bardock clicked on it, and couldn't help but change his face. Alice was actually hunted down by Dodoria? What does that guy Frisia want to do? Bardock forced himself to calm down. He knew very well that he was now far away and could not do anything about Alice, who was in crisis, and could only pray that the other party would escape smoothly. Alice was actually attacked. Celebi, the only female scion in Bardock's team, was surprised that she had just received a distress signal, and the scion who sent the signal was not known to her, and it should have been sent randomly based on distance. Tall and strong, completely bald on the top of his head, and only his hair on his sides, Tall Dodebo tilted his head and said in a deep voice, "What is the Frisia Legion doing? Why attack your own people?" Humph! Bardock sneered, threw away the roast meat in his hand with a gloomy face, and said sharply, "You still think that Frisia and we are our own people? In fact, King Vegeta has always made Bardock very dissatisfied with the subservience of the Frisia father and son. It's just that the person speaks softly, and he has nothing to do, but he is worried about the future of the Scion race." The chubby Pabusan kept chewing the roast meat in his mouth, nothing important to him than eating, and he asked vaguely while chewing, "So what do we do now? Go to the place where the distress signal is sent?" Bardock shook his head and said, "It's probably too late to rush over now, we will go back to Vegeta Star right now." With that, the 5-person squad immediately entered their respective spaceships and returned home. Just after Bardock and the others' spaceship took off, they received an order from the Frisia Legion to return to the Scions, which cast a shadow on Bardock's heart again. Throughout the North Galaxy, the Scions scattered in various places to perform tasks showed mixed behavior after receiving this order. Most of them habitually accepted the order and began to return, and a small number of Scions who had received a distress signal before were suspicious, and did not immediately leave but chose to wait and see. A very small number of arrogant people ignored this order and ignored it at all. Vegeta is one of them. "Prince Vegeta, is it really good to ignore King Frisia's orders like this?" Bardock's eldest son, Raditz, looked helplessly at the boy whose hair was towering like flames not far away, and asked with some worry. Only 5 or 6 years old and still looking like a child, Vegeta threw an energy bomb into the distance and replied nonchalantly, "Don't you see that I'm busy now?" "Frisia? Young Master Ben is a Scion Prince, why should he listen to that guy's orders?" The tall man in the distance stopped the movement in his hand and hesitated, "Is this really good?" "Humph! Don't you two understand what I'm saying? Ignore the frivolous orders of the Frisia Legion. High-level planet? Need a lot of manpower? What are the jokes? What opponents in the entire galaxy are worthy of our Scion race?" The lonely Vegeta had a sneer on her face, and the energy bombs were swung at will, enjoying the pleasure of destruction. Raditz and Naba looked helpless, but due to Vegeta's identity and strength, they could only obediently obey. Vegeta Star, Bardock's home, squad members gather. Haimuka was anxious to hear the news of her sister's attack, and tried to contact Alice but received no response, and she could only look at her husband full of worry. Bardock was also helpless, and there was no way. They didn't know that Alice had destroyed the detector long ago, and naturally could not receive the information they sent. The captain Toma, who had a ponytail, looked gloomy, and after a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "Captain, are you saying that Frisia is very likely to do something to us Scions?" Bardock said, "I have always felt that Frisia's attitude towards us Scions is very strange, and it seems to be in control of our movements at any time, and several times when I go to submit tasks, I feel that those Dada's starmen seem to know in advance that I will come, and it is estimated that the Frisia Legion has been monitoring us Scions." After thinking for a moment, Celiba asked, "If that's the case, the order issued by Frisia this time is debatable, and he actually asked to gather all the Scions. What exactly does he want to do?" Bardock was expressionless, and after a moment of silence, he said in an extremely deep voice, "If my guess is correct, maybe you want to destroy our Scion race?" Bardock himself was a little incredulous when he said this speculation, and there was a hint of hesitation in his tone. "What? Impossible!" Everyone present was shocked and shocked. "How is that possible? We Scion clan are more than 10,000 people, how dare he? Dodebo is unbelievable, he is extremely confident in the strength of the Scion clan, and does not believe that the Frisia Legion dares to make a move against the Scions. Stupid!" Bardock shouted, "What do you think Frisia summoned all of us for? Do you really think there is any opponent that needs all of us to be mobilized? That guy probably wants to kill us all." There was silence in the house. After a long time, Bardock said calmly, "With the character of our people, it is estimated that it is difficult to believe my speculation, but it is estimated that the recent events should make some people feel strange. I hope King Vegeta can take action, right?" After a moment of silence, he continued, "But just in case, let's send our children to other planets now, and then watch the chance." Celiba smiled and said, "Among us, you and Dodebo have children, and the others are all alone. In this way, Toma and Pabuzan and I will go to find our friends and tell them your speculations. Hey, as for whether to believe it or not, it is up to them to judge." Toma nodded with a calm face, "That's it, do your best to resign yourself to fate, you can't do nothing." With that, everyone in Bardock's team took action. Inside the house, Gnei looked at her husband with a solemn face, and hesitated, "Do you really want to send Kakarot away?" Bada pulled his wife towards the nursery and said as he went, "Sending Kakarot away now is the best option, once my guess comes true, at least he can live. Don't worry, I know a remote planet where the people are extremely combative, Kakarot won't be in any danger there, if my guess is wrong, or if we get through this crisis, just go and get him back." Thinking of his son who had been in the cultivation room for 2 years, a smile appeared on Bardock's cold face, although Kakarot was born with a combat strength of only 2. But after all, he was also his own son, and he did not want his son to fall into crisis. Well, fortunately, Raditz followed Prince Vegeta on a mission, and according to him when contacted earlier, Prince Vegeta seemed to refuse to return, which is rare good news. Haimchi chose to trust her husband, and she couldn't help but laugh at the thought that both of her sons might escape this crisis. Bardock and Haimuka went directly to the nursery, ignored the working Dottle Starman, and directly picked up the sleeping Kakarot and rushed to the ship. Finally, after a spherical spaceship flew south-north of the galaxy, the big stone in the hearts of the Bardocks finally fell. "Kakarot, you have to obediently wait for your mother on Earth, and your mother will pick you up soon," Haimchi muttered as he looked reluctantly in the direction of the spaceship. Bardock stared into the distance and remained silent for a long time. Although the wings of Ross's butterfly fan advanced Frisia's plan to destroy the Scions, it did not change the fate of Sun Wukong, and he was still sent to Earth. Chapter 019. Ross and Alice, who were far away on Earth, naturally did not know the movements of Bardock and the others, and when they came to the western capital, they easily obtained a large amount of cash and purchased a batch of universal capsules and mobile homes. It has to be said that the food on Earth is much more delicious than what Asians usually eat, and Alice, who has tasted many delicacies, quickly fell in love with the planet, especially after eating ice cream. She was even more crazy about this food. In 3 months, the two traveled to every part of the Earth, and the relaxed and pleasant trip made Alice gradually forget her fear of Frisia, and only occasionally showed a trace of worry. But since Ross said that there was still some time before Frisia started, she naturally chose to believe it. Girls are sometimes blind, even if she is a good fighter. After 3 months of getting along, Alice gradually fell in love with Ross, who has great strength, and the Scion personality is like this, coupled with the fact that the two are the same age. The worship of the strong makes her gradually fall in love. Ross is also a casual person, and he knows from his previous life that there is no big goal, and it is his nature to get by. If he hadn't been reborn as a Scion and forced to survive, he probably wouldn't have worked so hard to improve his strength. On this day, deep in a forest, in a clearing by a lake, a domed house suddenly appeared there, and Alice was swimming in the crystal-clear lake wearing a relatively conservative swimsuit. Ross lay on the lawn by the lake, with a weed in his mouth, looking at the sky in a daze. When he came to Earth, he did not search for Dragon Balls in order to summon dragons like the protagonists of fanfiction he had seen in his previous life. To be honest, he really doesn't have any urgent desires now. Boost your strength? That waste dragon didn't have that ability. Immortal body? With subhuman blood, he didn't need that thing at all. Youthful forever? Please, he's only 16 years old now. Could it be that he has always maintained a height of less than 1 meter 6? That's not as good as dead. Thinking about it, he didn't bother to spend time and energy looking for Dragon Ball. What are you thinking? A pair of beautiful white legs appeared in Ross's sight, and Alice's crisp voice was as pleasant as an ethereal. Ross sat up, looked at the beautiful figure with water stains on his body, and couldn't help laughing. Nothing? It's just a daze. I have to say that Alice, who is no longer so willful, is still extremely beautiful. Even a conservative swimsuit cannot cover her full figure, and her trench leaning forward slightly seems unfathomable, and Ross's heart can't help but be hot when she sees it. It has to be said that Scion women have a wild beauty. Like wheat in the wind, healthy, firm and vibrant. It's beautiful. Ross let out a sigh of admiration, and a pair of moves seemed to fall into a deep ditch. Seeing this gaze, Alice, who has always been bold, couldn't help but blush a little, and hurriedly wanted to turn around. How could Ross miss such a good opportunity and grab her? Suddenly, Yiren was in his arms, and it was beautiful. Alice, who has always been fierce and bold, couldn't help but twist a little. Anyway, she was only a 16-year-old young girl. However, she already had a soft spot for Ross, and soon calmed down. And her beautiful eyes revealed a deep affection. There seemed to be a strong smell of gunpowder between the two, and when the electric flint was about to break out, Ross hurriedly carried Alice back to the room. The character of the Scion is like this: dare to love and hate, direct and decisive. Since you want to fight, then fight, never say a word of nonsense, and accompany you to the end. This battle is unusually long, as if there is no end. After Ross came to the world of Dragon Ball, he finally completed his first battle in good spirits, and the long-term pressure of survival was perfectly released. This night, the distance between the two seemed to be pulled in a lot, and they were extremely satisfied. The next day, Rose and Alice nestled together and whispered, "I wonder what are they doing now, sister? I've been on Earth these days, as if I haven't seen them in a long time." Alice leaned in Ross's arms and refused to get up, whispering, "How about we go back now? After all, I just slept with someone's sister, and I can't say hello without going back." Ross is still a more principled person for the most part. "Okay, then we'll go right now. Anyway, you'll move instantly, and it's convenient to go back and forth. Alice suddenly came to her senses and exclaimed in surprise. Go right away? Are you sure? Ross glanced at the defenseless Alice with a wicked smile. Alice's little face blushed, patted Ross's chest, and said coquettishly, nasty. At this moment, she is like a little woman. Okay, get dressed, let's go right away. Patting the ass of the American man, Ross laughed and said. Chapter 020. Almost every day these days is 4 changes, 8 or 9,000 words, asking for a wave of collections, flowers, tips. Roars, explosions, roars, and roars rang endlessly. The whole world was like the end of the world, a mess, and the entire Scion gathering place was reduced to ruins. When Ross and Alice teleported to Bardock, they were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Countless cosmic people of the Frisia Legion were fiercely fighting with Scions in the sky above Vegeta Star, and corpses continued to fall from the sky, and blood seemed to stain the entire sky. What? Ross looked at the scene in front of him, and after being slightly stunned, he instantly understood that Frisia had made a move in advance. He always thought that there was still a period of time before the destruction of Vegeta Star, so he had been wandering with Alice on the Earth without hurrying, and now he suddenly appeared on the battlefield, looking at the overwhelming cosmic people. Rao is a powerful and he can't help but be a little stunned. Bardock and Haimuka looked at the two who suddenly appeared with shocked expressions, and now there was no time to ask anything in this situation. Gnei grabbed Alice's hand and said urgently, why are you here? Haimuka knew very well that Alice had never been on Vegeta before, and now that she suddenly returned to this dangerous place, how could she not be anxious as a sister? Sister, brother-in-law, don't worry, Ross has a way to take us away. Alice quickly explained. Bardock then looked at Ross, although he wondered how these two little guys got together, but now was not the time to care about this. He asked, Ross, do you have a way to break through the encirclement of Frisia's legion? Ross nodded, a flash of confidence flashed in his eyes, and said with a smile, well, it's not difficult to use teleportation to take you away, but you can't bring too many people at once. Teleportation? Bardock was slightly puzzled. A secret technique that can be transferred through space. It's too late to explain slowly, you just need to know that I can take you off this planet. With life still alive, Bardock's ideas are very different from those in the original book. He can live with his family more than anything else. Bardock, who lacks major experience, has not yet had time to transform into the lone hero who will fight to the death for Scion and Kakarot. In the original book, Bardock also launched the final challenge to Frisia because of the death of the squad members, knowing that the destruction of the Scion clan was inevitable and knowing that he could not escape death. Now that his wife and children and friends are still alive, they naturally will not risk looking for death. Looking at Vegeta Star, who was reduced to battlefields everywhere, Ross said in a deep voice, grab me, I will take you out of here immediately. Bardock looked around and spoke, you take Kenai and Alice first, I'll go find Toma and them. Looking at Bardock, who looked determined, Ross knew that he could not change his decision, thinking that it should be some time before Frisia used energy bombs to destroy Vegeta Star. After all, there were still a large number of his subordinates here, and Frisia would not destroy these people of the Frisia Legion along with the Scions. Thinking of this, Ross nodded with a calm face, grabbed Alice and Heimchi and disappeared together in place. Bardock looked at the three people who suddenly disappeared in front of him in surprise. Although he was also mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Earth, the shores of the Great Lake where Ross and Alice merged. 3 figures suddenly appeared, and Ross explained that the second daughter waited here first, and then disappeared again. Gnei looked around a lot with a curious face, only feeling that the whole person was very light here. The gravity was much lower than that of Vegeta Star, and the air was fresh, making people feel very comfortable. What is this place? Haimuki asked curiously. Earth. An interesting planet, Ross found. What? You say this is the Earth? Gnei was shocked when he heard this, and said in surprise. Yes, this is the Earth, sister, what are you so happy for? Alice was puzzled. Kakarot was sent to this planet by your brother-in-law, and it is estimated that it will take 3 or 4 months to arrive. Heimchi, who had calmed down, explained. What? You sent your little nephew here? And not afraid that he will tear this place down? Although his combat effectiveness is very low now, once he becomes an adult, the Earthlings are not his opponents at all. Alice was a little melancholy, remembering the usual style of science. She couldn't help but worry that she would not be able to taste the food of the earth in more than 10 years. But Ross shouldn't let that kid destroy here, he seems to value this planet. Alice thought about it and laughed to herself. Gnei looked at her sister with some surprise, completely unable to understand why her attitude towards Ross was completely opposite to the original, only feeling that Alice now seemed to care about Ross's thoughts. How did you run into Ross? Didn't you just message back a few months ago saying you were being hunted down? Well, the abominable Dodoria, if it weren't for Ross, I would have died on that unknown planet a long time ago. Haha, fortunately, Ross arrived in time and killed Doria by the way. Remembering the miserable situation at the beginning, Alice couldn't help but grit her teeth. So that's what Ross brought you here. Gnei looked at his sister with a smile, and always felt that the other party had changed greatly in the past few months. Of course, let me tell you, it's so much fun here, there are a lot of delicacies that Vegeta doesn't have, and Rose takes me to eat a lot of food I've never seen before. Also, Ross found a good place to cultivate, and I learned a lot of magical martial arts there. Haha, sister, you must not believe it, I am super strong now. Rose is good, right? Looking at her sister who was chattering non-stop on the side, feeling the liveliness unique to a girl, Gnei suddenly asked with a smile. Of course, Ross is strong and knows a lot. Suddenly, Alice, who felt that strange gaze, seemed to be cassetted, and her face was slightly stiff as she looked at her sister. Sure enough, so you're getting together with Ross now. Haimuka tilted his head with a mocking smile on his face. After a short pause, Alice generously admitted her relationship with Ross, which is such a personality, daring to love and hate, simple and rude. Gnei did not object, she was still very relieved about Ross, after all, he used to be Bardock's younger brother, and he had an excellent relationship with their family. Not to mention that people took the initiative to save them this time, she naturally would not object to the two of them dating. Vegeta Star, Rose's figure reappeared next to Bardock, and Bardock's 5-man squad had been assembled. Ross didn't say nonsense either, and was about to leave with 5 people, when suddenly, a figure appeared above him. Chapter 021. Today's first change, ask for a flower collection. Shangbo. Looking at the tall figure in the sky, Bardock and the others were very familiar with that extremely handsome face. Thinking that the players are now gathered together, this is simply a pie for Shangbo. Bardock had no idea of gathering everyone's strength to defeat the other party at all. He knew very well that Shangbo's strength was as high as more than 20,000, and with his combat power of nearly 5,000, even if the strength of other squad members exceeded 2,000, he had no hope of winning in the face of the famous and notorious Shangbo. Brows slightly furrowed, Bardock pulled Ross behind him, and hurriedly said loudly, "Ross, you take them first, I'll drag him down." "Captain!" Thomas seemed to have thought of something, his face changed greatly, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Celebi calmed his face, shook his head and refused, "Brother Bardock, now is not the time for you to be a hero alone, all of us go together, and it is not without the power of a battle." Dodebo and Pabuzin also said that they would never run away, even if they died in battle, they would not be shrunken turtles. Looking at the people around him who looked like they were dying generously, Ross nodded secretly in his heart. Although the Scions have a violent and ferocious personality, some of them are still relatively straightforward, at least Bardock and the others have a great appreciation for their temperament. Thinking of a trip that could save such a group of cute guys, Ross couldn't help but smile slightly, and suddenly floated into the air. "Ross," Bardock was shocked and hurriedly exclaimed, "what are you going to do?" Ross didn't look back, just said in an extremely flat tone, "It's okay, wait a few minutes for me, solve this guy and take you away." "What?" Thomas shouted, consciously seeing that the little ghost in front of him was too arrogant. "Who is Shangbo?" "That is one of Frisia's close entourage, a murderer with a combat power of more than 20,000, how can you face as a teenager?" "No kidding," Celiba also began to call, she didn't want to watch this teenager with endless potential run to his death. "Little ghost, come back soon, you don't know how powerful Shangbo is." The same is true of Dodebo, who feels that as long as Ross can grow up, he will definitely reach the level of a superior warrior. Bardock and the others shouted one after another, knowing Shangbo's strength, they did not believe that Ross could face it independently. It has to be said that these people's insight limits their thinking, and perhaps being able to reach the realm of the Scion superior warrior is already the limit of their thinking. In their opinion, although Ross has magical teleportation, it is only a secret technique to facilitate escape and transfer, and it is not helpful in battle at all. What's more, in the past few months, this kid's strength was only more than 2,000, even if there was room for improvement during this time, how strong could he be? Especially Bardock, with the combat power of nearly 5,000, he deeply felt the suffocating aura on Shangbo's body, and even he was not sure that he could last a minute under the opponent, let alone Ross. Since everyone was afraid of being monitored by the Frisia Legion, they had already destroyed the detector, and they did not know the strength that Ross was showing. If they see that remarkable 120, they may be even more surprised why they have not seen combat effectiveness for several months. "I don't know if it's Ross's bad taste, he likes the value 120. Suddenly, an earth-shattering momentum erupted from Ross's not-too-tall body, and the swelling wave of chi even pushed Bardock and the others to the ground and smashed them fiercely on the ground. "How is that possible?" Bardock got up from the ground, shocked and stunned. Is this really that Ross kid?" The fat flesh on Dodebo's face was blown from side to side by the gusts of chi, and he said vaguely, "Such an amazing energy, even if there is no detector, you can feel the strength of this energy." Celiba looked stunned and shocked. Toma and Pabuzan were also shocked and speechless. They couldn't figure it out if they wanted to break their heads, why did the teenager who had not been seen in just a few months become so powerful? In mid-air, Shangbo felt this powerful aura, and his face slowly became solemn. Originally thought that it was just a group of miscellaneous fish, after all, the Scions with more than 10,000 combat power are extremely rare, and they cannot threaten their existence at all. However, the boy in front of him made him feel mortal danger, and the constantly beating value on the detector made him even more terrified, and its value had exceeded 30,000 at this time, and it was still soaring rapidly. The senior cadres of the Frisia Legion, such as Shangbo, are equipped with the most advanced detectors, and the maximum detection limit is 200,000. A moment later, the idea of escaping immediately came to Shangbo's mind, because the strength of the other party was too terrifying for him. 64,000. Yes, although Ross has not practiced much in the past 3 months, his strength is still growing in an extremely slow trend. Shangbo's current combat strength is only 20,000, even if he casts a transformation, it will not exceed 30,000. This strength is not an opponent at all in the face of the young man in front of him, at most it is just a little delay. Without any hesitation, he turned around and flew upwards. "You must flee to King Frisia, which is the safest place." Shangbo couldn't understand why the strength of the Scions exceeded 60,000, which was already more than the strength of most members of Team Kainuit. Ross smiled slightly, since he had already decided to make a move, he naturally would not let go of the combat power in front of him. The figure flashed, and he appeared directly in front of Shangbo, blocking the other party's way. Shangbo did not hesitate, directly entered the transformation state. He cannot care about any image at the moment of life and death. The body skyrocketed instantly, and Shangbo, who was originally 1 meter 8 meters tall, directly turned into a big man of 2 meters and 7 meters, and the muscles of his body were swollen, like a small giant. The originally handsome face became as hideous as a toad's face, and dense pockmarks covered every position of his body. Even though his body size has become larger and his appearance has become fierce, Shangbo, who has a combat power of less than 30,000, is really not put in Ross's eyes. Walking idly under his feet, seemingly slow, but approaching Shangbo at an extremely high frequency, a scorching corrosion shot towards the other party extremely quickly. Shangbo didn't have time to react, and a sharp pain hit his heart. As soon as they met, a hole broke in his stomach. Shangbo failed miserably in an instant. Time is urgent. Ross did not tease the other party's mind in the slightest. Frisia's spaceship must be hovering outside Vegeta. Once he discovers his existence, most of them will rush over at the first time, and then it will not be so easy to leave with Bardock and the others. The battered Shangbo moved more and more slowly, and the distress signal sent to King Frisia did not respond, which made his originally heavy heart sink directly to the bottom of the sea. 1 minute. It only took a minute for Frisia's most faithful entourage, Mr. Chambor, to reach the end of his life. Deliberately shot Shangbo to the ground to raise a puff of smoke. Ross used the smoke to block everyone's view when he collected Shangbo's body into the storage space, and then put a few energy bombs towards the place, destroy the corpse. After doing all this, Ross no longer hesitated, flashed to Bardock and the others, and spoke, "Grab me quickly and leave immediately." Bardock and the others did not dare to hesitate and grabbed Ross one after another. Chapter 022. Today's second change. The current results are dismal. Please support more. Collect flowers. With 5 people at one time, rouse Ross's current mental power of up to 1100 is also very difficult, but fortunately everything is going well, and the 6 people instantly appeared next to the 2 Alice sisters. Alice was chattering with Gnei whispering, and when she saw Ross and the others returning, she couldn't help but smile, looking extremely beautiful. After a while, Bardock sighed, "Ross, I really didn't expect your current strength to become so strong." Ross shook his head and smiled, "Where? What is my strength? There are many guys in the universe who are stronger than me." The tall Thomas shook his head and said, "Compared to us, you are already much stronger." After a pause, he continued, "Since you have such a strong strength, why don't you simply save some more clansmen?" Bardock and Celiba on the side frowned when they heard this, and seemed to be thinking about this possibility. Ross rolled his eyes when he heard this, and replied angrily, "You think teleportation is not difficult to use? This thing is extremely mentally demanding, especially with people transferred. And Frisia is on Vegeta right now, and I don't want to go back and die. Are you kidding?" Saved Bardock because their family has a close relationship with themselves, and a few of you are just in passing. Really, I am a rotten good person like the savior? Young Master Ross's life is precious. Ross understood the thoughts of Thomas and the others. After all, their feelings for the Scions were still very deep. But understanding is understanding. He will not risk for the sake of irrelevant people. After decisively refusing Thomas' request, Ross began to seriously consider how to place a group of Bardock people. It is not a good thing to let these Scions with strong individual strength stay on Earth, especially from Alice to learn that Sun Wukong has come to Earth. He can't help but feel the greatness of the great will of the universe. Let these guys stay here, maybe they will provoke some kind of moth. After thinking about it for a long time, Ross remembered the nameless planet he saved Alice, which has an excellent ecological environment and is more than 10 times the size of Vegeta, which is very suitable for Scion survival. The only thing to worry about is if it has already been discovered by the people of the Frisia Legion. After putting forward her opinion, Alice pondered for a moment and said, "They should not have found it there. In fact, I was surprised that I could escape to that planet, there was a large meteorite belt around the outside of that planet. I only got into it to get rid of Darius' pursuit. Who knew that there was such a big planet inside? Bardock also agreed with Ross's suggestion, and he vaguely felt that the other party did not want to stay on Earth by himself. However, this planet's scientific and technological civilization is not high, and his individual strength is extremely weak, and he is not interested in the slightest. In fact, Ross doesn't understand what kind of thoughts he holds about the Earth now, maybe because he has the same name as his hometown, maybe he doesn't want to change the plot, or maybe he just wants to see the simple Monkey King in his memory. Vegeta, a huge oval-shaped spaceship, is firmly docked outside the planet. Frisia floated quietly by the porthole with a glass of red wine in her hand, looking coldly at the red planet, her icy eyes as cruel and merciless as the abyss. Oh? Mr. Shangbo actually sent a distress signal? Is there a guy on Vegeta who is even bigger than him? Could it be that the guy who killed Doria is back? Frisia said to himself lightly. He had no intention of moving at all, although Shangbo had been with him for many years, but he was just a casual one, and he was not qualified to let King Frisia personally save him. A retinue with a combat power of less than 30,000 would die when he died, and Frisia never cared whether his subordinates lived or died. It seems that my bastard brother is right, the entourage should still find some powerful guys. Frisia shook his head to himself, admiring the fireworks that could be seen everywhere outside the porthole, the fierce collision on the battlefield and the last sad song of the Scions. King Frisia, Mr. Shambo's energy reaction has completely disappeared, a cosmic man reported tremblingly. Oh? Is Shangbo dead too? What a sad story, 2 loyal subordinates died in just a few months, what a fire! Frisia muttered, without the slightest regret in his tone. After a pause, he continued, you remember, you need to find 2 more retinues for King Ben. Well, the strength is based on the Kainuit team, let's implement it as soon as possible. The cosmic man was shocked, feeling Frisia's ruthlessness, but still obediently took orders. Well, the training is almost over, so let me invite you to see a beautiful fireworks, Frisia ordered in a flat tone, order everyone to evacuate Vegeta. Soon, the Frisia army on Vegeta began to shrink its formation, retreating into the ship and leaving the planet. Frisia slowly flew out of the spaceship in his standard seat, and the frozen family's special physique allowed him to survive in space. The vacuum environment in space cannot have the slightest effect on him. Slowly raise a finger, a little energy is formed in the fingertip. A lump of energy is not large, but it contains the power of destroying the world. The tail that fell vertically swayed from side to side, the scarlet eyes were cold and merciless, and a happy smile appeared on Frisia's face. Farewell to the Scions, a group of monkeys who only know how to fight, with this beautiful firework completely extinguished. Frisia smiled evilly, and the energy bullets from his fingertips slowly flew towards Vegeta. After the energy bomb left, it gradually changed, becoming bigger and bigger. The atmosphere of Vegeta instantly collapsed under this powerful energy, and all the remaining Scions on the planet flew high into the sky, doing their best to prevent the landing of energy bombs. Unfortunately, everything was in vain, all the Scions along the way turned to dust, and energy bombs fell heavily on Vegeta. The Earth began to burst, and the moment the erupted geocentric magma appeared on the surface, it was completely vaporized, and the energy bomb completely exploded, and the powerful energy tore the entire Vegeta star to pieces. In the universe, a brilliant firework lit up. Chapter 023. Third, please collect flowers for rewards. Tall trees, clear lake water, birds singing and flowers. Sometimes a huge beast head pokes out of the lake, sometimes a huge bird passes in the air. This is an extremely young and pristine planet with an excellent ecological environment. Looking at a giant tree that is more than 3 kilometers tall, Ross decided to call it Pandora because he felt that it was similar to the planet Pandora in Avatar. Intelligent life has not yet been born here, but all kinds of flying beasts are extremely powerful, some of which exceed 1,000. Ross brought Bardock and the others to the planet 3 times, choosing an empty plane as his future habitat. The universal capsule and the mobile home withdrew its value at this time, and after throwing out a few universal capsules casually, several dome houses appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and Bardock and others were amazed. I have to say that the universal capsule technology on Earth is really amazing. At least Ross has never heard of other cosmic people mastering this technology. Thinking that the destruction of their hometown was inevitable, Bardock and the others' hearts were heavy, and several people's faces were gloomy. Only Ross's face did not change. He did not have deep feelings for the Scion family, and he did not feel much about the destruction of Vegeta Star. After a long time, Celiba took out a strange device and spoke. "This is what I snatched from the Dawdle Starman, and I heard that there is information about Scions who have not carried out the return order." Bardock was surprised. How many people are still in exile? Celiba shook her head and said, "I haven't had time to check it after I got it, but it is estimated that there will not be too much, and I heard that this information has been passed to Frisia. It seems that Frieza really wants to kill our Scion family." There was silence, and Bardock pondered for a moment before saying, "Open it and take a look. I hope that there will be more compatriots who are scattered, and the blood of the Scions cannot be severed." Celiba nodded and began to operate the instrument in her hand. For Scions, this simple instrument operation is still not difficult. After a while, she spoke, "I found out, a total of 724 people have not returned." With a smile on his face, Toma answered, "Great, I didn't expect so many. But think about it, after all, some Scions carry out their missions in extremely remote locations, and it is normal not to want to rush back, plus some smart people and proud people, which has so many survivors." Ross was also slightly surprised. It seems that because of his own sake, the plot was advanced, and there were many more Scions who survived than in the original book. However, even if these guys escaped this calamity, they would have to face the pursuit of Frisia's legion, and God knows how many of them would survive in the end. Suddenly, he felt several pairs of eager eyes. "Why are you all looking at me?" Ross was a little puzzled. Bardock said in a deep voice, "Ross, now only you can save these compatriots." Celiba nodded, "Well, your teleportation can quickly find these survivors and bring them back." Dodebo and the others also nodded. "Don't joke, teleportation must know the other party's chi to accurately reach the destination. Those survivors I have never seen at all. How can I find them?" Ross quickly refused. These guys really treat him as a tool man, aimlessly like a headless fly all over the galaxy looking for people, and really think he is a fairy. Too lazy to pay attention to this group of guys, Ross turned and walked into a house. He needed to rest after consuming a lot of mental energy. Bardock looked at Ross's back, always feeling that the former little brother was a little strange. For a long time, he sighed and said to himself, "It turns out that teleportation needs to feel the other party's chi." But what is chi? Alice helped Bardock and the others to brush up on the knowledge of Earth martial arts by the way, which made them suddenly realize. Celiba, who has always had an active brain, concluded, "If everyone has chi, then our Scion chi should be similar in nature. Is it really impossible to fully sense?" Alice was silent for a while before speaking. "I can't teleport, and I don't know if Ross can sense it, but I feel that the chi in your body is similar to mine." In fact, Alice knew very well that Ross was just lazy, and most of the time she was too lazy to spend time and energy. Looking at her sister and brother-in-law's eager eyes, Alice sighed and said, "I'll ask him again." Seeing Alice leaving, Bardock also said to everyone, "So many things have happened, everyone is tired, let's rest for a day first." Inside the house, looking at Alice who suddenly broke in, Ross instantly understood what the other party wanted to say, and hurriedly spoke, "You don't have to say anything, I'm too lazy to care about those things, although I can roughly sense part of the breath of the Scion, but it's very inaccurate. Maybe when it will be teleported to other cosmic people, I don't do this kind of troublesome thing." Alice smiled and said, "It seems that you really have a way." Ross shook his head and said, "It's too troublesome, I'm lazy." "I know, you are like this, but those surviving clansmen are also a group of good combat power, don't you want to form your own forces?" Alice asked. "Don't want to." Ross hurriedly shook his head, he just wanted to become stronger and form forces or something, he really hadn't seriously thought about it. Now that Frisia is hunting us scions, he will always find us after he kills all the other scions, will it be just a few of us to resist Frisia's army then? Alice, who seemed to have matured overnight, seemed to have learned to think about problems, and she continued, "Gather the surviving clansmen, if they go to war with the Frisia Legion in the future, they will still have no problem dealing with some miscellaneous soldiers." Ross scratched his finger on the tip of Alice's nose and asked with a smile, "Why are you so positive about this matter?" Alice said with a smile, "Looking at my sister and brother-in-law like that, I always feel bad in my heart, and I just want to help them. To be honest, I think much like you, I don't like to participate in this kind of thing, but I don't want to see the scions wiped out either." Looking at Alice, Rose's heart moved, and after coming to the Dragon Ball world, he couldn't help but have some bad thoughts after tasting the smell of meat, pulled Alice into his arms, and said with a smile, "Then you are willing to see me work hard and sacrifice my life to death?" Alice narrowed her eyes, and there was a hint of charm between her eyebrows. "Sacrifice your life to death? With your ability, you are still worried about what life is in danger? If you really can't do it, just use teleportation to come back. Then I will also be very hard, running all over the galaxy, I don't know when I will come back. Are you willing not to see me every day?" "Of course not. But isn't this also for the people? Do you want to see the scions wipe out so much?" Alice continued to persuade, and after half a ring, she smiled and said, "Then do you want me to treat you first?" Alice, who is maturing day by day, has a unique style between her eyebrows. "Oh? All right. What about my request that day?" Ross took the opportunity to speak what was on his mind. "What requirements?" Suddenly Alice seemed to remember something, her face showed a rare shyness, and frowned. "How embarrassing is that kind of thing?" "Where is the embarrassment? That's all normal communication between husband and wife." Ross struck while the iron was hot and directly caught Alice's cherry lips. It took a lot of talk, and Ross finally let Alice learn how to bite people, and the taste was so wonderful that it was really unknown to outsiders. Of course, as a price, Ross began a toiling journey. Chapter 024. Today's fourth chapter is close to 9,000 words, please support. On a swampy planet, a 14 and 15-year-old scion boy was running aimlessly, and a tall figure was leisurely following behind, not in a hurry, like a male lion playing with its prey. This person has fiery red hair like a chicken feather, and his body is strong, very explosive, and very visually impactful. This man is none other than one of the members of the Kinnett team, Likum. As early as when Frisia arrived on Vegeta, the Kinnett team received an order to eliminate the exiled outer scions, and the 5 hunted separately, and the boy in front was Likum's target. Likum is a very particular person, at least he thinks so. From the original book, he would rather be beaten by Vegeta to smash his combat uniform than maintain his team appearance. It can be seen that this is a person with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. After landing on the planet, he decided to spend an hour chasing the little scion, and although he quickly found the other party, he decided to hang slowly behind him, enjoying the pleasure of chasing his prey, and wait a full hour before starting. The boy's combat strength has not exceeded 1,000, it is really low and pitiful, although it is not clear why the Kinnett team is chasing him, but the instinct to survive still makes him desperately run away. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him very abruptly. Caught off guard, he crashed head-on. Ross just slowly raised a hand and pressed it firmly on the teenager's forehead, and the teenager's galloping figure stopped instantly. Gently raised his hand, directly hit the back of the teenager's neck, making him unconscious. In fact, several scions that Ross had found before had received the same treatment, so he didn't bother to explain. It would be nice to come and save them. This kind of thing was naturally left to Bardock and them. Of course, for the matter of coming out to rescue the survivors, Ross will never admit that he was seduced by Alice, although it feels very cool, but the woman can't completely change his young master Ross's mind. He just thinks that it may be good to have a group of scions as subordinates. It must be so, bite people or something. Posture or something. Ross, such a pure person, does not understand at all. Everything is for the continuation of the scion bloodline, this is the truth. Leaving the boy on the ground, Rose looked at Leakham not far away. To be honest, he never expected to meet the people of the Kinnet team here. This is simply a combat power sent to the door. I hadn't met the people of the Frisia Legion much in the previous few times, but I didn't expect to run into a big fish this time. After taking time to quietly swallow Shang Bo 2 days ago, Ross's combat power has reached 78,000, if you swallow this guy in front of you again, heck, his strength will be infinitely close to 100,000. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Leakham became vigilant, especially the other party's eyes looking at his prey made him particularly familiar, and he used to like to look at others with this kind of gaze. When the probe saw it, the number 120 almost made him bite his tongue, and the opponent's combat effectiveness was so low that he was surprised. Gee! Where did the trash fish come from, and actually dared to save people in front of Uncle Leakham? Leakham, who was surprised, felt a loss of anger. And the trash fish in front of him was still the same relaxed and plain look in front of Uncle Ben, which was really infuriating. The figure flashed, and a fist instantly appeared in front of Ross's eyes, rapidly enlarging. Ross raised his head lightly, and instantly judged that the opponent's combat strength was around 40,000, such a strength was only equivalent to half of him. Slowly raised a hand and clenched that fist tightly. Leakham was slightly stunned, and wanted to withdraw that hand, but found that no matter how much he exerted his strength, it was useless, and that hand was as if it was clamped by iron tongs, and he couldn't take it back. With a faint glance at Leakham, Ross slowly stretched out his right hand, exerted a slight force, and a huge energy condensed on his fist, directly penetrating his chest. How? How can it be? Leakham looked shocked and forgot about the pain for a while. Feeling that his heart was completely shattered, he felt that everything was so unreal, and the guy with low combat effectiveness who suddenly appeared actually had the strength to easily kill himself, and he didn't even know how strong the other party was. In fact, if Leakham fights seriously, even if Ross wants to kill the other party while keeping his whole body, it will take a few minutes. Who knew that this guy was in hand-to-hand combat as soon as he came up? How could Ross not take advantage of such a good opportunity to solve the battle in an instant? Releasing IBM, the way IBM devoured enemies after the upgrade was very different from before, only to see a large black substance spew out of its mouth, tightly enveloping Leakham's body, and then quickly shrinking, only the size of a fist slowly flying back into its mouth. Without the previous flesh and blood, it was replaced by a way that involved space science, and Ross couldn't understand the principle anyway. However, he can be sure that half of the combat power swallowed by IBM has been absorbed by itself, so this guy's strength can always be equal to his own. But Ross doesn't care. After all, it is also an extremely beautiful thing to have a doppelganger of equal strength. Feeling the energy in his body climb again, Ross smiled and opened his personal interface. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, lower rank. Combat effectiveness, 98,000. Mental power, 1,100. IBM LV.2. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.5, Teleportation, LV.2, Savings Space, LV.1. Nodding in satisfaction, Ross lifted up the teenager and instantly disappeared in place. Thinking that his strength was about to break 100,000, Ross felt a little more motivated in his heart and began to speed up the search for the surviving scions. Most of the time the people in the Frisia Legion encountered were not very strong, those who only had 1 or 2,000 combat strength he could not look at. IBM did not want to eat, and after killing them casually, continued to transfer compatriots. 3 months later, Ross had found a total of 251 surviving scions, and his combat effectiveness had exceeded the 100,000 mark, reaching a staggering 116,000. Basically, as long as the cosmic people with combat effectiveness of more than 5,000 are fed to IBM by him, he also located a lot of people wrong in the process of looking for scions, and the breath of some murderous guys is very similar to that of scions, and Ross did not hesitate after encountering them, either directly bombarded into slag or lost to IBM. However, there are too few people with a combat strength of more than 5,000 in the North Galaxy, which also makes Ross's speed of improving his strength obviously begin to slow down, and he has only improved by less than 20,000 points in 3 months. On this day, Ross's figure appeared inside a huge spaceship. Chapter 025. Today's fifth change has exceeded 10,000 words. Please collect flowers for rewards. Curiously looking at the surrounding environment, the inside of the spacecraft resembled the abdominal cavity of some giant creature, and Ross could even see the cavity wall squirming regularly. In the middle there is a place that resembles a console, and a person is lying on the ground, motionless. Is it any wonder the breath is so weak? It turned out to be dying. When Ross felt this breath before, he thought that it was because the distance was too far away or the other party was too weak, but he did not expect that the other party was on the verge of death. Coincidentally, this guy arrived just after swallowing Rose, and if he can tenaciously hold out for another minute, maybe Ross can still save his life with fairy beans. This is fate. Hey? Isn't this guy Chirac next to King Vegeta? Ross found out the identity of this guy from his memory, as one of the very few 10 people in Vegeta Star with a combat power of more than 10,000, this guy has an extremely prominent reputation among the scions and has an extraordinary status. How did this guy run to such a remote place and find such a strange spaceship? In Ross's previous perception, it seemed that this place was close to the edge of the Milky Way. Rolling his eyes, Ross seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, he spoke, "Brother Chirac, since you are dead, don't waste the corpse, right? Please rest assured, today you helped me improve my strength. If I encounter someone who pursues and kills you in the future, I will definitely avenge you," Ross said fakely as he released IBM. Although he will not take the initiative to kill and devour his fellow tribesmen, the corpses of scions who have died cannot be wasted. This is a full 5,000 points of combat power. As for helping Chirac avenge it, just talk about it, God knows who killed him. However, this guy can grab the spaceship and escape to such a far place when he is seriously injured, which is also a skill. After IBM swallowed Chirac, Ross was surprised to find that his bloodline had actually improved, but after thinking about it, this guy was also a superior fighter, and it seemed natural to help his bloodline rise to the intermediate level. After checking the personal interface, Ross found that his combat strength had steadily exceeded 120,000. After wandering around the spacecraft, he was surprised to find that the entire spacecraft had no operators, and was completely operated by intelligent computers, and the method was extremely simple. On the main console, there was a piece of crystal. Ross put his hand on it, and a phantom shadow was cast in an instant. It was a strange creature that looked like a jellyfish, and he secretly guessed that this might be what the shipbuilder looked like. "Tell me about the ship," Ross asked, with the mentality of giving it a try. The jellyfish made a voice and spoke the universal lingua franca. "This spaceship is a Y-type biological warship, and the Algama Starmen are built with starry sky meteorites that can survive in the universe as the whole, and this ship can devour meteorites in space for the energy needed for navigation, and there is no need to worry about energy shortages. This ship has excellent performance, extremely fast speed, equipped with a Star Destroyer cannon with 100,000 energy units, extremely strong combat effectiveness, and has self-healing functions, and is one of the best private spaceships in the Dark Star domain. Ross was amazed, but how did it always feel that the spacecraft was trying to promote itself? Seems like you really want to be my ship. Ross was a little puzzled. This spaceship is made of biotechnology, with the best artificial intelligence and biological instincts, and you are very strong and can protect the safety of the ship. I didn't expect you to know about the attached strong. Ross was shocked and laughed, paused, and he muttered, how can others get the control of this spaceship so easily? What about your original master? Jellyfish replied, because the dark star domain is too chaotic, killing and plundering are common, and the Alchemist Starmen are worried that the other party will destroy the hard-won biological spaceship when they manufacture the spaceship, so they do not set up the real name authentication function. The same is true of the rules of the dark star domain, the extreme lack of materials, the harsh living environment, people often fight for a little food, a set of combat clothes, not to mention an expensive biological spaceship. In the dark star domain, whoever grabs the good stuff is whoever grabs it, so there is no need to set a password. As for the previous master, because he couldn't stand the chaos of the dark star domain, he fled to the relatively peaceful galaxy with the accumulated wealth, but he was killed by the person lying down when he went to hang out on a certain space station just after entering the edge zone. Oh! Ross didn't lament the bad luck of the previous owner of the jellyfish, and didn't bother to think about why someone who could survive in such a chaotic place as the dark star domain would be killed by Chirac, who had only 10,000 combat strength. At this time, he suddenly became deeply interested in the chaotic galaxy. He had heard of the name of the dark star domain in the past, but he didn't expect it to be so chaotic. The dark star domain is a galaxy adjacent to the Milky Way, but it is much smaller than the Milky Way, about 1/10 the size of the Milky Way. There are many neutron stars in the dark star domain, which also causes the gravity of most habitable planets to be extremely large, and it is rumored that the living environment there is extremely harsh, intelligent races are rare, and people in the galaxy rarely go. Are there many powerhouses in the dark star domain? Ross asked what he cared about most. The dark star domain is sparsely populated, there are almost no cosmic-level powerhouses, and those who can live to adulthood generally have a combat power of more than 1,000, a small number of more than 10,000, and only a very small part of the strength exceeds 100,000. Jellyfish replied in a tone that did not have the slightest emotion. Ross smiled, he found that the dark star domain might be a good place to upgrade quickly. Ross felt that the universe-level powerhouse mentioned by G-Brain mostly referred to the existence of Frisia's level. If there was no such powerhouse in the dark star domain, he only needed to be a little careful, and he could almost slowly push it over. These are all mobile combat power. Thinking of this, Ross couldn't help but feel a little hot in his heart. How long until you arrive in the dark star domain? It is expected to enter the dark star domain in 3 days. And reach the first planet where life exists in 10 days. It seems that it shouldn't take much time, let's go to the dark star domain first, and don't go back to Pandora Star for the time being. Ross began to look forward to the journey of the dark star domain. Chapter 026. Today's first change, please collect. Ask for flowers. Ask for tips. In the dead space, a huge star beast that is thousands of meters long is swinging its tail and swimming, which is a large battleship transformed from the body of a starry sky meteorite. Ross has been in the dark star domain for several days, calculating that the time is about to reach the habitable planet Turby Star. Although it is a habitable planet, it is just a desolate planet for intelligent life to survive. After entering the dark star domain, Ross obviously felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from the Milky Way, lonely, desolate, lifeless. Through the porthole, you can see that the space is dark and dull, and it seems that there is not even a slight source of star. In fact, it is true that there are very few stars in the dark star field, which is a galaxy that is about to die. The old one day when the star dies, it may be reborn in death, or it may collapse and die. Like life, the universe, galaxies, and planets all have their own reincarnations and ends. Ross waited quietly, intending to see what kind of existence the intelligent race of the dark star domain really was. Now without coordinates, he can't return to Pandora Star at will, and once he goes back, he can't come here smoothly, and the boring waiting makes him miss Alice's softness. Finally, just as Ross's patience was about to run out, a dark red planet appeared in his eyes. This is a dark red planet like blood, and unlike the blue Earth, it gives people a feeling of desolation and ruin, and Ross can smell the smell of blood from the planet far away. When the spacecraft slowly landed, Ross opened the hatch and jumped out. Before it hit the ground, a laser shot out from the rocks. With a wave of his hand, the laser suddenly flew back upside down and shot through the body of a strange-looking cosmic person hidden behind the strange stone. In fact, when that laser appeared, Ross found the other party, but the combat power of 1 or 2,000 was really not in his eyes, but he didn't expect that the other party actually launched an attack the moment he appeared without asking the reason, regardless of strength or weakness. This gave Ross an intuitive understanding of the chaos in the dark star domain. People here are crazy and can do whatever it takes for the sake of any resource. Glancing at the firearm-like toy held by the corpse lying on the ground, Ross sneered and walked forward. When leaving the spaceship, Ross had already pulled out the crystals in the main control room and put them into the storage space, so that there was no need to worry that someone would come and steal the spaceship. Turby Star looks sparsely populated, there is not even a slightly larger gathering place, and the slightly stronger ones have left the planet for other places, and the people who stay here are basically some guys with a combat power of about 1 or 2,000. Ross didn't bother to kill them, as long as he didn't mess with himself, he didn't bother to do it. It's a pity that the people here are a bunch of crazy people who don't want to die. When these guys saw the brand new combat uniform on Ross, their eyes lit up, like a strong man who hadn't eaten meat in a few days, and they attacked madly and straight at them. For this kind of guy looking for death, Ross naturally will not let go, and directly bombards into slag. After walking around, Ross, who was really bored, decided to go to other planets. Suddenly, a huge round ball that seemed to burn fell from the sky with a long tail. Gradually, the sparks on the ball slowly dissipated, and this is a spaceship that is very similar to the standard equipment of Scions. The spaceship was huge, at least 10 times larger than the Scion standard, and Ross always felt a little familiar when he looked at the ship. The ball landed violently on the ground, smashing out a huge deep pit. A purple figure slowly floated up. Coincidentally, the spacecraft landed right near Ross. It was a lilac figure with 2 long horns on its head, and Ross instantly recognized the identity of this person. One of the famous funny characters in the original Dragon Ball book, Captain Kainu, who likes to dance. Although this guy is sometimes more second, but his strength is definitely not to be underestimated. In the original work, this person's combat power is as high as 120,000, perhaps he thinks that he is the second in the universe, he has a bit of a frog at the bottom of the well, but this guy is also the first person Ross has encountered with a combat power of more than 100,000. Since he encountered such considerable combat power in this vast planet, Ross naturally did not want to miss it, and he directly threw an energy bomb out of the sky. Target Captain Kainu's spaceship. If you want to keep the other party, you naturally have to cut off their retreat first, which has become the standard process for Ross every battle. As soon as Kainu flew into the air, he chased the damned Scion monkey to the desolate starry sky, only to find that the other party had actually escaped to the dilapidated planet. Just as he was about to go out to look for it, an energy bomb smashed over. If nothing else, Kainu still hasn't come to his senses. With a tightening heart, Kainu just wanted to dodge, but found the energy bomb heading towards him. Although sometimes it is relatively second, but Kainu's combat experience is still very rich. Seeing the other party destroy his spaceship as soon as he comes up, he naturally knows that this battle is inevitable, and at the same time, he can't help but secretly scold the madness of the people of the Dark Star domain. To be honest, if it weren't for the huge battleship in his eyes, Kainu would not have said anything to run to such a place where birds don't. Having not seen Ross, he thought he had been attacked by the natives. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his eyes, using the detector to see, the combat power of the coming person was actually only 120. This is obviously very unreasonable, the strength of the energy bomb just now is more than this number. It has to be said that Kainu is much smarter than Likum cautiously. Scion. Kainu fixed his eyes, but found that it was not the Scion he was chasing, and he asked, "Who are you? What about that person?" "Oh." Ross laughed, "It seems that you killed Chirac." Remembering the promise he made casually to Chirac's body, Ross did not expect that he would meet the murderers so soon. "Since you have encountered it, you naturally can't let it go." "Haha, it seems that there is more than one Scion who escaped to the Dark Star domain." Kainu tilted his head and tentatively said, "It seems that the spaceship fell into your hands." "How? What do you want?" Seeing the slightly eager look in the other party's eyes, Ross smiled. "I just don't know if you have that ability." As soon as the words fell, Ross accelerated in vain and rushed forward. Start first, and in the face of guys with similar strength to himself, he no longer reserves, and he will do his best as soon as he comes up. The black substance overflowed, and IBM took shape in an instant, rushing towards Kainu with Ross one after the other. Chapter 027. Today's second change, collect flowers. On a barren plain. Kainu's expression was solemn, and the value of the detector's constant beating made him frightened, and it reached 120,000 in a blink of an eye. "What?" Trembling wildly in his heart, Kainu never expected that the strength of this Scion who suddenly appeared was actually higher than his own. You know, although his current strength has not yet reached its peak, it has exceeded 100,000, and he is also a rare opponent in the galaxy. There was such a terrifying existence among the Scions who had never been seen by him in the past. Why had he never heard the wind before? Kainu couldn't figure it out, but now he couldn't help but think too much. Ross and IBM had appeared overhead. The powerful Scions and the weird black monsters made Kainu dare not be careless, and now the situation is critical, and he doesn't care about any fighting style, and he reacts quickly without retreating and rushing forward to face Ross. He has extremely rich combat experience, and he knows very well in his heart that once he retreats, he will fall into the point of passive beating, and the only way to do this is to face up head-on and seek a way to break the situation. But as soon as he met, he was shocked to find that the strength of the black monster was actually above him, and the strangest thing was that the detector did not react to it. In other words, the monster in front of you simply does not have any of the characteristics that life should have, otherwise the detector would not be able to do so. After a brief thought, Kainu vaguely remembered secreting a strange black dust from that Scion. Could it be that the black monster ran out of this Scion? Don't look at Kainu sometimes comparing two, but the IQ is extremely high, and you can make correct analysis while fighting. IBM's sturdy figure, which is more than 5 meters tall, swayed left and right in the air, cooperating with Ross to attack, although this guy is sometimes not very obedient, but he is a good hand in fighting. Without even needing to be ordered, it seemed to have telepathy with Ross, extremely tacit, and its sharp claws constantly cut through Kainu's body. Finally, Rao is the powerful Kainu could not withstand such a siege, and with a punch from Ross, he suddenly retreated, and ran without hesitation. How could Ross let him get his wish and go on a crazy pursuit with IBM? To be honest, if it weren't for the other party's complete body, Ross could have let IBM drag Kainu, and then use energy to bombard from a distance. Where would he need to chase step by step? Kainu's lilac skin was covered with blood, like a blade-cut wound densely covering his whole body, and the severe pain stimulated his nerves, but made him exceptionally awake. He knows very well that this situation cannot escape at all, and in the face of two opponents whose strength is above him, blindly fleeing can only be slaughtered by him. Like a wounded viper, the more injured it is, the more fierce it is. Kainu's pale golden eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth slightly hooked a cruel arc. He still has secret weapons that he has not used. Now he only needs to wait quietly for the opportunity, like a poisonous snake in the desert that can lurk for 3 days and 3 nights, and give his prey a fatal blow. The figure stumbled into a mess of rocks, and Kainu stopped. Raised his right hand and stabbed his left chest fiercely. The heart ruptured along with the left chest, and purple blood slowly flowed down the chest. His current body is extremely vibrant. Even if his heart is broken, he can still live for a little time, and he is not worried that he will die immediately because of this. At key moments, Kainu is also a ruthless character. Ross suddenly stopped chasing, and seeing Kainu's appearance, he instantly understood what the other party wanted to do. Isn't this the move that Kainu used to deal with the Monkey King in the original book? What's it called? Swap bodies? Soul exchange? It was too long for Ross to remember exactly. Kainu laughed cruelly, and he looked particularly hideous, covered in blood. His heart had completely broken, and he knew very well that he could not delay any longer, and he couldn't help but laugh even more at the thought of getting the other party's powerful body. The other party is not only powerful, but also has the special ability to release black monsters. Once you get these, what will your strength reach? Facing Ross, Kainu laughed. Come on, exchange bodies. Damn scion, give me your body. ICAO. Ross cursed and hurriedly prepared to dodge. But the speed of the light coming from Kainu's body was so fast that he didn't even have time to dodge. IBM. In a hurry, Ross called IBM, hoping it would come and fend off. IBM didn't respond, and the guy actually took the opportunity to run towards Kainu's body, ready to enjoy the meal like a happy child. CAO. MDZZ. Ross scolded with a smile, and after the tension, he suddenly found that the light did not bring him any sense of crisis, and after thinking about it, he understood the reason. 1100's spiritual power was there, and Kainu's skill of swapping bodies should not pose any threat to himself. He really didn't believe that Kainu's spiritual power would be higher than his own. As soon as Ross calmed down, the light crept in. Suddenly, as if the shadow of a little man in the shape of Kainu broke into his mind, Ross could even feel that the other party was watching him. His heart sank, and Ross's consciousness seemed to enter a huge ball of light, and Kainu's phantom floated in front of him like a dwarf. The expression on the little man's face was very funny, as if he had seen something incredible. Excited, delighted, unbelievable, helpless, powerless. A variety of emotions were revealed from the villain, and Ross intuitively recognized Kainu's mood at this moment. When he saw such a huge amount of spiritual power for the first time, Kainu must have been ecstatic, but when he tried to use the secret technique, he found that he could not move this spiritual power at all, and he gradually became frustrated and helpless. Suddenly, a look of fear and pain appeared on Kainu's face, and when Rose was feeling strange, he found that the villain in front of him was slowly dissipating. Could it be that IBM swallowed his body? Secretly guessing, Ross looked at the villain who was about to dissipate, and said with some pity, "If only I could swallow this guy." As soon as this idea appeared, he suddenly felt that his own ball of light shone brightly, and a white energy parted out, wrapped Kainu's soul like water, and then merged into the ball of light. The cool feeling instantly appeared in the mind, which was the improvement of spiritual power. Returning to reality, Ross hurriedly opened his personal interface. Host, Ross. Ancestry, True Saya, Intermediate. Combat Effectiveness, 178,000. Mental Power, 1,500. IBM LV.2. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.5, Teleportation, LV.2, Storage Space, LV.1, Mind Shift, LV.5. After devouring Kainu, Ross was pleased to find that his combat power was not far from 200,000, but his spiritual power had only increased by a mere 400 points, which really made him not very satisfied. As for the skill, it was only a useless mind transfer. But it doesn't matter, anyway. Ross thinks that the skill of swapping bodies is also quite chicken. As for mind transfer, it is also very good to occasionally take it out for games. Ross, who wandered away, didn't know where to go. Chapter 028. Today's third change. The current results are dismal. Please collect flowers. The dry wind blew across the plain, carrying a hint of sultry heat, kicking up the dust on the ground. After easily devouring Kainu, Ross found that the other party's spiritual power was not very high, only 400 points. It is estimated that his swap body skill belongs to the racial talent and does not require much mental power. However, the level of mind transfer surprised him a little, and it seemed that when he acquired skills, he would automatically evaluate the level by referring to his own strength. Ross, who was in Turbistar, tested this skill a little and found that LV.5's mind shift could move 100 tons of boulders to a distance of 500 meters at most, which surprised him a little, and it seemed that this skill was not so useless. After returning to the exocet, Ross told the jellyfish to continue heading towards the depths of the dark star domain. That's right, that's the name he gave to the spacecraft and the brain. It's really not at any level. Passing through several habitable planets along the way, after Ross killed a few cosmic people with a combat power of more than 10,000, he gradually lacked interest. After all, the dark star domain was sparsely populated, and it was not so easy to encounter people with superior strength. After a month of continuing the voyage, Ross began to consider whether to return. After all, it took a whole month to increase tens of thousands of combat effectiveness in such a barren place, and the speed was too slow. Suddenly, more than 20 strong auras appeared in his perception like fireflies in the dark. These auras are basically above 10,000, of which 5 are even more amazing, and Ross predicts that its combat effectiveness will be at least 100,000 or more. To be honest, it had been more than a month since he entered the dark star domain, and he had never seen so many strong people gathered together. Most of the people Ross met before were scattered people who liked to go alone. Even if it was a small temporary team of 3 or 5 people, it could not pose any threat to him. Now that more than 20 powerful beings were gathered together, he couldn't help but hesitate. However, this is more than 20 rich combat powers, 5 of which add up to hundreds of thousands, and Ross is unwilling to give up. Would you like to go over and take a look? Muttering, after a moment Ross finally made up his mind. Soon after, a large meteorite appeared in front of Ross's eyes, which was a meteorite belt that the spacecraft probe showed was extremely large, rotating in a circular shape, and seemed to be wrapped in the middle, which the probe could not detect. Ross docked the jellyfish here, let it automatically devour meteorites to replenish energy, and drove a small spacecraft towards the depths of the meteorite belt. The small spacecraft is operated by a subroutine split from the jellyfish, and Ross has nothing to worry about. I saw the small spacecraft passing through the dense meteorite belt like a dexterous crucian carp, and did not touch a single meteorite. 2 hours later, Ross was in the heartland. The head of the small spacecraft has 2 transparent semicircular bubbles, like 2 fish eyes. Through the fish eyes, Ross can clearly see the scene outside. When he entered the central area, he was obviously a little surprised. And saw a huge palace suspended in space. Although the purple gold palace is slightly dilapidated, the desolate and magnificent momentum still hits people's hearts and has a great visual impact. Ross couldn't understand who built such a palace in the meteorite belt, and for what purpose. He only knew that the more than 20 breaths he sensed earlier were gathered inside. The spacecraft probe spotted a strange energy wrapped around the palace and asked Ross if he wanted to keep approaching. Ross was a little puzzled. He didn't perceive any strange energy, but after thinking about it, this should not be biological energy, so he couldn't sense chi. Signaling the ship to slowly approach, Ross noticed that the energy did not stop him from entering. Deep in the palace, in a dimly lit hall, a group of people with purple gold luster were gathering here. 5 of them formed a circle, looking up at the high platform rising from the ground in the circle. their faces full of reverence. 18 people with similar forms to them on the periphery knelt on the ground, mouthing something as if they were chanting. Suddenly, one of the 5, a guy with a strange instrument, spoke, "Someone has come in." "How come? Does anyone still know about the temple?" "Probably not. All that came in was a small spaceship, which could carry up to 2 or 3 people." "Well, it should just be a mistake into the temple. The energy shield will fail when the temple is opened, and it is not surprising that 1 or 2 small fish touch it. In this way, Gerdo, you immediately take a squad out and destroy the other party as soon as possible, and never let the news of the temple circulate." The 5 men talked for a while, and one of them issued an order. One of the men kneeling on the ground took the order and left the space with 5 of his men. On the high platform, a dark purple strange light constantly flashed, flickering on and off. The light seemed to capture people's hearts, and people couldn't help but be intoxicated. "God!" the 5 people called reverently, looking confused and looking quite excited. Suddenly, the light on the high platform suddenly brightened to the extreme, and a black shadow appeared there. Long time. When everything calmed down, a dark golden finger levitated above the high platform. The cloister in the dim palace twisted and turned, and Ross, who left the spaceship outside the palace, walked leisurely towards the depths, guided by Chi, and he did not have to worry about losing his way. There are many people on the other side, and Ross does not dare to use teleportation rashly, in case he gets caught in the encirclement net in the past. It will not be fun. Although you won't die, your body will hurt. So generally speaking, as long as he does not encounter the danger of death, he definitely does not want to taste the feeling of death. Sensing that 5 people were rapidly approaching him, the corners of Ross's mouth curved and he laughed happily. Break them one by one, just to his heart's content. Stopping, Ross at this time was like a big bad wolf quietly waiting for 5 little white rabbits to come to the door. Without much effort, Ross easily took out the 5-man squad, released IBM to devour it, and continued to move forward. The feeling of upgrading while fighting monsters is simply not too cool. Ross is not in a hurry, anyway. What he has for the time being is time. Chapter 029. Today's 4th change, 2000k per chapter, ask for collection flowers reward. Deep inside the temple. Girder is dead. One of the leading 5 figures spoke. It seems that the people who came in are very strong. Biru, how does the monitor show the combat effectiveness of the opponent? The man called Biru shook his head and said, after all, it is not in the same space, and the monitor can only show the life response, and cannot know the strength of the other party. In this way, since this is the case, you continue to preside over the ceremony, awaken the remaining consciousness of my God as soon as possible, and I will take people out to solve the intruders. It seems that this is the only way. Magzia, be careful, I feel that this opponent is not very simple. Biru, you are just too cautious. Magzia's combat power has reached 180,000, and she is also one of the best experts in the Dark Star domain. It is simply a breeze to solve the intruder. I really don't know what you are worried about. Another man laughed. Yuri, you should know that my hunch has always been accurate, and this time it gives me a very bad feeling, Biru explained seriously, his face slowly becoming a little solemn. Don't worry, no matter who the opponent is, it will never be my Magzia's opponent. Magzia, who had always been arrogant, obviously did not take Biru's words to heart and walked out with the remaining men. Biru obviously looked a little worried, but now was not the time to think about it. The ceremony continued, and it was necessary to follow through. In the cloister, Ross found that several not weak breaths were coming towards him, and he held his breath in concentration, because he felt that one of the breaths was very powerful, and his combat effectiveness was almost not weaker than his own, and in the face of such an enemy, he must be fully prepared and adjust his state to the peak. After a while, a total of 14 people appeared in Ross's field of vision. Magzia looked at the young man in front of him with a puzzled expression, he felt that the person in front of him was obviously very weak, but it gave people a very dangerous feeling. Holding his breath, he who had always been arrogant somehow suddenly remembered Biru's words, and did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Although Maja is arrogant, she is not a fool, and every battle, no matter what opponent he encounters, will give it his all. This is his usual style. Due to the urgency of time, he did not want to delay time, and directly waved his hand, allowing his subordinates to attack immediately, and he also rushed to the young man in front of him at the first time. The combat power of up to 180,000 all erupted, the momentum was like a rainbow, and the amazing chi wave rushed out in the narrow corridor, and the super fast speed made Ross a little shocked. IBM instantly appeared in front of Ross and directly grabbed Maja, who was impacting instantly. Maja was shocked, but the speed of the black monster that suddenly appeared in front of him was too fast, he couldn't dodge at all, he could only bear it head-on. A sharp pain spread to his brain, and 3 deep claw marks instantly appeared on his face. At this moment, the expression on Magzia's face became solemn, and he couldn't understand what the black monster that appeared in front of him was. As a person who has always been known for his physical strength, it was really surprising that he was so easily broken by this black monster. However, with a blood-devouring and warlike personality, blood will only make him more crazy. The severe pain on his face made his face become vicious. At this time, all panic was useless, he had to go all out, and his fighting spirit soared, and he quickly roared and transported all the energy in his body. Looking at the purple gold strong man who was furious like a rhinoceros in front of him, Ross did not hesitate at all, and directly rushed over with IBM. The two fought together in an instant, and he didn't have the slightest intention of fear, and directly collided with Magzia, and the crackling two sides fought together. Both of their bodies were extremely strong, and the collision of raw bodies echoed in the cloister of the meander, and the violent waves of chi continued to hit the surrounding walls. This temple is also built of no material, it is extremely hard, and the energy released by the two people cannot be shaken in the slightest. Poof! With a light sound, a brilliant green light emanated from the 10 fingers, and several scorching corrosion emitted from Ross's hand and rushed towards Magzia. Along with the high temperature and heat, the terrifying corrosive energy instantly bombarded Magzia's body, instantly breaking the defenses of his combat suit. A scream suddenly sounded. Seeing that the battle suit was damaged, Magzia's face froze, and he quickly roared and transported all the energy in his body to block. You know, Ross's combat power at this time has exceeded an astonishing 200,000, and the attacks launched under full strength are not so easy to block. It was also Magzia's physical defense that was extremely strong, and although these scorching corrosions did not completely penetrate his body, they also left several conspicuous pits on his body, and black blood slowly flowed out from those holes. The severe pain stimulated his nerves, and at this time, Magzia, who had always been arrogant, became more solemn and began to be cautious. After a short exchange, he knew very well that the strength of both the other party and the black monster was above him. Turning his head, he saw that his 13 subordinates with a combat power of more than 10,000 had all died under the claws of that black monster. Although she had long known that the strength of that monster was extraordinary, but so easily killed all her subordinates, Magzia couldn't help but feel a little surprised in her heart. However, what shocked him even more was that the black monster was devouring their corpses. I saw that those subordinates who had died were wrapped in a strange black substance, and gradually flew into the mouth of the monster. This scene was completely beyond Magzia's consistent understanding. He really couldn't understand what it was, and the only clear thing in his heart was that he was in a very dangerous situation now, and he might die if he was not careful. Without any way back, Magzia, who burst out with all her strength, began to collide with Ross with all the energy in her body. However, while fighting, he obviously felt that the opponent's strength seemed to be slowly increasing, until in the end, it was completely far above him. The opponent's strength was already stronger than him, and now the gap has increased again, which almost makes him see no hope of survival. Can't continue to haunt like this. Maja said secretly. He began to look for an opportunity to escape back to the previous space, join his companions, and then deal with the boy in front of him. But how could Ross let him get his wish? These are all combat power. Don't let it go. At this time, after IBM devoured those people, his combat power has exceeded 300,000, and if he devours the person in front of him again, then his combat power will exceed 400,000. How could such a good opportunity be missed? Ross was rarely excited. This battle was the most cheerful since he devoured his opponent to improve his combat effectiveness. Completely hilarious, Ross shot faster and faster, more and more ruthlessly, and under his combined blow with MBM, in less than a minute, Maja turned into a scorched corpse, and IBM quickly swallowed it in his mouth very happily. Chapter 030. Today's first change. Please collect flowers for rewards. Host, Ross. Ancestry, True Saya, Intermediate. Combat Effectiveness, 415,000. Mental Power, 1,500. IBM LV.2. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.5, Teleportation, LV.2, Storage Space, LV.1, Mind Shift, LV.5. Ross, who was standing in the corridor of the temple, nodded in satisfaction, a smile on the corner of his mouth. He felt that this harvest was very rich, it was like opening a cheat. Crush! Crush it all! This battle is extremely exciting. Thinking of Maja, who had just screamed at the last moment, Ross felt heartfelt joy in his heart. There are 4 left, which must be solved as soon as possible. After checking the personal interface, Ross immediately teleported and came to a strange space. The light here is a little dim, giving it an extremely oppressive feeling, which makes Ross feel very uncomfortable. In the middle stood a high platform, and 4 purple gold-skinned cosmic people who looked like the previous person were surrounding the high platform. These people are tall, more than 2 meters tall, wearing combat uniforms like boxers and sleeveless t-shirts, and their whole bodies are bursting with muscles and sharp horns. They have 2 long tentacles on their foreheads, covered in dark purple and shining with a strange luster. Ross, who had fought with Magzia, knew that these people's bodies were extremely strong, like steel, extremely hard, and super defensive. In his perception, these people and Magzia's strength is not much different, and facing 4 such intelligent creatures with a combat power of more than 100,000, Rao is Ross, who has a strength of more than 400,000, must also be treated with caution. Biru, who was relatively slender, looked solemnly at the boy who had just suddenly appeared in front of him, and just a few seconds ago he had seen that the energy reaction about Maja on the detector had completely disappeared, and it was obvious that something had happened. And at this moment, this teenager suddenly appeared here, and its meaning is self-evident. Biru calmed his face and asked cautiously, "What kind of person are you? You killed Magzia? Just to take your lives?" Ross's tone was flat, and he didn't care what the hell these guys were doing in this place. "Didn't you come for the temple?" Biru's face showed a hint of surprise. "You know, the temple has always been an ancient legend in the Dark Star domain, and most people are looking for news about the temple." "Temple? Is it this strange palace?" Ross laughed and continued, "I'm not interested in this building at all, I'm only interested in your combat strength." Biru and the others did not understand the meaning of Ross's words at all. Yuri looked at the flat-looking Ross, and asked in a deep voice, "You killed Magzia? If you're talking about the big guy just now? He is indeed dead." Ross nodded calmly, and IBM instantly appeared beside him. No more insignificant nonsense, only the last 4 prey remained, and Ross chose to do it directly. "Wait a minute!" Biru exclaimed. Now that the ceremony was only halfway through, they had not yet awakened the residual consciousness of the gods of the Dark God race, and they definitely could not be interrupted suddenly. Yuri and the other 2 couldn't help but panic, and with gloomy faces, they quickly wanted to stop each other. But Ross will not care what these people think. What gods and demons are in charge of his birds, he just wants to obtain the other party's combat power as soon as possible. That's hundreds of thousands of combat power. Ha laughed maniacally, he roared with IBM, and as soon as he made a move, it was a killing move. Scorching corrosion, energy cannon, energy bomb. The originally calm energy in the body instantly became furious, like a dragon with unlimited energy, exerting its energy without restraint. Biru showed an extremely annoyed expression on his face, but he was helpless. The other party was menacing, and extremely strong, several of them must unite to defeat each other. Anyone who faced this teenager alone would only be crushed to death. In desperation, the four had to temporarily abandon the ritual and begin to deal with Ross's attack. Among the four, Yuri has the strongest combat power, but it is only about 160,000, while the other three have a combat power of only between 120,000 and 150,000. 5 people plus a monster instantly scuffled together. At this moment, Biru and the others did not have the energy to think about what this strange black monster in front of them was. They had to concentrate on facing the continuous fierce attacks of that one person and one monster. This space is extremely strange, and the energy that bursts out during the battle seems to be completely unable to have any effect on this space, and all the aftermath of the energy seems to be absorbed by a huge sponge as soon as it touches the edge of the space, disappearing without a trace. Ross's combat power at this time has completely exceeded 400,000, and he is far above these 4 people with full strength. Coupled with an IBM whose combat effectiveness is comparable to his own, it is like cutting vegetables and melons, and the 4 people who beat have no way to fight back. In a short time, the 4 people were already scarred and bloody. With a bitter smile, a sense of powerlessness rose in Yuri's heart. He didn't even know why such a powerful being would come to trouble himself and others. Who is this boy? Is it just because you don't want to see my god revived? Yuri's heart turned 1,000 times, and countless thoughts flashed in an instant. Looking at the 3 companions beside him, he gritted his teeth secretly and began to use all the energy in his body. Let's go! Yuri turned around and shouted at the trio, galloping towards Ross. Yuri! Biru seemed to have guessed something and instantly exclaimed. Ross felt a hint of something bad the moment the other party rushed up, and the powerful energy in the other party's body was completely condensed, like nuclear fusion, as if it could erupt at any time. Seeing that the other party rushed over desperately, he immediately contacted IBM, and this time IBM was unexpectedly very obedient and immediately came to him. Yuri just rushed over, and saw a black monster blocking in front of him. At this time, he couldn't help but show a wry smile on his face, but he didn't expect that he who rushed up with a mortal heart could not hurt the other party in the slightest. But it's good to be able to take down this monster. Yuri secretly said in his heart that he was powerless to stop the self-explosion when the energy in his body was fully operational. Just as IBM came over, Ross hurriedly stepped back and opened a certain distance. At this time, a dazzling burst of bright light suddenly erupted in the center of this space. And the crazy energy vented its roar without reservation, just like Yuri's unwillingness before death. After the explosion, IBM disappeared in place. Chapter 031. Today's second change, please collect. Ask for flowers. In a dark space. Although the 3 of Biru had just been reminded by Yuri, they had only slightly distanced themselves, and they were still affected by this explosion, and the people turned on their backs and looked embarrassed. Did that black monster get killed? Biru smiled miserably and said that he felt extremely sad about Yuri's death, but being able to kill a monster greatly improved the chances of survival for the remaining few people. But from a distance, Biru and the others found that Ross was unharmed, and the black monster that had obviously disappeared in the explosion actually reappeared. This made the remaining 3 feel extremely desperate, and at the same time felt that Yuri's self-explosion seemed to be completely unworthy. Looking at the 3 seriously injured people in front of him, a smile appeared on Ross's face, and at this moment, he was like the ultimate villain in the novel, and the smile reflected in the eyes of the three was like a devilish smile. Only the three of you left. Ross felt a little sorry in his heart. The person who had just blew himself up was the strongest among these people, but he was so plain and gone. It really hurt him, and now these remaining people in front of him, he must be treated carefully, and he must not let them destroy his precious body. After making up his mind, Ross asked IBM to entangle two of them and deal with the slender Biru independently for a quick victory. In the Dark God clan, Biraben is not a person who is good at fighting. He is usually more like a think tank, playing the role of counsel in this team. At this time, in the face of the menacing Ross, he who has always liked to use his brain to solve problems is simply unable to resist and can only be passively beaten. Ugh! With a scream, Biru's chest was penetrated by a burning corrosion and slowly fell to the ground. The remaining two had extremely desperate expressions on their faces. Facing such a fierce and powerful existence, any resistance they made seemed to be in vain. They seemed so powerless and pale. Before the great revival of the Dark God race could begin, it was strangled in the cradle by the teenager who suddenly appeared. A sense of absurdity rose in the hearts of the two, and these people did not understand who the other party was until they died. Why did you find a shrine? Why did everything that was originally planned turn out to be like this? Everything is as unreal as a dream. They wholeheartedly want to awaken the god of a family. They finally find a divine body, and are about to try to awaken the remnant soul in the divine body, but they are interrupted by the teenager who suddenly appeared in front of them, and the strong strength of the other party makes them powerless to resist. My clan will never let you go. My god will be revived, and all of you will be ants. This disparity in strength did not last long, and both became the souls of Ross's men, IBM's plate meal. As for the last two words before they died, they could only make Ross let out a sneer. What kind of joke? What age is it now? Still calling such an old-fashioned villain declaration, can't you die quietly? Ross shook his head secretly, but he didn't know that he was the biggest villain in the other party's heart. After solving the four people, Ross did not care about their corpses for the time being, but looked up at the sky. On the high platform, a strange finger glowed with a faint dark golden light. The fingers look the same size as ordinary people, but the color is slightly different, like a dark golden metal. That light is very mysterious, with an indescribable mystery and depth, and an irresistible charm and reassurance. Gradually, Ross's eyes gradually began to blur, as if he was about to fall into that strange light. Suddenly, he was shocked, and his mind was cool. At this time, the powerful spiritual power played a crucial role, allowing him to wake up instantly. Although he was still a little dazed and unaware, he no longer dared to underestimate the finger on the high platform. I don't know who the owner of this strange finger is, but it seems to reveal a huge vitality in the thick intention of death. I don't know how long the finger has existed in this strange space. It is actually as new as if it has just been cut off, and it seems to contain an extremely powerful destructive energy, as if endless. Although Ross could not sense the intensity of the energy in it, he faintly sensed a trace of danger. He even felt that if the owner of this finger was still alive, he would definitely be able to completely erase himself easily. Even if you have a subhuman bloodline, there is absolutely no room for survival. What kind of powerful existence is this? With a hint of curiosity, the muttered Ross carefully flew up the high platform, cautiously examining the finger. Since he was confused by this finger at first glance, it was as if he had been vaccinated, and now he no longer has that strange feeling. However, Ross, who has always been extremely cautious, summoned IBM, and at this time, this guy actually ignored the three corpses on the ground, but stared straight at the finger, as if he saw an extremely delicious delicacy, and Ross could even feel the strong desire revealed by this guy. After thinking about it for a long time, he decided to let IBM give it a try and see if he could swallow that finger. There was too much energy in his fingers, and Ross didn't know if IBM had the appetite to eat it. However, this guy is not born to die, and the worst result is to dissipate directly after eating, and Ross does not care, and when the time comes, it will be resummoned. Although IBM really wanted to swallow that finger immediately, at this moment, he was uncharacteristically not in a hurry, but circled around that finger, as if thinking about how to take a mouth. Perhaps because he felt the powerful energy contained in this finger, he was also a little worried about whether he would be supported, so he was a little hesitant. Rose knows very well that although this guy does not have an independent sense of self, he has the most basic instinctive judgment, which can make this guy who is not afraid of death feel afraid, which shows how terrifying that finger is. It was hard for Ross to imagine how powerful the owner of this finger would have been if he were still alive, if not much more powerful than Frisia. Maybe it can be compared to the god of destruction? Ross guessed secretly. IBM on the side seemed to hesitate for a long time, but finally made up his mind and began to slowly approach the finger. On the ground, a large black substance emerged from its body and began to slowly condense into the shape of a palm, carefully approaching the finger, and then grabbing it tightly. After a moment, the black substance gradually turned into a small fist and slowly flew back into IBM's mouth. Chapter 032. The third more, as always 2000K, please collect flowers for rewards. There was silence in the empty space, and Ross looked solemnly at IBM not far away. Devour, absorb, digest. IBM repeated the upgrade process it had been doing, but at the moment it was clearly encountering problems, and Ross vaguely felt that it seemed that it was difficult to digest this finger, as if an invisible force was stopping it. You know, those guys with a combat power of nearly 200,000 IBM can digest it in an instant, and this finger makes it so difficult, and its horror can be imagined. IBM, which was more than 5 meters in size, began to twitch continuously, and large streams of black matter continued to pour out from its body, falling on the high platform like black confetti. Ross even felt it very painful, probably because he and IBM had a common heart, and even a sharp pain passed into his brain. Although this pain was completely within his tolerance, looking at IBM's painful appearance, he couldn't help but feel a pang of worry in his heart, afraid that this guy would never appear again after he died. After all, he had never seen this mentally disabled guy suffer so much. Suddenly, black substances came out of Ross's body, like a long river of black, rushing towards IBM. As Ross's strength continued to improve, he obviously felt that the black matter in his body was increasing, as if endless. Under the injection of a large amount of black matter, IBM gradually calmed down, and the tingling sensation in Ross's mind gradually disappeared. In the end, he only felt an extremely terrifying powerful energy surging out from inside his body. He knew that this was exactly what IBM was trying to digest that finger. I don't know how long it took. When everything calmed down, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation surged out from Ross's body, as if endless, and the chi rushed to the sky, wanting to break through this space. Without even having to call up the personal interface, Ross obviously felt that he was too much stronger now, and he could even feel a strong tingling swelling sensation with huge energy that could not be vented. He understood that his current body had not fully adapted to this energy. Glancing at the 3 corpses lying on the ground not far away, Ross collected them into the storage space. There was no wind in this space, but a powerful wave of chi still spread out in all directions, which was the fluctuation that Ross could not control the energy in his body. Under the impact of this wave of chi, the high platform where the fingers were originally placed shattered like tofu dregs and gradually disappeared. Ross clenched his fist and threw a punch directly into the air, and the entire space instantly collapsed and shattered. Ha ha laughed, and Ross's body directly slammed through the wall of the hallway of the temple, and instantly came to the outside of the main hall. At this time, the huge temple began to flicker and darken, and after a moment, the figure of the entire temple seemed to gradually fade and began to slowly disappear, as if hidden in some strange space. Ross also didn't care about being familiar with the unfamiliar huge energy in his body, and his figure flashed into his spaceship and quickly left the area. After returning to the exocet, Ross ordered the jellyfish to continue devouring the surrounding meteorites before walking into the gravity chamber. 50 times. Ross did not hesitate to directly turn on 50 times gravity. The gravity of the dark star domain is much greater than that of the Milky Way, and the standard gravity here is basically twice that of Vegeta. That is, Ross now turns on 100 times the gravity of Vegeta. This is an extremely terrifying number, as if the whole body has been repeatedly beaten by countless iron hammers, and the huge pressure and the sharp feeling of expansion in the body form a sharp opposition, which makes Ross feel extremely uncomfortable. He knew that this was a necessary process, and only this strong internal and external oppression could make his body stronger and stimulate more potential. Men, sometimes you should be cruel to yourself. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 combat power for the first time, and now the reward is released. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Ross's mind, and he who was desperately polishing his body did not expect that the system would take the initiative to contact him at this time. To be honest, he hadn't taken the initiative to contact the system for a long time, and he almost forgot that he still had such a sand sculpture thing. Curious, Ross asked while doing a squat, "What reward?" The system mechanically replied, "The host can now choose any attribute to advance one level." Then if I choose a skill attribute, won't every skill be upgraded by one level? No, the host can only improve one skill, please choose as soon as possible. Why not? Isn't any one attribute up one level? Aren't all skills in one category? Each skill belongs to a single category and cannot be improved in its entirety. This guy is still as stingy as ever. Rose cursed in his heart and fell silent. He needed to think hard before making a decision. Among all the attributes, combat power and spiritual power are enough for the time being. Even if they are upgraded by one level, they will not increase much. If you can only choose to improve one of them, you are simply wasting this precious opportunity. After thinking about it again, he decided to prioritize improving his bloodline. Recently, his strength has improved too fast, and his physical strength has gradually been unable to keep up, and the promotion of his bloodline can better enhance his potential, and can also strengthen his physical strength to a certain extent, which will be the best choice in the long run. After making up his mind, Ross let the system immediately improve his bloodline, and instantly a feeling of cooling from head to toe like drinking a bottle of cold soda on a hot summer day hit his heart, and he felt as if his entire body and soul had been sublimated. Bloodline, True Saya, Superior. The improvement of the bloodline made Ross feel like drinking a pound of old white dry, and the whole person was fluttering, and that feeling was really refreshing. Without paying attention to combat effectiveness for the time being, Ross began to seize the time to strengthen his body. Just raised the bloodline, the energy in the body is full, this is a good time to cultivate, how can it be easily missed? He has been in the gravity room for 7 whole days, during which Ross ate fairy beans when he was hungry and tired, did the most basic intensive training day and night, constantly polished his body, and finally fully adapted to 50 times the gravity. The feeling of expansion in the body also began to gradually decrease. Although it felt that there was no way to fully control the energy in the body, but it was much better than at the beginning. Cultivating alone was a very dull and boring thing, and after 7 days, Ross walked out of the gravity room because he still had a very important thing to do. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 033. In fact, when the system gave a reward, Ross found that there was an additional lottery function in the system, which was said to be a new option because the combat effectiveness exceeded 1 million. For the first time, the combat power exceeded 1 million to get a lottery opportunity, and the next time, the combat power needs to exceed 10 million. Although the raffle is not so easy to obtain, the prizes in this raffle wheel are very exciting. God level Trucia bloodline, 1 in a billion. Perfection level free extreme effort, 1 in 100 million. God level enslavement, 1 in a billion. God level turtle school Qigong, 1,000th. 1 pot of super god water, 100th. Glamour plus 1, 1%. 1 banknote, 1/8. Thank you for your patronage. 1 1/8. Seeing the first 5 options, Ross was very satisfied, especially the god-level Trucia bloodline made his eyes hot. Although I don't know how strong it is to obtain this bloodline, and whether it will make you a god directly after obtaining it, the probability of standing in the roulette wheel like a 1 in a billion shows it's extraordinary. The former is the super martial arts that Sun Wukong comprehended by himself in Dragon Ball Super, different from the previous combat method that relies on perception chi. It relies on all parts of the body for conditioned movement, does not require a little thinking from the brain, and maximizes the speed of movement and reaction. The separation of the body and consciousness allows all parts of oneself to go beyond their instincts to perceive the dangers around them, and the brain no longer needs to think before acting. This is a realm that circulates among the gods, and it is an explosion of potential after breaking through its limits, and even the gods are difficult to reach the extreme. It is rumored that Beerus, the god of destruction, has also done relevant training, but has not fully mastered it. In Dragon Ball Super, even if Sun Wukong comprehends this realm, he has certain flaws and cannot enter freely. And the perfect level given by the system is extremely good, and you know that it is definitely the most perfect version when you think about it with your ass. As for enslavement, it is a spell to control people, and although I have never heard of it, it also looks very interesting. But what the hell are those 3 in the back? Especially 1 banknote and thank you for your patronage, the system, are you sure you are not joking? Get out rough, Lao-Tzu promises not to kill you. The feeling in Ross's heart was as uncomfortable as eating a fly, and looking at this spinning wheel was like seeing a dish of food mixed with, and it felt awkward to look at it. However, the system's attitude of poor drawing made Ross also feel helpless, so he had to put aside the distractions in his heart and concentrate on preparing for the lottery. After all, the prizes that should be drawn sooner or later will be drawn, which is completely a matter of luck, and Ross did not deliberately choose the time. He felt that his luck was always good. As soon as the mind moved, the roulette wheel began to rotate slowly, and finally the speed became faster and faster. God-level bloodline, God-level bloodline. Ross kept thinking in his heart, what he wanted most was this reward, after all. Something that can be marked by the system as a 1 in a billion chance is definitely a great existence. If it can be drawn, it is definitely developed. Yu Huang or non-chieftain depends on this time. Ross stared at the wheel deadly, only to see that the speed of the wheel was spinning slower and slower, and the needle gently slid through each square, as if it could stop at any moment. It seemed that a long time had passed, and finally, the pointer stopped in the column of God-level Turtle Sect Qigong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level Turtle Sect Qigong. The mechanical voice of the system sounded again, but how did Ross feel that there was a hint of schadenfreude in this guy's tone? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little sullen, and some didn't want to speak. However, Ross also knew very well in his heart that those things with a very low probability of winning the lottery were by no means so easy to get, and it was already very good luck to be able to draw a Turtle School Qigong with 1,000th chance. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "What does it mean to add a god level in front of this?" The system replied, "It means that the power of the Qigong waves emitted by this exercise will be unconditionally doubled." I'm a bit of a dick. Ross couldn't help but feel happy, which meant that he finally had a good move in terms of attack. What about the god-level bloodline and perfect-level freedom extreme skill? Ross asked with some curiosity. After the host draws the draw, the system will answer itself. The system's righteous rejection, the mechanical tone without the slightest room for negotiation. This guy is a bit of a tsundere, hey. The attitude of the system made Ross very dissatisfied, but he had long been accustomed to the virtues of this sand sculpture, although his temper was a little strange, but most of the time he was still very talkative, thinking of the god-level Turtle School Qigong that he had just drawn. Of course, he still chose to forgive it. After receiving the reward, Ross ignored the system and began to carefully check his personal interface. Host, Ross. Bloodline, True Saya, Superior. Combat Effectiveness, 9.38 million. Mental Power, 2200. IBM LV.3. Skills, Glow Corrosion, LV.8, Teleportation, LV.3, Storage Space, LV.2, Mind Shift, LV.6. The combat power directly soared to an incredible point. After all, that finger alone brought him more than 6 million combat power, and after the bloodline promotion, it also increased by more than 2 million points. After one finger IBM divides half of it, he can obtain more than 6 million combat power, which means that the finger that does not know how long it has been stored in the strange space has more than 12 million energy units. What a horrible number! I really don't know how strong this finger should be during the period of total victory for the original owner. Ross secretly shook his head, and a trace of fascination could not help but rise in his heart. If he also had that kind of strength, where could the universe go? However, the thought of such a powerful existence being killed by someone made Ross have a deeper understanding of the dangers of the Dragon Ball world. This world is very deep. After all, what is depicted in the original book is only the story of the Monkey King, and the North Galaxy only mentions a small part of the content. Even the dark star domain adjacent to the Milky Way has had a suspected existence like the God of Destruction, and you can imagine how many powerful existences there are. IBM has also upgraded, which is a welcome thing. The personal interface shows that although the mental power has improved, the increase is not large, and what surprised Ross the most is that the level of each skill has increased, but the increase is different. Glazing corrosion and teleportation cannot be felt after the improvement for the time being, but the storage space has changed greatly, and the volume of space has increased tenfold. However, the only pity is that it is still unable to fit the exocet, and Ross has to continue the boring interstellar voyage. However, this result has made him feel very satisfied, and in general, this trip to the dark star domain is very perfect. Chapter 034. Today's fifth change, please collect flowers for rewards. Powerful boy, did you destroy the summoning ceremony of the Dark God clan? I really didn't expect that the scions of the North Galaxy actually appeared in the dark star domain, which is really surprising. While Ross was checking his personal interface alone, an old voice suddenly appeared in his head. Who? Ross was shocked and looked around suspiciously, but found no one. Don't worry, I'm the Realm King of the Dark Star Domain, and I'm communicating with you now, so I just took the liberty to thank you specifically. Thank you? Why thank me? Ross didn't quite understand. Because you stopped the Dark God clan from summoning Diablo. The Dark Star Realm King explained. Diablo? Which guy gave such a tasteless name? Ross muttered to himself. It's really tasteless. The old voice revealed a hint of approval. ICAO? Is this mind reading? Ross frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Anyone who is so peeping into their inner thoughts will feel very uncomfortable. Now that I am connected to your consciousness in a very distant place, I am deeply sorry for accidentally probing your inner thoughts. The old man's voice revealed deep sincerity and calmness, which really made Ross angry. Then what are you looking for me for? It won't be just a thank you, right? Ross knows that the Realm King has a special method of mind communication, and he also believes a little about the identity of the Dark Star Realm King, but if it is necessary to say the purpose of the other party, it is debatable. However, he is extremely confident in his own strength, and he does not care at all what kind of moth the other party does, and once the situation is unfavorable to him, he does not mind teaching the other party how to behave. You don't have to worry that I'll be against you. Maybe you don't quite understand what you did in that temple means for the entire Dark Star domain. In a sense, it's not too much that you are the lifesaver of me and the entire Dark Star domain. After a moment of silence, the Dark Star Realm King spoke again. What do you mean? Ross tilted his head, looking dazed. It's very troublesome to communicate like this. Why don't you come to my dark star realm, only to see that you have been cultivating in the gravity room? I have extremely strong gravity here, it should be very suitable for you. It just so happens that you will also teleport to the Adrath Starman, and it is also convenient to go back and forth. Not going. Ross decisively refused. Now run to what dark star realm? What should he do with such a big exocet? Besides, this guy seems to have seen what he was doing in the temple, and God knows if he knew of IBM's existence. Ross knew very well in his heart that these realm kings could freely patrol the galaxy under their jurisdiction, and even check a certain region and a certain person at will. Since this guy knows that he can teleport, he must have been watching him. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to refuse so decisively, and after being silent for a long time, the Dark Realm King sighed and said, I know that you probably have some doubts about me, but please rest assured, I have absolutely no malice towards you, I just want to make friends with this young man with endless potential. In fact, what Ross didn't know was that the Dark Star Realm King really didn't pay attention to him. Since the Dark God race seemed to have been planning something recently, it also attracted the great attention of the Dark Star Realm King, and it was not until the sudden appearance of the temple that he understood what these guys wanted to do. Oh Diablo! That is the former god of destruction of this universe. Once the remnant consciousness of that guy wakes up, once the sleeping Lord Beerus is awakened, the end of the Dark Star domain is not far away. In this way, as the realm king of the Dark Star domain, how could he not panic? Then again, the king of the realm is really not a good errand. To put it nicely, it is a guardian of a galaxy. In fact, it is an observer, except to see what is happening around. There is nothing to do. There is no way. Who let them belong to the kind of family with zero theoretical rich combat experience, and their own strength is not strong, and in the face of those fierce cosmic level powerhouses, they can only obediently hold their tails and be people. At that time, seeing those Dark God clan people opening the seal of the temple could frighten the Dark Star Realm King, and while quickly contacting the Realm King God, he racked his brains to think of a way. However, the entire Realm King God realm knew that the current Realm King God was a fledgling in turn, not only extremely timid, but also an all-round waste material. Contacting the other party was only out of regulations, and he didn't think the other party could come up with any good solutions. But just when he was about to die, Ross appeared, and this guy not only killed all the Dark God people, but also lost the fingers of the Dark God. This makes him happy. No, just now I saw that the other party had finished cultivation, and I immediately contacted him, wanting to establish a good relationship. The Dark Star Realm King is very smart, and this is also the way he has lived for countless years. He can continue to stay in this position when the old guys of his time are retired or braided, and that's the skill. Who knew that the other party actually seriously doubted his purpose, which made the king of the Dark Star realm a little doubtful about life. However, the other party also seems to hide a lot of secrets, although he has been watching what happened in the temple the whole time before, but there are many places that cannot be understood, such as the corpses of those Dark God clans have disappeared inexplicably, and the fingers of the Dark God are also missing, and he can't even know how these disappeared. It was as if there was a fog wrapped around everything, and with his power he could not peep in. Moreover, after the other party came out, his strength obviously changed dramatically, which made him have to suspect that the other party absorbed the energy of Diablo. Thinking that this young man could actually absorb the energy of the god of destruction made the Dark Realm King even more anxious in his heart. That is the god of destruction, even if it is only a small part of the remaining, but it also contains an extremely terrifying divinity. How can it be absorbed by mere mortals? Even those cosmic-level emperors did not dare. Once forcibly absorbed, the divinity in it will inevitably erupt in an all-round way, destroying the entire person's body. However, now this teenager can not only absorb, but also get a great improvement unharmed. What is it? This is a thick giant leg. When is it better not to hold it at this time? Maybe when will this teenager also become the god of destruction? How did Lord Beerus become the god of destruction? Isn't it just killing the X to get the godhead? Thinking of the distant dark star domain, the king of the realm couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. This is his home, he has been watching its growth and decline for countless years but unable to do anything, and who can know its central acid? If you can have a good relationship with this young man, maybe one day you can get the other party's assistance when there is a crisis in the dark star domain. Through the connection of consciousness, the king of the dark star realm told Ross part of the secrets of the dark star domain, and also let Ross understand the relationship between the Diablo and the dark god race. Chapter 035. Today's first change, please collect flowers. Beerus should not have become a god at that time, right? So how did he defeat the darkness that was the god of destruction at the time? Ross was puzzled, it was completely unreasonable. No one knows how he did it. The Dark Star Realm King replied, by the time we all received the news, Lord Anus, the Diablo god, had already been blasted into countless pieces. You know, the bodies of the gods all carry immortal properties, and although Anus was beaten like that, only a small number of fragments were destroyed, and the rest could not be destroyed even by Lord Beerus. That finger was sealed by Beerus? Ross asked. No, I don't know what happened at the time. Most of Anus's bodies were scattered, and the remnants fled into the void, where the end of the universe is so dangerous that even the gods do not want to enter. And his stump is nowhere to be seen. Hey, Lord Beerus also searched for a long time in the Dark Star domain after becoming the god of destruction, but finally found nothing, and this galaxy became so broken, which is also the result of his anger. It turns out that the decay here is still the pot of Beerus, and the god of destruction really does whatever he wants. Ross sighed in his heart, and after a moment of silence, he continued to ask, since the remnants of Anus's souls have entered the void land, are you still worried about a yarn? Can the Dark God clan still resurrect him? Don't underestimate the Dark God clan, as a race that gave birth to a god of destruction. Their overall strength is very strong, and what you encounter is just one of the squads looking for the divine body. Since they have set out to find the divine body, they must have a certain degree of certainty to resurrect Anus, and even if it is just to awaken his remnant soul, it may be a disaster for our Dark Star domain. This galaxy can no longer withstand the destruction of Lord Beerus again. The tone of the Dark Star Realm King was full of helplessness. Ross secretly shook his head. These Realm Kings are really naive. Obviously the strength is not as good as people to manage this and that, and in the end there is no other way but to secretly be distressed. If you have that sad mind, it is better to think about how to improve your strength. Being strong is the last word. As long as you become stronger than the god of destruction, are you afraid of his dick? That's why I want to thank you, at least you defused a possible crisis. After a pause, the Dark Star Realm King continued, but you also have to be careful with the Dark God clan. This clan has the ability to sense murderers. As long as they are not far apart, they can sense it. Now that you have killed their people, maybe they will come to take revenge. Are there cosmic-level powerhouses in the Dark God clan? Ross nodded secretly, keeping it in mind. There should be, I don't know the specifics. Perhaps sensing Ross's doubts, he explained, their planet still has the enchantment that Anus laid down back then, and I can't check it. So how strong they are now, I don't know. Ross rolled his eyes. This is what he said or didn't say, but the words of the Dark Star Realm King also reminded him, it seems that he must be careful during this time. After a pause, as if he suddenly remembered something, he spoke, since you want to thank me, you can't just say an empty word. Right. It's always a bit of a thank you gift, right? Far away on his own planet, the king of the Dark Star Realm was slightly stunned. I just wanted to say hello to you and chat, why did I suddenly get involved in the thank you gift? He found himself a little unable to keep up with the teenager's thinking. After a moment of silence, he asked, then what do you want? A smile appeared at the corner of Ross's mouth. I heard that you have a martial art called Realm King Fist. How do you know? The Dark Star Realm King was very puzzled, to know that the Realm King Fist was a secret skill of their clan, and it was generally never passed on, plus they had never been good at fighting, and they hardly used this secret technique, and the outside world did not know it. However, he did not delve into this issue, but asked, "How? Do you want to learn?" Ross nodded honestly, yes. The king of the Dark Star realm did not hesitate much, and their family did not have any rules that secret skills could not be passed on. Anyway, they were now ready to have a good relationship with this young man, and there was nothing reluctant to be reluctant about a secret technique. In an instant, a large piece of information suddenly entered Ross's mind, making him feel the wonder of the communication consciousness skill of the king of the realm. Ignoring the Dark Star Realm King, Ross began to study the magical martial art of Realm King Fist. It is very simple to say, in fact, the King of Realm Fist is to run the energy in the body in a special line, stimulate various positions of the body, and forcibly stimulate the potential, so as to achieve the effect of amplification. This martial art has great side effects, so there is a clear time limit when using it. Once the timeout is over, it will cause a great burden on the body, and finally collapse and separate. Ross is very clear in his heart that the reason why Sun Wukong suffered from heart disease in the original work, long-term continuous use of the Realm King Fist, is one of the important factors. The Isian's strong physique can't fully withstand it, and you can imagine how big this side effect is. This is a secret method to obtain powerful combat power at the cost of overdrawing the body. But Ross didn't care at all. He was a person with subhuman blood, and the side effects were completely unconcerned. Seeing that Ross was in deep thought, the king of the Dark Star realm did not bother, silently disconnected the contact. Now that the good intentions have been conveyed, the rest is just natural. Ross got into the gravity chamber again, and under 50 times gravity, began to practice the Realm King Fist while polishing his body. Chapter 036. Today's second change, please collect flowers for rewards. A huge spacecraft like a swimming fish has been sailing in space for nearly half a year. While learning the King Fist of the realm, Ross consulted with the jellyfish and decided to move in the direction of Algama Star. After all, the planet Pandora is still in a very primitive state, and the scions cannot maintain that kind of indigenous life all the time, and they also need a certain technological civilization to improve their living standards. Now that the surviving scions had been gathered, Ross could not leave it alone. No matter what the psychology, since he decided to take these people in the first place, he had to be responsible for them and could not ignore them. Although there are now Alice and Bardock who take care of these scions, since they know that there is a very high technological civilization in Algama, they may as well go over. So after a few thoughts, Ross decided to go there to see if he could recruit some scientific and technological talents and purchase a batch of high-tech instruments by the way. Occasionally, when he finished his cultivation, he had visited the spaceship warehouse, which contained some Shijin and a large pile of empty gold, presumably left by the previous owner of the exocet. This is the common currency in the universe, one of which is equivalent to 10 million empty gold, and there are dozens of pieces in the warehouse, and I don't know where the previous owner of this spaceship got so many belongings. You must know that a spaceship with excellent performance is worth 1 piece of Higgin, and according to the jellyfish, 12 pieces of Higgin can buy a top-level biological spaceship such as the exocet. For the Algamas, a peace-loving race, Ross did not have the idea of robbery, and he chose to trade with great principles. After all, he is not a cosmic robber like Frisia, and he does not like to rob for no reason. He is a man with a bottom line. Outside the spacecraft is pitch black. In the vast darkness, the surrounding planets all exude a faint and charming brilliance. The exocet sails extremely fast, a few planets quickly pass in front of you, those are planets and stars without any traces of life. The dark star domain is extremely barren, and the distance between the life planets is also far apart, but thanks to advanced science and technology, interstellar navigation in the Dragon Ball world is much more convenient and fast, and it can cross the relatively small galaxy of the dark star domain in a few months. Compared to the Milky Way, the dark star domain is much smaller. In just half a year, Ross's spaceship has reached the edge of the dark star domain, and it is obviously no longer so barren and has a trace of life. Inside the spacecraft, Ross's body rose very gratifyingly during this time. At this time, his height has exceeded 1 meter 6 and approached 1 meter 7, and his tall body is standing by the porthole, calmly looking out the window. Next time, I'll see if Alice dares to laugh at herself. Thinking that he was about to surpass that chick, a smug smile could not help but appear at the corner of Rose's mouth, and the fact that he was shorter than his own woman had always made him feel bad. The Scion's unique black and bright vertical hair rises high, and the heroic sword eyebrows flying obliquely, slender and contain sharp black eyes. Revealing a sharp sword-like edge, the thin and lightly pursed lips, the angular silhouette, show a kind of hardness. Standing quietly by the porthole, Ross is like an eagle in the night, cold and lonely but domineering, and exudes a kind of arrogance and strength that dominates the world. Now he has become a cosmic-level powerhouse like Frisia, and his momentum is extraordinary. Near a habitable planet in a star system, a blue planet appears there, and the fish-like exocet flies towards the planet under the operation of the jellyfish. Through the jellyfish, Ross knew a lot about the Algama people. Looking at the huge blue planet in front of him, Rao knew it for a long time, and he couldn't help but feel a little shocked. Compared with the blue of the Earth, the color of the planet in front of you is deeper. This is a planet full of oceans and no land at all. The Algamas are a peculiar race, more than 2 meters in size as adults, and their jellyfish-like bodies drag countless long tentacles that allow them to better operate complex instruments. They have a very special way of breeding, which is a pure division, and each Algama can perform 3 divisions in his lifetime, and each splinter can fully possess the memory, knowledge, and character of the body. The Algamas have no concept of class. This is a world where everyone is equal, everyone is intently conducting their own research, isolated except for the necessary business and trading, and almost never communicating with other life races. Their average lifespan is not long, and the larvae that have split can reach adulthood after 3 years, but adulthood can only remain for a short decade. 10 years later, they will undergo one last split and then die quietly. Since each splinter has ontological memory and knowledge, it is equivalent to a continuation of life. So they don't feel anything about death at all, thinking it's just a return to the sea. This azure planet has 3 moons, like 3 steel fortresses, and countless hideous cannon barrels stand on the 3 moons, which is extremely powerful. These satellites have all been transformed into star-class warships by the Algama starmen, which are enough to withstand the attacks of most of the powerhouses in the dark star domain. Through the jellyfish, Ross has already contacted the Algama starmen and obtained permission to land. He did not hide his breath this time, and the momentum of the universe-level powerhouses at a glance. Although it has been decided to make a pleasant trade, it is necessary to show strength. After all, great strength can sometimes avoid many troubles. Soon after, the exocet landed steadily on the planet and plunged headlong into the sea. Ross stepped out of the spaceship, and a random wave of energy was released, and the sea water avoided it. A large blue jellyfish greeted him. Not counting the tentacles, its length, width, and height exceeded 2 meters. "Dear Powerhouse, welcome to Algama." Some blunt voices sounded. The Algama people have always liked to use ideas to communicate with each other, and rarely speak, so his words sound a little strange. "I've always heard that your planet is very technologically advanced, so I came to visit." Ross smiled slightly, and unceremoniously said his intentions, hoping to recruit a group of Algama starmen. In fact, the jellyfish in front of them has been shocking in their hearts, as early as before Ross's spacecraft landed. They had observed each other with the most advanced detectors, but the detectors that had reached the highest limit of 5 million directly exploded on the spot, which shows that the real strength of the other party definitely far exceeds this value. Algama had never encountered such a powerful visitor, and they couldn't help but panic at once. sending recognized people with the best eloquence to communicate with them. Chapter 037. A pair of copper bell-like eyes are as big as a light bulb, the light blue skin glowing with a faint light in the sea water. The jellyfish in front of them seems to be a little restrained. After all, for their alchemist Starman, it is the first time to see this cosmic-level powerhouse, afraid and curious at the same time. After understanding Ross's intentions, Jellyfish seemed very happy, readily agreed to the deal, and warmly invited Ross to their scientific research base. After boarding a triangular submarine, they headed towards the depths of the sea. The planet is very large and the sea is extremely deep, and it only stopped when it reached a depth of about 100,000 meters. I don't know what kind of material this submarine is made of, and the speed has not slowed down in the slightest under such a huge water pressure, and hundreds of millions of tons of seawater seem to exist for it, swimming here unimpeded like a deep-sea fish. Algemistar Research Base. Ross looked around curiously, and the buildings here were basically strangely shaped glass covers, and the displays in them could be seen at a glance. This made him feel that the Algema people actually had no privacy to speak of, and perhaps they didn't care about these things at all. This peculiar race has no leader, and the jellyfish in front of you is their temporarily elected representative, and can decide almost everything. During this time on the submarine, Ross affectionately gave him a name 007. Jellyfish said it liked the name very much, and waved its long tentacles with great pleasure, praising Ross's ability to choose names. God knows if there is any misunderstanding in this regard, and Ross does not feel that his ability to choose names is at all low, and he has a great affection for the jellyfish in front of him. The two named wastes seemed to have the same smell in an instant, and they were in love, and they chatted happily in the blink of an eye. In one exhibition hall, a huge glass dome stands quietly. Many fist-sized jellyfish are swimming happily inside, and countless tiny tentacles are constantly swaying, appearing full of vitality. 007 shook his tentacles and introduced, "Here are some of the clans who have just split off, can I help you ask if they are willing to accept your employment?" Ross looked at all this with a curious look. Everything here in Algemistar surprised him. He had rarely encountered such a peaceful intelligent race when he came to the Dragon Ball world. 007 A tentacle touched lightly on the round cover, and there was a slight wave of water there, and its tentacle easily reached into the cover. Ross didn't make a sound, waiting quietly. After a while, 007 made a strange sound, similar to a kind of laughter. "Ross, my friend, there are 50 clansmen here who are willing to follow you to your planet, as long as you can meet their scientific research needs." In a short period of time, Ross has become a good friend of this Algemistarman, which makes him feel incredible that he has always been socially incompetent. Under 007's explanation, Ross learned that some Algemas have always been very interested in the Milky Way, and these 50 Algemas are willing to go over and take a look. Then, under the leadership of 007, Ross visited many scientific research bases, most of which were mainly weapons. After all, the Dark Star domain has not been peaceful. The supply of technological products in combat is extremely large, and coupled with its low combat effectiveness, the Algemistarmen naturally need to develop this aspect of technology. Selectively purchased some technology products that Scions could use, including 50 small ships. The ship is not expensive, a piece of Hyken can buy 5, and a spaceship can probably carry 3 to 5 people. Ross knew very well that the Scions could not be trapped on Pandora all the time, and that they would one day leave the planet and go out to fight. In fact, he was also thinking about whether to wait for this group of Scions to be released as mercenaries after their strength was a little stronger. After all, it was not a way to be trapped on a primitive planet all the time. But all of this will have to wait until Frisia's problem is solved. As for large spaceships, combat suits, probes, and other necessary technological products, Ross chose to buy some, and the total transaction volume reached a staggering 50 yuan. It's also an extremely rare deal for the Algemans, as few people buy so much equipment at once. However, 007 generously refused Ross's payment, only hoping that the other party could give the Algama people a certain degree of protection. 007 knew very well in his heart that the strength of their clan itself was extremely low, and it was only by relying on powerful technology that it could survive in the incomparably chaotic Dark Star domain. However, their scientific and technological weapons are the highest, that is, to deal with those enemies with a combat power of 200,000 or 300,000, and there is no resistance to a stronger existence. Now that they encounter Ross, whose strength is far beyond their imagination, 007, who has always been active, naturally put forward this request. Ross also greatly appreciates the calmness of the Algamas, a simple race that only knows how to immerse themselves in research all day, without so many twists and turns, and is very easy to get along with. After sincerely agreeing to the other party's request, he told the other party about his teleportation, saying that if Algama really encountered an unsolvable enemy, he could contact him directly, and he would come as soon as possible. After all the discussions, not only did the trip not cost a penny, but also got a large amount of materials, and Ross was very happy in his heart, and very generously gave the Algama starman a promise. It was just a shelter, and the powerful Ross didn't care. After all, the technology of the Algama star was also an extremely important resource for him. After negotiating with 007, the other party waved his tentacles and said that he would personally be responsible for transporting this batch of materials to the planet Pandora, so that Ross did not need to worry. Since the other party is willing to take charge of the delivery, Ross is also happy and gives the exocet to 007, hoping that he can send it back to his planet by the way. After doing all this, Ross's figure flashed, and he disappeared directly in place, and he was surprised to see 007. He chose to use teleportation directly to leave, and he hadn't seen Alice for nearly a year, and Ross missed it very much. Chapter 038. Today's fourth change, please collect flowers for rewards. Pandora Star, hundreds of mobile homes scattered across the vast plains. Inside one of the mobile homes. This guy Ross doesn't know where to run, there is no news for a whole year, nothing will happen, right? Alice complained, but a hint of worry appeared on her face. Don't worry, Ross is powerful and won't encounter any danger, have you forgotten? Even if he encounters any danger, doesn't he still teleport? Gnei secretly shook his head, a smile on the corner of his mouth, and looked at his sister's gaze with a hint of teasing. They were all women, how could she not know what her sister was thinking? How come? Teleportation is not omnipotent, in case of encountering an existence like Frisia, there is no time to escape. The worry on Alice's face did not diminish in the slightest, and at this time she was like a little woman who was worried about her husband. Are you so unconfident in me? A teasing voice sounded softly in her ears, with a hint of heat, and the smile in it made her familiar. Her pupils opened sharply, and Alice looked back in surprise to see Rose standing behind her. You're back! Alice exclaimed in surprise. Well, it's back. A smile curled at the corner of Ross's mouth and asked, how? Missed me? Who missed you? Alice rolled her eyes, her brows frowned slightly, and she was a little dissatisfied. It's been a year since I left, and I don't know to come back and see, who thinks about you all day. Gnei looked at the two young people who were flirting in front of him with a smile, although he felt that the way they got along was a little out of place with the Scions, but from her sister's expression, it could be seen that she seemed to like this way of communication. This time I ran farther, and some things were delayed. Ross smiled and naturally changed the subject and asked, what about those Scions who came to Pandora now? Don't you know by sensing it yourself? Alice pouted, obviously still had some resentment in her heart. The year of separation made her miss Ross very much, and the other party's long time did not contact her made her feel a little resentful. Ross knew that her nature came and went quickly, and did not pay much attention, but sensed the breath of those Scions on the planet Pandora. At first glance, he was shocked, The aura of these scions was significantly stronger than before, among which Alice and Bardock were the most obvious. He secretly estimated in his heart that the strength of these two people should exceed 20,000 at this time, while the combat effectiveness of other scions had basically exceeded 2,000, and even Heimji, who had never been good at fighting, had significantly improved his strength. "What happened during the time I was away?" Ross looked confused and secretly said, "Did all scions eat hormones? Otherwise, how could it grow so fast?" Looking at Alice with a slightly puzzled look in his eyes, he asked, "Did you find any treasures on this planet?" "How do you know?" As Ross understood, Alice's resentment dissipated quickly. A pair of beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise. A slight pause, she said with a smile, "Just after you lost contact with us, I found a strange spring under the highest divine tree, which seemed to contain a strong breath of life, and after we drank this spring water, we all felt that our bodies had undergone great changes. It seemed that our bloodline had been improved, and our strength was gradually increased." Ross's face lifted with a hint of surprise. He could not have imagined that there was such a wonderful thing on this planet. After seeing that everything was okay here, Ross left with Alice, and he wanted to see the magical spring. The two did not alarm anyone, traveled hand in hand, and enjoyed the long-lost world of two. To be honest, since coming to Pandora, Ross really hasn't seriously walked around here, so his knowledge of this planet is not familiar to Alice. Under the leadership of Alice, the two wandered around without hurry with the intention of playing, enjoying the scenery along the way. Walking to the beautiful scenery, the two who reunited after a long absence, couldn't help but dry firewood and enjoy a different kind of game. Ross, whose height is gradually approaching Alice, is extremely proud, and unreservedly vents the energy she has saved for a long time. The two played all the way, lingering all the way, and it took more than half a month to come under the tallest towering giant tree. According to Alice, the tree is 4,900 meters tall, making it the tallest on Pandora. Due to the existence of fierce beasts with combat power of about 3,000 to 5,000 on this planet, Alice and Bardock were worried about the safety of the scions and decided to kill the fierce beasts with combat power of about 5,000, leaving only the weaker ones to serve as sparring partners for those scions. One day, Alice walked here and found that there was a large hole in the part of the giant tree close to the ground, and a spring water spewed out from the mouth of the cave, which contained extremely rich life energy. After she was overjoyed by this discovery, she hurriedly went back to find Bardock and the others, and after everyone tried it, she found that this spring water could improve the physique of the scions very well, so she collected some and brought it back to share with the clansmen. However, Alice later discovered that this large hole does not spew spring water every day, it only appears once a month, and the gushing time is about 3 hours. Alice calls this thing Fountain of Life. Alice and the others have come to collect spring water several times in the past year, and until now, Scion's physical fitness improvement seems to have reached its limit, and now these springs have no effect on them. Ross stood under the towering giant tree, quietly listening to Alice's narration. He estimated that the plants on this planet could be so luxuriant, and the fierce beasts were so powerful, mostly because of this spring. As for Alice, this thing has no effect on the scions. Ross does not agree. When the bloodline improvement reaches a certain level, if its own strength does not grow, continuing to take this thing is a complete waste. When your own strength reaches a certain level, you can only know whether it is useful to take this spring water. When the spring water gushed, Ross also drank some. But unfortunately, perhaps because his bloodline level was already very high, there was no change at all after drinking this thing, which made him feel a little depressed. After half a year of hard cultivation, Ross had completely adapted to the huge energy in his body at this time, and his combat power had exceeded 10 million. And he could finally pursue the pleasure generated when he improved his strength again. It is a pity that the sky does not follow people's wishes, and the spring of life is useless to him. As if sensing the displeasure in Ross's heart, Alice held his large hand tightly as a sign of encouragement. Under the divine tree, the two entangled again, and a battle slowly began. Chapter 039. First, collect flowers. Pandora, a beautiful planet on the southwestern edge of the northern Milky Way. The morning sun slowly crossed the horizon, and the sky had begun to gradually turn white. Warm sunlight shines through the clouds, passing through the leaves of the treetops and sprinkling loose spots of light on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, there was a violent tremor on the ground, and the sound shook the sky. I saw a dense smoke suddenly rise from a lush primeval forest, followed by a series of violent explosions, and several stout trees fell to the ground in response, bringing up a large cloud of dust. These are 3 young scions working together against a terrifying behemoth with 3 heads. The giant beast was at least 50 meters tall, and its 3 long necks poked out above the forest, and the snake-like beast head let out a burst of roars and mournful roars. In front of this huge ferocious beast, the 3 scions were like ants moving small, seemingly insignificant. But the situation was just the opposite. The giant beast faced the fierce attack of the 3 people, still emitting a tragic cry. The low roar continued to echo over the forest, and the sound wave continued to spread. The cry was miserable, as if it had been ravaged by countless people, and it made people's scalps tingle when they heard it. The behemoth's body was already covered with scars, and the severe pain made it gradually go berserk, and countless attacks with corrosion, venom, and slow effects sprayed out from 3 large mouths. Undaunted, the 3 young scions deficiently dodged these attacks, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. One after another energy was vented here, and suddenly, 3 sturdy figures appeared under the heads of the 3 beasts, and 3 thin circular energy slashed out, cutting off the 3 heads of the giant beasts at almost the same time. Boom! The 3 beast heads crashed to the ground with a loud noise, bringing up a large cloud of smoke. Emma, Colt, Roquai, your assessment passed. A crisp voice sounded in the sky, ethereal and pleasant, and a young girl wearing a Vegeta Star period combat uniform floated in the air and looked at them condescendingly. Miss Aurora. The 3 people in the forest looked at the girl in the sky with a happy face. The girl named Aurora nodded expressionlessly, and her cold voice sounded again, "You have completed the assessment well. Now you can go back to the station to find Uncle Bardock and ask for the cultivation method of Qi." Yuma, a girl about 13 or 14 years old, said happily, "It's really not easy to finally learn Qi. I took 2 examinations to pass." The tall colt next to him smiled bitterly, "You have only participated twice, this is already the 3rd time. If you can't complete it, you can only lose the qualification for the assessment." Or Roquai Chiang actually passed the test in one go. Roquai, who was relatively short, looked calm and did not speak. He was the oldest of the 3, but the shortest. For the 3 of them, being able to learn the use of Qi means that their strength has reached recognition, and a smile can't help but appear on their faces. Go ahead, Qi is a very profound science. Serious study will help you tremendously. It can not only greatly increase your combat effectiveness, but also make you more familiar with your body. By the way, bring that prey back by the way. Yes, Miss Aurora. The 3 scions nodded, lifted the behemoth together and soared into the sky, disappearing from view in a short time. Emma, Colt, Roquai, pass the test. After the 3 left, a smile appeared on Aurora's cold face, and several names were drawn on the record book. 3 people with only about 1,000 combat power actually combined to kill this giant beast with a combat power of nearly 5,000, which actually made her feel a little surprised. However, seeing the clansmen working so hard, she was also very happy in her heart, which had always been indifferent. Although most of the scions who came to Pandora Star have a combat power of more than 2,000, there are still some people who are born with low bloodline level and have no combat talent. Even if they drink the fountain of life, their combat power is at most more than 1,000. Of course, since Bardock and others do not have detectors, they can only rely on Qi to perceive approximately, and cannot get accurate values. And this assessment was formulated by Bardock and others in order to train people with combat effectiveness below 4,000. More than 100 younger scions are divided into groups of 1 or 2 or 3, and an assessment is held every few days, and each person can only participate in a maximum of 3 times, and failing 3 times will forever lose the opportunity to learn Qi. It has to be said that Bardock is a very capable person. In just 1 year, the development of the scions went smoothly, and at the same time, many training methods were developed to promote the surviving scions to slowly become stronger. At the same time, he is also a wizard in combat, not only learning the use of Qi from Alice in just 1 month, but also developing many methods of using Qi. These moves are very different from those on Earth and are the most suitable combat techniques for scions. Bardock's talent amazes Alice, so several decide to slowly pass these on to other scions. Over the past year, there are very few people who can learn Qi, but once they learn it, their combat effectiveness has been greatly improved, which also makes others feel very eager for this magical martial art, and they can't wait to seize any opportunity to learn. The Cold Trio is one of them, and without a talent for fighting, they try to seize any opportunity to improve their strength, and the scion's unyielding character is undoubtedly evident in this regard. The once powerful Scion clan is now only a few more than 200 clansmen, and if it weren't for Lord Ross transferring us to Pandora Star one by one at a critical time, perhaps the Scion clan would no longer exist. Aurora's ethereal voice had a hint of melancholy in it, and as she closed the notebook, she stared blankly into the distance, which was the direction of the station. Today is different. Perhaps the potential of these surviving scions was not as good as in the Vegeta Star era, but their bloodline that drank the fountain of life has been greatly improved, and now the potential alone is not inferior to anyone. Coupled with the cultivation method of Qi and magical martial arts, Aurora is full of confidence in the future of the scions. They have basically broken the old bloodline hierarchy, and in Pandora, as long as you work hard, you can become stronger. Thanks to Lord Ross, the Scion family has been reborn. Aurora is one of the rare middle-level bloodlines that Ross brought back. She has just turned 16 years old. With the help of the Fountain of Life, her combat power has exceeded 4,000, belonging to the best of the younger generation, coupled with being calm and careful, so Bardock entrusted her with such an important matter as the assessment. Suddenly, an energy bomb exploded over the station, like brilliant fireworks, which was a signal to gather everyone. Aurora froze and hurried towards the station. Chapter 040. Today's second change, please collect flowers for rewards. On the sacred tree, young men and girls who had survived the night hugged each other and leaned on a thick branch, enjoying the rising sun, and the warm morning sun shone on their faces. This planet is very beautiful, the Scion family has started again here, and I believe that the future will get better and better. Looking at Alice in his arms, Ross had the idea of guarding all this for the first time. He was originally a casual person, he had always been lonely, he basically had nothing to cherish, but the girl in his arms made him have different emotions, making him feel no longer so lonely. To be honest, at the beginning, Ross did not have much love for the girl in his arms, at most he liked it, and to put it bluntly, it was the body of the gluttonous family. But looking at Alice, who was maturing, Ross knew that the other party must have spent a lot of time and energy learning how to behave, how to manage scions, how to become a qualified benefactor. He knew that this was by no means an easy task for Alice, who had always been keen on fighting and had few tendons in her head. Thinking of this, Ross couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion in his heart. You have to keep getting stronger, if it's just for the good in front of you. After Ross came to the world of Dragon Ball, he seemed to have found his goal for the first time and no longer struggled because of the pressure of survival. Silently checking the personal interface, in fact, when the combat power exceeded 10 million, Ross opened a lottery opportunity. However, that day, his hand was very back, he was simply not possessed by the chief, and he directly drew a banknote, and he scolded his mother when he was angry. Finally, after seeing the Fountain of Life and having played happily with Alice for a whole month, the two returned to the gathering place. All scions are as usual, basically cultivating, examining, hunting, and sleeping every day, and there is no entertainment on this primordial planet. However, Ross felt that as long as 007 came with supplies, there would be great changes here. In fact, in Algama, if it were not for 007's offer to deliver it, Ross could only use teleportation with universal capsules to bring small objects back. After all, a universal capsule can only hold one item, and at most it can hold a small spaceship. As for the large objects, Ross couldn't help it. But fortunately, 007 solved this big problem for him. What a good friend! Just as Ross sighed in his heart, a total of 259 scions, including him, gathered, and everyone looked at the figure standing on the high platform. The summoning signal was sent by Ross to Bardock. Looking at the not-so-tall figure on the high platform, these survivors knew very well that it was the boy in front of them who saved them from the Frisia Legion. But obviously, there are many people who have never seen his true face. After all, Ross went directly to knock him out and take him away, so fast that no one could react. This is the first time most people have seen Ross. However, everyone who came to Pandora understood everything under Bardock's explanation, and also knew the strength of the boy in front of him, who was the strongest genius in the history of the Scion race, and his combat power was above everyone. Although he had never seen Ross's strength, he could know from the fact that the powerful elder Bardock and others respected him so much that this boy would be their leader. Of course, the scions, who have always been unruly, will not completely obey on these alone, and they must come together today to avoid extinction. As for what happened after that, that's unknown. In the crowd, Aurora stared straight at Ross on the high platform with beautiful eyes. Only she was one of the few people who had seen Ross make a move, so she knew very well what kind of strength this teenager about her age had, which might be beyond her reach. Looking at the crowd with different expressions on their faces in the audience, Ross smiled slightly. He knew that most people may only have a little gratitude to themselves, but lack of awe. After all, he is not true to everyone, and most people's knowledge of him comes from hearsay. Of course, perhaps some of the violent scions don't even feel grateful. But none of this matters, because suddenly, a powerful momentum pierced out from the high platform, and Ross probably only released about 1/20th of the energy. The crowd was shocked, and the audience was shocked. The huge air pressure rushed to their faces, and everyone under the high platform only felt a huge force above their heads, and their bodies could not withstand it at all. Strong! Unbeatably strong! Is this Lord Ross? Sure enough, it's as powerful as the legend. Can we scions really achieve such a great momentum? Lord Ross is so powerful. Everyone had different ideas in their hearts, but they were all shocked by Ross's strength, and they gritted their teeth one by one. Terrible! It's horrible! This thought arose in everyone's heart at the same time, and the scions, who had always been unruly, bowed their heads one after another, and those who had other thoughts instantly put those thoughts behind them at this moment, a force that they could not resist for the rest of their lives. A small number of scions who have learned Qi even sensed the strength of Ross from the faint aura on the high platform, and this momentum that made them unable to raise their heads was only a very small part. The talented Aurora was one of them, and with her sensitive perception, she even felt that this only slightly leaked energy aura exceeded 100,000, and she couldn't help but be shocked in her heart. How powerful is Lord Ross? Aurora didn't know, she only knew that the boy on the high platform pierced her heart like a sharp sword, which was a realm that she could not achieve in her entire life. This breath is at least more than 100,000. It turns out that our Scion clan not only appeared people with 10,000 combat power, but also gave birth to an extremely strong existence with a combat power of more than 100,000. Has the seemingly decaying Scion family finally ushered in the rise? This is Lord Ross. These scions are not without intelligent people, and a small number of people who can sense Qi are hot in their hearts at this time, and they can't help but get excited, and their eyes looking at Ross become more awe-inspiring. Even at the peak of Vegeta's star, there was definitely no such powerful existence. The splendor of the Scion family will be created by Lord Ross. Removing this momentum and looking at the excited and fiery crowd in the audience, a smile appeared on Ross's face, this time showing strength. Not only tamed these rebellious scions, but also gave them a hope, a bright future. "Miss Aurora, is this Lord Ross?" Standing excitedly in the crowd, Ima asked the cold girl beside her. Aurora nodded slightly. "Lord Ross is so powerful." Cold's whole body muscles exploded with excitement, his face glowed red, and he looked at the boy on the high platform with a look of adoration. Roquai was as silent as ever, but his slightly trembling body showed that his heart was not calm at this time. "With Lord Ross here, we Scions will eventually step out of this planet and appear in the universe in an upright manner. I'm sure that day won't be too far away. We are Scions. We will finally usher in glory." Bardock looked at these compatriots with a smile on his face. Once upon a time, he never thought that the Scion clan could get out of this situation so quickly. Looking at the not-so-tall figure, everyone should thank this boy, the Scion race will eventually rise because of him. Chapter 041. Today's third change, please collect flowers for rewards. After seeing the strength of Ross, the clansmen cultivated even harder, and sometimes they could even be described by the word desperate. With such a powerful leader, it is natural for others to do their best to keep up with each other. Scions are inherently such and absolutely not willing to lag behind. Ross and others are also happy to see this, and the fighting nation should be like this. After distributing the Algama probes to everyone, Ross ignored them, and everything went on as usual. Anyway, with Bardock and others watching, he was extremely relieved. Half a year passed in a hurry, and during this time, Ross did not deliberately cultivate, his strength grew to the point where he was, and boring cultivation could no longer bring a big improvement. Watching the thriving development of the Scions and occasionally pulling Alice around to fight, Ross's little life was very moist. On this day, the idle Ross was hanging out with Alice, and the new detector he was carrying in his ear suddenly sent a message, which was obviously from 007, after all, only 007 and Alice and a few other people knew his contact information. Could it be that this guy 007 has arrived? It shouldn't be so fast, right? Ross counted the time and said secretly in his heart. Click on it, and I can't help but change my face. 007's fleet carrying supplies was attacked and sent him a distress signal. What's wrong? Finding that Ross looked wrong, Alice asked with a little doubt. My friend is coming with a shipment of supplies and seems to have encountered a star raider. After a pause, Ross continued, I'll go over right now, do you want to go together? Now that Alice's strength has exceeded 20,000, it is completely enough to deal with ordinary enemies, and Ross does not want to trap her on Pandora all the time. Scions always have to constantly go through battles to grow. Do you mention 007 from time to time? Alice was a little moved and agreed without thinking. The two figures flashed and disappeared in place. The next moment, the figures of Ross and the two appeared in the exocet, and 007 was in the main control room. Seeing Ross's arrival, 007 waved his tentacles happily. Thank you for coming, my friend. What happened? Looking out the porthole, Ross found that the exocet was in the deep sea at this time, and apparently 007 was forced to dock on a planet after being attacked. Through the projection, he saw countless small intelligent spaceships fighting the enemy on the sea, and the exocet and 5 large warships up to 10,000 meters long hid at the bottom of the sea, secretly releasing energy beams. Although the opposing fleet was not as advanced as the Algamas, it was victorious in numbers, thousands of them, and the sea was full of enemy troops. Alice looked at the battle on the sea curiously, and it was the first time she encountered such a dense mechanical war, and she couldn't help but feel a touch of shock in her heart. The energy cannons of several of the battleships did not even dare to resist her. "How's it going? Can your fleet win?" The battlefield was scorching, and Ross couldn't see who had the upper hand. "These garbage battleships can't win us, but I intercepted the other side's call for help not long ago." 007 paused and continued, "They are from the Frisia Legion, and the leader is called Bart, although they are very strong. They can't defeat me alone, and now they are just besieging us on this planet. But they have already contacted Frisia and believe that the other party will come soon." 007 had heard Ross mention Frisia, and knowing the horror of the cosmic-level powerhouse, he quickly contacted Ross, otherwise his fleet alone would not be able to resist. "Frisia? Can't I think that even he, the Emperor of the Universe, has moved his mind with this batch of materials, and even did not hesitate to come in person?" A smile tugged at the corner of Ross's mouth, and after such a long time, it was time for the feud between Frisia and the Scions to come to an end. "But before that, it's better to get rid of these trash fish as soon as possible, otherwise it will get in the way of fighting later." Sensing the three relatively strong auras on the sea, Ross took Alice and disappeared in place instantly. On the sea, three figures floated there, solving the small spaceships around them. One of them was a tall man with blue skin and a skull cap on his round head, which looked a little funny. This person was Bart, who was known as the first in the Speed universe in the Kinnet team. There was also a small man with a red face and white hair, named Guys. The last person is no more than 1 meter and 2 meters tall, with frog-like green skin and 4 bulging eyes on his face. It is Goldo, who has the superpower of time stillness. Ross calmly looked at the three people in front of him. All three of them died at the hands of Vegeta in the original book, which is not a tricky character. The three stopped attacking and stared at the Ross duo, who suddenly appeared from a distance. The detector did not react, but in the case of the frequent deaths of Frisia's men, the three of them could not fully trust the judgment of the detector, and they knew that some people knew how to hide their strength. Especially after Captain Kainu and Leakum lost contact, the three were even more cautious to the extreme. Scion. Looking at the tails wrapped around the waists of the two not far away, Bart looked frozen. The loss of those high-end combat power in the past year seemed to be related to the Scions, which made him dare not be careless. Ross completely ignored the three, and he said to Alice, "That white-haired guy has a combat power of about 40,000, it's no problem to hand it over to you, right?" Although Alice's combat power is only more than 20,000 points now, with various profound martial arts skills, she should be able to wrestle with the other party for a while, and Ross hopes that she can hone it well. Alice, who had not fought at full strength for a long time, nodded excitedly. Usually she did not dare to go all out when fighting with people in the clan, but now she finally caught an opportunity. Naturally she can't miss it. Clenching her fists tightly, she rushed towards Guys. Ross didn't care about her, glanced at Bart lightly, and the figure instantly appeared under him. Bart is 3 meters tall, and Ross looks like a little dwarf in front of him, but it is this little dwarf in front of him that gives him a deadly sense of crisis. The figure hurriedly retreated. His Bart speed is known as the first in the universe, and the other party definitely can't keep up with him. Ross was unhurried, as if strolling leisurely, but Bart was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get rid of the other party. How is that possible? Lao Tzu's speed is known as the first in the universe? Bart roared, his eyes full of disbelief. Universe first? Ross scoffed, frog at the bottom of the well. With a fluttering punch, the tall Bart bowed down directly, and his stomach seemed to be hit by an invisible wave of chi, and he was directly concave. With one blow, Bart died. Chapter 042. Today's fourth change, please collect. Ask for flowers. Guys, who was fighting with Alice not far away, couldn't help but bulge his eyes when he saw this scene, and his heart was shocked with a look of disbelief. In his detector, the teenager's energy response did not change at all, and it was still at the value of 120. But it was in this situation that Bart was killed in seconds, so how strong is the other party? The strength of this girl in front of her is only more than 20,000, and it is not difficult to deal with, but when she thinks of that terrifying teenager, Guys can't help but feel soft on her feet, and her heart is completely devoid of the intention of fighting. After solving Bart, Ross's gaze fell on the diminutive Guldo. Guldo, who witnessed all this, was shocked and broken. The boy who suddenly appeared in front of him was not at all able to resist himself, and Bart, who had a combat power of more than 40,000, was killed in an instant. What would be the result if he went up? Half-second kill? Seeing the other party looking at him, Guldo did not hesitate at all, and directly struck Timestance plus Golden Binding technique, hoping to stop the teenager in front of him. Launching two superpowers at the same time is also a big burden for Guldo, but at this time, there is no other way but to do so. He wanted to turn around and escape, but he had just turned half of his figure and stopped involuntarily. He found that his strongest stunt could not have the slightest effect on the other party, and under the time stillness, the young man looked indifferent, calmly walking in the air, without the slightest intention of stopping. How is this possible? Guldo's heart shook. How strong must his strength be to completely offset his technique? He couldn't believe that that realm was beyond his understanding. Suddenly, there was a pain in his neck, and Guldo wanted to escape, but found that he couldn't use the slightest strength in his body. Now he was a corpse, and Ross's ultra-fast hand knife made him feel nothing, and he didn't even know when he died. Ross glanced at Guldo's body lightly and put it into the storage space. The other party's ability to stand still is very against the sky, and he can actually stop the time for a minute. You must know that the Killer King hit in Dragon Ball Super can only stop time for 1 second. A minute of time stops, combined with its own strong strength, almost in a certain situation is an invincible state. However, whether you can get this ability will not be known until IBM devours it, and Ross is not in a hurry, quietly watching Alice's battle. Guys did not dare to go all out. He could see that the girl in front of him had a good relationship with the powerful teenager, and at the same time he could see that the other party seemed to regard himself as a sparring partner for the girl, but as long as the teenager did not make a move on himself, then when the sparring partner he also recognized, at least he could survive. The signal for help has been sent, and King Frisia has said that he will come immediately, and as soon as King Frisia arrives, everything will be calm. No matter how strong the strength of this scion in front of him is, he will definitely not be King Frisia's opponent. Guys had absolute confidence in his master's strength. Thinking of this, the movements in his hands slowed down slightly. And Guys seriously did the work of sparring. Ross obviously understood what the kid was thinking, but he didn't care in the slightest. He was waiting for Frisia's arrival. Secretly contact 007 to drive the Exocet away with supplies, and the planet may soon turn into cosmic dust. An hour later, a trace of cold sweat broke out on his red face, and Guys found that the strength of the girl in front of him was rapidly improving, and in the continuous battle, the opponent's potential seemed to be completely stimulated, and the opponent's combat power had reached 30,000 in just 1 hour. In fact, Alice did not fully stimulate her own potential after drinking the Fountain of Life, and this time facing an opponent whose strength is twice as strong as herself. Even if the other party releases a little water, it is definitely difficult to deal with. The enormous pressure has fully unleashed her potential and made such great progress. With a slight smile, Ross, sensing a powerful aura that was galloping towards him, looked at the battlefield faintly. "Alice, come back." Alice was slightly stunned when she heard this, and seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly came to Ross's side. "Frisia is here." "Well, a few minutes to land on this planet." Ross glanced at Guys and said lightly, "For your sake, I'll give you a pain. This Lord. Please spare my life, I am willing to serve the Lord from now on." Guys trembled slightly, and he hurriedly knelt in the air and said in a hurry to survive, "It's only 40,000 combat power, I don't need it." Ross shook his head, his voice extremely cold, and an energy bomb came out of his hand, and the screaming Guys turned into dust in the fireworks. As Ross said, he really doesn't pay attention to the 40,000 combat power now, and IBM doesn't even want to eat. Silently sensing the breath of 007, Ross took Alice to the exocet. Alice looked at him puzzled, and suddenly seemed to think of something. She hurriedly grabbed Ross's arm with both hands and shouted, "You want to deal with Frisia alone?" Ross smiled and said, "Don't worry, Frisia, it's him who should be afraid now." Looking at the confident look on her man's face, Alice seemed to be greatly infected in her heart, no longer had the slightest doubt, and easily opened her hands. She knew that Ross would not deceive herself in this regard, smiled gently, and said softly, "Then you go early and return early." Ross nodded slightly and disappeared in place. On the sea, Ross calmly stopped in mid-air, quietly looking into the distance. There, a huge oval-shaped spaceship appeared, and an incomparably powerful evil aura rushed out of the spaceship. Frisia, who is no more than 1 meter and 2 meters tall, is now very angry. He just came to this planet and found that all his subordinates were actually dead, which made him, who has always been arrogant, endure. For more than a year, the high-end combat power of the Frisia Legion has almost completely disappeared, and the energy reactions of the remaining personnel of the Kainuit team have all disappeared just now, and the Emperor of the Universe has actually become the commander of the Light Pole at this moment. This simply made King Frisia faceless. "I'd rather see who it is. Dare to go against King Ben." Frisia's speed is extremely fast, and under the full burst of up to 530,000 combat power, the sound coming out of his mouth cannot keep up with his speed. After the figure disappeared in place, the gloomy voice slowly sounded. "Phew!" A sharp voice sounded, and above the sea, Frisia, wearing a combat uniform, showed a short figure. "Here you are." Ross glanced at him lightly and said very calmly. Chapter 043. Today's fifth change, please collect flowers for rewards. Oh boom! Actually a scion? Able to easily kill the members of Team Kainuit, it seems that the strongest scion in the previous rumor is you, right? Frisia was a little surprised at Ross's youth, which was still a teenager at all. "Feel free to remind you, Kainu, they were also killed by me. I have to say, they are really a bunch of cute guys." Ross let out a word of admiration. After all, these people provided him with a lot of combat power. He can have the strength he has today, and he should indeed thank people well. Interesting. Interesting. Scion is indeed the best toy. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of the other party's words, Frisia still had a hint of curiosity in his heart. He wanted to know what kind of confidence the other party had to dare to be so calm in front of his universe emperor. "Transform, or you won't have any chance at all." Ross's voice was still flat, and there was no doubt about the confidence in it. "Oh boom! You actually know the secret technique of our frozen demon clan? What a scion who is not simple!" Slowly raising his head, the two pointed horns on Frisia's head reflected crystal light under the sunlight, and the flesh-colored tail gently patted the surface of the sea. Only listening to the sound of bang, the sea surface was shattered like a mirror, the terrifying momentum was instantly released, and the sea under him appeared a vacuum in an instant. With a playful smile on his face, Frisia's heart is not so calm. As a secret technique unique to the frozen demon race, almost no one in the entire galaxy knows about it, because the people who see their transformation have become the dust of the universe. That's why he was a little surprised, of course, only slightly surprised. Frisia is a very strong person and has a high talent among the frozen demon clan. But it is precisely because the talent is too good to control even the power that is too powerful itself, so it will adopt the transformation mode to suppress the power that he cannot control. At this time, Frisia was still a little young, and he was not able to perfectly control the powerful energy of the frozen demon clan. "Oh, it seems that there are always some ignorant guys in the universe, and you Scion is one of them. It just so happens that King Ben is now idle and itchy, so let's use you to move your muscles." Frisia smiled, twisted his neck, and suddenly made a series of crackling sounds like fried beans. Phew! The figure flashed, and Frisia's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ross and swept directly over. I saw Ross slowly raise a hand and tightly hold the other party's ankles. Is this your strength under normal, 530,000? It's so weak. Ross's flat voice sounded, as if he couldn't raise the slightest interest. Frisia was shocked in his heart, and the originally playful expression on his face couldn't help but become ugly. He didn't expect the other party to block his attack so easily, and the value on the detector didn't change in the slightest. Transform into Frisia, I haven't put this bit of strength in your eyes yet. Ross opened his hand lightly and said to Frisia. Very good, Scion, your leisurely and self-satisfied face has successfully provoked the anger of King Ben. Dare to speak to King Ben like this, you must pay the price for your ignorance. Frisia's face became cold. The air seemed to be frozen because of this cold, a murderous aura surged out, and the temperature around him dropped to freezing. Stupid scions, those who speak to King Ben like this, are now repenting in hell. There was a smile on his face, as poignant and dangerous as a poppy. Frisia has a changeable personality, sometimes cold and sometimes irritable, making people unpredictable. Has Frisia already fought that man? In the extreme distance, a leading cosmic man said to himself, his strength was as high as 170,000, he was the guard of Frisia's brother Gura, and the captain of the Gura Mecha force. Yes, Lord Sha'iza, the two of them have already fought each other. A strange-looking cosmic man replied. Sha'iza has a blue face and red skin, and he was born in the same two-star galaxy as guys of the Kainuit team, and he is also considered a fellow countryman. This time he came here completely by accident, because he found that the fleet loaded with a large amount of supplies, Sha'iza, which passed along here, naturally decided to take it for himself. However, just when he was about to start, he found that Frisia's legion was coming, and because this place belonged to Frisia's chassis, he was not good at grabbing it, so he had to stay and watch. Who knew that he could see such a big battle? To be honest, he didn't know at all how strong that teenager was, he could only feel that the other party was unfathomable, like an endless black hole, and his rich combat experience made him not even have the courage to step forward to tempt. Although his strength is not the strongest in the Gula Mecha unit, with a cool head and many secret techniques, he can become the captain of the Gula Mecha unit. Hiding the aura within a radius of 50 meters was one of his unique secret techniques, so Ross never discovered them. Coincidentally, Sha'iza's coming to the North Galaxy this time was only because of a private matter, and he did not bring the Gula Mecha troops with him, otherwise such a group of powerful combat forces may not be able to escape Ross's perception. Look at what is that teenager's combat power. Sha'iza said quietly. 120. The cosmic man replied. Fart. Sha'iza cursed secretly, these people who can control the combat power at will are really infuriating, and they can't get the exact data at all. What about Frisia? 530,000. 700,000. 1 million. 1.2 million. The cosmic man was shocked. King Frisia's combat power has reached a staggering 1.2 million, and that Scion is dead. Has Frisia started to transform? As a guard beside Gula, Sha'iza naturally knew that the frozen demon clan could transform into this matter. On the sea, a furious momentum gushed out from Frisia's body, and at this time, he had completed the transformation of the second form. His height soared to 2 meters and 5, and he looked very similar to his father King Kurd. Shaking his head slightly, Ross looked a little disappointed. Frisia, this guy actually wants to untie the transformation step by step, what a joke, it seems that this guy looks down on himself. The figure suddenly moved, and Ross instantly appeared in front of Frisia, throwing out a punch with all his strength. Boom! Just after completing his transformation, Frisia, who was full of confidence, didn't even have time to react. His face was deformed by a heavy punch, bloody, and he fell into the sea on the spot. Fall like a shooting star. The rumbling sound, like hitting the mirror surface, the huge collision seemed to return everything to the time when the chaos first opened, and the sea water rolled upside down in all directions, forming an incomparably terrifying tsunami. After a long time, when everything calmed down, a huge crater with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared on the surface of the sea, and Frisia, who was covered with cracks all over his body, showed his figure at the bottom of the crater. Chapter 044. First, ask for a collection of flowers for rewards. How is that possible? Shaiza, who was hidden in the dark in the distance, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene, and he was almost scared to pee. Frisia, whose combat power has reached 1.2 million, is actually unable to resist the opponent's punch. What a powerful strength! What is that person's strength? Lord Shaiza, we can only detect the strength of that punch, at least. At least more than 2 million, the cosmic man replied in a trembling voice. Shaiviza's heart was cold, and a trace of retreat gradually rose. In the face of such a powerful existence, maybe it would be casually affected by a small life and it would be over. But now in this situation, he does not dare to reveal a trace of breath, and he may die faster as soon as he goes out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret coming to this planet. How is that possible? Frisia's heart, which was covered in blood, was furious, and the strength of the other party was completely beyond his expectations. After the shock, Frisia's heart couldn't help but burst into anger. When did he suffer such a big loss? It was simply a great shame. In anger, he frantically unlocked all transformation restrictions and went straight to his final form. The furious energy instantly soared, and waves of chi rolled in all directions at the bottom of the sea, and the sea water in a radius of thousands of miles seemed to be completely vaporized in an instant, and layers of dense steam slowly rose into the sky. At this time, Frisia directly burst out 20% of the strength of the final form, 12 million combat power. The flesh palm with 3 toes slammed on the bottom of the sea, and Frisia, who had completely changed his appearance, appeared in front of Ross and immediately swept over. The exact same move as before, but the result is completely different. In the face of such an attack of this magnitude, Ross must also be cautious at this time. Quickly picking, his elbow collided with Frisia's ankles. Boom! The terrifying chi wave burst out instantly, and the two figures retreated, randomly and quickly colliding together. In the sky, flashes of light sounded, sonic booms and roars flowed endlessly, and a large amount of cold sweat broke out on Shaiza's forehead, who was watching from afar, and he couldn't see the movements of the two at all when he concentrated all his attention. What kind of speed was that? How terrifying is the huge air wave caused in the distance? Just the terrifying energy generated by the collision makes pieces of sea water evaporate. Several of his subordinates who followed Shaiza did not dare to move at this time, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe, so they could only quietly look at the values on the detector. At the same time, I regret that I should not wear this state-of-the-art detector. The detection limit of this thing is 20 million. Tremble with fear. These people were so frightened that they didn't even dare to move. Now the strength of both people in the battle has exceeded 10 million. Frisia, 12 million. Science, 10.5 million. What a terrifying battle value this is. How have these cosmic people ever seen it? And a thought has arisen in their hearts. What a wonderful thing it would be if they couldn't detect the other party's combat effectiveness. At least they didn't have to be so scared. Frisia and Ross are not much different in strength, and they are now fighting equally. Oh, I really didn't expect a Scion to be able to reach this level. It seems that you are the legendary Super Scion. Frisia's figure stopped in midair, and he recovered from his injuries in his final form. Super Scion? No, I'm not yet. Ross answered honestly. He really wanted to transform, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't succeed. It is said that it takes a certain level of S cells to become a Super Scion, and there is that thing in the re-updated raffle wheel, but unfortunately he did not win. Gee! Isn't it? Maybe you just don't know. Frisia said firmly, in his heart, Ross at this time has become a super scion, otherwise it cannot be so powerful. A race with a maximum combat power of only 10,000, can it exceed 10 million under normal circumstances? What interstellar joke! Ross didn't bother to explain, anyway, no matter what he said, the other party would not believe it. Frisia crossed his feet, spread his hands, and said with a smile, "Join my Frisia Legion, you and I join forces, and the entire galaxy will become our bag." Ross sneered. Cooperating with Frisia was undoubtedly a tiger, not to mention that he had never intended to join forces with others, and even if he did, he would not choose a treacherous villain like Frisia. Seeing the reaction of the teenager in front of him, Frisia already knew the result. His face showed a trace of hypocritical regret, slowly raised a finger, and a yellow light mass instantly formed. It was the starburst bomb that destroyed Vegeta. The light mass turned into a round ball with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye, and Frisia showed a sinister smile on his face, and said coldly, "Scion monkey who doesn't know how to be evil, follow this planet and turn into dust. It's not good, go back to the spaceship and get out of here immediately." Shaviza felt the terrifying energy contained in this ball of light. A red face turned purple, no longer caring whether it would be exposed or not, directly led his subordinates into his spaceship, quickly started and instantly rushed into the sky. OCMM. There are actually miscellaneous fish hidden on this planet, but that style of spaceship seems to be a little familiar. Frisia glanced into the distance, thinking to himself, but the most important thing now was to eliminate the scion in front of him, and the other trash fish did not matter. Ross looked at the ball of light with a solemn face. Frisia's 12 million energy attack was not so easy to take. The turtle. Send. Gas. Gong. At this time, the most classic move in the original Dragon Ball appeared in Ross's hands, and the extremely strong energy was formed in his merged palms, and a mass of incomparably staring chi rotated and compressed wildly, and finally, I saw his palms violently pushed out, and an extremely strong pillar of energy light rushed towards Frisia. Frisia sneered, his fingers swung downward, and the huge exploding star bullet pressed down fiercely. Turtle Pi Kigong times 2. 10.5 million times 2. The furious energy light pillar slammed fiercely on Frisia's explosive star bomb, and the chi was turbulent, and the powerful impact force rushed towards Frisia with this huge explosive star bomb at the moment of contact. What? Frisia couldn't help but change his face drastically, feeling that extremely powerful energy. The intensity obviously exceeded 20 million, and 20% of the energy in his current final form could not be resisted at all. Not daring to hesitate any longer, he began to frantically unshackle his body. 30%. 40%. 50%. I saw Frisia clenched his hands in front of him with his fists, and a low roar came out of his mouth, and the strength in his body suddenly began to skyrocket. Originally, these powers belonged to him, but they were only in a sealed state, so it was not difficult to unravel. However, Ross's turtle sect Kigong speed was too fast, and as soon as Frisia unlocked 50% of the final form, that pillar of energy light surged in. Chapter 045. Today's second change, please collect flowers for rewards. Ah! The 60 million energy burst out in an instant, and an incomparably terrifying wave of chi formed on Frisia's body, resisting the impact of that energy pillar of light. The terrifying energy of the turtle Pi Kigong times 2 plus the exploding star bomb instantly burst in the air, and the energy that was more violent than nuclear fusion was completely released, constantly and mercilessly washed Frisia's body. Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light illuminated the entire sky. The clouds had completely dissipated, a huge hollow seemed to appear in the atmosphere, and the whole planet began to tremble slightly, becoming unrecognizable under the ravages of this energy. Outside the planet, an egg-like spaceship is fleeing quickly. Shawiza's face is covered with cold sweat, and he has a sense of aftermath. It's horrible. Fortunately, those two people treated us as ants and didn't pay attention to us at all, so they were able to escape smoothly. Shaiza's red face was covered with fear, and he muttered to himself in fright. Lord Shaiza, King Frisia's energy has increased to 60 million at this time, and that Sion is dead. A cosmonaut stared at the data displayed by the cosmic probe and let out an exclamation. The spaceship equipped by the Gula Mecha unit has the best detector. This instrument is extremely large, can only be equipped on the spaceship, and its detection limit is 100 million. From these equipment, it can be seen that the strength and power of Gula definitely exceeds that of Frisia, and his subordinates are equipped with extremely advanced scientific and technological instruments. Frisia is actually so strong. Remembering his own 170,000 combat strength, Shaiza couldn't help but sigh at the injustice of fate. The frozen demon clan was so much superior to others in terms of innateness. But why is that Sion also so strong? Although the North Galaxy belongs to Frisia's territory, their Gula Mecha troops rarely come here, but some of the most basic information is still known. How could a race with a maximum combat effectiveness of no more than 10,000 Scions give birth to such a terrifying existence? The energy intensity of those two attacks just now has exceeded 10 million, you tell me this is the strength that Scions can achieve? Is there any heavenly reason? Shaviz's face became a little ugly. He was not jealous of the frozen demon clan, who had been loyal to the clan for many years under Gura, and he had a deep fear of this clan. But a race that is obviously inferior to himself, there are actually people who are countless times stronger than themselves, which can't help but make him jealous. Quickly report the situation here to King Gula. Shaiza, who was unbalanced in his heart, ordered. For a long time, a cosmic man wiped the cold sweat on his head and swallowed. Lord Shaiza, this area is completely impacted by powerful energy, and communication signals cannot be sent out at all. Shaiza's face was grim, his face became ugly. He wanted to escape from this terrifying place, and he wanted to bring back this important information. Now the battle between the two people has not yet been divided, so he went back in ashes. What did he take to report to King Gula? Could it be said that he could not withstand the aftermath of the battle between those two and fled directly? What is that Sion's combat power now? After a pause, Shaiza, who calmed down, asked. 10.5 million. Wu, Shaiza breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party only had such a little combat power, Frisia could easily solve it, and after the incident, the other party should not embarrass himself in the face of King Gula, and there should be no problem in terms of security. Thinking of this, Shaiza ordered the spaceship to stop and began to wait for the end of the battle. The terrifying energy storm raged wildly, the powerful chi wave rolled up endless steam, and the battlefield was in shambles. The power of twice the turtle sect Qigong plus the explosive star bomb is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2, and Frisia, who hastily unlocked 50% of the energy, also suffered a small loss under this attack, although he did not suffer any substantial damage, but he also made a mess. The excessive energy consumption shortened the time his final form lasted slightly, which made him turn on 100% full power directly. This is definitely a failed show for Frisia, who likes to slowly destroy the confidence of his opponents. Unable to hit his opponents step by step, how can he get psychological satisfaction? This is a failure. A great shame. Being forced to directly turn on the full power of the final form was the first time since he was born, which made him, who had always considered himself invincible in the world, extremely angry. Damn Scion monkey, congratulations, you successfully angered King Ben. Frisia spread his hands in the air, and a sneer appeared on his face as his muscles bulged, and his scarlet eyes revealed the ultimate coldness, making him look even more hideous. Frisia, you still like to show off as always. Ross floated in the air, his expression still calm, seemingly not caring about Frisia's final form. He scoffed, do some flashy things, since you have completed your transformation, let me see your final form. 10 times. King of Realm Fist. After Ross carried the chi of his whole body and ran it in his body for a week according to a special line, a seemingly unrivaled powerful momentum burst out from his body, and a faint light enveloped his body, and the invisible chi wave seemed to break through this firmament. How is that possible? Frisia's eyes bulged, and he clearly felt that the other party's breath was actually approaching him at this time. Outer space, in Sha'iza's spaceship. Sand. Lord Sha'iza, the combat power of both of them has now exceeded 100 million, and the detectors of our spacecraft are completely unable to detect it, a cosmic man reported with wide eyes and a stammer. 100 million. That scion also has more than 100 million combat power. Sha'iza couldn't believe it. What a terrifying energy it was. He couldn't imagine that with his current strength, he was not qualified to touch that realm. After using the tenfold realm King Fist, Ross moved like lightning, and the figure appeared directly above Frisia, clasped his hands together, and struck down with a heavy hammer. Frisia jerked upside down in the air, and his right foot came out of the way, colliding directly with Ross. The air waves rolled, the roar continued, and the flashes of light quickly changed positions, and the two people in the battle seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving only a burst of collisions and electric shocks. The two are evenly matched. Chapter 046. Today's third change, please collect flowers for rewards. 15 million vs 120 million. Ross, who used the tenfold realm King Fist, had a combat power of more than 100 million at this time, and the gap with Frisia was shortened to 15 million, which could not be reflected in a short period of time, and the two were temporarily evenly matched, fighting equally. Bastard! The abominable Super Scion is actually so strong, it really deserves to be a legendary super soldier. Frisia, who was originally full of confidence, turned ugly, and said with some annoyance. Idiot, I said that I'm not a Super Scion yet. The tenfold realm King Fist was not too heavy for Ross at this time, and it was quite easy to use, looking at Frisia, who was shorter than himself not far away, and said flatly. Damn Scion monkey, you forced me, now let you see my power beyond the limit. Frisia knew very well that with his current 100% strength, he could not kill the teenager in front of him, and he had to enter the 120% limit state, which was also the limit he could reach. If the final form 100% full power transformation can be maintained for half an hour, then the 120% overload can only be maintained for just 5 minutes, and the burden on the body is extremely large, and the slightest mistake will completely collapse its own cells. In this situation where the difference in strength is not large, Frisia has no other way, he must improve his strength again. 110%. 115%. 120%. An astonishing aura gradually rose from Frisia's short body again, and Ross was surprised to find that the opponent's strength soared again. Can it continue to grow after 100% full power? It doesn't seem to appear in the original book, right? Ross wasn't quite sure either, and looked curiously at Frisia, whose muscles had swollen again. Abominable little ghost, let you feel the real fear now, you will definitely regret being born in this world. Frisia's face was contorted, as if he was in great pain, and it was clear that this state was too loaded to make him feel good. Whew, Rose couldn't help but laugh. This guy Frisia was trying to show his pressing all the time, it was just childish. Let's talk less nonsense, you will only know how it turned out if you have fought. Ross shouted, stop talking nonsense, and several scorching corrosion shot out. A trace of disdain appeared on Frisia's face, and several death beams easily shattered the scorching corrosion, and continued to attack Ross at a speed that did not decrease in the slightest. Multiple death beams, one of Frisia's signature attacks. The deep purple light seemed to exceed the speed of light, and it was in front of Ross in the blink of an eye. Hurriedly mobilizing the energy in his body to spread all over his body, he could only choose to resist hard. Several death beams struck the energy shield on the surface of Ross's body, sparking one after another, and the extremely strong energy could not break his defenses, and the huge impact force carried him towards the sea. The sea water has flowed back at some point, and after the energy of the death beam is cancelled, Ross has fallen into the bottom of the sea. Is it really a powerful attack? The strength gap should be around 40 million, this gap is a bit big? Ross secretly said in his heart. He knew that with his current state, let alone defeat Frisia, maybe he would be killed by the other party if he was not careful. Although it will not really die, it will also make him particularly unhappy. Didn't he want a hearty battle because he didn't summon IBM? Frisia is the strongest opponent Ross has faced since he came to the Dragon Ball world, and he hopes to solve the opponent with his own hands. Perhaps it's the pride of the Scion or his own paranoia, who wants to win one-on-one situations. 20 times. King of Realm Fist. The aura of Ross's whole body at the bottom of the sea suddenly soared again, and the incomparably powerful chi pushed the surrounding sea water away, and an amazing momentum soared into the sky, and the sea was split in half under this momentum as if it was split by a sharp sword. Ross stood calmly at the bottom of the sea, the muscles in his body seemed to become thicker, and the energy running in his body seemed endless, and at this time he felt that he could easily burst a planet. He glanced at Frisia faintly, and his sharp gaze like an eagle falcon revealed great confidence. What? Frisia in the air looked shocked, he felt that the damned Scion's strength had been greatly improved again at this time, and it seemed that he had completely surpassed himself, which made him, who had always been arrogant, completely unacceptable. Scions, how can they be so strong? How exactly did you do it? Doesn't this guy have limits? The devastated Frisia roared in the air. This kind of thing that constantly hit the enemy's self-confidence in the past was his favorite, and watching the confident expression on the enemy's face become desperate again and again, and the unparalleled satisfaction made him extremely intoxicated. But now that he has been deeply shocked by himself, this feels very uncomfortable, and the hideousness on his face makes him even more hateful. Kill him, you must kill him, the existence of this guy is the greatest insult to King Ben. Frisia roared in his heart, and with his hands clenched into fists, he swooped towards Ross at the bottom of the sea. Nova Strike. One of Frisia's strongest moves, he uses all the energy in his body to wrap himself and rush towards his opponent, and in the original book he used this move to fight against Sun Wukong's Turtle School Qigong. Ross did not dare to use the Turtle Sect Qigong at this time, and the biggest disadvantage of this move was that it could only condense the chi of the whole body to launch an attack, and could not emit rated power energy as he wished. With Ross's combat power of up to 210 million at this time, if he sent out the Turtle Sect Qigong ×2, he was afraid that he would smash Frisia with a direct blow. That's 100 million combat power, and it must not be wasted. Waste is shameful and must be eliminated. The breath surged all over his body, and Ross's figure was like electricity, directly appearing in the air, towards the rapid speeding Frisia, and smashed a punch in the face. Chapter 047. 4th, ask for a collection of flowers for rewards. 210 million vs 144 million. This punch was powerful, the stone was shattered, and the majestic energy sprayed out with this punch, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, forming a black void in the center of Ross's fist, and the surrounding lightning and thunder, the space seemed to be shattered. Frisia was horrified, and he couldn't help but crack his liver. At this time, he was in a state of full sprint, and he could not retreat at all, but could only crash head-on towards that fist. Boom! A huge impact suddenly sounded, invisible air waves and energy storms spread out in all directions, the entire space flashed countless electric rays in vain, the sky seemed to dim all of a sudden, and the entire planet began to change rapidly under this energy storm. The sea is evaporating, the earth is collapsing, the magma is raging. It's like an apocalyptic scene. The Nova striking with all his strength suddenly came, and the powerful energy shield that covered Frisia's body shattered like an eggshell at this moment, and a not too thick fist slammed into his head, directly knocking it out. Poof! Thousands of meters away, Frisia barely stopped his upside-down body, and dark purple blood gushed wildly from his mouth as if he didn't want money. The small half of the head on the left disappeared, revealing the brain pulp that was constantly twitching and twisting inside. Ahem! Whew! Frisia coughed and gasped. His overloaded body was hit hard, and although it was not fatal, the severe pain still made his face distorted. Can't win. Thinking of the other party's extremely strong strength, Frisia, who had always been proud, suddenly had such an idea in his heart: no matter how he improved his combat effectiveness, he couldn't win. After each improvement, he would find that the other party's strength had also skyrocketed, even greater than his improvement, which made him feel a strong sense of despair in his heart. Breaking his seal several times, and even turning on the overloaded power, Frisia, who had a combat power of up to 144 million, never thought that he would lose, and he lost so badly that he would be seriously injured with just one blow. The blow not only hit his body, but shattered all his self-confidence. The young Frisia has so little experience that he has not experienced any hardships since birth. With a powerful body of strength, but no real strong heart, he has always been impulsive and willful, and he can't help but panic at the moment. He knew very well in his heart that the head-to-head battle was definitely not the opponent of that scion, and his only advantage was the strong vitality of the frozen demon clan. That being the case, a sneer appeared on Frisia's face after calming down. He still didn't believe that after he turned the planet into dust, the other party could continue to survive. Not every race can survive in a cosmic vacuum. The vitality of the frozen demon family is as strong as the undead Xiaoqiang, and the ability to adapt is extremely strong, and after Frisia was defeated by Sun Wukong in the original work, only his upper body was left to float in space and wait alive for rescue, which shows that he has a strong confidence in his vitality. Slowly rising to the sky, Frisia, who had lost half of his head, had a cruel smile on his face, which was particularly hideous. Suddenly, a ball of light appeared on his finger pointing to the sky, and it grew larger and larger at a super-fast speed. Planet Doom Bomb. Frisia's most powerful move. The power is unknown. After all, before he sent out this move in the original work, he was beaten down by Sun Wukong's Vitality Bomb. Ross recognized this familiar move at a glance and guessed the other party's intention. This guy wants to destroy the planet and make me die in a vacuum? Ross was slightly stunned, randomly dumbfounded. He had an instantaneous existence. How could the destruction of the planet prevent him from leaving? However, you can't let this guy attack. Tens of millions of combat power can't be left alone. This is a great opportunity to soar in strength again. Thinking of this, Ross's figure flashed sharply and walked towards Frisia. Frisia finally came up with a good way to kill Ross. How could it be possible for the other party to easily destroy? His left hand was slightly flat, and a disc-shaped energy disc spun rapidly and quickly became larger. With a sinister smile on his face, Frisia gently sent it with one hand, and the energy disc flew towards Ross with a squeak sound, which was the sound of rapid rotation. Cutting discs, a way to freely reverse and pursue enemy attacks, has a strong cutting power. Looking at the rapid coming cutting disc, Ross was not afraid. At this time, his whole body energy soared to the extreme, and even his physical strength temporarily reached a strange point. Slowly raised a hand forward flat, in Frisia's extremely shocked gaze, unexpectedly blocked the cutting disc. The disc spun rapidly, colliding violently with the energy shield in Ross's palm. An electric light and croaking flashed continuously, like thunder that kept roaring. With a gentle grip of 5 fingers, the rotation of the disc stopped abruptly, and the smiling Ross actually held the cutting disc directly in his hand. Impossible! Frisia roared furiously, and a sense of crisis rose in his heart, speeding up the condensation speed of the planet's destruction bomb. The corner of Ross's mouth hooked an arc, like throwing a frisbee, and threw the disc in his hand towards Frisia. Frisia, who was trying his best to condense the planet-destroying bomb, could not move at all, and could only divide half of his energy on his left hand, trying to block the cutting of the disc. But this blow disc not only had his own energy, but also carried a part of Ross's power, and the power was even greater than before, spinning faster and as easily cut off Frisia's left hand as if cutting tofu and passing through his waist. Divided. Frisia's body instantly turned into two parts, upper and lower. At this moment, he felt a deep despair. Despair as if falling into an abyss. Chapter 048. The results are dismal. Ask for some motivation, collect flowers, and give tips. Just come and do something. Ah! Frisia, who only had his upper body floating in the air, barely maintained the shape of a one-fingered sky, and let out a miserable scream. I don't know how much despair and unwillingness it contains, and the split of his body in two makes him feel painful, and he can't bear this pain without painful experience. Staring at the lower body that was slowly falling, Frisia's eyes revealed extreme resentment. How could he, who had always prided himself as the emperor of the universe, had suffered such a huge injury, and his combat effectiveness after losing half of his body was greatly reduced, and the planet destruction bomb on his fingertips even began to gradually shrink. How can this be? Damn Scion monkey, King Ben must crush you to pieces, and crush your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Be sure to blast you into scum along with this damn planet. Frisia roared in his heart. Endless pain and anger made him completely lose his mind, and all the remaining energy in his body gathered towards his fingertips. He didn't care if he survived in the end, he just had to kill the hateful scion in front of him. Ross's face was cold. How could he let the other party succeed with an absolute advantage in strength? Calling IBM in his heart, and after the upgrade, IBM, whose height had reached 10 meters, instantly took shape and ran towards Frisia. That's a whole 100 million combat power. It's like a rare delicacy. It's going to swallow Frisia alive. Looking at the terrifying black monster that suddenly appeared, Frisia's heart was shocked, and after careful perception, he found that this thing did not have the slightest energy reaction at all. IBM is composed of extremely mysterious black matter, which has no energy fluctuations at all, and even Ross himself can't figure out the structure of this thing, let alone Frisia who knows nothing. A small stream of energy rushed towards the black monster, shattering its head in an instant, and Frisia was surprised to find that it seemed that this thing was not strong. After all, he can now mobilize very little energy, just such a little attack cannot withstand it. How strong can it be? That's right, IBM's strength is comparable to the strength of its master itself, which means that its current combat power is only 10.5 million, and the increase in the Realm King Fist cannot be reflected in it. After IBM dissipated, Ross called it out again. Now the black matter in his body is extremely rich, enough to support him to summon IBM dozens of times. At the same time, Ross quickly passed IBM and attacked Frisia, and IBM cleverly circled behind the opponent. Frisia, who knew that the black monster's body was weak, did not care about the opponent's attack, and in his opinion, this thing might not be able to break his defenses. At this moment, facing the powerful Ross, he must concentrate on the face. The planet destruction bomb will take shape immediately. As long as it lasts these few seconds, the scion in front of him will turn into dust along with this damn planet. However, he was trying to resist Ross with one hand, and he suddenly felt a palpitation, and hurriedly looked up, only to see a shadow appear above his head, inky black. In Frisia's terrified and inexplicable gaze, IBM, who was more than 10 meters tall, directly opened his mouth and swallowed it. Before Frisia could even react, he found himself in a black space, which seemed to be boundless, full of dead silence and emptiness, and the black expanse made him unable to see at all. What is this place? What about the scion? Let me out! The sense of fear in his heart grew stronger, the feeling of palpitations became denser, and Frisia had even smelled death. Suddenly, there was a strong sharp pain in his body, as if he felt that his body began to melt, like hot molten iron, and he could even feel a burst of heat rising. Gradually, Frisia, who had bulging eyes, completely lost consciousness. Swallow Frisia alive! IBM accomplished this feat. After eating Frisia's upper body, it ignored Ross and ran directly towards the sea, and it was going to find out the falling lower body and eat it. This rare meal is not to be missed. One person should be neat. After Frisia disappeared, Ross found that the planet-destroying bomb was fully formed and could not dissipate, and slowly fell downwards without control. Slightly stunned, Ross's figure appeared directly below, and a turtle faction Qigong burst out. Turtle Pi Qigong ×2. The extremely powerful pillar of energy light directly wiped out the planet destruction bomb completely, and disappeared at the end of the sky with a long tail. Outside the planet, inside an egg-shaped spaceship. In Sha'iza's terrified gaze, a strong light blinded his eyes, and in his complex and inexplicable gaze, a powerful energy slipped from not far from the spaceship and gradually disappeared at the end of the universe. For a long time, Sha'iza, who had palpitations, muttered to himself, "Fortunately, it was missed, fortunately, there was still a long distance between them, otherwise even a slight scratch on this spaceship would be enough to completely annihilate us. It's simply too strong. Is this shock wave really something that living beings can release?" Sha'iza looked awe-inspiring, his face covered in cold sweat. "Sand. Lord Sha'iza," a cosmic man stammered. "What's going on?" King Frisia's breath of life, the cosmic man replied, "It's completely gone." "What?" Sha'iza was shocked and hurriedly asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying that Frisia died?" Sha'iza couldn't believe it, so powerful beings were actually killed? How strong is that scion really? It should be. It's impossible to go wrong with our state-of-the-art instruments. That scion was actually so powerful? Sha'iza couldn't imagine it, but he knew that he could not stay here any longer, and he had to flee immediately. Hurry up! Hurry up! Start the ship immediately, turn on at full power, and leave immediately." Sha'iza yelled, hesitating for a second more at this time, "One more bit more dangerous." The other cosmic people moved one after another, and after a burst of chicken flying dog jumping, the egg-shaped spaceship quickly moved and ran towards the distance. Ross sensed the departure of a few breaths and did not care. The hundreds of thousands of combat power is no longer in his eyes. In his opinion, most of these people are Frisia's subordinates. Flee and escape, he is too lazy to pursue. The most important thing now is to absorb Frisia's huge energy. In the middle of the sea, IBM had found Frisia's lower body and was eating it happily, as if enjoying a meal. Food with an energy intensity of more than 100 million is definitely a rare delicacy for IBM. Chapter 049. Collect. Fresh flowers. The earth was completely cracked, the magma slowly wriggled like a red blood-sucking sponge, the sea water had completely evaporated under the high temperature, the dense heat filled the entire sky, and the gradually thin air revealed a strong pungent sulfur smell. The planet is dying, and it may not be long before it enters an ice age, and the ecological environment is likely to slowly recover after hundreds of millions of years. In the world of Dragon Ball, everything is so fragile, and the battle between the strong can instantly determine the life and death of a planet. Ross didn't care about this either, and he was quietly waiting for IBM to digest the food he had just eaten. With more than 100 million combat power, just thinking about Ross will laugh out loud. It took half a day for IBM to completely digest the dead Frisia, and Ross took Guldo's body from the storage space and threw it at it, signaling the other party to swallow it. "Who is it? Give you self-confidence?" IBM tilted his head and made a shrill sound like metal rubbing. However, it did not refuse this time and directly swallowed Guldo's corpse. Now that Ross's mental power has exceeded 2000, he can simply force IBM to do something, but this guy likes to say something inexplicable, and he can't help it. Meaningless words have become IBM's greatest hobby. With the continuous improvement of strength, IBM is becoming more and more picky eaters. Even if Ross forcibly orders, those with a combat power of less than 10,000 will never touch it. Ross didn't care either, that bit of combat power was meaningless to him now. Quietly opening the personal interface, Ross began to browse. Host, Ross. Bloodline, True Saya, Superior. Combat Effectiveness, 82.5 million. Mental Power, 3000. IBM LV.3. Skills, Death Corrosion Beam, LV.9, Cut Disc, LV.8, Teleportation, LV.3, Storage Space, LV.2, Mind Transfer, LV.8, Time Stand, LV.3. At a glance, Ross found that his combat power and spiritual power had been greatly improved, and he also successfully obtained the ability to stand still in time. As for Frisia's ability combat skills, the Death Beam fused with Scorching Corrosion to form a new stunt. Ross experimented and found that this move was faster, more powerful, and more corrosive than before. However, think about it, most of the young Frisia's moves are not complicated, basically condensing huge energy formation, which is commendable for cutting discs to automatically track enemies. The situation of devouring Frisia was completely different from that of Diablo, and it felt like IBM completed the process smoothly and without the slightest pain. The thought of Diablo's mighty Ross was also relieved, although there was not much energy left in one finger, but that trace of immortal divinity made IBM suffer enough. Given that the host successfully devours Frisia, 3 draws are rewarded. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind, and Ross wondered, why is it so generous this time? The system replied, as the first villain in the true sense of the Dragon Ball world, the host has successfully taken the first step to attack the Dragon Ball world, and a reward is hereby awarded. Only now is the first step? I used to mess around, didn't I? Ross is a little unhappy, I don't know what's going on, obviously he got a rich reward this time. And he changed his taste when he heard the words of the system, could it be that Laozi and this broken thing are born to rush? Didn't the host mess around in the past? The sound of the system is still the same, without the slightest sense of accusation. You're here to answer me, aren't you? Ross didn't know what was going on, obviously there was nothing wrong with the system's words, but he could always hear a hint of meanness from it. Nope. The system is tsundere. Forget it, I don't know if that's your personality. In other words, why do you have such a personality in a system? Do you still want to find a mother system to have children? Ross shook his head secretly and teased. Even he himself did not realize that although he did not have much time to communicate with the system, he unconsciously regarded the other party as a person, and even got used to it. Perhaps because the system followed him to this world, he regarded the other party as the only fellow from the same world. Coming to this world alone, Ross, who survives and fights alone, has actually not felt very good in his heart. After all, he does not belong to this world. But fortunately, now with Alice, he can feel a little warmth. The system didn't care about Ross's words, nor did he care what he thought, and asked directly, "Do you want to open the lottery?" Shaking his head and putting aside the boring thoughts in his heart, Ross smiled and said, "Naturally, start immediately, I want to see how my luck is today." The roulette wheel spins rapidly and the pointer ends up in one of the bars. 1 million energy units times 3. 1 in 100,000. What is this? Ross asked with some curiosity. As the name suggests, there are 1 million energy in it. Can I absorb it directly? Yes. Can I give it to someone else? For Ross, who now has more than 80 million combat power, 3 million energy is nothing. He thought of Alice and them, and the current Scion clan is also in urgent need of high-end combat power, and it is impossible to rely on him to solve everything. Yes. Ross smiled, so that the Scions have high-end combat power, and the development will be more rapid. Do you want to continue the lottery? The system asks aloud again. Go on. Today is off to a good start, and the first draw draws a good thing, which makes Ross hesitate and feel that today will definitely make a big profit. Haha, I don't know what I can draw next. Thank you for your patronage. 1 in 8th. Looking at the lottery interface, Ross, who was laughing and talking to himself, seemed to choke, and suddenly couldn't speak. The system tells him with harsh realities that never be complacent, that one cannot be so lucky every time. CAO. Ross cursed lowly, a pair of eyes stared at the lottery interface. There were too many good things in it, and he wanted everything that was useful to him, especially the God-level bloodline, the Freedom Extreme Gong and the S-Cell. These are all things he desperately needs at the moment. Last time, you must win one of them. On the broken planet, Ross muttered to himself and said to the system in disbelief, "Continue the lottery." The wheel spun again, and Ross, who had only one chance left, stared intently at the draw screen, only to feel that this time passed slowly. Finally, the pointer stopped firmly in the S-Cell column. Yes. Clenching his fists tightly, Rose couldn't help but scream. And this time the results of the draw made him very satisfied. Transform into a Super Scion today. Chapter 050. Ask for a collection of flowers for a tip. At the bottom of the sea, which had completely dried up, Ross looked excited, and he chose to receive it without the slightest hesitation after pumping the S-Cell. In the original book, Goku is transformed into a Super Saiyan because of Klin's death, and his strong anger causes him to transform. But this is just one of the opportunities, and the main factor is that anger multiplies the number of S-cells in Goku's body, thus breaking the limit. When a Saiyan accumulates a certain number of S-cells in the human body, it can easily become a Super Saiyan, such as Goten and Trunks. These two little ghost heads have perfectly inherited the genes of their fathers, and there are enough S-cells in the body to naturally transform easily. System, is the number of S-cells rewarded enough? After a moment of silence, Ross asked. Enough. Okay then let me try it. Ross, who received an affirmative answer, did not hesitate and began to signal the system to inject S-cells. There was silence. After being silent for a long time, Ross, who had no physical reaction, looked confused. System, why didn't it respond? Haven't you injected yet? What does the host need to react? Scions already contain S-cells in their bodies, and didn't the host discover their existence before? Now the share injected and received only increases its total amount and does not change anything. The system's answer was like counting Ross's IQ. Ross was speechless, and really wanted to beat the system. However, because the total number of S-cells reaches a certain level, after the host transforms into a Super Saiyan, the physique can be greatly improved, and its own strength will also increase. After a pause, the system continued, as for the other changes, please also ask the host to experience it for itself. Hearing this, Ross's heart felt a little better, and he had to calm his heart at this time. Concentrate and hold your breath, and your heart is like water. The chi of the whole body condensed on the back, stimulating the mysterious place, and the violent energy around the body surged, as if a layer of aura visible to the naked eye was rolling back and forth. Ross's spiritual power far surpassed that of other scions, and every chi in his body was under his precise control, and countless energies constantly impacted his back, as if he would never stop until he opened that door. In the original work, it was said that if you want to transform into a Super Saiyan, you must have very strong emotions to stimulate the S-cells in the body, such as anger, hatred, love. But in Ross's view, these strong emotions are not the key, they are only important factors that stimulate their own mental strength. Therefore, if a Saiyan wants to transform, spiritual power is extremely important. It just so happened that Ross's mental power was very strong. Like a flood bursting an embankment, some mysterious existence in the body rolled up in the body like a beast awakened by people. Ross knew that those were S-cells. Like hot magma, he felt his whole body burning. A trace of sweat oozed from his forehead, and under a low roar, an astonishing momentum rose from him, and invisible waves of chi swirled above his head, as if to shatter this piece of heaven and earth. The energy surrounding his body became denser and denser, and at this time, Ross seemed to be wrapped in a hot and shining flame. The light of the fire flickered on and off, and the flames swung with the wind. On the ground, the momentum soared again, and Ross's towering black hair began to flash a touch of gold. His hairstyle resembles that of Vegeta's younger brother, Tabul, with a pinch of bangs in front of his forehead, and a hint of golden light flickering on the tips of his hair. There was a surge of thunder in his hair, sometimes a trace of fire, and sometimes a crackling sound. Drink! Suddenly, Rose seemed to take a long breath, and then he drank loudly, and the furious wave of air caused the earth to completely crack, spreading like a spider's web, and a deep pit appeared where he stood. A dazzling light suddenly rose, and his whole person was wrapped in a jet of flame, as if the god of fire was in the world. After a long time, when everything was calm, a boy with blonde hair appeared in the pit. Super Saiyan. Blonde hair, green eyes, hair all towering except bangs. Ross, who was surrounded by a powerful energy field, clenched his fists with a smile on his lips and satisfied with a smile, feeling the huge power in his body. A 50-fold increase, it's incredibly powerful. With a sigh of emotion coming out of his mouth, Ross closed his eyes and quietly experienced the changes in his body. The chi in the body turned into gold, like a long golden river flowing endlessly, and its amount was so huge that it was incalculable. Suddenly, a dark purple light surged out from a certain part of the body, with a trace of supreme majesty, wanting to transform into Ross's energy. What? Ross couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Abnormal energy is detected that does not match the host's physique. Is it captured? At the critical moment, the sound of the system sounded. Capture now. Ross did not hesitate in the slightest, and at this time, he felt that his body was about to burst by that violent energy. That dark golden energy was extremely strange, and the sudden addition made all the energy in Ross's body like a crazy peerless beast, and began to become irritable without listening to the call. Start capturing. Capture completed, analyzing. The analysis of the immortal divinity of Diablo has been completed, and it contradicts the subhuman constitution. It must be forcibly disassembled. Dismantling. It's done, part of the divine traits are fused with the host. Another unconscious residual thought is detected and begins to decompose. The decomposition is complete, and it has been fused with the host's spiritual power. A series of system prompts sounded, and Ross knew that when he devoured that finger, IBM did not completely erase the immortal divinity and residual thoughts contained in the energy of Diablo, and the dark purple light just now wanted to take advantage of his first transformation to forcibly seize this body. After all, the first super race transformation was extremely mentally draining, and it also gave the energy containing residual thoughts an opportunity. Under the explanation of the system, Ross suddenly realized that the residual thought did not have the memory of Anablo Anus, only a thought that wanted to be resurrected, and everything acted according to instinct. But Anus's divinity can be easily parsed by the system. It seems that this sand sculpture system is very high? Ross thought to himself, and then asked. What does it mean that part of the divinity is fused with me? Since the host has a subhuman bloodline and does not match the immortal characteristics, this system splits its divinity into two parts, one that can make the host's soul immortal, and the other that can make other kinds of bodies immortal. That's a bit of a cock. Ross smiled. The subhumans are most afraid of the destruction of the soul. Once the soul is gone, he will completely lose the possibility of resurrection. Once read Asian comics, he naturally knew that IBM was called another species, but he didn't expect that the system would actually use such a strange name. What a unique guy! Ross laughed. Chapter 051. Already 110,000 words, please collect. Fresh flowers. Tib. After a brief pause, the system continued to speak. Since the host's current soul immortal characteristics are not complete, it can only withstand spiritual attacks within 10 times of itself. Once the other party's spiritual power exceeds 10 times the host, and has the method of attacking the soul, it can also kill the host. In addition, the same is true of the immortal attributes obtained by other species. It's nothing that IBM is killed, anyway, that guy can be summoned at any time, but his own mental power seems to need to be improved. Although Ross's current spiritual power is not too low, it should still be a long way from those gods, and it is not guaranteed that which people with low combat power may also have strong spiritual power, and the Adrits belong to this type. This is definitely a Achilles heel for yourself. The dark golden energy in the body had completely disappeared under the analysis of the system, and the golden long river revealed a terrifying aura, and Ross nodded with satisfaction. After lifting his transformation state, his appearance returned to his original appearance, and his first transformation encountered the invasion of the Diablo remnants, which made his spirit appear a little weak. However, this consumption is insignificant compared to the harvest. Ross was secretly happy in his heart, eager to know what new abilities he had acquired, so he hurriedly opened his personal interface. Host, Ross. Bloodline, True Saya, Superior. Combat Effectiveness, 120 million. Mental Power, 5000. IBM LV.4. Energy System, Destruction Beam, LV.1, Annihilation Disk, LV.1, Crimson Flash, LV.1, Gravity Field, LV.1. Spirits, True Magic Eye, LV.1, Time Steez, LV.3, Storage Space, LV.3, Teleportation, LV.4, Mind Shift, LV.10. At a glance, Ross found that the skills at this time were divided into two types, Energy System and Spirit System, and the divinity of the God of Destruction was also fused with the original skill. Death Beam and Cut Disc become two destructive skills, which is a bit dick. You must know that the reason why the destruction gods are stronger than ordinary people is because they have destructive energy and have the authority that belongs to God, which is the power given to them by the universe. The Crimson Flash and Gravity Realm should be skills unique to Diablo, and the specific power needs to be slowly experienced by Ross himself. As for the Energy System skill level has all become one, Ross secretly guessed that it should be because of the fusion of the divinity of the God of Destruction. After communicating with the system, he knew that these skills could only have an effect on people who were twice as strong as himself. Once the strength exceeds twice his own, then the destructive energy he possesses cannot cause too much damage to the other party. But think about it, he just obtained a finger from Annablo Anus, and the divinity contained in it must not be too much, and the intensity of its destructive energy is naturally not very good. To be honest, Ross is already satisfied with such an effect. As for the spirit department, he was surprised to find that he had an extra skill of a real demon eye. After explaining it through the system, he found that this was a very practical ability, and he was able to check the combat power and spiritual power of others. The skill level of Time Steez has not changed, but presumably, this skill related to the law of time should not be easy to improve. The storage space was upgraded by one level, and Ross found that the volume of space had expanded to 10,000 cubic meters at this time, enough to hold several exasets. As for IBM's strength has increased by one level, I don't know how it is now, and the curious Ross directly released it. A huge black shadow with a height of more than 20 meters appeared behind him, and Ross looked back and was surprised to find that this guy didn't know when he put on a long cloak, and with a slightly sturdy back, slender and powerful limbs, and sharp claws, it looked even more hideous. Now this guy is simply like a god of death who harvests life in the dark night, which is particularly hideous. On closer inspection, there were several strange patterns on his cloak that seemed to be outlined by black smoke. These figures are not large, occupying only a corner of the cape, in which there are balls, discs, lines, lightning. After the mind contacted IBM, Ross understood that after this guy fused the divinity of the God of Destruction, he actually evolved a cloak that can store skills, and each pattern represents a skill. Looking at the 17 or 18 meter long cloak with a demented face, Ross couldn't help but sigh in his heart, how many skills does this trademark have to record? Now there are 7 patterns on the cloak, and Ross estimates that in addition to his own skills, there should be Frisia's attack moves. At the same time, he also found that IBM seemed unable to master his spiritual skills, probably because this guy did not have mental power. Sensing that IBM was more connected to his heart, Ross felt he could now command it to do more. At the same time, he was surprised to find that he was able to summon not only this huge IBM, but also many more at the same time. It's just that after he summons multiple IBMs at the same time, except for the strength of this IBM with immortal attributes will not change, all other strengths will gradually decline. For example, if 2 are summoned at the same time, then the other one is only half the strength of the first. If a total of 10 are summoned, then the other 9 are only 1/10 of their strength. Thankfully, when he became a Super Scion, IBM still had the same energy. But think about it, this kind of strength improvement is completely different from the Realm King Fist, which is originally his own power, but it is only displayed through transformation. Of course, IBM's change is not only that, and after careful communication, Ross was surprised to find that this guy can now devour non-living forms. It's just that its energy intensity cannot exceed 5 times its own, otherwise it will be indigestible. Ross didn't understand IBM's digestion method at all, and could only secretly guess that the digestive process that may devour living and non-living bodies is completely different. Ross feels that there is nothing in this regard. With his current strength of 120 million, if he transforms into a Super Scion, his own combat power will reach a terrifying 6 billion. On this basis, IBM can swallow up to 30 billion energy units of non-living beings, which is absolutely terrifying. Looking at the huge IBM beside him, Ross couldn't help but feel a hint of pride in his heart. The thought of this guy with 9 small IBMs and himself besieging the enemy at the same time is so beautiful that it is unimaginable. Chapter 052. Today's first change, please collect flowers for rewards. In the pitch-black space, there was only a faint glow dotted with sporadic dots. The Exocet is speeding towards Pandora with 5 large transport ships. In the Exocet, Alice was chatting with 007, and she naturally had a certain understanding of this only friend of Ross, who had often heard Ross mention her in the past period. At the same time, she also greatly appreciates the simple heart of the other party, although the other party's mouth always comes out of the mouth of some profound scientific knowledge that makes her understand, but watching a jellyfish waving tentacles dancing and telling these things is also quite a joyful thing. Suddenly, Ross's figure appeared beside her, and Alice was pleasantly surprised. "You're back." Ross nodded slightly and took her little hand. Turning his head to look at 007, Ross spoke, "How are your fleet losses?" 007 waved his tentacles and replied, "It's okay, the losses are just some small wisdom brain spaceships, and the transport ship has no damage." "Well, that's good." Ross, who knew that his batch of supplies must be fine, nodded with a smile. "What about Frisia? You drove him away?" Alice asked. "You underestimate your own man too, right?" Ross exaggerated a little, "That guy was naturally killed by me." "What? Is Frisia dead?" Alice was shocked. She never thought that the Emperor of the Universe, who had always kept the Scions alive under terror, would be killed by Ross so easily. "Of course, if you don't kill him, can you keep it for the new year?" Ross laughed. Alice obviously didn't understand what New Year meant, but she could feel that Ross was in a good mood at this time. This is his own man, strong and handsome. Thinking of this, Alice's eyes were full of affection when she looked at Rose. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Ross took Alice's little hand and said, "Go, I'll show you something good." "What?" Alice was a little puzzled. "What can't be seen here?" "Of course it's a big baby." Rose smiled and pulled Alice towards a room. "Alice." Alice behaved, "Take the medicine." Alice looked at Ross with a wary face, not understanding at all what kind of moth the other party was doing. Did he want to do that kind of thing in the gravity chamber? What kind of joke? 007 still has to be in the control room. Alice directly shook her head and refused, swearing to death. Ross was holding a white hexagonal angular fragment in his hand, motioning for Alice to swallow it. It was about the size of the shell of an index fingernail, and it looked like some kind of indescribable little pill, and Alice, who had been on Earth for months, had seen something like this in a small advertisement on a telephone pole. "Eat it quickly, this thing is only good for you," Ross said with a proud look that he wanted to share it with his woman as soon as he got good things. He felt like a good man. Well, peerless good man. "Are you sure this thing is good for me?" Alice looked suspicious. She felt that the other party must be fighting some bad idea again. After being with Ross for so long, this guy will come up with some novel ways to play from time to time. God knows what is going on in his head at this time. Shaking her head again, Alice firmly refused. How could she do that kind of thing here, and saying nothing today could make this guy succeed? Looking at Alice with a serious face and some surprise, unable to understand what was wrong with the other party, Ross asked very puzzled, 1 million energy units, you really don't want it? Don't. Alice didn't think about opening her mouth directly, and then reacted sharply, surprised, what did you say? 1 million? Yes. This thing contains 1 million energy. Looking at the little pill in the palm of Ross's hand, Alice asked incredulously, isn't it something else? Of course, or what else do you think this is? Ross was a little strange, and he was embarrassed to see Yiren. I thought, Alice stammered, but this was not the time to dwell on these questions. She took the little pill from Ross's hand, but found that the texture of this thing was very similar to a crystal, and wondered, can this thing be eaten? Can crystals be eaten? Alice doesn't know, anyway, she hasn't seen anyone who has nothing to eat crystals to play. Of course you can. This thing is oral. In fact, when Ross first got this answer from the system, he didn't believe it. After all, Alice and others are different from themselves, and they don't have IBM to test drugs. In case they eat a good villain, it will be bad. However, under the repeated assurances of the system, Ross chose to believe. After all, this sand sculpture never jokes about big things. Alice, who trusted Ross very much, did not ask anything more, and directly swallowed the little pill. The pill melted in the mouth, and the hard crystal was like a small piece of ice cream at this moment, and the moment it melted, Alice felt a trace of comfortable coolness. It feels very gentle, even has a very refreshing pleasure. As if some indescribable tide was coming, the ruddy-faced Alice even made a strange sound, revealing a hint of charm and being extremely tempting. Looking at Ross on the side, he was stunned. Is this stuff delicious? Ross licked his lips and subconsciously swallowed his saliva, not knowing if he wanted to take out a pill and taste it. Or is it because the Yiren in front of you is more delicious? For a long time, feeling a wave of energy rising in her body that was unimaginable before, Alice suddenly opened her eyes, and her originally intoxicated expression suddenly became serious. She knew that the most critical moment had come. Ross also clearly sensed that the situation was wrong, and the energy in Alice's body seemed to have a tendency to run away. Gravity field. Ross directly turned on this skill, trying to suppress the huge energy of the newborn in Alice's body. Gradually, Alice's face oozed sweat, but fortunately, her face began to calm down. Gradually increasing the gravity around her, slowly helping Alice regulate the energy in her body, everything finally calmed down. He took a breath. In fact, this precise gravity adjustment does not consume much mental power for Ross now, but the situation just now still makes one of his hearts hang high in the air, and now seeing Alice recover as usual, this is completely relieved. In fact, Ross himself did not realize that the woman in front of him gradually became more and more important in his heart. Chapter 053. Today's second change, please collect flowers. This energy crystal is relatively soft, except for the energy that was a little violent at the beginning. Alice absorbed it very smoothly. And mostly because of the system, Ross found that Alice's absorption rate is very fast, and she can completely inherit this energy in a day at most. To know that the other party does not have IBM's digestive ability, Ross can only marvel that the system production is really extraordinary. This energy not only enhances Alice's strength, but also helps her greatly improve her physique and stimulate her potential. The day passed in a hurry, and Alice, who suddenly opened her eyes, revealed a faint golden light in her eyes, and she suddenly jumped up from the ground, hugged Rose, and kissed her fiercely on the face. "It's really amazing, what is that crystal that actually makes my strength increase so much?" Ross put his arm around his woman and said with a smile, "It's just an accident." Alice looked at Ross affectionately, and then said with some chagrin, "Why don't you keep such a good thing for yourself to eat? One piece can add a lot of strength." Ross shook his head and said, "This thing is of no use to me, it's just 1 million energy units, you don't need to care at all." 1 million, what a terrible energy! Although Alice knew this from Ross before taking it, she was full of thoughts about someone's bad ideas and other things, and she didn't realize what a huge amount of energy 1 million was. It wasn't until that energy spread throughout her body that she realized how precious that crystal that was very similar to the little pill was. Thinking that the other party would hand over this treasure to herself without hesitation, Alice couldn't help but be even more moved in her heart. His eyes flashed with a hint of intoxication, looking at the man who was already about the same height as himself. Cherry couldn't help but exhale a breath of aroma and called softly, "Ross!" In the gravity room, spring can't help but grow. Dry firewood burns at the touch of a finger. Ross laughed, and with a wave of his hand, an energy field wrapped the entire huge gravity chamber, and a big battle immediately began. Alice, whose combat strength has reached 1.1 million, feels that she can finally fight with the other party for a few days and nights, but who knows that she will lose the battle in less than half a day, and her heart is bitter. The strength of 120 million is comparable to Alice Chick's. Ross was proud. Finally, Alice, who learned that her man's strength had exceeded 100 million, suddenly couldn't help but show a wry smile. How can she catch up with such a gap? A month later, a large fleet appeared on the periphery of the meteorite belt. 007's slender tentacles wave back and forth on the virtual control interface, directing small smart warships to clean up meteorites outside the spacecraft. Since the length of the large transport ships exceeded 10,000 meters, a path had to be made in the meteorite belt to allow them to pass smoothly. At this time, 007 said to Ross very happily, "My friend, the minerals contained in this meteorite belt are too rich, many things we don't have in the dark star domain. If you can make good use of these minerals, you will definitely be able to make a lot of good things." Ross smiled, "Is it? Then these things will be left to you to deal with, only in this way. The natural protective net of Pandora Star will be gone." He doesn't care about these minerals, the alchemies help him a lot, even if he gives them these things, it's nothing, but after the meteorite belt disappears, it also means that Pandora officially appears in the eyes of many forces in the northern galaxy. Looks like some plans have to be advanced. 007 let out a weird laugh, "My friend, you don't have to worry at all, while I build a mining base on these meteorites, I will also transform them into small mobile fortresses by the way." Countless meteorite fortresses operate regularly, not only allowing spaceships to enter and exit freely, but also forming a huge energy shield, and the protective energy will only be stronger than before. Oh! Ross was pleasantly surprised, can it still be done like this? But this is good, in general, there is no need to worry about the safety of Pandora. 007 continued to wave his tentacles, just scanned quickly, this star field is really a rare treasure land. If you can use it wisely, the wealth of your scions will grow to an incredible level in the future. Ross was slightly stunned and asked, "Is this place really that amazing? Isn't there a little more meteorite in this area? There are a little more ferocious beasts on Pandora's star, and there is also a fountain of life. In addition to these, is there anything else that he has not discovered?" I guessed wildly, but I couldn't think of a reason. 007 replied, a large number of minerals can be refined into various metals, and there are not a few rare metals contained in these meteorites, which are enough to exchange for a large number of materials. And there are many space plankton living in this meteorite belt, although it is not yet possible to know what their specific value is. But my friend, believe me, anything that can survive in space, even just a bacterium, must be of great value. The life aura on this planet is extremely strong, and I have carefully analyzed the sample of the life spring water you gave me before, and that thing can make various medicines. Among them, the effects of increasing lifespan, delaying aging, beautifying beauty, enhancing strength and so on, we can completely classify and manufacture drugs, enough to make people in the entire galaxy crazy. After a pause, as if he was gasping, he continued, as long as you have enough raw materials, you can sell these drugs to the whole universe, and then you scions may be able to become one of the richest people in one fell swoop. It can be seen from 007's words that he really thinks about Ross's friend, and even has no idea of getting a piece of the pie at all, which makes Ross can't help but be a little moved. The thought of avoiding 007 before taking out the little pill made him feel a little ashamed. 007 obviously did not notice Ross's expression, and he was still eyebrows dancing as he said, there is also the kind of thing called fairy bean that you gave me before. Through data comparison, I found that the fountain of life can completely promote its growth, and you can cultivate it in large quantities on the planet. In this way, you scions will not have to worry about medicine and food when you fight in the future. Ross looked at 007, who was excited and mouthful, and after a moment of silence, he spoke, 007, don't worry, no matter how much profit we Pandora Star makes in the future, we will have a share of your algema. Ross, who had a serious face, made a promise that he had never been a good person, but others treated him well, and he naturally could not treat each other badly. Having money is king, and everyone can earn together. Chapter 054. Today's third change, please collect flowers. When Ross returned to Pandora with a fleet, it caused only a small commotion, and a small number of scions dispersed after seeing the excitement and went their own way. In the eyes of these scions, the spaceship could not arouse their interest at all. Could it still be important to cultivate? Apparently not. Now this group of people is very hard-working, and no one wants to lag behind. Ross didn't care, and after taking 007 to visit Pandora Star with Alice, he placed the cultivation ball of the Algema Star in a sea area. These jellyfish will settle, live, and conduct scientific research here in the future. From the way 007 danced, it could be seen that he was extremely satisfied with the environment here, and quickly signaled Ross to take out the controller, and he wanted to quickly summon intelligent robots to come and transform here. Bardock, who got the news, hurried with Saliba and generally managed the affairs of the station. Today's Bardock is more and more like a management class, and everything is in order, which also makes Ross and Alice feel a lot more worried. Saliba is now working with Bardock as an assistant, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that she has a soft spot for this man, but unfortunately the goddess has no intention of Xiang Wang, and this man has loved his wife Jaime all his life. When 007 and the others arrived, Bardock was teaching one of the Scion Chi ways that had just passed the assessment, and after the end, he naturally rushed to the sea area non-stop. As soon as he stopped, his face involuntarily showed a burst of shock, and the chi became more and more profound, and he immediately noticed Alice's soaring strength, and his heart was shocked. But this was not the time to ask this question. He looked at 007 curiously and asked Ross, "Are they the Algema Starmen?" Ross nodded and said, "These 50 little guys will live here in the future, you help me take good care of it, they are all amazing talents." Bardock knew in his heart, and he nodded hurriedly with some knowledge of the technological civilization of the Algema people. 007 operated the instrument again and again, and interjected again and again, "Ross, my friend, you can't forget me, I have decided to live here in the future. Ross wondered, you're not going back? 007, don't go back for now, there are too many things with research value here, I'm ready to study it. Ross clapped his hands in favor of 007's decision. This guy is not only proficient in weapons science, he has been involved in biology, pharmaceuticals, aerospace, and many other projects, basically can be said to be an all-round talent. With this guy sitting in town, Pandora's technological civilization will develop geometrically and rapidly. After handing over the direction of development to Bardock to negotiate with 007, Ross left with Alice, and he decided to go to the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to take a look. What are we doing at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters? Before leaving Pandora, Alice asked suspiciously. Now that the strength of the scions here has reached a certain level, even if they cultivate hard, they can't get a significant improvement. Instead of letting them be impetuous because they can't fight, it's better to send them out as mercenaries, both to fight and make money, why not? Ross explained with a smile. Then why don't you go directly to the Space Mercenary Alliance and find the weak scum of the Galaxy Patrol? Although the Galactic Patrol is generally not strong, they can barely maintain the stability of a part of the star field, and they have an excellent reputation in the universe, and the scions take over the tasks they issued and do things much more smoothly. After a pause, Ross sighed and said, who let the reputation of the scions in the past not be good, now we must improve this bad reputation as soon as possible, otherwise even if the scientific and technological civilization develops, no one is willing to do business with us. Think about it, in the past, the scions burned and looted, when did they do business in peace? What these barbarians of TMD are best at is buying and selling for nothing. This is the consensus of many civilizations in the galaxy on the Scion race. Now that Ross has become their leader, it is only natural that this must be changed, and snatching will never allow a race to survive. Haven't you seen the incredibly powerful Frozen Demon clan, and now there are only 2 clansmen left, King Kurdish and Gula? Just the young and wayward Frisia looks invincible. Didn't he see that his father and brother are relatively low-key to develop their own power? Why is that? When there are no other powerful beings in the galaxy, the water of the Dragon Ball universe can be very deep. Although Ross didn't understand why those cosmic-level powerhouses were hidden, he was very sure that there were still many strong people who couldn't shrink. For example, if the forces of the Universe Business Alliance and the Universe Mercenary Alliance did not have a universe-level powerhouse sitting down, the 3 of Frisia's father and son would look at this piece of fat and not make a move? You must know that these 2 organizations are rich and oily, and it is more than selling planets every day to rob one at will. Although Ross is now a master in the galaxy, he is not sure when he will jump out of a powerful existence of the level of Shalo and Majin Buu, and he naturally needs to be cautious when he has concerns behind him. The headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol is located in the heart of the galaxy, and because it is directly under the jurisdiction of the Great Realm King, ordinary forces dare not intervene. When he first talked to the Dark Star King, Ross had inquired about the location of the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol, but he only knew a rough idea. Now after teleportation upgrades, he found that he was able to roughly determine a certain location, and he could teleport without the perception of chi. It can also be transferred with people or objects within 5 meters of the surrounding area. Diablo's divinity not only gives him the ability to survive in the cosmic vacuum, but also pinpointed teleportation. Of course, the precise positioning here is just a conceptual word, which means that you must know where the place is to locate, and a place like the Galaxy Patrol headquarters that is erratic and moving at any time can only locate an approximate. Ross takes Alice directly to the heart of the galaxy. On a prosperous planet, he closed his eyes and quietly sensed the place where the powerful aura of this star field gathered. Suddenly, the figures of the 2 of them disappeared again, and when they reappeared, an extremely huge spherical creation appeared in front of them. And a circle of huge space corridors appeared in space, and the cloisters surrounded a huge cylinder, which is where the Galactic Patrol Police worked. In the 100-meter thick tubular corridor, a metal ball is constantly moving its bearings, and Ross estimates that this is where the Galactic King is. Chapter 055. Today's fourth change, please collect flowers. When Ross appeared in space, a cloud of energy shrouded Alice inside. Looking at the strange building in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect the Galaxy Patrol headquarters to be like this. How they made it, it's incredible. Ross smiled and said in a deep voice, after all, it is the power under the King of the Great Realm, although the strength is not good, but the face of the King of the Great Realm is still wanted, and the headquarters naturally has to be made a little better. With that, he teleported directly with Alice into the huge metal ball that was suspected to be the office of the Galactic King. What people? Several cosmic people with different looks found the Ross duo who suddenly appeared, and they all picked up energy guns and aimed them at Ross. Although it is impossible to understand how these two people appeared here, it does not prevent them from performing their duties. With a faint glance at them, Ross didn't bother to talk nonsense, and walked directly towards the gate not far away, and he sensed that the most combative guy in this place was among them. Station. Live. A cosmic person wanted to pull the trigger of the energy gun in his hand, but found that his entire body could not move at all, and even his speech began to become inarticulate. Ross's chi machine has inadvertently locked these people. This is still the result of his deliberate convergence. Now even if he bursts out 1% of his breath, it is enough to crush these guards. Directly open the door. A green octopus-like guy is standing on a chair in front of the desk in the center. This is the head of the Galaxy Patrol, the Galactic King. The Galactic King is obviously not as big as 007, and also lacks beauty to speak of. Although he is very similar to the mollusk of the Algama people, he is obviously not the beautiful type. What kind of person are you who dares to break into the headquarters of the Galaxy Patrol? One of the guards in the room couldn't help but roar when he was horrified, and gathered together with the other guards to block the Galactic King. Don't panic, I'm just here to talk to the Galactic King about something. Ross wore a faint smile, not caring about the toy guns in the hands of these guards. Scion. Looking at the tail wrapped around the waist of the Ross, the little eyes of the Galactic King became a thin slit. He swung his tentacles and spoke, haven't you Scion clans been wiped out by Frisia a long time ago? While speaking, the Galaxy King signaled his subordinates to probe the combat power of the two on the opposite side. A guard shook his head at the Galactic King after seeing the value on the detector, indicating that he could not detect it, and the opponent's strength exceeded the limit of the individual detector. This is also intentional by Ross, who has long told Alice that there is no need to hide her combat power during this trip. The Galactic King was shocked in his heart, knowing that the detector limit equipped by these guards was 1 million, and it was obvious that the strength of these two people in front of him had exceeded this limit. Ross didn't care about their actions, but said lightly, Vegeta Star is destroyed, but our Pandora Star is still there. Pandora Star? The Galactic King was puzzled, he had never heard of this planet. Looking at the other guards suspiciously, he found that these people were also at a loss. You don't need to worry about anything about the Galactic King, I am the leader of the Pandora Star Scion, and I came here to negotiate a deal with you. Ross continued. Deal? The Galaxy King looked dazed, what deal? Ross smiled and said, those guys under me who have a strong desire to fight have been a little panicked recently. I heard that you often issue some tasks here such as fighting interstellar pirates and protecting the peace of the planet. You can completely give these tasks to us. The Galactic King hesitated, don't you Scions always like to invade? Why did it suddenly turn around? The Galactic King expressed disbelief. Ross didn't care, and continued, you cannot trust us, but anyway, you have to hand over those tasks to others, why can't you give them to the Scions? At least we are strong enough to finish better and faster. It's good for both of us. Of course, you can also disagree to try? The Galactic King felt an undoubted toughness from Ross's words, knowing that if he did not agree, the person in front of him was likely to directly destroy the Galaxy Patrol headquarters. The strong strength of the other party made the Galaxy King dare not refuse. The two talked happily, and after casually discussing the precautions and task compensation, Ross left with Alice. Of course, Ross did not have the leisure to sign any equality agreements with the other party, and he did not believe that the Galactic King dared to take advantage of himself. Galactic King, are we really going to cooperate with the Scions? A guard asked worriedly. For the time being, let's cooperate for a while and then see. If it is true that as he says, the Scions can help us solve those troubles, which will be a good thing for the entire galaxy. Besides, although the Scions have a bad reputation, they are still very reputable in taking money to do things. The Galactic King sighed. But, Frisia's sighed. But I heard that this guy's men have been searching for Scions all over the world recently. Frisia, the Galactic King couldn't help but have a headache. This guy was one of the most murderous people in the galaxy, and he didn't dare to provoke this kind of evil emperor. Silver. Galaxy King, at this moment, a strange-looking cosmic person rushed in. What's going on? The Galactic King frowned slightly. Just received the news, Frisia, the cosmic man gasped and paused for a moment before continuing. Frisia was killed. What? The Galactic King suddenly jumped down from his chair and said in shock, Really? Who can kill Frisia? The cosmic man replied, I heard it's a Scion. Scion? Scion again? Somehow, the Galactic King involuntarily appeared in his mind. Chapter 056. It's almost on the shelves, ask for a wave of collecting flowers to reward. East Galaxy, in an extremely large spaceship, Gula, who is 1 meter 8 meters tall, is floating by the porthole quietly watching the starry sky. The 3 members of the Gula mech force stood quietly behind him, silent. After a long time, Gula's gloomy voice sounded, Shaiza, is that Scion you said really that strong? Shaiza's body involuntarily trembled slightly when he heard this, and he replied, Yes. According to the data analysis we collected at the end, Frisia, who had a combat power of more than 100 million, was vulnerable in his hands, and he only lasted less than half an hour before quickly losing. As soon as he thought of that earth-shattering battle, Shaiza's heart palpitated. Even though more than 10 days had passed, the fear in his heart still lingered. You know, they used their strength to eat milk, and it only took 7 or 8 days to return from the North Galaxy to the East Galaxy. Of course, this is also because the planet is not too far from Gura's base camp. Is it far more than the final form of Frisia? It seems that he is really a tricky character. Gula muttered, and after a moment of silence, he asked, How long until we arrive at Karastar? About 15 days. After Shaiza answered seriously, he asked with some concern, King Gula, do we really want to join forces with King Kurd? Gula had a gloomy face, and didn't know what she was thinking. Recently, he is vying with the Kurdish king for the actual leadership of the Eastern Galaxy, and the relationship is extremely bad, even to the point of imminent war. After all, this star field occupies a full third of the galaxy, which is extremely rich, and both want to include it in their own hands. The Frozen Demon clan does not have any family affection to speak of, and it is not a strange thing to kill each other for the sake of resources. But now, because of Frisia's death, in order to deal with the Scion who suddenly appeared, he must unite with the Kurdish king. As an older Frozen Demon, Gula knows much more secrets from King Kurdish than Frisia, or at least he knows what a Super Scion looks like. Blonde, green-eyed. And the intelligence brought back from Shaiza showed that the Scion was obviously not like that when he burst into tens of millions of combat power. If it is true that as recorded in history, the strength of the Super Scion is dozens of times that of the norm, the true strength of that Scion. Thinking of this, Gula secretly clenched his fists. With his current strength, he was not sure of defeating the other party. You must continue to practice. Although his personality is as arrogant and conceited as Frisia's, Gula is obviously much calmer than his younger brother, and he is not as talented as the other party, and he is more enthusiastic about cultivation. After a few brief explanations to Shahza and the others, Gula entered the gravity chamber again, and he must now seize the time to become stronger as soon as possible. 15 days later. A huge black planet is like a devil's eye in the lonely space, revealing an extremely terrifying aura that is daunting. The planet is full of dark rocks and black shiny metal, where the Kurdish king's palace is located. In the huge palace as dark as ink, the Kurdish king sat high in the main hall, looking at his son standing under the stage. And he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed and emotional. Looking at this son in front of him who competed with himself for territory and even did not hesitate to start a war, he couldn't help but miss Frisia a little. If only Gula was like Frisia, although he was a little willful, but at least he was willing to listen to himself. Is Frisia really dead? The Kurdish king asked, and although he had received the news a month earlier, he still did not want to believe it. The most gifted child in the history of the Frozen Demon clan died so easily, at the hands of the hateful scion, which made the always proud Kurdish king feel extremely angry. Yes, my father, Frisia is no longer there. There was not the slightest regret in Gula's tone, as if it was just a stranger who died. Can a scion really be that strong? As if remembering something, the Kurdish king sighed. It seems that the super scion mentioned by the ancestor before his death really exists. It should be so, otherwise Frisia's strength can't be defeated so easily, and there is not even a chance to escape. So, what do you think should be done? Thinking that Gula's strength was obviously higher than his own, the Kurdish king, who had already entered dusk, asked. Cultivate, become stronger, and then go and destroy that scion. You must not let him continue to grow. From the intelligence Shaviza brought back, it was known that the scion was not very old, and if he was allowed to grow up, it would definitely be a terrible nightmare for the Frozen Demon clan. Gula has no intention of avenging his brother at all, he is only for himself. The Frozen Demon clan is so selfish. I'll help you too. The Kurdish king was silent, and this sentence was also somewhat reluctant. As a father, his talent is not comparable to his two sons, and now he is getting older, his strength is only about 120 million, and he is not even comparable to the full-fledged Frisia. But after a while, as long as you fuse that thing, everything will be different. Waving his hand to signal Gula to find a place to live, the Kurdish king carefully entered a secret chamber deep underground. This chamber is made entirely of very special and rare materials that can block all probing, and the Kurdish king is not worried about Gula discovering its secrets. This secret room is not large, at most a dozen squares, and on the middle platform is placed a strange vessel, much like an inverted crystal pyramid, crystal clear. A dark golden mass of blood was held in the vessel, revealing a faint luster. That dark light seems to carry a magical power, making people unconsciously fall into the traction and want to blend in. This mass of blood is constantly swimming in the vessel as if it has life, hitting the inner wall again and again, as if it wants to be reborn. The Kurdish king's eyes gazed at the blood, revealing an extremely strong desire. This thing is his last chance, his chance to continue to evolve and become stronger. Because this is divine blood. God's blood. Chapter 057. The first change on the shelf, please order the first order. In fact, the reason why the Kurdish king chose this planet with an extreme lack of materials as his base camp is precisely because of this group of divine blood. When he came here unexpectedly, he found a strange vessel deep underground, and through continuous research and attempts, he finally determined that it was the blood of the gods. Don't ask how he knows, that's a feeling, Suanzi and Xian, he himself can't explain clearly. But the inverted triangular vessel shell was so strong that the Kurdish king tried everything he could to open it. After decades of immersion in research, he finally discovered that only a black liquid on this planet could corrode the shell of this vessel little by little. Taking a delicate kettle from his waist, the Kurdish king slowly opened it, and a stream of black water poured over the vessel. Surprisingly, it is a strange thing that it can corrode extremely hard utensils, but black liquid cannot corrode other objects. Perhaps this is called mutual survival. The crystal-like vessel obviously emitted a sizzling sound after encountering black water, and after a piece of steam rose up, the small 20 holes on the original vessel seemed to be deeper. Although it is not obvious, the Kurdish king, who is very familiar with this thing, can see the change at a glance. Soon. It's about to wear through. Looking at the mysterious vessel, the Kurdish king looked excited, and his voice trembled slightly. This is a boring job that requires long-term repetition, and even the most patient person may not be able to stick to it, but he is willing to do it. As long as he obtains the divine blood in it, he will definitely become stronger than anyone else, he has always been convinced. Soon, it looks like there are 10 days at most to penetrate this thing and drink the divine blood in it. The Kurdish king laughed, as if he saw the endless power in it. The Galactic King, who learned of Frisia's death, hurriedly contacted Ross, who had just left, and after receiving an affirmative answer from the other party, he couldn't help but fall silent. For a long time, as if he had finally made up his mind, the Galactic King hoped that Ross could help solve the cancers of the two galactic systems, Gula and the Kurdish King. Galaxy Patrol Headquarters will also pay a corresponding price. In the future, all reasonable spending by Ross within his jurisdiction will be paid for by the Galactic King, and all tools within the jurisdiction of the Galactic Patrol can be used by the Scions, and they must also unconditionally share the necessary information with the Scions. Regarding consumption, the two reached a consensus: as long as Ross did not consume indiscriminately, he could still afford this price. After getting the specific location of the Kurdish King's base camp from the Galactic King, Ross, who had returned to Pandora, explained a few words to Alice, and his figure disappeared instantly. He was going to kill the Kurdish King before going to Gula. Karastar. Gula, who was cultivating in the gravity room, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a heart palpitation involuntarily emerged, and he felt that a huge momentum was spreading on this inky black planet. Exactly Ross. Ross, who descended on Karastar, did not think of hiding his figure at all, and directly opened up with full momentum. 100 million battles bloomed instantly. Gula's expression changed, and with his brows slightly furrowed, he slammed through the gravity chamber and flew towards the distance. He wanted to see who was running to Kula Star to make trouble. Although this breath is strong, it is not in Gula's eyes. You know, he has a combat strength of 150 million under normal conditions, and he is not afraid. In an instant, Gula's figure appeared opposite Ross. Scion. Looking at the tail around the other party's waist, Gula made a judgment in an instant. Gura. Ross was also a little surprised. He never expected to meet this guy on the Kurdish King's territory. But everything is just a matter of early days, and cleaning up the Gula and then going to kill the Kurdish King is just a reversal of the order of the plan. Looking at the other party's flat face, Gula said gloomily, "You are the Scion who killed Frisia." In his impression, there was only one Scion with such strong strength. The corner of Ross's mouth hooked a trace of arc, and he teased, "How? Want to avenge your brother?" Gula took a sip and sneered, "It's just useless waste. If you die, you will die. What is there to revenge? However, I am curious about how much strength the legendary Super Scion has." "Oh." Ross glanced at the other party lightly and said with a smile, "You really want to know?" Gula didn't talk nonsense and unravel the final form directly. He knew very well in his heart that although the other party did not seem to be as strong as his normal self, he could easily kill Frisia's existence, and he was definitely not this person's opponent without using the final form. After the transformation, Gula's body has obviously enlarged and strengthened at the same time, extending backwards from 4 sharp corners starting from the head. His mouth is covered by a mask, his eyes have become scarlet, and even his pupils seem to disappear completely. The shoulders protruded slightly like guards, 2 sharp corners appeared on the back, and 2 blades like steel knives emerged from the 2 wrists, revealing a trace of deep cold. Gura's transformed form is completely different from Frisia's, and in terms of appearance alone, he is obviously more hideous. It's like an alien-like monster. 40 million. 1200. Under the real magic eye, Gula's combat power and 303 spiritual power are at a glance. Let's just transform into a super race and end the battle as soon as possible. Ross secretly decided that he didn't want to delay too much time on this gloomy planet. Boom! A furious momentum rushed into the sky, and the blonde-haired and green-eyed Ross appeared in front of Gula in an instant, and the combat power of up to 6 billion burst out instantly. What? Gula was shocked. This level of energy intensity was simply not something he could resist. However, having experienced a lot of battles, he knew that he could not panic about this, let alone mess with himself, and in the face of such a rapid attack, it was impossible to completely dodge it. Gula chose to abandon the car to protect the marshal. The body flashed slightly to the right, and the left hand quickly raised to block, and Ross's fist came without a trace of wind. Boom! With a loud bang, Gula's entire body flew out upside down, and a purple-red blood sprayed on the pitch-black ground. With one punch, Gula's entire left hand disappeared, and blood covered the left half of his body. Coughing up a mouthful of purple-red blood, Gula looked at Ross with his usual face full of horror. Is this Super Saiyan? With a wry smile in his heart, Gula knew that he was definitely not the match for this Saiyan. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 058. With his back against a rock that had been deformed, Gula couldn't help but smile wryly. The punch just now came too quickly, he didn't have time to estimate the opponent's strength. The only thing that was certain was that the opponent's combat power definitely exceeded 1 billion. This is an extremely terrifying number, and if you want him Gula King to unravel the final form, the combat power is only 470 million. The other form that has only been realized in recent times is still very unstable, and if it is not necessary, Gula really does not want to use it. If he forcibly uses it in his current physical state, there is at least a 70% chance that he will die. But if not, 100% will die on this dark planet. The intense pain made Gura's entire strange face twist and look even more hideous, and he decided to unravel the immature transformation form. Silver Gula. Silver-white rays of light rose from him, and the aura on Gula's body began to soar rapidly, and the violent energy fluctuations spread in all directions. When everything dispersed, Gula, who was covered with a layer of silver, appeared in front of Ross. Looking at Gula, who could continue to transform in surprise, Ross did not expect that this guy actually comprehended this transformation in this time period, although it was far from the golden form. But at this time, Gula's combat power also reached 1.2 billion. After all, it is an imperfect transformation. Is reaching this level already the limit? Gula sighed in his heart. In his vision, the perfect silver form combat power should be between 2 billion and 3 billion. If you give him a little more time, it will definitely be achieved. But at this time, you have to fight anyway, and Gula is not the kind of person who lies and waits to die. The Frozen Demon clan is cold by nature, and the only thing they cherish is their own interests and lives. Ugh! The mask on his face had disappeared, and only a crazy roar was heard, and Gula, with only one hand left, rushed towards Ross. At this time, although his left hand could not be restored, the wound had completely healed, like a one-armed hero, rushing forward towards the enemy in front. This is definitely the worst time a one-armed hero has been hacked. Ross shook his head and thought crankily, to be honest, he really didn't put Gula's 1.2 billion combat power in his eyes. His 6 billion combat power was exactly 5 times that of the other party, and there was no need to worry at all. With a simple straight punch, the poor Gula figure flew out upside down again. How is that possible? Under the shock of his heart, Gula even completely forgot about the pain in his body, and under this punch, he clearly sensed how powerful the other party was, and the energy intensity was definitely more than 1 or 2 billion. Billions of combat effectiveness? Unable to determine. Under the slightest contact, he was completely unable to judge in a fleeting moment. How is that possible? Gula couldn't believe it at all. Is this a realm that normal creatures can achieve? I'm afraid that no one of their frozen demon clan has reached it for generations. How could a scion be so strong? This is completely counterintuitive. At this moment, just like Frisia, his heart was full of despair. Looking at the soulless Gura, Ross gradually lost interest in playing, and directly released IBM, letting it come out to enjoy this big meal. Now the frozen demon family is comparable to a delicacy in the eyes of IBM, and when he saw the alien-looking Gula, he rushed straight over with excitement, and the long cloak seemed to rise with the wind, and now it is like a majestic general. In this state, IBM has the same strength as Ross, and the seriously injured Gula is like a toy in its hand, unable to resist at all, and soon rolls into IBM's dark stomach. Gula finally felt the despair of his brother before he died, and in that incomparably dark space, he could only watch his body slowly melt with wide eyes. The 1.2 billion energy was slowly digested in IBM's body and then slowly transmitted to Ross. Ross, who closed his eyes, was not idle, feeling the changes in the energy in his body while he began to search for the breath of the Kurdish king. But after half a ring, he couldn't find any trace of the other party. What's going on? Could it be that the guy has already run away? Ross thought to himself secretly, and said to himself, "No, I have been paying close attention to this planet when I fought with Gula, and there is absolutely no powerful aura leaving. Is this guy not here in the first place?" For a long time, Ross's face showed a bitter color, and he was a little worried about how to find that guy next. Opening the contact information of the Galactic King, Ross directly asked, "Are you sure that the Kurdish king has not left this planet?" The Galactic King asked rhetorically, "Didn't you find him?" Ross was silent. "No, according to our intelligence, the Kurdish king has been staying on that planet for decades, and basically has not left." "Oh? In that case, I can't find that guy anyway, so it shouldn't matter if I destroy the planet, right?" This time it was the Galactic King's turn to be silent. However, thinking of the harm that the Kurdish king has done to the entire galaxy, a planet with poor materials seems to be worth nothing in comparison, and the Galaxy King spoke, "Whatever you want, even if you can't kill the Kurdish king and destroy his lair, you will know and probe his movements in the future." In his mind, once there is no lair, the Kurdish king will always emerge, right? The ideas of the Galactic King and Ross coincided. Under the palace, in the secret room in the depths of the extreme, the Kurdish king looked anxiously at the vessels on the platform. Just now he had detected that Gula's energy reaction had completely disappeared. Fortunately he hid in the secret room in time, which escaped the detection of the other party. This secret room was built by him with great resources, which can shield all external perceptions, but will not prevent himself from probing the outside world, which is really a rare hiding place. "Soon, give me a little more time to get the divine blood," the Kurdish king muttered, and suddenly, a palpitation struck, and under careful perception, he found that the terrible enemy was condensing a huge energy. "Does that guy want to blow up the entire planet?" The Kurdish king glared at the boss with round bull's eyes. His face was unbelievable, and his whole body trembled in anger when he reacted. Isn't it always the patent of their frozen demon clan to blow up planets to play this kind of thing? Why does this enemy also like to play like this? Feeling the energy that could not detect specific values, the Kurdish king felt a deep despair. The Kurdish father and son have given countless people this sense of despair in their lives, and now it is finally their turn. Heaven's way is good reincarnation, who the sky spares, everything is just retribution. Chapter 059. Chapter 59 Immortal Body? Of course, Ross just asked, whether the Galactic King agreed or not, he would destroy the planet. It's not to vent his dissatisfaction. Under normal circumstances, Ross's desire to destroy is not strong, he just instinctively dislikes this dark planet. It was as if there was a feeling that if he didn't destroy this place, he would regret it later. This is a mysterious feeling, completely without logic. With his current strength, as long as he is willing, a random Qigong bomb can blow up a planet. The body slowly rose, and soon Ross's figure appeared in space. The vacuum could no longer affect him in the slightest. Raising his palm flat with one hand to face the ugly black ball, a shining pillar of energy light surged out. The speed was extremely fast, and that pillar of energy light fell to the surface of the planet in an instant. Boom! After a roar, as if drilling through an eggshell, the energy directly entered the ground and slammed into the crust. With a burst of clicking sounds, the Earth's crust rose high, the entire planet began to expand sharply, and the terrifying energy was still intensifying and rolling, as if the entire starry sky sounded a booming explosion. Standing calmly in the void, Ross looked indifferently at the planet that was about to be destroyed, waiting quietly. Deep underground. In the Chamber of Secrets. The Kurdish king looked desperate. Looking back on his glorious life, he knew that he was completely finished, and the frozen demon family would eventually come to the end. The earth is cracking and tumbling, and a powerful storm of energy is cruelly ravaging the planet, and the Kurdish king feels the strength of this energy, and he knows that even if he uses all his strength, he can't stop it. At this moment, I don't know if it was because of the coming of death, he suddenly felt very calm in his heart, as if he understood the mystery of life and death. Everything has life and death, there is a beginning and an end. Suddenly, the small hole in the front of the inverted triangular crystal vessel seemed to have finally completely penetrated, and a stream of dark golden blood slowly seeped out along the small hole, forming a dark golden silk thread in the air. The calm-looking Kurdish king seemed unaware and even closed his eyes peacefully, as if waiting for death to come. Suddenly, the dark golden silk thread shot towards the Kurdish king like a leech smelling blood. With a speed almost the speed of light, it rushed into his brain. In fact, in the past few decades, this group of divine blood has been subtly affecting the thinking of the Kurdish king. Even if it is sealed, it still has the ability to change people's hearts. Because it is the blood of God, the blood of God. Mortals simply cannot understand it. How can they swallow it? The Kurdish king's desire to devour the blood of the gods to obtain great power is undoubtedly a fool's dream. When the divine blood was fully integrated into his body, everything returned to calm. That pillar of energy slammed into the secret room. The secret chamber built by the Kurdish king with a lot of precious materials was as fragile as tofu dregs at this moment, and it was shattered in an instant. A bright light suddenly flashed in the dark universe, and a planet that had existed for an unknown number of years became fragmented in this brilliant fireworks. Looking at this scene calmly, Ross was silent for a long time. After a moment of silence, he was about to leave, and Pandora Star had a lot of things waiting for him. Suddenly, a trace of evil aura spread from the ruins, and Ross involuntarily stopped his figure. He sensed a hint of danger. What? This feeling of palpitations made him a little uneasy. Gula has been devoured by IBM, the only thing that can exist on this planet is the Kurdish king, but in the original book, this guy's strength is only 120 million at most, and even Frisia is not as good. How can he give himself this feeling of danger? Ross, whose face was cloudy, guessed wildly, while probing the hiding place of this breath. However, in his perception, this breath was erratic, like a fresh breeze, changing its orientation at any time. Suddenly, a purple energy ray shot towards him, extremely fast. Ross was also dissatisfied, and a beam of destruction immediately followed. The two rays of light violently collided together in space, erupting into a dazzling spark. What? The body shook slightly, and Ross clearly felt the energy contained in the purple light. It turned out to be on a par with himself. You know, at this time, IBM has absorbed a part of Gura's energy, and is still transmitting it to him, and now Ross, who has become a super scion, has a combat power of at least more than 10 billion. But this mysterious existence that suddenly appeared was actually indistinguishable from himself? Ross is unbelievable. However, Ross, who quickly calmed down, knew that this was not the time to be shocked, and he had to adjust his mentality to face the opponent who was about to appear. Suddenly, a figure appeared opposite him. This person was more than 5 meters tall, a pair of long horns were slightly curved, dark golden skin shone faintly in the dark universe, and a face that looked very similar to Frisia appeared in front of Ross. King Kurd. Looking at the Kurdish king, who even changed the color of his skin, Ross couldn't figure out what was happening to this guy. It stands to reason that the explosion just now was enough to completely smash the other party. How could he still be intact? Looking at the Kurdish king in front of him, whose figure had obviously become larger, Ross suddenly remembered something. Isn't this guy's skin now exactly the same color as the finger of Diablo? Could it be that this guy also fused some part of anus? Ross secretly guessed that the movement of the hand was not slow. A time stillness was stirred, and the entire space instantly seemed to freeze, and the Kurdish king who was about to open his mouth only opened his mouth slightly, and everything stopped. Extinguish the disc. Scarlet flash. Ross, who has not abated the sense of crisis in his heart, does not dare to be careless at the moment, and as soon as he strikes, he is the strongest attack skill, and he is about to destroy the other party with the momentum of thunder. The annihilation disc splits the opponent's body in two like cutting vegetables and melons without hindrance. The scarlet flash followed, and the energy pillar with red lightning instantly enveloped the opponent's broken two bodies, accompanied by a burst of sizzling electric shocks, and the Kurdish king's body turned into pieces. After the scarlet light disappeared, pieces of minced meat floated in the universe, constantly wriggling, like a large group of strange space plankton. Looking at the pile of minced meat, the sense of crisis in his heart did not disappear, and Ross knew that the other party was definitely not dead. MMP, turned into minced meat and not dead, is this guy also immortal? Chapter 060. Liver burst tonight, please subscribe. The minced meat squirmed faster and faster, and in an instant, all the pieces rushed together in Ross's surprised gaze. A large piece of meat with an extremely irregular shape appeared in front of him, rapidly changing shape. Suddenly, an intact Kurdish king appeared before Ross. Nanny, is this guy really immortal? This ability seems to be very similar to Majin Buu. Ross was amazed, and his heart was amazed. At this time, the Kurdish king's appearance also underwent some changes. 5 spikes rose from the back, bone spurs as sharp as blades appeared on the wrists and ankles, and the sharp corners on the head bloomed with a cold light, which looked particularly hideous. Feeling the stronger and stronger aura on the other party, Ross did not hesitate at all and directly released IBM. Although this guy was digesting the gula that had just been devoured at this time, it did not affect the battle at all. IBM, who is more than 20 meters tall, wears a black cape and looks majestic. With his thick legs open back and forth, his paws raised slightly, IBM also felt that the enemy in front of him was very difficult to deal with. Ross did not hesitate. Just when the Kurdish king was just taking shape, he rushed away with IBM one after another. The furious energy flickered continuously in the dark space, and bursts of invisible waves of chi spread out in all directions, and those meteorite blocks along the way turned into powder one after another, quickly moving away with the wave of chi. The more Ross fought, the more frightened he found that the strength of the reassembled Kurdish king had actually increased by almost twice, and its combat effectiveness had exceeded 20 billion under the real magic eye. Interesting. I can't imagine that there are still people with such strength now, the Kurdish king said leisurely while easily coping with Ross's attack. You're not the Kurdish king. Ross was shocked, although he didn't know much about the Kurdish king, that weak chicken would never be able to burst out with this kind of strength, especially the other party's weird resurrection ability, let alone the frozen demon family could have. Kurd? That funny little guy? The Kurdish king showed an evil smile on his face and muttered, I really have to thank that cute little fellow. Without his efforts, I would not have been able to come out so quickly, and he also provided a good body for free with generosity. Are you Anus? Ross voiced the guess in his heart, and the guy in front of him felt a lot like Diablo. After all, Ross had absorbed the energy of Anus, and had also suffered from the sneak attack of the other party's residual thoughts, and he was very familiar with this breath. Anus. A hint of dazedness appeared on the Kurdish king's face, and then he said to himself, a familiar name? But why can't you remember? The three figures in space stopped, as if the confused Kurdish king stood motionless in place, and Ross did not dare to attack rashly. He was afraid that after smashing the other party again, the opponent's strength skyrocketed again. IBM stared straight at King Kurdish, and Ross even sensed the eager desire coming from him. That's the craving for good food. Under the mental communication, Ross signaled IBM to be calm and act when the opportunity came. Suddenly, an arc crossed the corner of the Kurdish king's mouth. And he revealed a trace of coldness with an evil smile, and he said leisurely, Anus doesn't matter what it is, if you can't think about it, forget it. From now on I am me, born of blood, I am the god of blood. The blood god instantly chose a name for himself very casually. He actually felt very familiar with the three words Anus, and even felt that this was his name. However, he had a very strange feeling that he was only a small part of Anus, and once he admitted this, his consciousness would one day dissipate. Having been reborn, he must not let such a thing happen, and with a sense of independence, he gave himself a new name, as if he wanted to cut off the past in this way. Gee, the blood god looked at Ross coldly, and a strange smile came out of his mouth. You too seem to have a part of me that belongs to you. As long as I eat you, I will become stronger. In an instant, a purple gold light instantly appeared in front of Ross, and just as he was about to raise his hand to block, his entire body flew out upside down, directly smashing a huge meteorite to smithereens. Ahem! So strong! Ross spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was a little ugly. After so many battles recently, it was the first time he had been injured so badly. Under one blow, Ross was seriously injured. Slowly floating up, his sharp eyes like an eagle falcon stared at the blood god in front of him, thinking about how to defeat his opponent. The blood god did not rush to make a move. Now he was extremely confident in his strength, and the man with the tail in front of him was not his opponent at all. Thinking that IBM is still absorbing Gula's energy, its own strength is also increasing exponentially. Ross secretly said in his heart that once IBM fully digests this energy, his strength will reach 17.75 billion, and the gap with the other party will not be so big at that time. However, although IBM's digestion ability is very strong, it will take some time to spend hundreds of millions of points of energy, and he estimates that it will take at least half an hour. Hold on a little longer. Ross gritted his teeth and led IBM towards the blood god again. One after another energy attacks illuminated the entire starry sky, dazzling and colorful, like beautiful and moving fireworks. The blood god became more and more frightened. He was very curious about what race this person in front of him was, not only had such strong strength, but also became more and more courageous. He obviously felt that the opponent's strength was growing rapidly in the battle. Although Ross now has more and more scars on his body, his strength is also getting stronger and stronger. At this time, his combat power has exceeded 15 billion. To be honest, since the great advance in strength, he has never been so embarrassed, and the powerful strength of the blood god cannot compete even if he joins forces with IBM. Sometimes the combination of two beings of equal strength does not result in the result that 1 + 1 = 2. Now Ross and IBM both have a strength of 15 billion, and together they are definitely far superior to the blood gods, but combat is not mathematics, and it cannot be counted as such. The blood god's attack power is powerful, and even has the ability to regenerate at super speed, and various weird skills emerge one after another. Even if it is faced with the two of them, it seems to be at ease. Several destructive beams pierced the body of the blood god, and the other party recovered in the blink of an eye. and then several scarlet pillars of light rushed towards Ross. It was Scarlet Flash. Ross, who knew that this move was powerful, did not dare to resist hard, and quickly dodged to dodge. "Do you want to use the Realm King Fist?" Ross thought in his heart that after transforming into a Super Scion, if he used the Realm King Fist, the burden on his body would be even greater, and the tearing pain all over his body made him reluctant to use it. "Use double the Realm King Fist, so the load is a little smaller." While thinking and dodging, Ross, who had just stabilized his figure, secretly decided that he was about to use the out-of-realm King Fist, and several dark golden rays of light roared. The chest pierced instantly. Ross, who had blood stains on the corners of his mouth, obviously felt that his heart had been pierced, but a smile appeared on his face when he was about to die. Although he never takes the initiative to find death to improve his combat effectiveness, if his skills are inferior to others and he is killed by the other party, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Die and die. Fortunately, it's time for you to see what subhumans are. Ross smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said leisurely to the blood god when he was dying. Chapter 062. Parsing. The analysis of divine blood is complete. The divinity has disintegrated and begun to merge. Host spiritual power fused complete. Other characteristics have been fused. Pandora, Ross, who has been back for 3 days, is calmly suspended on the surface of the sea at this time. Suddenly, the voice of the system sounded in his head, but the guy was silent after the report. Ross didn't bother to pay attention to it and directly opened the personal interface. The system took a lot of time to analyze the divine blood this time. In fact, the main reason is that IBM digests too slowly. Billions of energy is not so easy to digest, and the system also needs IBM to fully digest the divine blood before it can be fully analyzed. Host, Ross. Lineage, True Saya, Superior. Combat Effectiveness, 2.955 billion. Mental Power, 8,000. IBM LV.4. Energy System, Destruction Beam, LV.1, Annihilation Disk, LV.1, Crimson Flash, LV.1, Gravity Field, LV.1, Energy Microcontrol, LV.1, Super Regeneration, LV.1. Spirits, True Magic Eye, LV.1, Time Standing Still, LV.3, Saving Space, LV.3, Teleportation, LV.4, Mind Shifting, LV.10. This time the action of killing the Frozen Demon Clan gave Ross a full 2.835 billion combat power, which is really a terrifying value. With a combat power of nearly 3 billion, Ross feels that he should be stronger than Shailu, who absorbed number 17 in the original book. If you transform into a Super Scion, your combat power of more than 140 billion can completely destroy everyone in the Shailu period. In terms of skills, energy microcontrol and overspeed regeneration have been added, and the second ability is very easy to understand, but the energy microcontrol makes Ross a little confused, and after experimenting, he found that this skill is not just simple to control energy. Although it is similar to the subtle realm in martial arts to some extent, it has several functions such as absorbing, decomposing, and combining energy. This is a wonderful feature that can even absorb the energy of enemy attacks and temporarily use it for yourself. At the same time, it can also decompose its own energy and convert it into energy crystals, which is somewhat similar to the kind rewarded by the system. System, does this microcontrol ability all belong to the Blood God? Ross was a little surprised. When he fought with the Blood God, he did not find that the other party used certain abilities. Yes, the Blood God has just been reborn, and many abilities have not yet been developed, so the host has only seen his super speed regeneration and energy basic manipulation. As for decomposing combined energy, this is an upgraded skill of this system and should help the host. This guy has changed sex. You actually know how to think about Lao Tzu? Ross couldn't believe that the sun was coming out in the west. But now was not the time to care about this, he hurriedly asked, the energy crystal I made using this method is the same as the one you sent me. This is what he is most concerned about now. If he can produce energy crystals on a large scale, the Scion family will usher in superspeed development. It's a pity that the system, as always, poured cold water on him. Naturally, the host's current skill level is too low. The stronger the energy crystal produced, the more difficult it is to absorb, and the person who takes it is easy to explode and die. CAO. Then this function has a fart use. Ross felt that this sand sculpture system always liked to work against him, and the good mood that had just risen suddenly disappeared. The host's current level can only make 100,000 energy intensity units of edible crystals. Please increase the skill level as soon as possible. The system completely ignored Ross's complaints and answered mechanically. I also want to, but the improvement of this thing depends on the opportunity, and it is not something I can rise if I want to. Ross sighed, but the crystal of 100,000 energy units was still enough for the time being. After thinking about it, he continued to ask, can absorbing the energy of other people's attacks be transformed into crystals? No, it must be your own energy. Then after using my own energy to make crystals, will my energy decrease? No, it only takes a while to recover on its own. That's good. Ross breathed a sigh of relief. If he needed to pay the price of energy disappearance to make crystals, then he would have to think about it. After all, his energy is not blown by the wind, and IBM is also very fortunate to absorb and digest the enemy's energy. Through a short conversation with the system, Ross found that the skill of overspeed regeneration is not omnipotent. Once fatally injured, such as the heart and brain are directly broken, the overspeed regeneration will not have time to recover, the same will die. Compared to the superspeed regeneration of the blood god, what Ross got obviously belongs to the castrated version, but he doesn't care. Once he meets a guy who can kill his own body, he doesn't mind letting the other party see what is called a subhuman. Although the spiritual power has improved a lot this time, it is a pity that the spiritual skill level has not changed. Ross estimated that more than 10,000 mental powers were needed to increase their level. Randomly creating 3 energy crystals, Ross flew towards the residence of the alchemist Darman. In the deep sea, a huge transparent cover emits a faint light, standing quietly in the middle of a seabed. There were various laboratories built inside. Sensing the breath of 007, Ross directly found the other party. 007 was obviously a little surprised by the arrival of the other party, but he knew very well that Ross was not the slightest interest in these technological things, and when he saw the other party come in, he waved his tentacles and asked, "My friend, why are you here?" Ross smiled and said, "Just got an interesting thing, help me research it." After speaking, he took out 2 crystals of the same size and shape. A piece of pure white, which is the reward of the system, a piece of colorless and transparent. This is a low-end product that Ross has just made. Help me analyze what is the difference between these 2 crystals. What is it? 007 stretched out his tentacles and curiously rolled up the 2 crystals, and the 2 big copper bell-like eyes were full of doubts. After placing it in a strange instrument and listening only to a crackling sound, 007 began to study it. After a while, 007 let out a sigh. There is so much energy in it, how did you do it? How can such a huge amount of energy be compressed? Isn't it afraid that they will explode? After a pause, he hurriedly asked, "Oh, my friend, where did you find this thing? It's amazing, what a powerful craft means it takes to create such a perfect energy crystal." Chapter 063. 7th more, stay up late, please subscribe. In the transparent protective cover, it is clearly visible that a jellyfish is constantly gesturing at something with tentacles. Ross looks at each other with a grin. 007 is like this, many times like a child. Ross, my friend, the manufacturing process of this energy crystal is too masterful, and my existing instruments cannot resolve them for the time being. 007's tone was a little frustrated. It's okay, you can study it slowly. He nodded, and said with a comforting look on his face. 007 hurriedly waved his tentacles, as if shaking his head. No, this energy crystal is too precious, you must need it very much. Ross is dumb. 007 This guy is always thinking about his friends. It's okay, it's not such a rare object, you just take it and study it slowly. Ross also hopes that the other party can make a little famous, and he wants to know what is the difference between the crystal he made and the system reward. Seeing that 007 still wanted to say something, he signaled the other party to be at ease, and turned to leave. For 007 Ross is now extremely trusting, and completely relieved. Such a simple guy will not covet friends' things. Although Algama has only been here for a few days, the intelligent robots they sent are building factories and houses in full swing. Minerals extracted from extraplanetary meteorites are continuously transported back to Pandora, where the smelting plant resmelts these materials to synthesize a variety of practical building materials. Due to the daily cultivation of the science, Bardock proposed to 007 the idea of building a gravity chamber, and the materials required were naturally much more complex and strong. In the concept of 007, when the Scion house is built, each family will have its own independent cultivation room, which is not only equipped with up to 200 times the gravity, but also can effectively resist the energy released within it, and effectively absorb the energy converted into gravity. The gravity here is the unit of gravity of the Vegeta period. After all, the Scions have long been accustomed to this. Of course, the technology of the Algama Starman can naturally create higher-level gravity chambers, but most Scions can't use them now. Cities are also being built, and these are very simple things for the people of Algama. Just enter the instructions, and naturally there will be intelligent brain mechanics to complete, they only need to check it occasionally. Although Scions never care where they live, it is not an idea to live in standard mobile homes all the time. As the owners of this planet, they always have to have their own city. This point is strongly demanded by Ross. After all, he is a person who wants face. Otherwise, if someone suddenly visits in the future and sees a gathering place like an indigenous tribe, I am afraid that I will laugh my big teeth off. Ross and others were extremely satisfied with this, and Bardock also strongly expressed the need to strengthen cooperation with the Algamas. In the mobile home that belonged to Ross, Alice had already moved in, and in her words, Rose was often not at home anyway, and it was empty, so it was better to live for her. Of course, Haimuki and others knew that this was an excuse for the little girl, but they didn't care. Scions were very open to the affairs of men and women, and they were together when they saw fit. Which was the way Scions reproduced for a long time. There were dozens of adult Scions brought back by Ross, and now more than a year later, 20 or 30 small beings were born on this new planet, and they will become native Pandora star Scions. In fact, Ross didn't like to participate in these things at all, it was too troublesome, but when he saw so many people gathered together and slowly developed little by little, a sense of relief suddenly rose in his heart, and a sense of accomplishment, which made him have to think about the future of the Scions. Now his thinking has shifted to that of a full-fledged leader. Looking at Ross, who was a little out of her mind, Alice was curious, "What are you thinking?" Ross was slightly startled and said with a smile, "It's nothing, by the way, you can try this crystal to see how much strength can be improved." Looking at the small transparent crystal in the other party's hand, Alice was pleasantly surprised. "You got this kind of thing again?" "Well, this is a crystal of 100,000 energy units, how much can you absorb?" Alice also knew that these crystals were dispensable to Ross now, and did not say anything more, and directly took them. This time was completely different from the absorption process last time, and Alice didn't even deliberately suppress this energy, and naturally fused it. After all, it is only 100,000 units, and for her, who now has a combat power of more than 1 million, there is no pressure at all to absorb it. Under the real demon eye, showing that Alice's combat power has now reached 1.2 million, Ross secretly said, "Has it only absorbed more than 80,000 points of energy?" After absorbing once, the second absorption of the lower crystal will not be able to obtain all the energy? Or is it because of personal constitution? Ross couldn't figure it out, and more data was needed to reach a final conclusion. However, it seems that in the past month or so, Alice's strength has improved a little, but her spiritual power is not high, only more than 600. But this thing Ross himself does not know how to improve, let alone help others. Alice, whose strength has been improved, looks at her man with joy, and she doesn't ask where these crystals come from. Anyway, Ross always has a way. His own man is so omnipotent. Alice has a blind adoration for Ross. Just then, there was a knock on the door. In fact, as early as when Alice absorbed the crystal energy, Ross contacted Bardock and the others, and asked him to select 10 suitable candidates. He needs to improve the high-end combat power of the Scion clan. Rose, what's so anxious? Bardock felt strange. Under normal circumstances, this person is a careless master, and rarely takes the initiative to contact himself. Behind him, Haimuki and the original Bardock squad members also came, along with 4 other young men. Of course it's a good thing. Ross blinked and smiled happily. Look at this first. I saw that he took out a piece of transparent crystal and threw it to Bardock casually. Bardock looked curious and just caught it, and instantly felt that there was a huge energy contained in it. Although he has spent a lot of time worrying about the affairs of the clan recently, he has never relaxed his cultivation, and now his strength is also in the early 30,000, and he is also one of the best experts in the Scion clan. But at this time, he obviously felt that the energy contained in this crystal was several times its own. What a lot of energy, Rose, what is this? The shocked Bardock hurriedly raised the question in his heart. An energy crystal, you can absorb the energy in it after taking it. What? Bardock was shocked when he heard this, and his face was in disbelief. The people behind him also let out a burst of exclamations, only to feel incredible. And something so amazing. How could there be? This thing can really improve our strength. It should. Impossible, right? Chapter 064. 8th more. Since this is taken out by Lord Ross, naturally there is no need to doubt its effect. I think Miss Alice has already taken the energy crystal. Aurora glanced at Ross thoughtfully, with a convincing look on her face. Aurora May's eyes flashed with admiration, and this time, in addition to her, Emma, Colt, and Roquai also followed Bardock. These 4 young people Bardock appreciated it very much, although 3 of them were low-class warriors in the past, but after drinking the spring of life, their strength was growing rapidly, and since Ross needed the right manpower, he simply brought these 4 little guys over. Of course, Lord Ross is so powerful, it is impossible to deceive us on such a trifle. The grinning Ima also echoed. Neither Colt nor Rockier spoke, but both looked trusting. Compared to these 4 young people, the 4 Celiba who thought they were well informed seemed a little hesitant. After all, they had traveled south and north for so many years, and they had never heard of such a thing as energy crystal. How such furious energy could be stored in such a small crystal, it was incredible to think about. Bardock looked a little hesitant, and after hesitating, he confirmed to Ross, really? Ross nodded with a smile. Bardock didn't say anything more. He decided to try the method himself first and see how it worked. Out of trust in Ross, he directly swallowed the energy crystal in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful energy exploded in his body, absorbing 100,000 units of energy with his strength of 30,000 points, a little reluctantly. The gravity field immediately came out, and Ross quickly helped him suppress that energy. After a long time, Bardock, who seemed to have been reborn, exhaled a turbid breath, and there was a hint of joy between his eyebrows. This stuff really works. Feeling the majestic power in his body, he knew that what Ross said was true. Several other people present turned on the detector one after another, and when they saw that Bardock's combat effectiveness had increased by a full 100,000, they couldn't help but gasp. The guys were stunned. When did it become so easy to improve your strength? It's just a small crystal, and it actually has such an incredible effect? These people's eyes are not high, and they know nothing about this world, let alone Ross. Okay, you all hurry up too. Boost your strength. Ross casually threw out 9 transparent crystals, which he had just quietly made. For him now, the energy can be recovered in an hour at most, which is not worth mentioning at all. Thinking of the fury of that energy, Bardak's eyes couldn't help but have a trace of worry. His wife has always only been in charge of logistics work, her strength and physique are not strong, and he is worried that the other party can't bear it. Ross obviously understood the burden in his heart, and said with a smile, "Brother Bardak, don't worry, I will watch from the sidelines, they will be fine." "Yes, brother-in-law, everything has Ross." Alice patted her chest on the side and echoed. However, she looked at Aurora at this time. Her eyes were a little strange, and she deliberately straightened up her murder weapon between words. Perhaps sensitively aware that the other party's gaze at Ross is a little strange, which makes Alice, who has always been proud, a little dissatisfied, although her appearance and figure are above each other. But looking at the other party's ethereal, weak look, she has been on the earth for a period of time, but she is very clear, many men like this kind of delicate girl. Showing her murder weapon, Alice at this time is a bit like a lioness protecting food. Ross and the others did not pay attention to her actions, and at this time, everyone's thoughts were on the energy crystal. Bardak looked nervously at Gnei, who swallowed the crystal, and Ross did not expect that this hero who dared to challenge Frisia in the original book would actually have such a side. Nodding slightly at the other party, a gravity field acted on the 9 people. These people's combat power is only a few thousand, and it is indeed not an easy thing to absorb a full 100,000 units of energy at once, but the gravity sent by Ross accurately helps them suppress the energy of the riot in their bodies, and then release it little by little, which allows them to absorb smoothly. Compared to Alice and Bardak, these people absorbed significantly slower, and Ross waited for 3 hours before they basically finished absorbing. Ask for flowers. However, this only means that they can control this energy temporarily, and it will take a lot of time to hone it in order to use it perfectly. Under the true demon eye, Gnei really had no cultivation talent, only absorbed more than 80,000 points of energy, plus her own strength, and her combat power had not broken 90,000 at this time. Celiba, Toma, and the others were not bad, their combat effectiveness at this time had exceeded 90,000, and the only thing that surprised Rose was that the little girl named Aurora actually absorbed a full 100,000 points of energy like Bardak, without wasting a single bit. What a talented little girl! Ross, who felt a pang of emotion in his heart, nodded in satisfaction and instructed everyone, "You guys go to the temporary gravity room to cultivate well, and strive to completely control the energy in your body as soon as possible." 0. "Yes, Lord Ross." Everyone replied with pleasure and sincerity. They knew in their hearts what a huge opportunity this was, and without the energy crystal bestowed by Lord Ross, they would not have been able to have such strength in their entire lives. Emma, Colt, and Raqui, who had always been calm, couldn't help but blush at this time. Their faces were full of excitement, and they knew in their hearts that from now on they also belonged to Lord Ross's cronies. After all, it is not a close subordinate, it is simply impossible to get such an opportunity. If Ross knew what they were thinking, he would have reluctantly told them that none of this had anything to do with him, but Bardak had chosen them. After the few people left, Ross stopped Bardak, and in the other party's unknown gaze, he pulled out a crystal again. Pure white, hexagonal shape, rhombus horn. Alice's face couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. She knew very well that this thing contained a whole 1 million energy units. This is... Bardak, whose strength had soared, obviously felt that the energy in this crystal had reached an extremely terrifying point, and the energy in his body was just a small firefly. Of course, it's also an energy crystal. Ross smiled slightly, as if discarding a broken stone and throwing it to the other party, and said lightly, "It's just 1 million energy, hurry up and absorb it." Underscore. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read. Collect, push. Chapter 065. The 8th more, I slept in the morning, and continued to burst my liver in the afternoon. Please subscribe. In Ross's house, Bardock was frowning, his whole body trembling slightly, and fine sweat oozed from his forehead. Finally, as if endless years had passed, Bardock finally calmed down, feeling the majestic and vast energy in his body, and couldn't help but take a breath of turbid chi. The amount of 1 million units is not so easy to absorb, and with Ross's help, he is only able to control it freely, and it will take a long time to achieve the realm of perfect use. Clenched his fists, and Bardock, who had always been determined, couldn't help but feel inexplicably excited at this time, and he was also extremely grateful to Ross. If it weren't for Ross's sudden appearance, the couple and their teammates would have disappeared into the galaxy along with Vegeta Star, not to mention the strength of more than 1 million. So, he was full of gratitude to Ross. However, 3 men will not say anything pretentious between them, everything is taken to heart, and he will only do his best to help each other take care of Pandarasta. Ross smiled and watched Bardock leave. After a month, the people who absorbed the energy crystal had basically stabilized and controlled it freely. The Galactic Patrol headquarters has connected with Pandora Star, and has also sent people to deal with mission matters, and they will be staying on the planet for a long time to release updates suitable for Scion missions. Perhaps the Galactic King also has the intention of monitoring the Scions, but Ross didn't care. He really reached his realm, and he didn't put the Galactic Patrol in his eyes at all, and now these people are still a little useful. After arranging everything, most Scions began to go out on missions one after another to improve their points. That's right, a points system is now being implemented in the clan, which is what Ross suggested to Bardock, and every Scion can earn points by improving their strength, completing missions, finding resources, and so on. And the biggest function of points is to obtain cultivation resources, such as energy crystals. The improvement of the strength of Celebi and others gradually spread among the Scions, and most of them were still skeptical at first. After all, they had never heard of this kind of thing that could directly greatly increase their strength. But when they saw that Ima and their 3 little guys had a combat strength of more than 90,000, they almost shocked the big teeth of this group of people. At this time, they had to believe, and at the same time, the point system promulgated by Bardock made their hearts even more hot. Integral. As long as you have this thing, you can obtain energy crystals, and you can greatly improve your strength. Who can refuse such a good thing? Especially the Scions, who take the pleasure of fighting, will not miss any possibility of improving their strength. But as soon as they saw the item exchanged, these people couldn't help but smack their tongues. Energy crystal, 10,000 points. You must know that going out to perform general tasks can only get 1 or 200 accumulations. How long does it take to get 10,000 points? People who are not very strong begin to beat their chests. The Scions whose strength has exceeded 10,000 are in a happy mood. And as long as they perform a few more high-level tasks, they will soon be able to obtain energy crystals. That's right, Bardock roughly divided the difficulty of the task into 3 levels. Of course, points can be exchanged not only for energy crystals, but also for fairy beans, weapons, fountains of life, high-level combat clothes. After the addition of the Alchemist Armin, all kinds of strange things gradually emerged, many of which were of great use to the Scions, and these were added to the exchange list. For a time, the wave of Scions going out to carry out missions became more ferocious and unstoppable. A very strange scene suddenly appeared in the North Galaxy, and the Scions, who had been notorious in the past, suddenly played the role of messengers of justice, fighting interstellar pirates and cosmic villains everywhere, helping those weak races to resist invaders. For a time, the major forces in the galaxy that were full of doubts moved, mainly because the scions who suddenly appeared were too powerful in combat, and some of them even exceeded 100,000. Such strength could not help but surprise the forces of all parties and feel a trace of worry. For a time, personnel from all parties began to frequently enter and exit the Galaxy Patrol headquarters and the star field near Pandora Star, trying to figure out the ins and outs of the matter. Ross didn't care, and was even a little more pretentious. After informing the Galactic King to tell the visitors truthfully, he also warmly invited all forces to visit Pandora. It is a pity that the forces of all parties do not believe in the scions very much at present, and everything remains to be seen. Who let the scions have a bad reputation in the past? Ross can only sigh helplessly. Everything still needs to be done slowly. On this day, when Bardock brought Jaime to visit, Ross and Alice were fighting fiercely. For Ross's exuberant energy, Alice also feels very helpless. With the continuous improvement of the opponent's strength, she is now completely unable to keep up with the rhythm. Every time the battle is only half a day, the body has begun to eat. This kind of thing is completely useless to eat fairy beans. Even if you can completely recover physical exertion, the mental exhaustion cannot be eliminated. Alice, who was dressed, had a hint of blush on her face, a slight sweat on her forehead, and a burst of satisfaction in her tired and beautiful face. Gnei looked at these two young people a little speechlessly, although the two in front of him are now 18 years old, but in the broad daylight, it is still a point of convergence. Alice looked slightly embarrassed, but Ross looked calm and light. Bardock coughed dryly twice, relieved his embarrassment, and said, "That's right, Rose, Kenai misses Cockroach a lot lately, so we want to ask you to send us to Earth. In fact, Bardock and Haimuka can also go by spaceship, but firstly, it is too time-consuming, and secondly, Bardock faintly feels that Ross seems to value the Earth very much, and if he wants to go over, he feels that he should come over and say hello." "Well, it's been almost 2 years since Cockroach was sent to Earth. Are you going to take him back?" Ross was slightly startled, and suddenly a little curious. If you bring Sun Wukong back now, then can the Dragon Ball plot still begin? It's kind of interesting. He feels that since Goku followed Bulma on his journey to find the Dragon Ball, the Earth has not been calm, and there are always guys who want to destroy the Earth from day to night. If you take Monkey King away, will these people 4.4 still appear? Ross isn't sure either. Do you want to give it a try? Curiosity came out uncontrollably, and he began to think cranky. No, get that guy over. What if disaster follows Pandora Star? In Ross's opinion, the Monkey King in the original work is simply a mobile disaster star. Vic the Great Devil, Vegeta, Frieza, Cyborg, Shrew, these seem to be coming at this guy, leaving this guy in Pandora. Maybe one day there will be a certain big demon king out. Although Ross is not afraid, maybe these guys are here to deliver food to IBM, but Pandora Star can't be destroyed. Anyway, as long as those guys appear on Earth, Ross can go and harvest a wave at any time, so why bring disaster to his own planet? But how can you dispel the idea of Bardock and the two to bring back the Monkey King? Ross suddenly fell into distress. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR. Chapter 066. The first day of the 10 more outbreaks is completed. Please order the first time. Earth, Bun Mountain. Surrounded by mountains and remote, it is a secluded area surrounded by lofty mountains, so transportation is extremely inconvenient. There are often beasts of prey here, and people are rarely visited, just like a paradise. When Ross arrived here with Alice and the Bardocks, it was noon, and the large fireball in the sky was releasing heat, and Rao's wooded mountains also carried a hint of sultry. In fact, Ross only vaguely remembered that Bun Mountain was east of Kylan Tower, and the specific location was unknown, so he could only rely on sensing the breath to locate. After all, Sun Gohan was also one of the best experts among the Earthlings. Rao is so, he also mislocated twice, and only now the third time did he find Bun Mountain. Ross was actually very reluctant to come, but as soon as he saw the expectant eyes of the Bardocks, he knew that he had no room to refuse. Who called these two guys Alice's relatives, and now too is related to them in himself. I hope they won't be disappointed when they see Monkey King now, right? Ross thought to himself, a hint of concern between his eyebrows. At the foot of the mountain, a square hut made of brick and blue stone stands quietly in the shade of a tree not far away. It is a hut full of oriental atmosphere. Simple, quaint, natural. Bunza Mountain is located in a remote area. The environment is beautiful and clean, quiet and elegant. Sun Wuhan, as a big disciple of the martial arts god Turtle Immortal, is a very good martial artist in his own right, and naturally chooses a place suitable for self-cultivation as a place of seclusion. Who are you? Why did you come to such a remote place? An old voice sounded, and the old man who was chopping stopped the movement in his hand and looked at the few people who suddenly appeared with some surprise. With his current cultivation, he actually had no idea how the other party appeared. The old man was dressed in a tang costume, his face was ruddy, he wore a hat on his head, and his grey beard made him look like a righteous immortal out of the world. Ross naturally recognized the identity of the old man at a glance, and he said with a smile, "Hello, old sir, we are here to find your grandson." Sun Gohan was slightly startled, and couldn't help frowning. It was very strange how these people knew that they had adopted a grandson. You know, he hasn't been out of the mountains at all in the past 2 years, and even teacher Wushan doesn't know it. Ross, is this old man who adopted Kakarot? Hearing the conversation between the two, Gnei couldn't help but interject to ask. Ross nodded, looking at Sun Wuhan with some curiosity. To be honest, he really didn't know what kind of person the other party was. After all, there were too few appearances in the original work, only knew that this old man was the most talented disciple of martial arts under the Turtle Immortal, and he was kind. It can be said that Sun Wukong is completely ringing to always maintain the heart of the child. Even if he finally has the power comparable to the gods, he still does not forget his original intention. Sun Gohan looked at the tail on the waist of several people in front of him, and was slightly distracted. However, he seemed to realize something, and quickly asked, You guys? You guys are Goku's home? Goku. Bardock and Jaime were slightly stunned. Kakarot's current name, he's empty now, Ross explained casually. Bardock and the others didn't care why Ross knew this. Gnei quickly looked at Sun Gohan and asked, Old sir, may I ask Kaka? Well, where is Goku now? I'm his mother. Goku's mother. Sun Wuhan obviously had a guess in his heart. Naturally he was not too surprised. He said with a smile, Little Goku went hunting in the mountains and forests, and should be back soon. In fact, when he found Goku, Sun Gohan saw the object in the shape of a sphere, and although he didn't quite understand what it was, he also secretly guessed that this child might be of extraordinary origin. Now seeing the unfathomable 4 people in front of him, he was even more firm in this idea. However, when he thought that he would soon be separated from his grandson, who had been with him for 2 years, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and a strong sense of loss rose in his heart. He didn't doubt what these people said. He felt a familiar aura from Ross, perhaps because of the same origin of martial arts, and he felt very close to it. Besides, these such unfathomable existences, there is no need to deceive yourself about this old man. Soon, a 4 or 5-year-old child dragged a large fish 3 or 4 meters long and appeared in everyone's sight. Hey! Grandpa, have there been guests at home? Sun Wukong, who had a long tail hanging from his butt, dropped the fish tail in his hand and said milkily at Sun Wuhan. Goku is back. Sun Gohan's face showed a touch of love, although this grandson had a very bad temper at the beginning, grinning from time to time, and even often hit people, and dropped things if he couldn't hit people, but since falling down the mountain and breaking his head, he has obviously quieted down, his temperament has become much better, and the grandfather and grandson have spent 2 years happily. Cockroach. Haimuki recognized his son at a glance, and this little guy looked exactly like Bardock. Looking warily at the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, Sun Wukong took a step back, and then looked at Sun Wuhan, as if asking who 677 was. Haimuki asked suspiciously, "Cockroach, don't you know your mother?" "Mom." Sun Wukong looked dazed, and in his simple head, he didn't know what mother was. Sun Gohan quickly came to Goku's side and spoke, "He broke his head more than a year ago and doesn't remember anything." Bardock's face changed slightly, and he muttered, "No wonder so, have you lost your memory?" In fact, when he first came here, Bardock was a little strange. You must know that scions have complete memories at the age of 2 or 3, and also have the innate desire to fight and destroy that scions have. But it's business as usual here, and apparently Cockroach hasn't spoiled a single bit here. This is obviously abnormal. Now from Sun Gohan's mouth, he learned that his son had lost all his memories. What's going on here? Bardock was silent. Did he want him to forcibly bring Cockroach back to Pandora? It's not that this can't be done, but seeing that this little guy is now very dependent on his grandfather, forcibly taking it away will have the opposite effect. Thinking of this, Bardock couldn't help but look at Ross with some embarrassment. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 067. 11th more, please subscribe. It was clear that the Bardocks were completely different from the other scions, at least they knew how to care about their children's feelings. Change to other scions, "I am afraid that I will directly kill Sun Gohan, mention the child and leave, where there is so much nonsense to say." However, based on the characteristics of Scion, although Bardock will care about Goku's thoughts, he will not deal with this kind of thing at all, so he has to turn to Ross. Ross couldn't help but have a little headache. How could he possibly deal with this kind of thing? Really think he was omnipotent? "Old sir, we are scions from Pandora Star, as you can see, this kid is their child." He glanced at the scenery in the distance and smiled at Sun Gohan, but looking at Cockroach's appearance, it seems that he is still afraid of life, and I hope that the old man can communicate with him well. In fact, Ross didn't know what to do, so he could only say it bluntly. "Cockroach? Is Goku's original name?" Sun Wuhan was slightly startled, and he quickly regained his composure with a very good heart, and said with a smile, "What is Pandora Star? Is it in heaven?" Sun Gohan has lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests for a long time, and he does not know much about modern knowledge, but when he was young, he faintly heard that every star in the sky has a name, and some stars are also inhabited by people. "Well, a beautiful planet that's far from here." Ross smiled suddenly, "If the old gentleman is willing, you might as well take Cockroach to us to see, maybe it can remind Cockroach of something." Sun Gohan nodded slightly, and then squatted down and explained something to Sun Wukong in a low voice. With Sun Wukong's IQ of how old he is now, he naturally can't understand these things, and Sun Wuhan spent a lot of time to let him simply understand what mom and dad is. After a long time, Sun Wuhan stood up and said to Ross, "You are also right, although the old man adopted little Goku for 2 years, this is not his home after all, and I am not his own grandfather." Between the words, there was a faint sadness. After a pause, he continued, "That's it, little Goku and I will go to your place for a walk and see what Goku's hometown is like." These words made Bardock and the others have a good impression of the old man in front of them, and the open-minded Sun Gohan really regarded Cockroach as his own grandson. Sun Wukong was obviously still afraid of life, hiding behind Sun Wuhan and leaning out his little head to look at everyone curiously. His eyes revealed confusion. Gnei was also helpless. She had never thought that she would encounter such a thing before, and her own son didn't know herself, which really made her feel a little confused, so she had to stay alone and silent. But fortunately, scions are naturally resolute, but they are not deeply shocked, but they are always not very comfortable in their hearts. Alice didn't know how to comfort her sister, so she had to wait and see. Everyone reacted differently, and Ross didn't care, and the movement enveloped them and disappeared in an instant. Pandora Star. A wall tens of meters high stood on the plain, and many houses had been built in it, and the road had been paved, which was the concrete road proposed by Ross, smooth, far more beautiful than the stone road of Vegeta. Of course, Pandora did not have cement. But this was not difficult for the Algama people, and a similar substance was synthesized casually. Today, the four walls only encircle an area of 10,000 square kilometers, which is enough for the Scions to use. These walls can be freely moved and combined, and if you want to extend the range, you can do it with just one command. In fact, it doesn't matter if the Scions have walls or not, anyway, they don't worry about the attack of ferocious beasts. But in Ross's view, how can a city be without walls? Directly waved his hand and willfully built 4 walls. Owning a planet is so capricious. Son Gohan looked around incredulously, unable to understand why he had come to a completely unfamiliar place in the blink of an eye. However, before they had time to think about it, a powerful aura appeared in their perception. Most of the Scions in Pandora Star have not yet learned the control method of Chi, except for those who go out to carry out tasks. The people who stay here now belong to the category of weak strength and insufficient talent, and their combat effectiveness is basically below 2000. However, in Son Gohan's perception, the breath was clearly visible like a huge fireball, and the idea of being so powerful that he could not resist at all. After all, his current combat strength is only in his early hundreds. Is this Goku's hometown? These are his people? What an amazing group of people! Son Gohan fell into a deep shock. At this time, Sun Wukong was no better, and after following his grandfather to cultivate for more than a year, he had basically mastered the Dao of Qi, and naturally felt these breaths. In his opinion, this aura was countless times stronger than the fierce beasts in the mountains and forests, and it was simply terrifying. While nervous, he subconsciously held the corner of Son Gohan's clothes. Don't worry, these guys just haven't learned how to control their energy yet. Ross smiled slightly and comforted. Sun Wuhan then remembered that these people in front of him were obviously much stronger than those guys who could sense the breath. Although he couldn't sense the specific strength of Ross and the others, the unfathomable feeling had been lingering in his heart. Lord Ross. A passing scion respectfully saluted Ross, then walked quickly towards the mission center. Lord Ross. Lord Bardock. Lord Ross. Along the way, pedestrians on the road greeted Ross one after another, which gave Son Gohan an intuitive understanding of the identity of the young man in front of him. This is clearly the leader here. Being able to lead such a group of powerful guys, the strength of the other party can be imagined. Peeping leopard in the tube, you can see it. Everyone was silent along the way. Bardock and Gnei didn't know what to say, and Son Gohan and Sun Wuhan fell into a deep shock and couldn't help themselves for a long time. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download PhiloJR. Chapter 068. Pandora's gravity is extremely large, far exceeding the gravity on Earth, and if it weren't for Ross opening the gravity field to protect Son Gohan's grandfather and grandson, I am afraid they would have turned into 2 meatloaf long ago. Along the way, although there was not much expression on his face, Son Gohan's heart was not as calm as it appeared at this time. Tall and prosperous trees, huge beasts, powerful alien races. All this was something he had never experienced before. It seemed very strange, but with a hint of yearning. As an excellent martial artist, he also aspired to have such great strength. Due to the extremely poor strength of the two, Bardock took the initiative to take out 2 parts of the spring of life for them to take, which made Son Gohan grateful. Of course, he also knew that the other party would only do this for the sake of little Goku's face. Sun Wuhan, who drank the fountain of life, seemed to be more than 10 years younger all of a sudden, his whole face became rosy and shiny, and his strength had also increased to more than 200. And Sun Wukong seemed to have exploded with potential, and the promotion of his bloodline allowed him to increase his combat strength from 10 points to more than 100 in one fell swoop, and he can be regarded as a master on the earth. Sun Wukong, who felt that he had become stronger, suddenly became excited, and even his senses for Bardock and the others were much better. Brother Bardock. Ross, who had been thinking about how to arrange Sun Wukong, suddenly spoke after being silent for a long time, and said hesitantly, "Now Kakarot's real 73 force is still too weak, obviously not suitable for staying in Pandora Star. It is better to let him live on Earth. Anyway, you can visit him at any time." Ross didn't want to change the plot at all, otherwise God knows what kind of moth the wool of the universe would make. With enough strength for the time being, he wants to live a slightly calmer life, and he can't fight and kill all the time, so much is boring. Bardock and Haimukit were silent, obviously thinking about this as well, but the thought of their son's resistance to them couldn't help but show a wry smile on their faces. Bardock shook his head and sighed, "It seems that this is the only way to go." Bardock, Haimukit obviously wanted to say something, but seeing her husband shaking his head at himself, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. Ross smiled and shook his head, "You two don't have to worry, rest assured, Kakarot will be fine on Earth, he should also have his own life." After a moment of silence, he continued, "Believe me, he will one day become a powerful warrior, he has this talent." A wry smile appeared on his face, and Bardock only thought that Ross was comforting himself. Kakarot, who was born with a combat power of only 2, may not be as strong as even if he takes the Fountain of Life. After all, the more than 200 scions who first came to Pandora Star had drunk the Fountain of Life, and these people were born with much stronger combat power than Kakarot. In contrast, Kakarot will only get worse and worse than those people. As if seeing Bardock's thoughts, Ross had a playful idea, and he said to everyone, "Kakarot's talent is really good, so if you don't mind, be my apprentice." Alice, who had been following Ross, stepped down and looked at her man in disbelief. This guy is usually too lazy to be sad, and he is too lazy to do many things, but at this time he actually offered to take an apprentice. Did the sun hit the west and came out? Bardock and Jaime are also full of them, but they are very aware of Ross's strength. Such a powerful person actually took the initiative to accept his son as an apprentice. Is Kakarot really talented? Sun Gohan didn't have any ideas, just a slight shock. He felt that his grandson was very talented in martial arts. If this happens, he will only be sincerely happy for little Goku. "Rose," Alice whispered, and although CCCC didn't say anything, Rose knew from the look in her eyes what the other person wanted to ask. "What the hell are you doing again?" This chick probably wanted to say this, but because someone was present, it was difficult to ask directly. Of course, Alice is not afraid of what Ross will do to Kakarot, but just a little strange about the other party's behavior, which is completely inconsistent with his usual personality. With a slight smile, Ross spoke, "I can also be regarded as Kakarot's uncle, can I still harm him?" "Brother Bardock, do you think of this?" Hearing Ross's direct words, Rao was always bold. Alice's ear roots could not help but redden slightly, and she couldn't say anything at once. "Of course, no problem, as long as you want." Although Bardock does not quite understand why Ross is eager to accept Kakarot as an apprentice, with him as a teacher, his son may not be able to become a powerful warrior in the future. In fact, Ross was just a sudden whim, and he wondered what would happen if he only changed a small part of the plot. He is such a person, he can do whatever comes to mind, which is always elusive. But being able to accept the Dragon Ball protagonist as an apprentice is also a cool and crooked thing to think about. Of course, this kind of good thing must be done immediately. Please call me good guy in the future. Bulletin Yao Bulletin Yaed. Ross. As for the Turtle Immortals, his old man still honestly cultivated Klin, and he could raise the strongest earthling. As for Sun Wukong, I believe that Lord Ross can teach him better. Is there a more suitable existence to be his master than himself? Apparently not. Ross's cheek and confidence are as thick as ever. After deliberation, things were so happily decided. As for the Dragon Ball protagonist Monkey King, he is a 4 or 5-year-old little brat. What opinion can he have? Even if there is an opinion, who cares? Anyway, Ross won't care, he just needs the other party to worship him as a teacher. After the worship ceremony, the innocent little Wukong still looked confused and looked very dazed. Subsequently, Sun Gohan, who had seen Pandora's star, offered to leave, and the Bardocks did not keep this time. Since Ross has already taken Kakarot as an apprentice, I think they can also see their son often, so naturally they will not force him to stay around. After returning to Earth with Sun Gohan's grandfather and grandson, Ross took out a pot of the Fountain of Life, told little Goku to drink often, and then gave Sun Gohan some fairy beans and teleported away again. After all, it is his first apprentice, of course, he has to give some good things, and his master is still very generous. Ross, who teleported away, was very proud in his heart. Looking at Ross, who disappeared in place, Sun Gohan was embarrassed in his heart, standing in silence in a daze. And did not know what he was thinking. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 069. Time passed in a hurry, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, Ross basically stayed on Pandora's star, except for occasionally going to Earth to guide little Goku's practice, most of the time accompanying Alice on sightseeing, fighting around, and having fun. It is worth mentioning that in the past 2 years, little Wukong has made rapid progress, and he has basically stimulated all his potential at this stage after taking the Spring of Life for a long time, and his combat effectiveness has increased tenfold in just 2 years, and now it has exceeded 1,000. He is only 7 years old today. It is estimated that the Scion princes did not have such strong strength at this age. Ross is very proud, after all, the famous master is a high apprentice. As his chief disciple, how can he make progress not fast? It makes sense. Alice is extremely contemptuous of this. Most of the energy of this Jingworm brain man in the past 2 years has been spent on himself. How much time can he have to believe? Especially after staying together for a long time, this guy will always come up with all kinds of tricks to play, which really makes her a little unbearable. For example, some time ago, with the help of her ancient road-hot intestine, Ross finally experienced the taste of a knife in the snow, which made her die and cried bitterly. Sometimes she even wanted Ross to take Aurora away, so as to lighten her burden. However, Ross doesn't seem to have any interest in the little girl now, and Alice is also very entangled, so there has been no follow-up. After 2 years of development, Pandora's star has been fully on track, during which Ross has also found some intelligent races that are about to become extinct to join. After all, a planet with only a few hundred scions is really not the same. These races all have a skill, their planet is about to be destroyed, there are not many clansmen, and Ross simply brought them here. Some of them are good at casting, some are good at medicine, some are good at farming. As long as Ross finds interesting groups when he wanders around from time to time, it will be directly transferred, and it won't take much effort anyway. 4 or 5 races combined are only more than 10,000 people, which is really nothing for this huge planet. Being able to live on a planet with such a dense breath of life, these cosmic people are so grateful to Ross that they even worship him as a god. After handing these people over to Bardock and others to deal with, Ross, the handshaker, didn't care, anyway. He only fancied the talents of these people. On this day, Ross and Alice floated above the newly built city, looking at the thriving Pandora star, and the two couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is their planet and their home. As for the name of the city, Ross is a little annoyed when he thinks of it now. He has taken so many good names, but they have been vetoed by Alice and his subordinates, which makes his head of the dignified Scion family feel distressed. Now it is known that although the leader is powerful, don't let him choose a name, otherwise the painting style will not know where to lose. Luo City, Si City, Ross City. Cyber J, Subcity, Sion City. When these names spit out of Ross's mouth, Alice, Bardock, and the others were instantly shocked. And they really didn't know that names could still be this because they had always been simple-minded. TMD is also a name. Rao is a scion who has always been nervous, and the people are a little unacceptable. The only thing that can accept it may be the only one who is now an outsider and can participate in the scion meeting. After all, he was the only one who felt that Ross had a talent for taking names. God knows what exactly misconceptions these two guys have about the naming aspect. Other people's opinions actually don't care about Ross, but Alice's objections can't be ignored. After all, it's her own woman, and she always has to be humble. In the end, everyone deliberated for a long time before deciding on the name of the city. Mochizuki Castle. A very literary and quaint name, as if full of some special feelings. Of course, these name-takers present couldn't think of such a name at all. This was what Son Gohan came up with. One time, when Ross took the Bardocks to Earth to visit the Monkey King, he accidentally mentioned this matter. Son Gohan also heard Ross mention that Scions would transform into King Kong when they saw the full moon, and came up with such a name. Everyone was extremely satisfied, except for Ross. He always felt that he had a better name. Ask for flowers. Anyway, the only city at the moment has finally settled on its name, and everything is developing in an orderly manner. Mr. Ross. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Ross's mind, who was in a daze. His body was slightly startled, and he tilted his head and said suspiciously, "Realm King." Talking to people directly in their heads, it seems that only those Realm Kings like to do such things the most. Yes, I am the King of the Northern Realm. Take the liberty of disgust, please be more inclusive. The Northern Realm King's tone was very polite, which made Ross's frown stretch slightly. However, he has always had a problem with this intervention method of the King of the Realm. What's the matter with me? Although it was only mental communication, the King of the Northern Realm still felt the unkindness in the other party's tone, and standing on the King of the Northern Realm, he couldn't help but show a wry smile on his face, and quickly said, "Mr. Ross, this time, I want to invite you to participate in the Galaxy Martial Arts Conference." Galaxy Martial Arts Conference. Ross, who was standing still in the void, looked slightly startled, and his heart was a little confused. Lao Tzu is also a person who has watched Dragon Ball for 20 years, why don't you know that there is such a martial arts association? You're afraid you're here to deliberately entertain Uncle Ben, right? As if seeing that the other party's face was not very good, the King of the Northern Realm couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his face, and quickly explained, "The Galaxy Martial Arts Conference is generally only known by those top powerhouses in this galaxy, and it is held once in 50 years on average, and now it is 388 sessions." Oh? You mean I'm not a top powerhouse in the galaxy? Ross's tone was somewhat unkind. The Northern Realm King continued to wipe his sweat. He felt that this young man was very difficult to fool, and even very dangerous. This guy is a peerless murderer of the Frozen Demon clan alone. If it is not really impossible, he really does not want to provoke this kind of existence. Recently, the North Galaxy doesn't know what's going on. It has been a long time since a universe-level powerhouse was born, and the only one was still a frozen demon who only knew how to burn and loot all day. Fortunately, a strong man like Ross appeared in time, although the reputation of the Scions has always been bad, but after checking what the other party has done over the years, the King of the Northern Realm feels that this guy's nature is not too bad. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Jr. Chapter 070. Good and Evil, Elusive, Difficult to Communicate. This was the first impression of the King of the Northern Realm of Ross, who was wiping the cold sweat on his head with a handkerchief on the King of the Realm at this time. I'm really afraid that this guy will be unhappy for a while and come to the Realm King Star to find trouble for himself. The King of the Northern Realm is very clear, this guy doesn't know where to learn to teleport, just look for his own breath to find it. After his voice was slightly softer, he explained, how come? It's just that the time you just became famous is a little short, and many things have not yet had time to inform you. This time I take the liberty to disturb and officially invite you to participate in the Galaxy Martial Arts Conference. Can't blame the King of the Northern Realm for being so instigated, their clan is not naturally strong, in the face of those existences whose combat power exceeds 100 million at every turn, what can they do except admit it? As for their ability to always seal those great devils, they only used the power of God and special secret methods. Born like this, the King of the Northern Realm is also very 043 helpless. However, as long as you can invite the other party to participate in the Galaxy Martial Arts Conference, then this wave will be stable. The 4 realm kings of the southeast, southwest, and northwest of the galaxy have been fighting openly and secretly, and everyone wants to inherit the position of the king of the great realm. Especially in the past 100 years, the news that the great realm king was about to retire was circulating, which made the 4 of them even more eager in their hearts. And if you want to succeed in ascending to power, then you need merit. Where does the merit come from? The jurisdiction area is stable and prosperous, and the most important point is that there must be enough cosmic-level powerhouses. Now, thanks to Ross's help, Frisia has successfully cleaned up these pests, and this is obviously much stronger than ordinary cosmic-level powerhouses, which is why he is so desperately wooed. Once Ross helped, it shouldn't be a problem for those who swept through the other 3 realm kings. Once your own people win, then you can go to the Great Realm King Star to participate in the martial arts conference of the various departments, and even if you can't achieve any good results, you can brush your face in front of the Great Realm King? Who said that the kings of the realm are messengers of peace in the galaxy? The ditches in the back of these guys are very deep. Why do other galaxies have only 1 realm king, while the Milky Way has 4? It is not because the Milky Way is the largest, as the center of this universe, the king of the great realm often pays attention here. Whoever performs well is likely to be favored by the king of the great realm. Throughout history, all the kings of the great realm, without exception, have selected their successors from among the 4 kings of the galaxy. If he can gain the favor of the great realm king. The king of the northern realm thought it was quite beautiful, but Ross didn't eat this set at all, and he didn't want a realm king to say such a few words, so he ran to participate in some martial arts conference. Don't go. Directly simple and rude, Ross refused so cheerfully. The Northern Realm King, who was dreaming, had already thought of a lot of words to persuade the other party in an instant, and he was suddenly speechless. Okay, don't bother me with anything, be careful that Laozi goes directly to the Realm King Star to find you to make out. Ross's tone was a little impatient, he didn't have it with the King of the Northern Realm. Wait. The King of the Northern Realm hurriedly called, this conference is a spirit tree fruit, which can multiply your strength several times. Spirit tree fruit. Ross was slightly stunned, and said a little strangely, isn't that thing taken off and taken immediately? Once the hours have passed, it will automatically dissipate, how did you save it? The King of the Northern Realm obviously did not expect the other party to do this, and he spoke, we naturally have a way. The final champion of this martial arts conference can get this fruit. As far as I know, the only one left in the former universe. Of course, it's the only one left. Ross is very clear that basically everyone will eat it as soon as they get this thing, how can it be preserved? It is only the Realm King, the Realm King God, these guys can be so idiotic and extravagant. Although its own strength is low, after eating the fruit of the spirit tree, the combat effectiveness can be multiplied several times, and he is actually willing to store it. What is this, not an idiot? A lot of times Ross doesn't understand what's really going on in the heads of these guys. System, how many times can my strength be multiplied after taking the spirit tree fruit now? It is right to ask the system questions, and Ross's attitude at this time is very sincere. It is not ashamed to ask, this is the traditional virtue of the great powers of the East. Up to double. The system's answer was as concise and clear as ever. How is it doubled? Isn't it several times better? Ross was surprised. The base is too large for one fruit to provide that much energy. Ross nodded secretly, agreeing with the system's judgment. After all, this guy had never made a mistake. For a long time, Ross said in his heart, what other good? A spirit tree fruit is not worth my shot. The king of the northern realm was stunned for a moment. The spirit tree fruit can't attract this guy, what else can he get? King of Realm Fist? No, this guy seems to have two. Idea communication? Patrolling the worlds? These are all God's powers, powers given by the universe, and cannot be taught to others. Rare bird? Looking at his bare realm king, the Northern Realm King sadly found that he really didn't have anything to impress the other party. Suddenly, it seemed to remember something. When observing Ross's movements recently, it was found that this guy seemed to be looking for clues related to Diablo Anus. If that was the case? For a long time, the king of the Northern Realm, who had been silent for a while, spoke. I have a message about Anus here, but I don't know whether it is true or not, so you need to judge it yourself. Ross became a little interested when he heard this. What news? The king of the Northern Realm hesitated and said, I can't tell you yet, but when you finish participating in the martial arts conference, I will definitely tell you the truth. Ross frowned and said dissatisfied, how do I know if what you said is true or false? My dignified king of the Northern Realm. Am I a villain who reneged? The king of the Northern Realm standing on his small planet was obviously a little angry, but more helpless. The king of the first generation of realms was actually underestimated by the Scions, and he still had no way to take the other party, which has to be said to be a great sadness. After a moment of silence, Ross said lightly, then I will believe you. If once I find out that you are deceiving me, then the consequences should be clear to you. Wang Leng of the Northern Realm said, so you agreed? Ross was a little impatient 1.4, and directly replied notify me when the time comes. After that, he blocked the Northern Realm King's mental communication. Today, Ross, whose spiritual power is as high as 800, these basic operations are still very simple. However, he can only block when the other party connects to him. After all, he has no way to prevent the other party from contacting him. In fact, he already believed the words of the king of the Northern Realm a little in his heart. After all, it can be seen from the original book that this guy really never said a lie, and the credibility of the news of Anus should still be very high. Anyway, at present, I have nothing to do, and I have been recuperating at home for 2 years, and it doesn't hurt to go out to move my muscles and bones, and maybe I can meet interesting opponents? After telling Alice about this, she also showed great interest, and kept clamoring to meet the world, and Ross naturally would not refuse. The two waited for 2 months. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 071. In the midst of an endless void, a huge semicircular platform floated quietly there. Much like the Heavenly God Temple, but obviously much larger than the Heavenly God Temple. When Ross and Alice appeared here following the King of the Northern Realm, many people had already gathered densely on the platform. In addition to the contestants, there were many spectators from all over the world. It was like a huge sports field, surrounded by stands on all sides, and the King of the Northern Realm led Ross and the two towards due north. Under a pavilion in the north, there were already 6 people waiting here, and they should also be the contestants found by the King of the Northern Realm. On the way, the Northern Realm King had already informed Ross and the 2 of them of the rules of the conference, and each Realm King would send 8 players to participate, a total of 32 people in groups for the elimination. The rules are simple: 1-on-1 fair duels after grouping, as long as the opponent throws in the towel, falls out of the ring, or loses mobility. You cannot intentionally kill someone during the game, and once the opponent admits defeat or loses the ability to fight, you cannot attack it again, otherwise you will lose the qualification to play. Under the pavilion, there were men and women among the 6 people, and under the true demon eye of Luo 15, none of them had a combat power of more than 1,000,000, and almost all of them were weak chickens. Is the strength of the North Galaxy so low now? Ross thought to himself, standing there a little distracted. There has long been a misunderstanding in the universe. Most people think that tens of millions of combat power is a universe-level powerhouse. In fact, this is just a fallacy from those weak people, and they are too narrow to understand a higher existence. Among the real powerhouses and realm kings and gods, only those with a combat power of more than 100 million can call it cosmic level. Thinking of this, Ross couldn't help but feel that he had almost become a narrow-minded crowd in the past. You are Ross? Number 1 among the North Galaxy contestants this time? A voice sounded in vain, and Rose did not react at all, and Alice glanced at the tall man and remained silent. Anyway, her own man is in a habitual daze again. As long as this fool doesn't come to find trouble, she doesn't bother to help Ross take care of the other party. The man was slightly stunned when he saw this. Obviously he did not expect to be so snubbed. He is also the strongest warrior in his hometown, and these 2 guys in front of him actually directly ignore themselves. He should take a good look at what kind of means the No.1 mentioned in the mouth of the king of the Northern Realm is. More than 3 meters tall, he walked towards Ross with a sense of oppression, and several people around him gave way, but they knew what the strength of the man in front of them was. After all, this was the strongest among the 6 of them. The blue-gray skin is as angular as granite, and the explosive muscles are slightly bulging, which looks extremely oppressive. Looking at the muscular man who came step by step, Alice frowned slightly, obviously a little displeased. Glancing at Ross, who was still wandering, she suddenly felt a little funny, and she didn't bother to help. Her hands were wrapped around her chest, and the murder weapon seemed to explode at any moment. Ready to be a melon-eating crowd quietly. A cold sweat broke out on the Northern Realm King's forehead, and he was about to stop the impending conflict, but found that Alice was looking at him with slanted eyes. Bad eyes. That means he doesn't know how to understand in an instant. This woman wants to see the liveliness of her own man? Yay, how can there be such a couple? If the contestants under their command make trouble, doesn't it make the 3 guys see the joke? But aside from Alice's identity, the other party's more than 1,000,000 also made him frightened, and he didn't dare to disobey the other party's meaning. The king of the Northern Realm wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and his heart went up and down, like an ant on a hot pot. Suddenly Alice didn't care about this. She really wanted to see what Ross did with this guy. The muscular man is named Quacrus, from the star of Umida, and he is also an extremely prestigious warrior in the North Galaxy and is extremely strong. He came to Ross, looked at the little dwarf in front of him condescendingly, and roared angrily, "Boy, didn't you hear me talking to you?" The tone is very arrogant. Ross, who was wandering the world, was slightly stunned, and then raised his head slightly and glanced at Quacru faintly. In an instant, an invisible pressure rippled within 5 meters of the surrounding area. Quacru, who was about to continue to roar, was shocked, as if he was covered by an invisible big hand, and could not make the slightest sound. Endless fear struck quietly, and in his perception, the whole world seemed to turn into darkness. Only a pair of eyes revealing essence were looking directly at him condescendingly, and under this look, he even began to find it difficult to breathe. The air began to solidify, and it was as if the throat was choked. Frightened, scared, heartbroken. The strongest of the 6, Quacru instantly collapsed to the ground. Before he could even make a move, he had already failed miserably. The other 5 people showed shock. Just one glance made Quacru with a combat power of 660,000 become so miserable. How strong should the opponent's strength be? They couldn't imagine it, they just knew that the 2 people in front of them were definitely not something they could provoke. Faintly pretending to be a wave of force, Ross didn't bother to deal with these people, and took Alice to find a place to sit down casually. In fact, Ross doesn't know what happened to him recently, always subconsciously in a daze, but he doesn't know what he is thinking. "Quackru, are you all right?" A red-skinned woman crouched on the ground and asked in a low voice. It seemed that the two had a good relationship. Quackru lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky with his eyes, like a fool of several hundred kilograms. How could someone be that strong? It's horrible. I really want to go home. Quackru didn't actually suffer any substantial damage, but the impact on his heart made him so muddy. The king of the Northern Realm shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before the game started, his side scrapped one, which was really a terrible start. But who can be blamed for this? Everything was done by Quackru himself. Who doesn't mess with, just run 860 to provoke Ross, not dying is already his greatest luck. The king of the Northern Realm secretly shook his head, but with the existence of Ross in his own camp, this wave of competition was absolutely stable. Right here, the tall and thin Southern Realm king walked over with a cyan-skinned strange man, and Yin Yang laughed strangely. "Northern Realm king, after losing so many times and still coming to participate in the martial arts conference, I really admire your courage. King of the Southern Realm, this bamboo pole of yours is not standing in your rest pavilion. What are you doing running to my side?" The Northern Realm king's face became a little ugly, and he was at the bottom of several consecutive martial arts conferences and was trampled on so much, which really made him angry. "Gee," the king of the Southern Realm glanced at Ross and the others, and opened his mouth to mock. "Are these the next 3 indiscriminate colors you found this time? It doesn't look good. You look at the one behind me, the master's demeanor is clear at a glance. Tell you quietly, this is a master with a combat power of more than 100 million. The chattering voice entered Ross's ears, which made him very unhappy, especially when he saw the king of the Northern Realm speechless. The dissatisfaction was even more rubbing. It's good that he is now considered to be in the Northern camp, and now he has actually been stepped on the head, and this guy from the king of the Northern Realm actually does not dare to squeak, which is how can the always proud Ross stand it? Heaven is fair, giving you an ugly face, and at the same time matching you with a very low IQ, so that you can look more coordinated." A leisurely sound suddenly sounded, _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo JR. Chapter 072. The light fluttering voice slowly reached everyone's ears, and the king of the Northern Realm looked at Ross, who was helping him talk, with a look of disbelief. Isn't this guy always hard to do? How could he, who has always looked at himself unpleasantly, suddenly help himself? The king of the Northern Realm didn't understand, but the king of the Southern Realm in front of him was so angry that he stomped his foot, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that these words were said to him. The king of the Southern Realm was about to explode at this time, and it was the first time in so many years that someone dared to scold him in such a face. Quickly came to Ross, the thin body leaned forward slightly, staring at Ross condescendingly. He roared, "Who do you say is ugly? Who has a low IQ? Who are you TMD, are you?" "Hey!" Ross slowly stood up, let out a soft sigh in his mouth, and looked at each other quietly. A murderous aura rushed towards him, and the king of the Southern Realm, who was about to continue to spray, suddenly softened his feet and fell directly to the ground. Before the anger in his heart could dissipate, a strong fear surfaced in his heart, which made his whole face look very strange. His face was flushed, and the emotions of anger and fear made his red face particularly distorted, as if he had eaten poop. The man behind him quickly took a step forward to help him neutralize this killing intent. "Hey!" Ross was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that there was such a master, and he laughed. "It's a little interesting." Glancing at the Southern Realm king on the ground, Ross had a mockery on his face. "It's obvious that I'm talking about you. How? Do you have an opinion on this ugly-faced guy with a low IQ?" Wu let out a long breath, and the king of the southern realm looked at Ross with a palpitation. Even in the face of such humiliation, he did not dare to say more than half a word. At the moment just now, he clearly felt the other party's killing intent. This person just really wanted to kill himself. The Southern Realm King was very sure, and even had a faint feeling that even if this place belonged to the realm of the Realm King God Realm, it could not stop the other party from killing himself. This is an extremely scary guy. Ross looked at the man with a long sword hanging diagonally behind his waist in front of him with some surprise, and seemed to feel a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. The man is about 2 meters tall, his pale yellow hair is raised upward, a purple turban is wrapped around his forehead, and he is wearing a relatively fluffy martial arts uniform, which looks very spiritual. Under the true demon eye, Ross was surprised to find that the opponent's combat power actually exceeded 1 billion. When did such a master emerge from the Milky Way? Ross was a little puzzled, and after a pause, he asked, "Who are you?" "It's just a nobody." The man also did not reveal his identity, and it seemed that he was a little taciturn and left after picking up the king of the southern realm, and he was not willing to say another word at all. "Nobody? That's interesting," Ross muttered, and then asked the king of the northern realm if he knew such a person. The king of the northern realm was also very dazed. In his impression, there was no such a young man among the hidden powerhouses in the galaxy. And he didn't know where the king of the southern realm came from. Ross, who can't figure it out, doesn't bother to think about it. Anyway, it's just 1 billion combat power, and you can easily get it without transforming into a super race. True Demon Eye looked around and gave a cursory glance. Ross found that the quality of the players participating in this competition was high, among which there were several with combat power of more than 100 million, which made him feel that the galaxy is also a place where people are masters. There are many masters. Although the strength of these people is not worth mentioning in Ross's opinion, if Alice wants to achieve a good ranking, it is relatively difficult. In the South Galaxy Rest Pavilion, the skinny, hemp-like king of the Southern Realm was panting in his heart, and it took a while to overcome the fear in his heart. After calming his mood a little, he said to the pale green-skinned man beside him, "Jaya, how strong is that person?" Jaya, who was hanging a long sword diagonally behind his waist, looked solemn at this time, and said in a deep voice, "Very strong. Very strong." The king of the southern realm was shocked, and quickly asked, "Can you win?" Gajaya shook his head silently. He felt that the man was as unfathomable as a pitch-black black hole, and he couldn't guess the strength of the other party at all. With a gloomy face, he couldn't help but feel a trace of worry in his heart. The king of the southern realm glanced timidly in the direction where Ross was, and there was a trace of fear and resentment in his eyes. Ross didn't care, there was just one realm king, and if the other party didn't know each other, he didn't mind letting the realm king of the galaxy become 3. I don't know how long I waited, but as a blue-skinned cosmic figure appeared in the ring, the Galactic Martial Arts Conference officially began. There is nothing to say about the first round of the match. This is just a game of cleaning up the weak, and the strong ones can divide the winners and losers in an instant. For example, Ross, directly on the stage and glanced at the other party lightly, and the person fell to the ground instantly. He didn't bother to take a look, and after the referee announced the victory, he turned and left directly. Who is this person? Such a powerful momentum, just one look made his opponent incapacitated. The diminutive king of the Western Realm, with dark blue sunglasses in one eye, looked at Ross in the ring in amazement and exclaimed, "This is the Northern Realm King's person? With his tail wrapped around his waist, is he a scion?" The fat Eastern Realm King dressed like a woman, and he also wore a pair of black sunglasses. He looked at the Northern Realm King beside him with a look of envy. "I heard that the scions have been very active recently, fighting interstellar pirates and the like. Do they want to become messengers of justice?" The king of the Western Realm said with a hint of ridicule. "He and the king of the Northern Realm have always been at odds, and they will taunt at every opportunity. Don't you want to see that?" Although the Scions did have a bad reputation in the past, the galaxy has been too peaceful because of their activities recently. Isn't this a good thing? The king of the Northern Realm has a somewhat ugly face, and these three old guys in the southeast and west always hit themselves with various topics, which really makes him inexplicably angry. Ross is now his staunchest ally, not to mention the strong strength of the other party. Just because others have just come out for themselves, how can they not let these old guys look down on the Scion family? It's naturally a good thing that the Scions are like this, but who can guarantee that they won't change back to what they were? The king of the Western Realm said leisurely, his tone full of distrust. Little fat dun, are you looking for trouble? The king of the Northern Realm jumped down from his chair and roared emotionally with his small short hand. Why are you so excited? The audience in the audience is watching, and the king of the hall does not know to pay attention to the image. The Eastern Realm king wiped his orange hair with one hand, consciously glanced at the Southern Realm king very gracefully, and spoke. The Western Realm king's concern is not unreasonable, are you right, Southern Realm king? The king of the Southern Realm was silent, as if he was deaf to the king of the Eastern Realm's inquiry, and did not even participate in the argument of the three, which obviously did not match his personality. Didn't this guy who thought he was tall always deal with the king of the Northern Realm? Why is it so quiet today? The two realm kings of the East and West, King Qian's, were full of doubts. This match was originally hosted by the four kings of the realm, and the four of them naturally sat on a high platform on one side. Seeing that the Northern Realm king attached so much importance to the Scions, the Southern Realm king was also silent, and the other two realm kings who were confused about the situation also stopped discussing this topic and turned to look at the game. Although the four of them have been fighting openly and secretly, they can't completely tear their faces. After all, as the subordinates of the Great Realm King, they also have to pay attention to harmonious relationships. It is worth mentioning that the original first combat power of the Northern Realm King, Kwaku, actually lost to an opponent with a combat power of only 350,000, which is really surprising. You must know that he has a full 660,000 combat power. The king of the Northern Realm can only sigh in his heart. After all, the shadow left by Ross in the other party's heart is too great, and his feet are soft as soon as he takes the stage before the game starts, and it is strange not to lose. Glancing at Ross, who was leisurely holding Erlang's legs in the rest pavilion, the king of the Northern Realm couldn't help but show a wry smile. I wonder if this counts as a pit teammate. Of course, Ross didn't know what the king of the North was thinking, and he was watching Alice's game with great interest. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read collect, push. Chapter 073. Continue to explode liver, please support. Alice's opponent is a red-skinned cosmic man with 4 hands, a height of 5 meters, a red upper body, and muscles bursting all over his body. He held a thick metal rod in each hand, reflecting bursts of cold light. Little girl, if Lao-Tzu's 4 sticks get on you, your little body can't stand it. The red-skinned weirdo waved the metal stick in his hand and let out a smug laugh. I don't know if it's intentional or unintentional. Alice's brows frowned slightly when she heard this, and the other party's words reminded her of some indescribable jokes told by Ross. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and her figure flashed quickly with a little anger, and she appeared directly under the weirdo, and a straight fist burst out blatantly. That strange man seems to belong to the camp of the king of the Western Realm, and his combat power is not weak, and under Ross's true demon eye, he has a combat power of 850,000. Although there is obviously some gap compared to Alice's combat power of 100,000, this person has extremely rich combat experience. In the face of a sudden straight fist, he actually hit Alice's wrist with one hand, removing most of its strength with a clever blow, and then his figure suddenly retreated. After pulling away for a distance, the mocking expression on the strange person's face instantly disappeared, and he stared solemnly at the short woman in front of him. Very strong. The strength is beyond oneself by a large margin. The red-skinned freak made a judgment in his heart for 860 moments, and he didn't expect that the thin woman in front of him actually had such a powerful strength. Not daring to take it lightly, he stared at the other party with a stern look. Alice's face showed a slight hint of surprise, and then a charming smile was outlined at the corner of her mouth, and her figure disappeared in place again. The two instantly fought together, and the roar and critical attack suddenly sounded in the ring. On the high platform, the face of the king of the Western Realm with sunglasses in one eye also began to become solemn. Although the weirdo in the ring is not the strongest one on his side, but he is also a good hand. I didn't expect to hit a little girl actually fell behind, it was really infuriating. This little girl seems to be a scion too, right? The Eastern Realm King spoke leisurely, with a puzzled expression in his expression. Doesn't it mean that the scion has a maximum combat power of 10,000? How did these two freaks pop up all of a sudden? Nowadays, most of the scions are active in the North Galaxy, and there are not many people who go to the Eastern Galaxy to perform tasks, and the King of the Eastern Realm does not know that the current scion strength is only moderate. Humph! The diminutive King of the Western Realm snorted coldly and sneered, the battle has just begun, and who wins and who loses is not certain. The King of the Northern Realm was in a good mood at this time. BFCB, 3 of his side had already advanced to the round of 16, and if Alice won again, he would have the best result in hundreds of years. Isn't it clear that victory or defeat will be made? Alice will never lose. The King of the Northern Realm is extremely confident. Humph! The King of the Western Realm turned his head to the side, snorted coldly and stopped squeaking, obviously already having a number in his heart. This is a scion, right? Are scions now? In the stands, an exclamation sounded. I really didn't expect that Jacob of the Western Galaxy was completely inferior, with a full 850,000 combat power. What is the combat power of that scion little girl? Did someone bring a detector? 1.3 million? How so? It's incredible that a scion can reach this level. I heard that recently, many masters have emerged from their clan, and many of them have a strength of more than 100,000. Really fake? I've also heard that they are now carrying out justice in the galaxy, and the style is completely opposite to before. Impossible, right? That gang of barbarians will also do good. This joke is not funny at all. Really, a friend of mine, the scions saved their whole clan. Isn't it? There was a flurry of discussion in the stands, surprise, doubt, amazement. Various comments sounded. Those who can be invited to watch the Galactic Martial Arts Conference are all figures with heads and faces in the galaxy, among which the rich merchants account for the majority, and these people have moved their minds after seeing the strength of Ross and Alice. If the Scion Wind evaluation really improves, is it not impossible to cooperate? In the ring, Alice occupies an absolute advantage. Perhaps the combat experience is not as good as the other party, but one force down 10 times, in the face of absolute strength, any skill is a joke. Jacob is also a very talented person in martial arts, relying on solo exploration, he created the most suitable martial arts for himself, and after struggling for more than 10 minutes in Alice's hands, he fell out of the field and unfortunately lost. Alice returned to Ross with a hint of a smile, with a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to be praised by her own man. Ross slid his fingers lightly on the tip of her nose and smiled, "It's a good fight, but the combat experience is still a little lacking." Alice looked at her man angrily and pouted, "Who told you to usually fight with me and don't do your best? This makes me lack combat experience." Ross was speechless for an instant, his billions of combat power was there, how dare he try his best to fight Alice? He was afraid that he would accidentally burst his own woman. Although Bardock's strength is not much higher than Alice, he is experienced. Coupled with the terrifying martial arts talent, this guy's current martial arts realm is even Ross sighing to himself. As Alice's brother-in-law, Bardock did not dare to fight her with all his strength. Without a life-and-death battle, it is simply impossible to accumulate much experience. Well, take your time, the improvement of strength cannot be achieved overnight, and seeking progress is the right way. Ross reached out and gently patted Alice's thigh, comforting softly. Alice suddenly froze and frowned. When you say this, can you trouble you to take that dirty hand away first? Don't look at what kind of occasion this is, where did it go? Ross continued to smile. What are the old husband and wife afraid of? Don't worry, those guys can't see it. This is a new skill recently invented by Ross, which uses the gravity field to completely suppress the surrounding air, causing a slight change in light, which simply affects the vision of those around him. Although it is not useful for fighting, it is still very convenient to use it occasionally for sneaky things. Alice was speechless. She always felt that Ross had used her martial arts talent for other strange things. The game continues. A total of 4 people from the North Galaxy side advanced to the top 16, 5 each from the East and West Galaxy, and only 2 from the South Galaxy advanced. This result made the Northern Realm King, who had been pressed under the other 3 people instantly, in good spirits, although it was only a little stronger than the South Galaxy on the surface, but it was also the bad luck of the contestants on his side. Except for the abandoned Qua crew, the other 3 have encountered strong opponents, and defeat is inevitable. With Ross and the 2 here, the King of the Northern Realm is full of confidence. This time the champion, he deserves it. Sure enough, in the next game, 3 people from the North Galaxy side advanced to the quarterfinals, 2 in the East and West Galaxy, and only the man with the long sword diagonally straddling the waist remained in the South Galaxy. Underscore. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Jr. Chapter 074. 7th more, please subscribe. Looking at the remaining 6 people who had advanced, Ross had a puzzled expression on his face. How did he always feel that the faces of some of them were somewhat familiar? In addition to the sword-crossing guy under the Southern Realm King, there are also 3 green-skinned guys among the respective contestants of the East and West Galaxy. One of them is tall and has a Mohican hairstyle with orange hair that stands out. The other is a petite woman with particularly beautiful orange shawl, curly hair and pointed ears standing up slightly, looking petite and cute. Another was less than 1 meter 2, with a purple turban wrapped around his head, and his face was gloomy, as if everyone owed him 3 or 5 million. These 4 guys obviously belong to the same race. After all, the skin color and hair color are exactly the same. What is incomprehensible is why these people joined the camp of kings of different realms. Ross was a little out of his mind. He felt that he must be somewhere he had seen these 4 guys. King of the Realm? Seal? Martial Arts Conference? I depend, aren't these guys the 4 subordinates of Bojack, the Dark Overlord of the Galaxy? No wonder they always think they're so familiar. Suddenly remembering the Dragon Ball theatrical version he had seen, Ross finally knew where he had seen these guys. In the past, he only hurriedly scanned the content of the theatrical version, plus the age. He had long forgotten everything, and he really didn't remember it for a while. But, according to the timeline, isn't the current Bojack still in the seal? How did these 4 guys come to the martial arts conference? Do they want to unlock the seal laid by the kings of the 4 realms and rescue Bojack? No, it seems that as long as they kill a realm king, they can unlock the seal. They don't need to follow the realm king god realm all the time, just kill one directly. What's going on? The characters who appeared after the Shalo game actually appeared in advance. Is it because of the butterfly effect caused by Lao Tzu's crossing? Ross, who was puzzled, frowned, and vaguely felt that things were not so simple. Alice beside her seemed to sense something and asked, "What's wrong?" Squinting his eyes slightly, Ross smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just that things seem to be gradually getting interesting, and a few small pests have quietly mixed in." Alice looked at the other rest pavilions, observing secretly and thoughtfully. Soon the list of battles was drawn, and Ross was actually the first to play, and his opponent was the guy with the Mohican haircut. The spectators in the stands began to get excited, and the matches rarely had close battles, most of them ended in a hurry, and there was nothing to see at all. Now none of these people have reached the quarterfinals, which makes the big people come all the way excited. Although Ross did not make a move at all in the first 2 games, he was able to suppress his opponent and win with his momentum alone, which is enough to see how terrifying his strength is. Coupled with a tall body and a handsome and resolute face, it was popular among female audiences for a while. When he stood in the ring, he screamed and cheered him on. The guy with the Mohican hairstyle is burly, strong, and powerful, which has won a loyal following. The cheers rang out, and the enthusiastic audience mobilized the atmosphere to the extreme. Ross looked at the man in front of him with a smile on his face, and said lightly, "Has Bojack's seal been unsealed?" As soon as these words came out, the originally calm and robust man suddenly shook his body, and his face changed drastically. For a long time, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, "How do you know Lord Bojack?" Ross smiled slightly, "Why can't I know? You seem to be Bojack's subordinate, right? What's it called?" In fact, when I first watched the Dragon Ball theatrical version, Ross didn't pay much attention at all, and naturally couldn't remember the names of these dragon sets. As for announcing the battle list, he didn't care at all. Who has time to care which opponent is next? He was putting his hands on Alice at the time. After calming his mind, the strong man gradually calmed down, and he said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know where you learned about us, Uncle Bijou must teach you today. Some things are still rotten in your stomach, and once you say it, there is no room for turning things around." Ross tilted his head and said curiously, "Oh? How? Are you threatening me?" Bijou sneered, "If you dare to hinder us, Lao Tzu doesn't mind obliterating you on the spot." It seems that the 4 of them have not been in touch in this time. Ross secretly guessed in his heart, after all, the man playing the sword should be roughly aware of his strength, and the ratio in front of him was not known. It was obvious that the 4 had not touched during the match. "Ask for flowers. But do you want to kill this guy now?" This idea was vetoed by Ross as soon as it arose, and he was originally a little curious about the purpose of this group, plus once he kills someone in the game, then he will also lose the qualification for the match. In that case, the news of the spirit tree fruit and anus would be in vain, and he would not want to travel thousands of miles to return empty-handed. Shaking his head, Ross looked at the man in front of him indifferently and said with a smile, "If this is your full strength, you can defeat now." As soon as the words fell, his figure instantly disappeared in place, leaving an afterimage. Among the true demon eyes, Bijou's combat power is only 800 million, which can be easily solved. In an instant, Ross's figure appeared diagonally above Bijou, and a whip swept over. 0. Bijou's face changed drastically, he couldn't see the other party's movements at all, and could only subconsciously raise his hand to block. Boom! The huge impact sounded in vain, and Bijou was terrified at this time. He only felt as if a heavy cannon hit his left arm fiercely, and his thick wrist appeared strangely bent under this foot. Whoosh! Bijou's huge and strong body actually rose with the sound and flew directly towards the outside of the ring. The stands were suddenly silent, and they only saw that after a brief exchange between the 2 people in the ring, the tall Bijou flew up in an instant, and no one could see what was happening at all. What's going on? Has the Ross player already attacked? The referee, who was floating outside the ring, exclaimed with a megaphone. Didn't he stay where he was all the time? A fat businessman in the stands asked the people around him with a blank look. He didn't understand this game at all. When did you do it? Another questioner appeared. It should be the afterimage that stays where it is. Someone said in an affirmative tone. Good fellow, how fast does this have to be so that everyone can see it? Didn't you see that those guys with hundreds of thousands of combat power are all confused? There was a lot of discussion in the stands, and Bijou tried to stop his figure several times in the air, but found that the incomparably huge force could not be counteracted at all, and could only streak through the sky above the ring like a parabola and hit the ground fiercely. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Collect, push. Chapter 075. East Galaxy Rest Pavilion. Sanga's pupils with curly hair and shawls contracted sharply, and a burst of horror appeared on her beautiful face. Biju, that guy didn't even take a move. Even though she had clearly seen everything that was happening in the ring, she was still a little unbelievable. Remembering that his strength and ratio are indistinguishable, doesn't it mean that he is not an opponent of that person at all? This made Sanjia full of worries about what to do next. South Galaxy Rest Pavilion. The solemn-looking Gagaya stood alone under the pavilion, his eyes were deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. On the high platform, the king of the Eastern Realm looked ugly in the direction of the ring, and the strongest on his side had lost so unclearly, which really made him feel incredible. Isn't that guy's combat power as high as 800 million? How is it possible to defeat so easily? The Eastern Realm king, who had always been elegant, did not care about the image at this time. He looked at the Northern Realm king with a cold face, and snorted coldly, "Who is that guy?" The king of the Northern Realm was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile, "Scion. How is that possible? Scion not 15 could be so strong." The Eastern Realm king's hat, which had never left his body, fell to the ground, and he didn't care to pick it up, and continued, "This guy's strength is far more than 1 billion, you tell me this is a scion?" The king of the Northern Realm looked at the other party as if he were an idiot, and he smiled, "Didn't you see the tail wrapped around his waist? Also, who stipulated that scions can't be so strong?" The Eastern Realm king was instantly speechless, sitting on the side sulking. The king of the Southern Realm and the king of the Western Realm are in shock, and they are also full of worries about the next match. A breezy Ross returned to her place, and Alice flashed him a charming smile. "You're totally bullying children." Alice spoke the hearts of most of the people present. "Don't underestimate those guys, a few of them are more than just a little strength on the surface. Although I don't know what's going on, judging from the performance of these people in the Dragon Ball theatrical version, their combat power is definitely more than a few 100 million. Some kind of secret method to seal strength. Can't even peek into the truth with the real demon eye?" Ross secretly guessed in his heart that he could not estimate the true strength of the other party. Glancing at the name on the battle card, Ross frowned slightly, and said to Alice, "Be careful when you fight that Sanjia, if you really can't admit defeat immediately." Alice was stunned and asked, "She is very strong?" "It's about the same as that guy just now, and the fighting power is about 800 million. So strong." Alice was obviously a little depressed, so she could only stop there. Ross pondered for a moment, and instructed a little seriously, "Don't be stubborn when you wait, I estimate that those guys have hidden their strength." Alice was surprised, "You know them?" Ross shook his head, "I don't know, but I have about the same origin." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Seeing Ross's rare serious expression, Alice knew that now was not the time to be willful. Anyway, it was right to listen to her own man. The final game of the quarterfinals, Alice vs Sanya. 2 beautiful women stood in the ring like a landscape. There was a shout from the stands, and even if the species were different, the senses for beautiful things were roughly the same. Most of the intelligent races in the galaxy are primates, and the audience naturally appreciates the 2 beauties in the ring. Rose watched the game. He didn't worry in the slightest. If the other party dared to make a heavy hand, he didn't mind making a personal shot. As for the rules of the competition, in his eyes, it is not worth mentioning. What can be more important than his own woman? That's right, Lord Ross is so short-sighted. Looking at the woman with slightly curly hair in front of her, Alice looked solemn. Although she had known the opponent's combat power for a long time, when she faced it alone at this time, she clearly felt the extremely powerful chi in the other party's body. Compared with her current strength and the other party, it is tantamount to the difference between the light of rice grains and the sun, and this gap is by no means something that can be made up by explosive potential. However, as a scion, if she does not fight, she will directly admit defeat, and she who has always been arrogant cannot accept it in any way. Holding her breath, her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of essence, Alice's figure moved in vain, and she ran towards her opponent at high speed. Sanjia was unmoved. The opponent in this game was not strong, it could be solved easily, she was just thinking about whether to hit the other party hard. The four of them who fought in the previous games were basically badly injured, and Alice would not have ended much better without the previous match between Beto and Ross. But at this time, Sanjia had concerns, and when she was off stage, she could see that the woman in front of her had a close relationship with the terrifying man, and once she seriously injured the woman, she was very worried that the man would run away. King Bojack hasn't come yet, let this little girl go for now. Instantly making a decision in her heart, Sangha backhanded to Alice's attack without exerting much strength. However, just using a small amount of power is by no means something Alice can resist. At this moment, no matter how firm the will is, it cannot change the suspension of strength, and Alice gradually gives birth to defeat. Ross's eyes in the rest pavilion narrowed slightly, and after seeing Sanjia's actions, his eyebrows gradually stretched, and he knew that the other party did not dare to treat Alice. This girl's strength has grown too fast recently, and she should suffer a small loss. Ross thought cranky as he watched the movement in the ring. After a few minutes, Alice gradually loses, and when she can't resist the opponent's attack, she voluntarily offers to admit defeat. Sanjia was not embarrassed and went straight back to her seat. The final four didn't start until tomorrow, and everyone went to a place of residence outside the venue and found a room to rest. There was not much to walk around here except for these ordinary buildings, and Ross also took Alice directly into the room to rest. In a room, Biju, whose left arm had been completely broken, sat there with a gloomy face, silent. How strong is that scion named Ross? Sanjia, who had always been impatient, asked directly. Very strong. Very strong. Biju mused, I can't feel his limits at all. The strongest of these people. Jaya nodded with a heavy face and said, I had brief contact with him before, and this person's strength is unfathomable. You unsealed it? The short Pang Zhan asked curiously on the side. Gajaya shook his head and muttered, I haven't fought, I don't know. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read: collect, push,